everything that he ever said is going to be exposed as bullshit, right? Because he is going to be, oh, I'm all about freedom of speech. He's not going to fight for it. He's going to take a plea and he's going to say what I did was wrong. Anyway, we got to get off of that because we got so much to talk about. But let's get back to your Truth Social post, starting with the Trump just buried Thomas Massie, right? I don't know how well you can read this on the screen. Do you want to give us?
I see it perfectly. I have beautiful eyes, by the way.
Do you want to give us?
I have 20/20.
Do you want to give us?
Yeah, you know what? Let me bring out the fathead, okay? Third-rate congressman. He's a third-rate congressman. Thomas Massie is a weak and pathetic rhino from the Commonwealth of Kentucky, a place I love and won big 6 times, including all primaries, and must be thrown out of office ASAP. He is the worst Republican congressman in history, voting against tax cuts, the wall, law enforcement, and in favor of transgender mutilization. I made that word up, by the way. It's a made-up word. Of our children, men playing in women's sports, and so many horrible things. The incredible people of Kentucky's 4th congressional district gave us a mandate to make America great again. And the person that will help us do that is Navy. And then it stops. Yeah. It goes on for a long time. But you get the point.
It does.
Yeah.
And you know, so look, here's the deal, right? We got some more
it's a
slides.
long post.
We got some more slides. Here's another post of yours. KY04 is souring on Massie. And like we were just talking about this, right? It's not the Trump endorsement. It's not the but Israel. It's not the no votes. It's the dox. It's the personality, calling the admin, the Epstein administration, doxing for innocent people, taking a stand against bad. I can summarize what you're saying here. It's literally voting with Democrats a quarter of the time, right? A quarter of the time. And not only that, right? I just had people coming at me like, he votes 97%. No, he doesn't, first of all, right? It's 72-ish percent, 76-ish percent. But here's what he does. Here's what, if you look this up, right? Thomas Massie is the #1 voter against Trump in both terms. He's done this the whole time. He's the #2 congressman on the GOP side that votes against the party. I think there was only one other guy, and it was that other rhino. I can't remember his name, Flannery or whatever the hell his name is.
Well, why do you think the freaking New York Times endorsed him? Why do you think Anna Kasparian wants him to be elected?
Well,
it's one of these things. Like, if you're endorsed by people like that, by a lot of liberal Democrats, you might be a liberal Democrat.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying, right? And here, let me get to it. It was the J.D. Vance just summed it up perfectly, right? J.D. Vance, here, let's watch a little bit of this.
This in private, and now I guess I'll say it in public, is it's one thing. Yeah. I think the problem with Thomas, and I've told him this in private, and now I guess I'll say it in public, is it's one thing to disagree with the party on a particular issue. It's one thing to have your independent stand on a number of questions. And by the way, some of the stuff where Thomas Massie has been independent against the Republican Party, I've agreed with him with. Thomas and I worked together during 2023, where I was trying to stop the limitless flow of American money to Ukraine, and Thomas was one of the people I was working closest with it. But that's one thing. Being independent, having your own opinions is one thing. Voting against the party on every single issue, you're eventually going to make too many enemies. And that is the problem that Thomas has had. It's not.
Yeah, there you go. Right. And then look.
That's it. Simple. Simple.
Massie's voted with the Republicans 97% of the time. Right. And 91% of the time. No, it's actually Biden's position at 1.8. Dude, stop asking Grok. Like, it's like, have you noticed, by the way, that everyone just keeps throwing these freedom scores and liberty scores?
Oh my God. It's like, the same, dude. It is the same 5 memes. It's the like, liberty score. It's a Grok thing. I'm like, bro, let's talk policy, though. Yeah, let's talk about 2023. I say, well, they go, well, you don't like Massie because Trump told you not to like Massie. Yeah, no, I don't like Massie because he's a fraud, okay?
They leave
because this
part
guy stands up and he says, I don't like bloated spending. Okay, so in May of 2023, this is my favorite thing to bring up because
debt ceiling.
This is something that actually happened that they can't explain away because it's embarrassing. Thomas Massie in the House Rules Committee in May of 2023 voted in favor of the Fiscal Responsibility Act. And if there's one thing we know about, what we name legislation in Congress, it's usually the opposite of, especially during the Biden years, the opposite of what it was going to do.
Yeah.
The Fiscal Responsibility Act suspended the debt ceiling under Joe Biden for the remainder of his term. It resulted in $1.5 trillion being added to the national debt.
Yeah.
In the House Rules Committee in May of 2023, Thomas Massie was the deciding vote that got it out of that committee. So if there was ever a time for that guy to stand on principle, that was the time.
Yes.
He had all of the power. And instead, he goes, well, I got some guarantees from Kevin McCarthy. Zach, you don't trust Kevin McCarthy. I don't trust Kevin McCarthy.
Nobody does.
We're not in Congress. So do we know more than a congressman? If we do, then he shouldn't be in freaking Congress. That's number one. Number two, he advances that bill out of committee, votes for it again on the floor of the House. So tell me how this guy is a big spending hawk when he was the reason why it even got out of committee to come to a full vote on the floor of the House. He's a total fraud, and that's just one example. That's just one.
This is another example. He on the border, right? He's got an F score on the border. He voted against the what was it? The Immigration Act or something like that. He also voted. I mean, look, this is great from Greg Bravino. Greg Bravino goes, "I have the easiest solution for helping you identify rhinos in upcoming elections. All of the issues are downstream from immigration. Once you truly see that, your voting becomes ridiculously simple." And he gives us the website here. Thomas Massie, 64%. Right? C plus. Look,
that's a C plus. That was an F when I went to school.
64% to me is an F, but and that's what I'm saying. 64% is his score. He's got if we're gonna do this stupid scorecard thing, which I don't like, I'm just saying if you're gonna do it, I'll do it.
Right. Then play by your rules.
Then he makes he has an F on immigration reduction. He was just talking in a speech about how he wants more black people to have guns, right? It's yeah, I get it. You're pro Second Amendment. I'm pro Second Amendment, but you shouldn't be making laws based on race, right? Sounds very liberally, right? And look, I think that his new wife, and this is, I'm not talking about the scandal. I'm just saying that there's a lot of talk about his wife's politics, his new wife's politics, and how she leans more left. Okay, she maybe even a far leftist, right? I don't know if that's 100% true. I definitely know she's not a big fan of Donald Trump, right? So Neither is he. So could it be that Massie's new glow up and his new wife and his new things are the reason why he's sort of, and he's, like I said, he's always been about, this protest vote thing, which, and by the way, the reason why nobody noticed it before was not because of all of this new Epstein file shit. He's always done it. It's just we had a bigger majority, right? When the majority is this slim, his votes matter, and the vote matters more, and that means we have to make sure that we get rid of somebody who's voting against the party when it's this tight. And yes, it's a two-party system. It's a team sport. We are in a team. You can't just say that they're the same. All right, that's all the same, so let's just vote on our principles. And all right, well, his principles are aligned with Ilhan Omar, AOC, Hakeem Jeffries, Ro Khanna, and he's being praised by Anna Kasparian and Cenk Uygur,
New York
Times. And it's like, dude, if you're telling me that the left is more principled than the right, then what the hell is going on here? How is that the most conservative member of Congress? If he's voting a quarter of the time in Congress, he is voting with Democrats, right? So I don't care if he I don't think that you can take 25% of your principles and say, I'm going to say that 25% of my principles align with the people that want to cut kids' dicks off and open the border and give illegal immigrants citizenship and what have you, right? So I'm saying that it is a team sport. You do vote with the party. Imagine if there was a player on a team, right, that was going, I'm going to run the ball for the other team because I don't agree with this play, right?
Otherwise known as someone who plays for the New York Jets, right? They just don't do it on purpose.
But I mean, dude, you can't just give me this bullshit about a protest vote. Oh, that had so much pork in it. Look, here's the deal. He's been in Congress for almost 15 years, okay? He cannot use the excuse that every single time he has voted over the past 15 years, it was because the Republican Party just didn't do it constitutionally. Bullshit.
Or this. Watch. You've been in Congress for a long time. By the way, what happened to term limits?
Yeah,
Mr.
I know,
Massey?
right? He
But that's
wanted
okay.
them.
His term may very well be limited soon.
What happened to the First Amendment, too? He blocks everybody on social media. We can do this all day.
That's unconstitutional. Sure. But when you look at, like, you've been in there for a while, usually when you're on the Hill, you can start forming coalitions. For example, the Freedom Caucus and some of these other things. Why has Thomas Massie, if he was such a conservative and effective politician, et cetera, why has he not been able to get together in the House a spending caucus or a group of people who, instead of it just being one guy, there's 40 Republican representatives that will not advance legislation out of their respective committees if there's not spending cuts in there? How come he hasn't been able to do that? The reason is either A, he doesn't care, or B, he's not capable of doing that, which means he's not an effective politician. When the Declaration of Independence was first coming up, there were a lot of people who didn't want to do it. And you had Ben Franklin, you had Thomas Jefferson, you had John Adams meeting with these people and whipping up their votes and getting them ready. For example, the guy his name was Robert Morris, because AOC decided to be an idiot last week and say the American Revolution was fought against billionaires. Meanwhile, the richest guy in North America, Robert Morris, funded the American Revolution. He was known as the financier of the revolution.
Yeah,
John Hancock, one of the most wealthy people on the continent, signed the Declaration first. Robert Morris, who financed the revolution, did not want to sign the Declaration in Pennsylvania, but he was convinced to do so by the other effective congressman in the Continental Congress. Why can Thomas Massie not do that? Is he not likable? Is he not effective? Is he not good at his job? Maybe it's all of the above. The fact of the matter is this. You cannot tell me you've been there for 14 years and the only person who thinks the same way as you is you. Yeah. You haven't been able to form a coalition.
Yeah,
nothing.
Look, I mean, if I had an employee for a job and I was like, okay, you've been here 15 years and you haven't produced anything, and I have a whole bunch of other people in my office that are producing every day. And if that employee and the company, by the way, is actually getting things done and it's productive, but we just have this one guy, right, who's not producing, and I go up to him
known
and
as
I go,
dead weight.
Yes, and I go, hey, why aren't you producing? And why is everybody else producing? And he's like, oh, everything they're producing is wrong. Everything they're producing is BS. Everything they're producing is unconstitutional or has pork in it or this. Guys, come on. It's 15 years. If he would have this argument, if it was maybe he was maybe in there for a couple of years, or if he had passed, I don't know, like 10 bills or 5 or a bill a year. A bill a year would be pretty good, right? Like, I don't know, but I honestly,
he got one bill passed, and it was the Epstein bill.
Yeah, hold on. The one bill that he got passed, that he signed on to, every single Democrat voted for. It was a Democrat bill. So he has not passed one conservative bill. He's passed a bill that was designed specifically to hurt the administration.
That's
right?
correct.
So I think I just figured out a name for a title for tomorrow, right? Mwah, right? Mwah. You know what that stands for? Make Massie unemployed again.
I love it.
It'll be me and Sean for the thumbnail, and we'll just be mwah.
Goodbye. Chef's kiss.
Goodbye, Massie.
Beautiful. By the way, you bring up Massie being there for however many years, 14 years, 15 years, whatever it was, and this extended time that he's been in Congress. And he's never been, he hasn't been seriously primaried. I know Eric Dieters ran against him, a couple years ago, whatever, but it wasn't a serious primary.
Yeah,
so he
really
never
wasn't.
felt threatened. Now he feels threatened, and look at him how he's imploding. What are you doing? Palling around with Ryan Maddow.
I'll show you exactly.
What are you doing?
I'll show you exactly what he's doing. I have it queued up, right? Dude, you remember when Myron Gaines went to TPUSA wearing the "Let Them Cook" shirt?
Yeah, the cookie monster thing.
And Jack Prosobic was like, yeah, well, he has the right to wear that shirt. I didn't agree with that shirt. And then everybody was like, bro, right? Like it's
Like,
literally
don't show up in a picture with that. Same with Marjorie when she was at that press conference and had
Code pink.
signs in the back that said, Trump is a pedophile.
Oh, I know.
Well,
I
I
know.
can't control who's got the sign. Yes, you can. Don't let them in your shot.
Bro,
It's that simple.
It gets even worse though, right? Because look at this. This is Ryan Matta wearing a pendant with a literal swastika on it. All right.
Yep.
This is not like a pun on words, right? With the American Reich.
Yeah, they were like, oh, it's like when Hillary called us deplorables, like it's a play. It's not a play.
No, they believe this.
The guy's an open Holocaust denier.
Yeah, and look, I don't care if you want to deny the Holocaust, deny the Holocaust. Okay, you want to deny it, deny it. Okay, cool. I don't believe the numbers. Cool. When you're pro-Hitler, though, that's a problem.
Right. That's an issue.
You're not denying the number. This is like the gaslighting that the people that say, I don't hate Jews, I just hate Zionists. And then you ask them, what's a Zionist? And then they go, pretty much every Jew. And you're like, okay. So it's like, dude, Massie is not, all right, hold on. Actually, he might be. Massie is either so dumb, right, that he didn't notice that this guy was wearing the shirt, doing a video talking about the shirt, right? Pretty much running around like talking about the shirt.
I don't know though, because this guy was just today. Well, yesterday, Sunday, was Ryan Matta was at Thomas Massie's house.
Yes.
Live streaming after this American Reich thing blew up. So there's no excuse anymore.
Hold on, right now. If he's dumb enough where he didn't notice the shirt that the person standing with him was wearing, that's one thing.
Right.
Now, all you got to do is make a post that says, I had absolutely no idea that there was a frickin' Nazi standing next to me, and I denounce that completely, and this is absolutely ridiculous, and I have kicked Ryan Matta out of the event. He's not.
I don't want to
welcome here.
associate with
We
him
don't
or those
associate
views.
with him, right? And that's not what happened. Ryan Matta and the other guy, the little bald,
Ivan.
Yeah, it looks like Igor from Frankenstein, or yeah, was it Frankenstein? Yeah, it looks like Igor from Frankenstein. That guy is also a straight up, like, you know, and look, I hate the word Nazis and anti-Semite and all the talking point things, but these are cosplaying. These people are cosplaying as Nazis, right? For attention. It's why Jake Shields does it. It's why there are people who hate Jews, right? There are people who hate Jews, right?
Yes, 100%.
There are definitely people who hate Jews. It's just like Chud the Builder. He doesn't hate blacks, but he's racist. And it's like, these people, they don't hate Jews, but they're Nazis. And it's like, that. What's the difference? If it walks and talks like a duck, it's a duck. If it's literally acting like the thing, it's the thing. We don't need this whole like, oh, it's not real. It's just for this. Shut up. They're doing it. Right? These are the people that if the Holocaust really happened, they would go, yay, and then they'd see all the Jews die.
or they would start with like, well, don't you think they have a point? Because they've done it.
No, but then
with Gaza, with Hamas, they were like, oh yeah, who cares if they got slaughtered at a music festival? They're freedom fighters.
Yeah, but then they would see
Then
they would see it actually happening, and then they would go. Then they would go, I didn't want this, right? But then it's too late. They built it up. Right? They're the useful idiots for the real people who
it's
hate
Frankenstein.
Jews.
It's the story of Frankenstein. She creates the monster and then it gets out.
Yeah.
And it destroys the town. Well, this is not what I wanted.
That's why it doesn't
it's Jurassic
matter.
Park, right? You know, like God creates man.
Yes, that's why
man
this
creates
matters.
Dinosaur eats man, right? Like the whole thing.
That's why this matters a lot, because it's not a joke, right? It's not a joke. It's a what is it called? Not a prediction, a tell. It's like, it's foreshadowing. That's what it is. It's foreshadowing, right? And it's like, bro. Now, speaking of the influencers that Thomas Massie is standing there taking pictures with, right? You brought this to my attention like last week, and I was like, yeah. The Ed Galrain, he's running around, he's going to first responders, he's doing this, he's doing that. Thomas Massie seems to really just be doing an influencer campaign, right? His little tent that he had like 18 people in, he's got the influencers running around. These people are not from Kentucky's 4th District, right? These people don't relate to Kentucky 4. They don't know anything about Kentucky 4, right? Ed Galrain's going around and he's doing Kentucky 4 stuff, right?
They probably didn't even know where Kentucky was until they
No,
landed
they definitely
there.
needed directions. You know, I didn't know where it was until yesterday. I knew where Kentucky was. I didn't know where Kentucky 4 is. It's the top, by the way.
It's by Louisville.
It's the tip. It's just the tip.
Yeah.
Anyway, but yeah, no, look, and then you drop this and you go in. Look, this is literally get paid to make liberty win. Y'all YAL liberty or y'all liberty.
It's Young Americans for Liberty.
Young Americans
it's a good,
for Liberty.
By the way, they're not a bad organization.
No.
And
You can do this. You can do this, right?
You know, and on record, like full disclosure, I have no problem with people getting paid to door knock.
I don't either.
Like none.
I don't either.
None whatsoever.
Look, I don't. I think that's why they raise money. Campaigns raise money so they can pay people to do stuff like this, right? However, However, when I put this up, and then I said they're paying influencers to door knock, somebody goes, it says right there that they're paying the influencers are there for influencing, but they have other people that they pay for door knock. Then you see the influencers making videos door knocking. It's like, bro, and it's like Viva Frei, like, do you have any evidence? It's, yes, I have the evidence right here, you dumbass. It's right there. Oh, but no, Viva's argument is you need a smoking gun and you need like a proof beyond a reasonable doubt. This isn't a courtroom, dude.
Except when people come into our comment sections and are like, plus $7,000. I don't see shit from Viva Frei.
Never.
And by the way, that guy. Reporting live from the vast expanse of Viva Frei's head, where I have residence rent-free.
Yeah.
I'm going to spruce this place up a little bit. He's talking shit about me on his locals channel now. It is hysterical. Like,
well,
because I went on his show a couple weeks ago.
And you beat him. I watched the debate. You beat him. Yeah.
Embarrassed. Even his own people were like, dude, this wasn't very good. And he's been mad ever since.
You destroyed him. And you know what? So did I. Because he invited me on for a debate about Andrew Tate. And I basically embarrassed him.
Yeah,
and
I watched that.
People in his comment section were like, Viva, this guy knows way more than you. Stop talking. And I was just like, I'm like, Viva, the guy's on camera whooping a 15-year-old. And he's like, well, I think what you're doing, and he did the same thing to you. He does this every time. He goes, I think what you're doing is you're just throwing, you're trying the spaghetti on the wall. I'm not throwing spaghetti at a fucking wall, dude. Sorry. Hold on. Where is it? Oh, I don't have the earmuffs. I don't have the earmuffs queued up because it's the guest thing. Earmuffs. Sorry. I do that one time every show, and I don't even mean to. Anyway,
hey, one is a much better. You're come way down.
I know.
Your F-bomb rate has plummeted like a Stu Peters meme coin. Okay, it's been great.
Jeremy's not going to fire me if I swear. I told him when he hired me. I said if I want to swear, I swear. He goes, just letting you know, the audience might not like it, and I'm doing it because it's out of respect. It's not. I don't have to do it. Anyway.
Sure. No, yeah.
But I am trying. I'm trying, and everybody has noticed. I've been getting messages like, I really appreciate you trying not to swear.
You're doing
good.
good.
I'm trying. But it comes out. Anyway, but yeah, what he says is spaghetti on the wall. And I go, Viva, this isn't spaghetti. Okay. I just threw a whole bunch of facts at you. Okay. And I know all of them stuck to the wall, and I'm rubbing your face in the spaghetti that's on the wall, right? Because it's all stuck to the wall. Right? Every piece of spaghetti stuck to that wall because I only threw very sticky spaghetti. But yeah, no, the thing with Viva is he comes out and he comes in, he says like, Massie, you don't have any evidence that Massie did anything inappropriate with the relationship. And I go, well, the evidence is the sworn testimony from the woman. Right? She swore it under oath. And he's like, she did not swear it under oath. That wasn't a deposition. And I go, yeah, you can have sworn testimony outside of a deposition, outside of an official court. And then I go, and then I clipped it and I go, here's where the lawyer says it's sworn testimony. And she literally in the video, he goes, you're under oath. And she goes, yeah. And then he comes out and he makes a video and he goes, well, some people are saying it's sworn testimony. So I'm like, dude, what the hell are we doing here? I'm like, you said no evidence. You said no evidence. I give you evidence. And then you say the evidence isn't evidence. Then you come out and say the evidence is evidence. And it's the same thing with this door knocking thing, right? It's like well, we'll move on. Right? Look, I want to talk about these polls too. Not polls. Oh, yeah, by the way, this was remember what I told you? The party is not President Trump's. We're sick and tired of this crap. I said, yeah, if you say that Massie only votes 72% of the time, that's not good. And they go, the party's not Trump's. And then I go, yes, it is, right? Trump has got a 96% rate on endorsements this year for endorsed candidates. That means that this is Trump's
4%
party.
of the party is not Trump's.
Yeah, 4% of the party is not Trump's. All right, sorry, guys. You're right. It's not perfect. This is like what Viva Frei would do. He'd be like, oh, yeah, see, look at that 4%.
Well, you know, some of them slip through the cracks, like, you know, Brendan Herrell, you know, and you like him. And so, like, well.
Yeah. Well, here's what's not a poll, all right? And I've been talking about this for a very long time. But Ed Galrain now has taken the lead again and came back with the favorite on Kalshi. Kalshi's not a poll. Polymarket's not a poll. But here's a problem that I think is happening, okay? You look at this, and it says 3.9 volume, 3.9 million volume, right? That's not a lot. I mean, well, that's actually a lot for a district race. That's a ton of money.
For a congressional primary, it's a big, that's a lot of money.
For a congressional primary, that's way too much money in the betting market, right? So the volume...
And it's 1.4 million on Polymarket. So that's over, it's almost, it's over 5 million.
By the way, you're not even supposed to use Polymarket if you're not a U.S. citizen. So I know people can. You can just use a VPN, and it's technically illegal, but whatever. But... even let's say that every person on Polymarket was an American citizen and they're just using a VPN. I doubt that. I would say it's probably a lot of foreign influence bets for messaging. However, the way you can manipulate a $3 million market is with $500,000, right? You can sway it about 10%. So I'm saying $4 million market, $400,000, right? You could sway it about 10%. So you could literally drop 400 grand on Thomas Massie and give him 10 points. That's not a poll, right? That's easy market manipulation. Now, they don't have to throw that 4 million away either, right? Because if they pull that 4 million out, they get a lot of it back, right? The actual market, this is how people manipulate the market in crypto. You know about crypto, right, Sean? Mm-hmm. You know how whales sell meme coins and they pump the market, they flood the market, right? The market cap is mostly them, and then they dump their bags. That's what happens with the crypto market. I don't know how we would fix this problem, but it is a problem because what I think that backers or PACs or NGOs are doing is they're going in and they're manipulating the market so that they can use it for messaging. So Ed Galrain's polling might have been higher prior to this if people weren't flooding the internet with Thomas Massie's a shoo-in. He's a 75% favorite. Why isn't he now? What's changed? Because so far Massie's had Trump endorsing his opponent and a scandal come out, right? It's like, I don't know. I don't know how a few days ago he was still at 62%. And I have proof right here. Look, this is 11:53 a.m. on May 13th, okay? This is 5:32 a.m. on May 14th. That is less than 24 hours, okay? Thomas Massie went from 46% to 62%.
Yeah, that's something weird there.
In less than 24 hours on a $3 million volume. Oh, you can't see it on the screen. You guys can't see it on the screen, but this is $3 million volume, which means $800,000 has been added since this was taken. These screenshots were taken, and they were only taken 3 days ago. So in the past 3 days, another 800 grand has been dumped into this betting market. That is ridiculous for a primary in Kentucky. It makes no sense. So the point here is essentially when you're looking at the betting market, Sean does this very well. He talks about polling and how polls are taken, etc. The betting market is not a poll. So if you're going to use it as like anything, know that what you're doing is you're probably promoting either intentionally or unintentionally propaganda or just it's just not real data. It's really not real data. You know, it is real data. This new poll. This is the KY4 primary poll that was taken by
Neighborhood research.
Neighborhood research.
Yeah.
It has Ed Galrain and Thomas Massie.
This is a tie, but it's not a tie, and I'll explain why. Go ahead.
Yes. Right. So, you know what? I'm going to have you break it down, but I just wanted to show one quick point. Massie leads moderates and liberals 43-30. Right. And I don't know if you know this, but Kentucky's closed primary, they can't vote in this unless they switch.
I was going to say that.
Unless they switched their party affiliation, they can't vote in this. So you break this down because you're the poll guy.
Well, look at that where it says already voted, Galrain plus 22.
That's
so this one. Means that if this is accurate, right? I don't know 100% if it is, but I have no reason to believe it isn't. If this is accurate, that means Ed Galrain is probably going into Election Day with a lead.
Yes.
Now, there's one trend in particular that encourages me as somebody who wants to see Ed Galrain defeat Thomas Massie, and that is the fact that Massie has a huge advantage among youngsters, right? Younger voters.
Look at this TikTok users.
But the
35.
younger demographic, the age 18 to 49, Massie plus 17, 18 to 49 men plus 23, Massie. So here's the positive thing here is that, okay, Galrain has a plus 22 lead through early voting, which means he's taking a lead into Election Day, which means Thomas Massie is going to have to rely on young people to actually show up to the polls and vote on Tuesday the 19th. And
young people don't vote, man.
They're not. Boomers vote, dude. They are always.
Bro, young people
when
vote
I was
on
out
TikTok.
door knocking for sheriff here and I knocked on a door and it was an older group, I was like, let me sell them. We sell them. Those people came out and voted. These younger, and I'm not trying to say like Gen Z is stupid. Gen Z has a 90-second attention span. These youngsters they're not going to remember.
They're goldfish.
Some of them will. Most of them won't.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, and then if they see something, go vote for, right?
They're goldfish.
And then the fact that he's leading among liberals, if these liberals are registered independent or Democrat in Kentucky, they can't vote.
They can't vote. But you know what? Here's the thing that this just stood out to me, right? TikTok users. Galrain has a plus 35 with TikTok users, and X users are tied. So this whole PSYOP social media Massie campaign that you see on X, right? It's not going over to other social media apps, and TikTok is a very young app, right? So that's kind of this is kind of like, I don't see how these two stats here are actually in alignment. TikTok users and young people plus Massie.
There's a lot of boomers on TikTok too.
That's true. That's true. But
TikTok, there's a 65-year-old. I go on TikTok and they watch dogs.
Well,
you know what I mean, or something.
But here's the thing, right? TikTok and Instagram are two, I would say, video platforms, right? They're more video, right? Than they are interactive with comment sections and typing and what have you, right? And Galrain's crushing on those two, which means that the visual people, the people that aren't engaged on social media, which is not a huge portion of the population. I think that only 23% of the American population is on X, right? So I would say that this is positive for Galrain, because basically what this says,
it's very positive for Galrain.
What this is saying is the people that doom scroll like Galrain more, and the people that are chronically online in people's comment section are tied on Facebook and X. And if you're an incumbent, tying is not good. If this neighborhood research survey is legit, and Ed Galrain is taking now again, small sample size, that's why you have these wide, margins, plus 22, plus 35, plus 17. But if it's legit and Ed Galrain does indeed take a 22-point lead, 22 points into early voting, it's going to be very hard for Massie to make that up on Election Day. The other thing I'll say is, aside from this neighborhood research survey poll, there were a set of polls that have been going on since the beginning of April. Quantus Insights found Massie up 9, April 7th. Big Data poll found Massie up 4, April 7th. Big Data poll is run by Rich Barris,
who strikes me, if you look at his feed on X, as more of a pro-Massie guy. I'm not taking a shot at his polling. I'm just telling you he seems to be biased in favor of Massie. Whether or not that bled into his poll, I have no idea. But the next Quantus Insights poll took place between the 11th and the 12th of May, before the scandal, okay? And posts the largest sample size of any poll done in this race. And now all of a sudden it's Galrain +8.
Yeah, Quantus
the next
has
big
him
data
+8.
poll, the next big data poll, which is Barris, May 14th was the final day of that survey. 518 likely voters, Massie +2. So you've seen Quantus Insights, Massie +9. The next poll in May, Galrain +8. Big data poll, Massie +4. The next time they run the poll again in May, Massie +2. And then SoCal Strategies, May 15th to May 16th, found Galrain +7.
Wow.
So there's one thing you can glean from these polls, right? You can see a trend.
Yes.
Which way the
Well,
race is shifting.
That's all polls
and
are
it
good
is
for.
absolutely shifting in favor of Ed Galrain. Whether or not it pushes him over the finish line remains to be seen. But I will say, if he's taking a 22-point lead, if that neighborhood research survey is legit, it's real. If it's legit, and he's taking 22-point lead into election day on early voting, Massie is probably done.
Good. And you know what? Hey, we're going to find out, the people that are watching, you're going to find out tomorrow. Me and Sean are going to find out in 2 days. And we'll see what happens, but I'm feeling good about it. I have $1,000 on Ed, which I bet only because Massie replied to me and he tried to be a little smug piece of, and I said, I can't wait to rub this in your face. So I want that money, but also I just want to make that one post, like, told you. All right, we got 5 minutes left. I want to do, because it's Maha Monday, I want to make sure we get, oh, by the way, Ed Galrain, the strategy of calling Ed Galrain a little bag of sand.
This guy, Bobby Sauce. This guy.
I debated him before.
Did you see Massie like dry hump him?
Yeah, I saw him. He's been like this forever. He's an anti-Trumper. And I debated him years ago on Trump, and it was embarrassing for him. Anyway, let's get to this final story. I put it in my bookmarks here. What is it called? Deprescribing. So
I love this.
We only have about 3 minutes left. Let's try to do this real quick. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. comes out. This is only a 17-second clip, so we have enough time for it.
The Center for Medicaid and Medicare Services is issuing billing guidance that allows clinicians to get paid for deprescribing work for the first time. Care plan.
So deprescribing is essentially the administration is going to incentivize doctors to stop unnecessarily prescribing people. And this is a huge problem in the medical community. One of the most lucrative businesses you can be in is in the pharmaceutical industry, because what they do is they go to these doctors' offices and they sell them all these prescriptions and they give doctors incentives and they buy them trips and they send them to Hawaii, and doctors just want to shove this down your throat. Now, this move hopefully will do something to de-incentivize, to give the doctors another incentive not to do that. Thoughts, Sean? We have 2 minutes left.
Make doctors heal again.
It's so
okay?
wild, right?
Medicine should be about healing, not medicating, right? So, like, my thing is, if someone has a disease, let's go ahead and say obesity, okay? And you want to give them Ozempic. You don't want them to always have to take Ozempic to stay, within their weight range.
Yeah.
It should be something. You got a big fat guy. He's out there for a walk. He needs a little push in the right direction.
Sure.
You give him the fat shot for a few months, whatever.
You know what,
let him get his legs under him, and then let him do the rest naturally.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, people want to just pill. And so because there's an incentive for that.
Yeah.
Healing should be the goal, not medicating.
Yeah, and I'm fine with the administration saying, "Hey, we'll incentivize you to do your job because because the system has actually done we need to reverse this." You know, it's funny you brought up Ozempic. I was just doing a lot of I've been on peptides for a while. I've been on BPC 157, and it's just worked amazingly on my back. And the guy that I'm doing it was like, you should try Retta. And I was like, what's Retta? He's like, Retatrutide. And I was like, what's that? He goes, GLP-1. I'm like, oh, Ozempic? I don't need Ozempic. He gave me this whole long spiel. He goes, no, dude, if you're on this, you take it for like 4 to 6 weeks, even if you're not obese. And what it does is it'll just kickstart you into some, he explained it all, and we only got about a minute left. So, but yeah, no, I'm going to try that out. And if I have good results, and it's not like something that you need to be on forever, and you don't need to go to the doctor, and I'm not getting a doctor putting that in my head, who's trying to sell me the big pharma version. I got it for $500. Anyway, okay. So Sean is going to be coming up next on Ungoverned. So you're basically getting him for almost 2 hours. And so because it's technically Monday where you're watching, we're going to be covering this. We're going to have Will covering for me tomorrow. And Sean is going to be coming on for 2 hours on Wednesday. I am in Miami. I can't tell you exactly why yet. I think I might have made it slip before, but they told me don't do that. But tomorrow, today for you guys, you will know exactly why I'm in Miami, because I'll be able to post from there, and it's going to be a really good time. Good thing that I'm going to. So, Sean, say goodbye to everybody, and hello to everybody, because you're coming up next.
Goodbye, hello, I'm coming up next. Smash the like button, and Wednesday morning it's going to suck because Zach's not going to be here for when Thomas Massie, hopefully he loses. So it'll be a 2-hour party Wednesday morning. You're not going to want to miss it.
You're going to love it, because we're going to be celebrating. All right, boys and girls, we'll see you later. Peace.
Captain's Crew, the LFA Family, McGroin Nation. We're coming to you live. I'm live from the deep red state of Tennessee, rumble.com/LFA TV. Welcome to Ungoverned. Happy Monday to you. And hope you enjoyed the hour before. Both myself and Misfit recorded that last night. Misfit's on the way to a really cool thing he will share with you later today. Something that he got invited to be a part of, which is really cool. I will not be the one to disclose where he is or what he's doing, but I'm sure, as he mentioned at the end of his show last hour that we did together, he will let you know where it is. Really, really cool spot, really cool opportunity he got. So, I'm going to jump right into some things. First of all, why don't we display what is working finally? Give me what you got for a pork chop. Now!
I have my soundboard back.
The soundboard is back. The soundboard is back, Ed.
Why are you gay?
Yeah. There you go. Do it again.
Why are you gay?
All right, I just wanted to make sure that low. There it is. Brennan's soundboard is back. That is it's a welcome addition to what's going on. Hello there. She's just hitting all the buttons right now. I have this.
I no more think of myself as being as old as I am than fly.
I also have a why are you gay button.
Why are you gay?
So here we go. We've got a bunch of, the soundboard is back, finally. And I know that Sauce is going to be very excited. He might be the most excited. All right. I got to start off with, unfortunately, a little bit of, I'll say, disappointment. Not about anything in the news. Matter of fact, I think we had a very good weekend. If you look at, Bill Cassidy's race and all that. But a lot of people yesterday showed their true colors. And if you're on X, you saw my reaction to a lot of people showing their true colors. So let us start with, because a lot of people are talking about this, and this will be the final thing I say about this guy, because I believe he is irrelevant now. Bill Spadia. You guys remember Bill Spadia? He was a gubernatorial candidate in New Jersey. He's a radio host, pretty popular radio host up there in New Jersey. I endorsed him last year. Took a lot of crap for endorsing him last year. I mean, a lot. After I put the endorsement out, I was accused of taking money from him. It was, I'm going against President Trump. I don't know what I'm doing. I thought he was the best candidate in the race in Jersey last year. I did. And you know what? It's crazy. I still do, despite the crap that he pulled last night. He likes Thomas Massie. You guys know I don't like Thomas Massie. So out of nowhere, I start getting blindsided. I start getting called out. Oh, I'm drinking the Kool-Aid. Now, apparently, they love doing this. People like Bill. They are paying me. I don't know who they is. Who's they? Can someone tell me who they are? The Jews! Okay, well, fine. Everyone thinks the Jews paying everybody. Whatever. First of all, again, much like when I endorsed Bill Spadia, I was not paid to take that position. I am not being paid to take the anti-Massie position. As a matter of fact, I guarantee you, if I were to make videos on X about how good Thomas Massie was, my content would do better because that's where the psyop is. So if anything, I'm sacrificing potential monetization to take the stance that I would like to see Thomas Massie lose his race tomorrow. So apparently that upset Little Bill. Okay? Now, when I endorsed Spadia for governor in 2025, all I got were accusations that he paid me. I got accusations again that, I sold out somehow, whatever. And that's whatever, water under the bridge. Folks, when I tell you that his team, good people, by the way, I had no problem with his team, begged me for the endorsement, begged me. When I put it out, oh, thank you so much, you're the best. This means a lot. He even told me personally, oh, this means a lot. Thank you for supporting my campaign. I did it for free because I thought he was the best candidate in the race. And folks, I would do it again because I do think he was the best candidate in the race. We could agree, we could disagree, fine. But he's mad, Bill is, because I blocked him last night because he was being a dick. And I said, I don't need this guy cluttering my feed with garbage. So I blocked him. He got mad that I blocked him. When you challenge the cult, this is what happened. Oh, cool. Why don't you talk to your butt buddy? I don't know. Maybe Bill Spadia was on Massie's boner phone. Oh, you didn't hear about that one? Go watch Laura Loomer last night. I'm not saying it's accurate. I'm just saying it was said. Maybe Bill Spadia was on that phone with Massie because Thomas Massie had no problem blocking me on both of his accounts, his congressional account and his personal account. Blocking American citizens on your congressional, your government account is technically unconstitutional. But my principles, where's my pearls? But my principles. Massie also accused me of being paid to take the position against him, as if nobody without an incentive, a monetary incentive, would ever question the infallible Thomas Massie. No. He's too good for that. Don't you understand? So Massie blocks me, no problem. I block Little Bill, problem. It's not because Little Bill challenged the cult and I blocked him. It's because he was cluttering my feed with slop. Clearly, this guy is an ungrateful asshole, piece of garbage, and he's worth nothing to me anymore. So into the waste bin you go. And the next time Bill Spadia wants to run for office, and the next time his team comes up to me, the answer is already no. It's already no. I haven't even interacted with him since he got smoked in the New Jersey primary, which was a shame. This is the first interaction I've had with him in about a year. And it's this crap? Ungrateful. The amount of texts that I got saying, wow, this guy's really a piece of sugar honey iced tea. Listen, it is what it is. But the next time Bill Spadia wants something, the answer is no. That's the nice answer. The not nice answer is going to be a bunch of four-letter words. That's what it'll be. So, there you go on that. Second, Viva Frei. This guy, here we go. Ready? Let me do this. You want to do something funny? Let's do something funny. Maybe we'll turn it into a bit. See how I turn my background off? See that? Here we go. We are reporting live from inside Viva Frei's head. You can hear the echo. It is vacuous in here, the vast expanse. There's nothing in this place. Rent-free. I'm thinking of maybe redecorating a little bit in here, Viva. That cool with you? In this empty space you call a brain? This guy can't stop talking about me either. And he was on there with fat slob Robert Barnes, who called for the 25th Amendment, who, by the way, Viva will never, ever, ever criticize his fat of a friend, Jabba the Hutt, Robert Barnes. He'll never do it. But what Viva does is he'll come into your replies and he'll act like he's your friend, right? He acts nice. But then on his Locals channel, thank you to my incredible followers who showed me this, he talks crap on his Locals channel. Fine. Talk all the crap you want. Here's the thing. I'd love to come on and defend myself, but the last time I was on Viva Frei's show, I made a complete ass out of him. I mean, I handed it to him on a silver platter. Hey, Viva, here's your ass. Okay? This guy going on and on now. I'm doing guilt by association. Folks, we all know who Ryan Matta is. He used to be here with LFA TV. Thomas Massie took a picture with Ryan Matta in an American Reich hoodie. Objectively, that's not a good look. I'm not saying Thomas Massie's a Nazi. I'm saying he took a picture with a Nazi and was smiling in it. Because he did. Sean, the American Reich hoodie's a joke. Really? Because Matta's been walking around with a freaking necklace with a swastika on it. Is that a joke too? And then after that whole thing blew up, and it was objectively, I'm not saying Massie's a Nazi or any of that. I'm saying objectively, that is a bad look. It is. Objectively. He invites Matta to his house. And he's live streaming from his house. So I'm not doing guilt by association. I'm criticizing the actual association. He is openly associating with a Nazi, period. Viva doesn't want to hear that. Well, you're just like the left, guilt by association. No, I'm not just like the left. I'm showing you a picture that is objectively a bad look. If you're running a political campaign, you do not want your candidate taking a photo with a guy in a hoodie that says American Reich who routinely denies the Holocaust and wears swastika jewelry. You don't want that picture out there, period. Why do people not seek the endorsement of Kanye West anymore? It's not because he's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. It's because he's a Nazi, like a self-identifying. He wrote a song, Hail Hitler. That's why people don't go after his endorsement anymore. Viva doesn't seem to understand that, or he's pretending like he doesn't understand that. So what he did is he goes on the Locals channel and talks smack. He was on with Jabba the Hutt Barnes last night and started talking smack. All this guy wants to do is run his mouth. Because the last time he brought me on his show, I made a complete fool out of him. And his own followers were like, Viva, this was bad. And he's been mad about that ever since. I'm ready to do that again, but he doesn't want the embarrassment. So to Bill, to Viva, F you both, whatever. The primaries tomorrow. I think Ed Galrain's in a good spot. We'll go through some of that polling. But boy, have the wheels come off of the Massie cult this weekend. The wheels came off and it is careening into a bunch of trees. Bam! That's how that's going. All right. I wanted to get that out of the way because we are going to talk about some good news, and that is what happened in Louisiana over the weekend. We will get to that and then some. Before we do that, I want to get to a word from our good friends over at OFPFarms.com. That is OFPFarms.com, Oscar Foxtrot Papa Farms.com. And if you use the promo code Sean, that is SHAWN, you can get 10% off of your entire purchase. So stock up on your OFP Farms goodies, the greatest goat milk products in the game. OFPFarms.com, promo code Sean. You can get amazing products that are farm crafted in small batches to maintain quality. Simple ingredients that your skin absolutely understands. That's the most important thing to say. You can put this stuff on your skin and your lip balms. If your skin doesn't get it, i.e. if it's not natural stuff, it might not be good for you. OFP Farms, goat milk, lip balm, tallow bombs, etc. They have nourishing skincare from their farm. Bring it right into your home and thousands of 5-star reviews. Customer service that truly cares. You can feel confident shopping with OFP Farms. Go to OFPFarms.com and use the promo code SHAWN. OFPFarms.com, promo code SHAWN. OFPFarms.com, promo code Sean for 10% off of your entire purchase. That is OFP, Oscar Foxtrot, Papa Farms.com, promo code Sierra Hotel Alpha Whiskey November. OFPFarms.com, promo code Sean. All right. Next up, our sponsors at Armra Colostrum. TryArmra.com/LFATV. Colostrum's nature's first food. It is a superfood and a super supplement, and I've had great results after I started taking colostrum a few months ago. You know, I'm always on the lookout for ways to strengthen my immunity and gut health, improve my fitness and metabolism, and enhance my skin and hair radiance. That is what Armra Colostrum can do for you, and then some. Colostrum is the first nutrition that we receive in life, and it contains all the essential nutrients that our bodies need in order to thrive. Folks, if you start taking colostrum, you may notice that your hair growth has been reactivated, your skin starts to glow a little more, your gut health improves exponentially. It can also help you ignite your metabolism, and on a fitness level, it can fuel your fitness performance and also your recovery, which is extremely important. Head over to tryarmor.com/LFATV, TRYARMRA.com/LFATV. That is tryarmra.com/LFATV for up to 30% off of your first order. Tryarmor.com/LFATV, TRYARMRA.com/LFATV. All right, let's get into it. Rhino season, folks. Rhino season is underway. Rhino season is underway. Bill Cassidy of Louisiana, what is going on with this thing? Bill Cassidy of Louisiana has lost his seat, ladies and gentlemen. What is going on here? Okay, Bill Cassidy has... All right, I guess we're just not doing. There we go. Has lost his seat. I had to hit the wrong button. Bill Cassidy lost his seat over the weekend. This is a great story, and it was a phenomenal development. And I think it puts the other rhinos in the House on notice, and I'll explain why. Cassidy was a very weak Republican in the U.S. Senate. He threatened to, or he was one of the holdouts when it came to Bobby Kennedy's confirmation. And over the weekend, he was in a primary with two other candidates, so a three-way race, and he lost. And he didn't just lose by a few points. He came in last. He came in last. The person who came in first was Trump-endorsed challenger, what's her name? Julia Letlow? Yes, Julia Letlow. And the race was between Letlow and Louisiana Treasurer John Fleming. As of Sunday morning, Julia Letlow led with 45%, followed by Fleming at around 28%, while Cassidy trailed just below at 25%. Since none of the candidates secured a majority, Letlow and Fleming will face each other in a runoff next month to determine the Republican nominee, which means the incumbent, who are historically very difficult to beat, Bill Cassidy, was defeated successfully and is now iced out of the runoff. His term is now limited. He will not be receiving another term in Louisiana in the office that he currently holds. Now, I have not been a fan of Cassidy for a while. He has struck me as a very weak-kneed politician, and he was one of the senators who voted to convict Donald Trump after January 6th. Now he's gone. The contest in, here's the thing. The Post Millennial is such a garbage website now that it doesn't work on my browser anymore. So I have to read the articles now off my phone. So I'm just going to have to stop using them altogether because when I load it, it's a blurry, so I can't even read it. They pack their stuff with so many ads and whatever. I know they got to make money, but it's unusable. The contest marked a demonstration of Trump's influence over Republican primary races as well as his position as the leader of the party. On Saturday, Trump wrote on Truth Social, taking a swing at Cassidy. Bill Cassidy, after falsely using his relationship with me during his political career and winning elections because of it, voted to impeach me on preposterous charges that were fake then and now are criminally insane. His disloyalty to the man who got him elected is now part of a legend, and it is nice to see that his political career is over. I'd like to thank the great people of the state of Louisiana, and this big victory will only make me work even harder for your success and all that comes with it. Love you all. Make America great again. Okay. So Bill Cassidy, I guess this is just not going to work today. It's fine. Bill Cassidy is out. And what message does this send to the rest of both chambers of Congress? It's not kiss the ring. It's not get on bended knee and genuflect in front of Donald Trump. The hyperventilators and the pearl clutchers and the doomers, who are basically, left-wing adjacent at this point. Those people are not the ones that, they're not serious people, okay? They're, MAGA's a cult. Well, MAGA's a movement, and the leader has power within that movement. Yes. It's not a cult, but it is a movement, and the leader of the movement has power, as the leader of any movement would have power in any situation. Over the weekend, we saw Donald Trump take a swipe at Lauren Boebert. I'm not getting into it. Okay? It is what it is. I don't hate Lauren Boebert. I don't. Okay? I disagree with her choice to campaign with Thomas Massie. I know there are rumors about them. I'm not even going to get into that. I don't hate Lauren Boebert. I don't. All right? I don't like her palling around with Massie, but whatever. That's only going to happen for another day if he loses tomorrow, which I think is a good chance of that happening. Rittenhouse, another one, Rittenhouse. he endorsed Massie's campaign, whatever. I don't hate Kyle Rittenhouse either. To be completely honest, and this is not me taking a shot at him, I forgot about Kyle Rittenhouse. I hope he's doing well. I would think he's doing well. And again, I still support his Second Amendment rights, and how they threw him on trial and what they did to him was awful. I don't hate the guy. I don't hate Lauren Boebert. But I can understand why Trump is upset with Lauren Boebert. And he's going to do what he's going to do. Again, this is not, he's taking shots at Lauren Boebert, he's endorsing Lindsey Graham. Let me explain to you politically why he's doing this, okay? I don't like Lindsey Graham either. I hope he loses his primary, preferably not to Lynch, who's an anti-Trumper, but I don't like Lindsey Graham either. Okay? Not a fan. You remember the day after Donald Trump endorsed Lindsey Graham last year, I said, I don't like this. But, as much as I don't like Lindsey Graham, every time a piece of legislation that Trump is supporting makes it to the Senate, what does Lindsey Graham do? Bernie, you want to take a guess at this? Are you a political science major?
It depends on who you ask.
Whoa. Are you even a politics junkie?
No. No, I like to let you tell me what to think.
Sure. Have we discussed Lindsey Graham over the last couple of days? No. Okay. Donald Trump endorses Lindsey Graham. Right. Just take a guess, because this is going to be a guess. I don't like Lindsey Graham. He's very pro-war. He's kind of old guardish. But Donald Trump endorses him. Donald Trump appreciates Lindsey Graham because every time a piece of legislation winds up in the Senate, what does Lindsey Graham, a piece of legislation that Trump likes, what does Lindsey Graham do in the Senate? Why would Trump like?
No.
Why would Trump likes Lindsey Graham?
Oh, okay.
So every time a Trump-endorsed piece of legislation shows up in the Senate, what does Lindsey Graham do?
He votes yes.
He votes yes.
Yes. Oh,
he
yeah.
Votes yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. That's what we would call a +1.
Ooh.
Okay.
Phew.
Trump appreciates Lindsey Graham because when push comes to shove in the Senate, Lindsey Graham votes for what Trump wants. Now, you can have the conversation. Lindsey Graham is not beholden to Trump. Lindsey Graham is supposed to be beholden to the people of his state. Sure, we can have that conversation, but then we should also have that conversation about Thomas Massie. The reason why Trump endorsed Lindsey Graham is because Lindsey Graham is a reliable +1 in the Senate. Period. End of story. I'm not telling you I like Lindsey Graham. I'm just telling you that is what he does when push comes to shove. Fact. That's not up for debate. Lindsey Graham knows if he plays ball with Trump, his political career is safe. And the minute he steps out of line while Trump is president, Lindsey Graham is probably toast. Now, I would like it if South Carolina voters rebuked the Trump endorsement and sent Lindsey Graham packing because they voted for one of the other candidates, preferably not Mark Lynch because he's an anti-Trump or Massie type. But you hear what I'm saying? I don't like Lindsey Graham. However, that's why Trump endorses him, because when push comes to shove in the Senate, Lindsey Graham votes for the legislation that Trump wants passed and does not stand in the way of the agenda in most cases. I'm not telling you I like the guy. I'm just telling you that's the way he behaves. That's what his votes reflect. That's why Trump endorses him. What would I have preferred Trump do? I would have preferred him to stay out, let the voters decide it, and then that's it. But he endorsed Lindsey Graham very early last year, which I didn't like. But it is what it is, and that's the reason why he did it. Donald Trump is very transactional. If you add something to the win column on his balance sheet, he will appreciate you. If you subtract something from the win column on his balance sheet, he will come after you. This is not breaking news. This is how Donald Trump acts. This is how he is. It's not new. We've known about the guy for 10 years now in politics. This is how he is. Okay? Now, there are, I think it was 96% of Donald Trump's endorsements in this cycle have won. Some have lost. Tony Gonzalez in Texas is one of those who have lost. Lost to Brandon Herrera. So the voters still have a say. Okay? The voters still have a say. Speaking of Texas, a week from tomorrow is Election Day. runoff day, John Cornyn and Ken Paxton, please send John Cornyn packing, or as I say, paxing. Vote for Ken Paxton in the Senate runoff. All right. We're going to get to a word from our friends at Cove Pure, but first I got to give a shout out to the very talented producer Eli. The thumbnail this morning. Did you see it?
No. The problem is when you click on it, it kind of starts on.
No, look at
I
that.
have a hard time. Oh, it's on. Oh, I can't see that.
It's rhino
Baby,
season.
You think I can see that?
So let me tell you, because again, I little inside baseball. So I give Eli like a suggestion as to what I want the thumbnail to be. So my suggestion was title, Rhino Season. Me and Trump on safari catching Louisiana Senator Bill Cassidy in a net with Thomas Massie and Texas Senator John Cornyn lurking behind them in the background. And that is what he came up with. How hilarious is that? That's like a cartoon.
You know who you look like in this?
Who?
Your twin Joe.
Yeah, Joe Pineda.
Yeah, you look like him in this one.
Look at that. So shout out to producer Eli. The thumbnail game is at another level. I didn't think I was going to enjoy a thumbnail as much as I enjoyed the Jack Sparrow one from last week.
That was a good one.
And this one, I think this one's better. I got to be honest. I think this one's better. So thank you to the great producer Eli. And anybody out there who's listening who needs like graphic design help or anything like that, get in contact with me. I'll get you in contact with Eli because this guy keeps getting better and better and better.
Better and better.
Guy is unbelievable. I mean, this Rhino season thing is so funny. All right, let's take a quick break, get to word from our friends at Cove Pure. Then we'll jump into what tomorrow's Kentucky 4 primary looks like. And then we'll move on because I'm going to tell you what. Los Angeles is starting to look interesting. Now, I'm not here to tell you that I think Spencer Pratt's going to win, but I'm going to tell you he's got the best chance of any Republican candidate that I can remember in a long time in Los Angeles running for mayor.
My favorite internet troll right now, everyone is doing it where they're like, I'm going to go to California and
And
illegally
yes,
vote for
I saw that.
Because what are they going to do? Check for my ID.
Check my ID?
It's
racist. Yeah, I like that. But
everyone's doing it. I love that. It's so
the
funny.
reason why I think Spencer Pratt has a better chance than any, well, two reasons. Spencer Pratt has a better chance than any Republican in Los Angeles in recent memory because he's running an incredible campaign in terms of his charisma, his messaging is on point, his social media game is on point. But his opponents are really dumb. I mean, Karen Bass, dumb, okay? So we will get to that and a bunch more. Before we do that, I want to get to a word from our friends at Cove Pure. It's covepure.com, covepure.com. Have you guys ever heard of PFAs?
Yeah.
PFAs are not what you want in your water.
No.
I don't take a lot of things for granted. I don't take a lot of things at face value anymore. And I'll be honest, tap water was one of the last things that was on my radar until I actually looked into it. That's why we now purify all of our water with Cove Pure. Over 176 million Americans are drinking tap water with PFAs in it. PFAs are man-made chemicals used in food packaging, nonstick cookware, firefighting foam, etc. Scientists call them forever chemicals. You do not want forever chemicals in your water because once they're in your body, they stay there. They don't break down. They're linked to hormone disruption, immune damage, and increased cancer risk. But here's the part that stopped me cold. The EPA set legal limits for PFAs in drinking water back in 2024. But water systems have until 2031 to comply. So that's 5 whole years from right now. Until that deadline arrives, a utility can be operating above the legal limit, and they don't have to tell you about it, and you're just drinking it. The EPA knows these chemicals are harmful enough to regulate. They're just not making anyone act on it yet, which means it's on you to take matters into your own hands. Cove Pure was designed exactly for this purpose. Unlike normal water pitchers you get at the store, their Clearwave reverse osmosis technology is certified to remove up to 99.9% of contaminants, PFAs, heavy metals, fluoride, pharmaceuticals, filtering particles hundreds of thousands of times smaller than a single human hair. And the best part about Cove Pure is they make it easy. It sits right on your countertop. No drilling, no plumbing. You just plug it in and let it do its thing. Don't wait for 2031. Take control of your water quality right now. Go to covepure.com/Sean, S-H-A-W-N. You'll get $250 off of your Cove Pure unit. We love our Cove Pure. Covepure.com/S-H-A-W-N. Covepure.com/S-H-A-W-N. By the way, I'm going to drink some of my Cove Pure water right now.
I'm drinking mine right now, too, out of my copper cup.
She's got it in her copper cup. It's amazing. Covepure.com/S-H-A-W-N. All right, into this Massie race. I want to play for you. Let me ask you this. Objectively, meaning let's remove all bias. If I were to tell you that a candidate running for elected office is endorsed by the New York Times, the Young Turks, Democrats like Ro Khanna, if you see people on MSNBC or MS Now and all that, arguing that why he should not be primaried out of office. If I told you those things, would you believe that candidate is a Republican or a Democrat? If I said, Brennan, so-and-so is running for office, John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt is running for office, and he's endorsed by the New York Times, MS Now, left-wing podcasters, and left-wing social media personalities. Would you believe that guy's a Republican or a Democrat?
A Democrat.
Why?
Because those are all left-leaning outlets.
Thank you.
Or was that what you would call them? Outlets?
Yes, left-leaning outlets and left-leaning people. And yes, left-leaning people. Yes.
Things, yeah.
So Thomas Massie has racked up a bunch of endorsements from left-leaning people. Now, he can't control who wants him to win. He can't say, I don't want Anna Kasparian's endorsement. What I'm saying is, if there's a bunch of liberals who want to see a Republican elected to office, then he's not the most conservative man in Congress. He's a fraud. Listen to this. This is Anna Kasparian with Megyn Kelly, one of the biggest Karens out there, Megyn Kelly right now. Remember, I can't believe Trump is talking like this. He said he's gonna end a civilization. I can't believe it. Here's Anna Kasparian with Megyn Kelly arguing in Anna Kasparian is a major leftist arguing in favor of Thomas Massie winning his primary.
That is far more concerned with a foreign country has more power than ordinary Americans who live and care about this country, live in and care about this country. So we really, I am terrified that he's going to beat Massie in the primary, not only because I think it's unfair to Massie, who's a principled politician, a unicorn, really, when you think about it. I'm worried that this is going to disenfranchise voters to a point where they're just not going to participate in any election. And then what? And then what happens?
You don't care about any of that. This is, you know what you hear? Oh, there's a foreign country. That's the damn Russo. I always get them confused. It's a foreign country. Here we go. It's a foreign. What foreign country? What foreign country is supporting Ed Galrain? AIPAC. AIPAC is an American organization. That's what the A stands for. Yes. Are there dual citizens that are a part of AIPAC? Yes. Dual citizens of America and Israel. But it is an American organization. I don't like PAC money in politics. I don't. I'll be honest. I think that whole system should be reformed. Serving in office should not be a lucrative business. You should be paid fairly. It's not an easy job. But it's also not something that when you get elected, you should become super, super wealthy. Granted, that's not what Massie did. Massie was wealthy before he got elected. I'm not saying any. I am saying if we're going to get rid of AIPAC, we should get rid of all PACs, okay? And I would be fine with that. It's okay, fine. No issue whatsoever. Let these politicians actually connect with their constituents instead of connecting with donors. I'm totally cool with that. Oh, it's a foreign country is buying congressional seats. No, it's not. There's no foreign country buying seats in this election. Okay. Here is J.D. Vance on Thomas Massie. And I think he lays it out perfectly here. It is one thing to disagree with the president on a couple of issues and take stands and fine, whatever. It is another thing to reliably vote with the Democrats in the House of Representatives when we have a razor-thin majority and call yourself the most conservative member of Congress. You're not the most conservative member of Congress. You've got the endorsement of liberals. Ilhan Omar loves this guy. Ilhan freaking Omar. I don't want the guy who's loved by Ilhan Omar and Ro Khanna LARPing as a Republican in Congress? No way. Listen to J.D. Vance.
I think the problem with Thomas, and I've told him this in private, and now I guess I'll say it in public, is it's one thing to disagree with the party on a particular issue. It's one thing to take, to have your independent stand on a number of questions. And by the way, some of the stuff where Thomas Massie has been independent against the Republican Party, I've agreed with him with. Thomas and I worked together during 2023, where I was trying to stop the limitless flow of American money to Ukraine, and Thomas was one of the people I was working closest with it. But that's one thing. Being independent, having your own opinions is one thing. Voting against the party on every single issue, you're eventually going to make too many enemies. And that is the problem that Thomas has had. It's not one issue. It's not 3 or 4 issues. It's that every time that we've needed Thomas for a vote, he has been completely unwilling to provide it. That is why the President of the United States has trained his ire on Thomas Massie. It's because we can never count on him for some of the most difficult votes. I wish that that weren't the case. I say that as somebody who's known Thomas well before I got into politics, but politics is politics, and when you always vote against the party, you can't expect the party to actually back you.
There it is. I could not have put it better than that. Folks, you may say, oh, he's principled and the party doesn't want to. First of all, let me ask you this question. Civics 101. Is Thomas Massie in Congress to vote on his principles, or is Thomas Massie in Congress to represent his constituents? You can have principles, but if your constituents want you to do something, you are a public servant. Public servant. You serve the public. You serve the voters. You do not serve your lust for social media popularity. You do not serve your lust for attention, and you do not serve your principles. You do not get to say, my constituents are wrong, my principles are right, F them, I'm voting like this. That is not your job. Not your job. Another thing about his so-called principles. What is one of the biggest issues that Thomas Massie always likes to say he stands on principle over? Spending. Perfectly rational concern. Perfectly valid concern. Our government is spending too much money. That's a fact. And so if Thomas Massie says it, or some other member, Brandon Gill, any other member of the House says it, that's a fact. No matter whose mouth it comes out of, we are spending too much money. Fact. Not going to disagree with that. Objective truth. Let's run this back to May of 2023, shall we? In May of 2023, there was a piece of legislation moving through the House of Representatives called the Fiscal Responsibility Act, which is laughable. It was a budget plan, a continuing resolution. In May of 2023, this Fiscal Responsibility Act had to make it out of the House Rules Committee in order to make it to the full floor vote in the House of Representatives to get passed and then move on to the Senate and get signed, and, you know, the way legislation works. So in May of 2023, the Fiscal Responsibility Act, which suspended the debt ceiling under Joe Biden for the remainder of his term. This is in 2023. So this is about almost 2 years left. About 18 or so months left on his term. Suspended the debt ceiling under Joe Biden for the remainder of his term. And it was in the House Rules Committee. Thomas Massie was the deciding vote on that piece of legislation in the House Rules Committee in May of 2023. And he voted yes to advance it out of the committee and move it into the House for a full vote on the floor. Thomas Massie was the deciding vote. So tell me again about his principles. Tell me again. If there was ever a time to stand on principles, namely reckless government spending, you would think being the deciding vote on legislation that would have given Joe Biden essentially a blank check, suspending the debt ceiling under him for almost 2 years, you would think Massie would say, no. I'm not doing that. I'm standing on principle now. This is too reckless. We cannot trust the Democrats and Joe Biden with this type of spending and suspending the debt ceiling for the remainder of his term. No, instead what he did is he voted for it. It went to the full vote in the House, and then he voted for it again. He voted for it twice. He had a chance to either kill or significantly alter that piece of legislation. He had a chance to show us that he really did have principles. And instead, he voted for it and gave Joe Biden essentially a blank check. Guy's not principled. He has a personal vendetta with Donald Trump. Fine, have your differences with the guy. That is not why you are in office. You're in office to represent your constituents. Donald Trump has an 80% approval rating in Kentucky's 4th congressional district. You are not in office to grandstand about your issues with the president. This guy's not principled at all. He's a complete and total fraud. And hopefully tomorrow we see Kentucky's 4th congressional district do the right thing and vote this guy out in the primary. Final thing I'll say about Massie, and I want to just jump into a little bit of polling data. We did this with Zach not too long ago, last hour. We mentioned polling trends and all of these things, right? We use polling as a way to track trends, track sentiment. The prediction markets, same deal. Ed Galrain right now leading in the prediction markets by a significant margin, but that can change like this. Here's the polling trends. You see this? Real Clear Politics on your screen. Back in April, Quantus Insights found Massie up 9. Back in April, Big Data Poll, which is run by Rich Barris, who is, at least I see on his feed, somewhat pro-Massie. I'm not saying that polling, that bias bleeds into his polling. I'm just saying that's what it looks like. Massie +4. Quantus Insights in May. This is, by the way, before that scandal thing broke. Galrain +8. Big Data Poll. Massie +2. Another Big Data Poll. They're tracking the race. Tie. SoCal Strategy. Galrain +7. The trend is clear, in the polling anyway, that the race is shifting away from Massie, and it's doing so rapidly. Now, Galrain has the edge with voter enthusiasm, which is massive going into a primary. Galrain is up 4 with extremely enthusiastic. Galrain up 13 with very enthusiastic. Massie is up 16 points when they're moderately enthusiastic and not at all enthusiastic. Massie leads by 50. That's not good. Galrain up 20 with conservative voters. Massie up 37 points with self-identifying liberal voters. Again, if you're liberal, if there's a segment of self-identifying liberals voting for a candidate, chances are that's not the most conservative candidate in Congress, right? Massie leads among Gen Z and millennials. Galrain leads among Gen X and boomers. It's basically a tie among white voters. Massie's up 22 with black voters. Galrain's up 10 points with Hispanic voters. Massie's up 10 points with Asian voters. Income level 30 to 50K. Galrain up 36. Income of 200,000 plus. Massie up 33. College educated. Massie up 23. No college. Galrain up 19. Massie's numbers mirror that of Democrats in the splits. Second, the neighborhood research survey, which found a tie between Massie and Ed Galrain, which is not good if you're an incumbent. You don't want to be tied. Usually incumbents have the advantage somewhat baked in. Thomas Massie and Ed Galrain are tied, but according to this poll, and I don't know if this is true or not, this is just what the poll found, among voters who have already voted, i.e. they banked their votes in early voting, Galrain leads by 22 points. Now, the early vote sample might be a smaller overall sample than the election day sample, but Massie only leads election day voters by 8 points, and I don't think that's going to be enough, even if it's a much larger sample. Folks, this race is shifting away from Thomas Massie rapidly. And I'm going to tell you what you can watch out for if and when he loses tomorrow night. The Doomer PSYOP is going to explode online. That's it. You took out the only non-Israel member of Congress. I'm staying home. Folks, if you see someone say that, this is going to be my pledge. If I see somebody say, well, you got rid of him because he's the only, one that's not bought by Israel, I'm sitting out the midterms, block them immediately. At the very least, mute them, but don't engage. They want the conversation to surround and to be centered on sitting out the midterms. Don't engage. You're going to see that explode onto the scene if Massie loses tomorrow night. Don't engage. You're going to see a bunch of these people, the Ryan Mattas of the world, the Ivan Raklins. That's it. I'm going to campaign for Democrats. Good. Democrats, those guys are your problem now. You are going to see this PSYOP explode if Thomas Massie loses on Tuesday. And it's looking like he's in some real trouble. All right, a word from our friends over at Silent, slnt.com/Sean, slnt.com/SHAWN. By the way, live chat, hit that thumbs up button. We got a good audience in here today. Hit that thumbs up button for the show. We would greatly appreciate that. slnt.com/SHAWN. Let's face it, folks, your phone is a tracking device. Between government agencies, big tech, corporate data brokers, even cyber criminals, they're all fighting for a piece of your digital footprint. And the crazy part about it is they don't ask. They just take it. They're supposed to ask, but they don't. They just take it. That is why Silent exists. Silent makes Faraday gear that blocks all wireless signals, including cellular, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, GPS, RFID, and near-field communications. No signal means no tracking, no remote access, and no breadcrumbs. It's the same technology trusted by special operations teams around the world, used to block signals, avoid surveillance, and secure communications wherever the mission leads. And right now, it is available to you, so you can protect your family, you can protect your freedom, and you can secure your digital footprint. Just drop your phone in a Silent Faraday sleeve, and it is off the grid, completely silent, and invisible to the outside world. From their backpacks to their sleeves to their crossbody, Silent's patented technology gives you total control of your privacy. Just visit slnt.com/Sean. Get 15% off and free shipping on qualifying orders. That is slnt.com/Sean. Protect your rights, secure your data, and stay one step ahead. Silent.com. You guys know what comes next. Silence! Silence the chaos. Go silent today. slnt.com/Sean. slnt.com/SHAWN. Okay. Let's jump into this. Karen Bass. Karen Bass is accusing Spencer Pratt of tapping into, quote, a general sense of anger. I mean, you're telling on yourself, Karen. You see, the reason why I think, again, do I think Spencer Pratt has a great chance at being the next mayor of Los Angeles? No. Because of the numbers. Not because I don't like him. Not because I want to be a Debbie Downer. I'm trying to be realistic. I don't think he has a great chance. Do I think Spencer Pratt has the best chance of any Republican mayoral candidate in Los Angeles in recent memory? Yes. He is running a fine campaign. He is putting on a clinic on how to do it. He may lose, but folks, if he wins, second place in the primary or first place in the primary and then moves into the general election and loses, let's say 60-40, that is a massive, massive showing in Los Angeles for a Republican candidate. You can't take anything away from the guy. And I give him credit. He's trying. He's not running a slapstick campaign. He's a serious candidate. I don't know where he falls on a number of the issues. I don't know if he likes Trump. I don't know if he's MAGA. I don't care. This guy is running an amazing campaign right now. And one of the reasons why I think he has a better shot than, let's say, another run-of-the-mill Republican candidate in Los Angeles is because his opponent is stupid. You don't say things like this. Well, Spencer Pratt is tapping into a general sense of anger. Karen, why are voters in Los Angeles angry? You're the freaking mayor. Why are they angry with you? Look in the mirror. I know you're horrified by what you see because you're ugly. You look like a chia pet. I get it.
She'll develop atrophoia.
She's going to get atrophoia. I don't want to look at that. The eyes. I'm not looking at that. Don't say that. What I don't want Karen Bass, but don't say this. They ran an attack ad last week on Pratt. I kid you not. This is a pro-Pratt ad. He wants to take the homeless off the streets. So does everyone else in freaking Los Angeles. He wants to kick illegal aliens, undocumented migrants off healthcare. So does everyone else. Are you kidding me? The reason why Spencer Pratt may win is because Spencer Pratt's running a great campaign, but his opponent is essentially campaigning for him too. I read this last night. I was like, anger? Why is Karen Bass admitting that her constituents are angry when she's the one who's the mayor of the city? Are you saying they have no right to be angry? Are you saying they should be happy with how you've run Los Angeles? That city is a show. So, you know what? Again, numbers-wise, do I think Spencer Pratt has a good chance? Would I bet a substantial amount of money on him winning? No. Is he doing an amazing job campaigning right now and bringing this conversation up at a national level because of how effective his messaging has been, his social media has been? Yes. And if that is the only utility that we get from Spencer Pratt's campaign, it's a +1. But his opponents, Bass and this Nithya Ramen, whatever, ramen noodles, whatever, are so stupid. Every time they open their mouths, it's better for Spencer Pratt. If you're Karen Bass, you cannot publicly say, well, he's tapping into a general sense of anger. Why are your voters angry? You dope. Don't admit that. So I applaud him. I obviously want him to win. I don't think he's going to, but I love what I love this. I love what I see.
Of hope back to that area
He
of
has.
the country.
And not just that area.
People are inspired by him.
A lot of people are inspired by what he's doing. A lot of people are entertained by what he's doing.
Yeah.
And give it your best shot. I said this about Sliwa, right? You know, Sliwa's like a caricature of New York City.
Yeah.
At least the guy ran. He didn't run as good a campaign as Pratt, but at least the guy put his name on a ballot. Pratt didn't have to do that. He would have been fine. He has no house, but he's, I'm sure fine. All the work he did in reality TV and all that. He didn't have to do this. He's getting death threats now, I'm sure, being called a Nazi and all this. He didn't have to do this. So I commend him. I hope he wins. And his opponents are giving him a better shot every time they talk. They should just be quiet. All right. Quick word from our friends at goldencrestmetals.com/LFA.
I'm sure by now you've heard that silver went up 160% last year, 2025. I bought this silver for $22 an ounce. It's now worth almost $100. And we and experts think that silver is going to get up to about $200 an ounce. Palladium and platinum were stuck at $900 an ounce for like over a year, or in that area. Now they're up over $2,000. Gold is approaching $5,000 an ounce. If you have ever thought about putting some or all of your retirement or nest egg or savings or just buying bullion in precious metals, now's the time to do it. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. That's goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Go leave your name, your email, and your phone number. Schedule a time to talk to the folks over at Golden Crest Metals. Get your free gold guide today, and make sure you tune in on Saturdays at 1 p.m. for the Crest Report, where we dive deep into precious metals, why they're doing what they're doing, and where we expect them to go. It is like insider trading. Nancy Pelosi knows about that. We don't. It's just inside information. It's not even really that. It's called knowledge. Get yours today and get a part of gold, silver, palladium, and platinum and diversify your portfolio today. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA.
That's goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. And let me dust them off. It's been a long time, old friend. Mo is back. You see, was that so hard? Was that so hard? Do I have to go on Zach every morning to make this happen? Come on, guys. Thank you so much. We've hit 800 likes live. So it is Mo time as we honk our hedgehogs live on the show. I want to leave you with this. Todd Blanche says there's evidence that they're going to be releasing that the 2020 election was rigged. Here's your acting attorney general.
She just said that we're going to find out that President Trump actually did win certain states in the 2020 election. Now, the president says all the time that the election was rigged. What have you done about that? Do you have any evidence that the election was rigged? What can you tell us?
Well, there's a ton of evidence that the election was rigged. That's not something the DOJ needs to tell you about. There's been evidence about that for many, many years. What I can tell you is that we have multiple investigations going on in Arizona, in Georgia, in Fulton County, Georgia, and that's exactly what we're looking at. By the way, this is very difficult because they're very good. They're very good at hiding up misconduct and hiding what they're doing. And so that's why we're very focused on finding out whether the right people voted, whether people who were supposed to vote voted, whether there was one vote cast per voter. And that's what we're doing in multiple states. And I expect, and again, people, you'll say to me, how long has it taken? Why is it taking so long? And the reality, the answer to that is because it takes a lot of work to uncover what happened in 2020. It takes a lot of old, good old-fashioned law enforcement police work, which is what we're doing, and we have great prosecutors working on it as well. And I expect that, and I assure the American people that as soon as we have something to say for it, whether it's charges, whether it's a report, whether it's the results of an investigation, the American people will learn about what we've uncovered.
Yeah, so in other words, what you
All right, there's Todd Blanche, and he's kind of telling you that there's going to be some more evidence coming out about the 2020 election. We were right. We all know that. We know that. But again, if it reaches the normies, that's what's most important. All right, Jeremy Herrell is up next, and I know he's going to have a lot on what the head of Feeding Our Future, that fraud scheme in Minneapolis, well, the head of that organization who is convicted of the fraud seems to have implied that Ilhan Omar knew everything that was going on. Denaturalize and deport if we can. Let's see what happens. Jeremy coming up next here on rumble.com/LFA-TV. As President Trump says, we will never give up, we will never give in, and we will never, ever surrender. And if all else fails, we'll just become ungovernable. Thank you. God bless you. God bless this one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Have a great rest of your day. Remember to vote tomorrow in Kentucky. Wednesday, you'll be getting 2 hours of me. I'm filling in for Misfit on Wednesday morning, and hopefully it is a fun morning because Thomas Massie lost his primary on Tuesday night, so we'll see what happens there. Have a great rest of your Monday. We're back tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern Time, rumble.com/LFA-TV. Will Johnson is filling in for Misfit tomorrow morning. I'll be filling in on Wednesday. Jeremy Herrell up next. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Hey, good morning, everybody, and welcome to Live from America. You're locked and loaded with me right here, rumble.com/LFA-TV. This is Live from America, and I am your ever so humble, God-fearing host of the show, Jeremy Herrell, the hip-hop patriot. Broadcasted from the Hawkeye state of Iowa. Boy, is it a crazy world out there today, and I'm sure we'll talk about it. But we do have some good news today, a lot of good news actually to report on this Monday, May 18th. Please put your hands together for the one, the only. Did you see him helping me with Patriot Pals this weekend? Producer Eli in the building.
What's going on, LFA TV family and Patriots? It's Marine Monday. Hoorah, baby. Hit that rumble button, hit that share button. We got a lot of news to get to. Some really good news is coming, so let's get to it.
He's got his Marine Monday hat on. I want to say hello to DeCluse, Joe Bo Bad Moon, Michael in the building, Scotty S. Marvel. Hopefully, Scotty, you got that job. Leslie, Joe Bo, MJ Randall, B. Hobbs, Marfay, Fun Mom, Patriot Chic, Barb Naylor, Redline Live, Wild Rose, Ruger Red, Fun Mom, AJ Sauce, Liz Ellis, Kimberly K, It's Me 77, Eileen Jimenez, and Boomba joins us today here on LFA TV. Good morning to each and every one of you. Thank you so much for being here. We whose birthday is it? I saw somebody had a birthday in the house, and that is Mindy. Mindy's birthday. Eli, it's Mindy's birthday today. I figure we should say happy birthday. You're the guy. You the guy. Let's sing some happy birthday to Mindy, shall we?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Mindy. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
That's right. Happy birthday, Mindy. God bless. Well, today, folks, I'm going to start out with, for those of you who watched Rise Up this morning, I told you we were going to have to repeat it on LFA, and it was, it was kind of a somber but good morning here. So for those who did not watch Rise Up, first of all, start running to the Lord and watch Rise Up in the mornings. Second of all, Saturday, my flight to D.C. left at 12:49 p.m. Central Time, 1:49 p.m. Eastern Time. Now, Friday night, so this is, 3 days after at this point, 2 days after. 2 days after the police visited the home of the individual who was coming to our house, threatening and everything else. Thank you, Spartan Crave. I appreciate that for letting us know that. I didn't know that. Thank you very much. So when we saw Officer Brian said, "You guys have cameras?" We said, "Yes, we have cameras." Now, at that time, we had 1, 2, 3, 4 cameras outside of our house. Now, unfortunately for us, we don't have the wired security system. Each camera has basically its own local, battery. And the batteries do great. The thing about those local batteries is every time something goes in front of it, whether it's a squirrel or even the flag on the front of the house, it turns on, right? So 3 of our 4 cameras had good batteries, 1 didn't, which let one direction of our home you can't really see. The other directions you can see fine. Friday night, so a day before I was supposed to leave, the cameras, and thanks to our neighbors too for helping with some ring door cameras, we were able to see which direction these 2 individuals came from. We do not know if it's related to this individual or not. Friday night, 2 individuals, black hoodies, one with writing, one with no writing on it. Black hoodies on our back porch, on literally our back porch, peering into our sliding glass windows to our dining room. So we don't know, again, who these people are. We have decent outdoor footage at night, triggered by motion. But Saturday, this is the second time now. This is the second time since 2018. On the eve of going to D.C., some stuff like this happens. I almost said something else, but some stuff like this happens. The last time this happened, remember, we got phone calls saying what room we were in, where we were, where our kids go to school. This time there was no phone call, just actual individuals So we don't know if it's attached to this guy or not, but it is kind of a coincidence that the week after I go and do my first event with the Iowa Scott County Republican Party, and all those Republicans are taking pictures with my truck and posting them online, this is where we are. So Saturday, not only did we spend the majority of Saturday compiling camera footage, asking our neighbors, getting a hold of the police, all that, putting up more cameras in freaking trees so that we can get every ounce of everywhere around our house. That's what we're dealing with. So, thank God, by the grace of God, we had Ed Saul and Cassandra Watkins who could cover D.C., the most important thing in D.C., which was the dedication of this country back to God. The crazy part, the worst part about it is I had to cancel the Rumble Studio scheduling, which was scheduled for today and tomorrow if I stayed another day. And now I have to postpone going down there to Congress, which now I'm not going to go alone. I'm not going to leave unless I take Sabrina and Lily with me. Jaden will be moving back to New Hampshire here in about 2 months. And Olivia is either always working, always doing school stuff, or she can stay with my sister. But from now on, I will be taking Lily and Sabrina with me when I go places. So, yes, extra travel expense, but I'm not going to have to worry about being gone and having something happen. Now, this isn't to say that Sabrina can't protect herself, because she obviously can. But still, as the father of the house, as the husband of the house, that's not crap that you want to just allow to, be gone while that's going on. And I said this morning on Rise Up, it's a shame that anybody has to freaking live like this. It's a shame that anybody has to have this kind of, what do you want to call it, consequence for their actions. But if you notice on Facebook today, it says add your thoughts or whatever, like a little talk bubble above your head. And I put free speech has consequences. Free speech has consequences. And it always seems to come in in droves, right? Like, we won't get messed with for 2 years, and then all of a sudden, multiple things happen at once. Eli, remember the last time that I was supposed to go to D.C. and this happened? Do you remember at this same time, these loser liberals brought me to court for things that I was saying about them online? That kid who wanted the Satan display up in the Christian, Christmas circle square. I can't remember what his name was. But that was all that was going on at that time.
Oh, yeah, it wasn't like Sam or something like that, that delicate little flower.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't remember what his... Oh, yeah, that's right. His name was Sam. That's right. But they tried to take me, him and his wife tried to take me to court because I was using my platform to publicly speak out about these crazy people in that town. Here I am, using my platform to publicly speak out about the crazy people in and around your towns, and you're going to get flack for it. You're going to get threats for it. Or you're going to get people lurking around your friggin' property inside of your fence, either there to harm you, hurt you, or rob you. We don't know yet. And it doesn't even look like anybody was trying to break in or anything. Just looks like they were looking in. Somebody said trip lines and claymores. Yeah, exactly. So, long story short, it does have you questioning whether you want to do stuff like this anymore. I will tell you that. I mean, you'd have to be crazy to go, well, on to the next thing, and not think about, okay, what does this mean for my family? What does this mean for the kids? What does this mean if some crazy POS out there decides, I'm going to Charlie Kirk a family today, because they use that now. You're going to get Charlie Kirked. What happens if that day comes? Was all this worth it? Not me. Yes, if I die, it was worth it. Absolutely. Jaylee says, I guess Sean's show starts at different times. No, Sean starts at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard, or 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time every day. Did you get alerted at night or did you see it the next morning? Got alerted at night, didn't see it until the next morning because it alerts you on your phones. You know what I mean? So I say to myself, if one of the family members gets killed because some person is extra crazy, was it all worth it? It's a hard thing to think about. You know? But if you think about it, that is exactly what the left wants to do. That's why they killed Charlie. They want you to shut your mouth or to die. Those are your two options when it comes to the left. Shut your mouth or die. Even the police have said to me, not that we would ever tell you that you should do this, but if you are as concerned as you say you are, maybe tone things down for a bit. Maybe not post for a while. And that's what makes me even more mad. So that's why I say, if you are going to get into this war, if you're going to get into this freedom of speech war and this war against the left and this war against these insane individuals, you better be ready for the consequences. And these are the consequences. So no, I'm not going to stop what I'm doing. I'm going to take extra precautions for my family. And that extra precaution is Lily and Sabrina will be going with me when I go on my business trips now. If I've got to go to D.C., if I've got to go to Colorado, if I got to go to Utah, wherever it is, they're going to come with me. And if Lily has to miss school to do it, then so be it. That's going to be the new way of doing things. On top of extra security, and we even had people in the live chat this morning said, if we go to places that require security, that there's ex-military people in the chat that would come and help out with that, which is absolutely amazing. So when people say keep your head on a swivel, that's a real thing. When people say, talk about, somebody in the chat in Rise Up said it the best this morning. You know what they said? When somebody comes into your house or in your porch or on your porch, looking in your windows, threatening to kill you, coming to your house, talking about your effing B wife and this, that, and the other, you are violated. You feel violated. And there's no way to just go and just brush off that violation. It's impossible to do. In 2018, when that person called my house before I was going to D.C., and they were like, your kids go to this school, better watch out, because if you walk outside your house, we're going to hit you in the head with a spade shovel, and this, that, and all the other. Do you know how many months it took me to get over making sure that my kids didn't walk outside and get smacked in the face with a shovel? Do you know how long that took? Chasm says, I'm a 6'4", 280 pound or 260 pound veteran. So, and unfortunately, we live in a world, producer Eli and I were talking about this yesterday, weren't we, dude? About how the justice system protects the criminals and violates the innocent people's lives and freedom to go and be happy.
Absolutely. I can't stand our justice system. We spent the last 50, 60 years or so letting people complain and then go to court, and then we got to make a law about this, and now every time somebody goes to court, this law bounces into that law, and this bill bounces into that bill, and this restriction bounces into that one, so no justice can get done. But for some reason, we're lined with liberal judges right to the teeth who just let criminals wander around.
Yep. When I was talking to my neighbor about it, about my backyard neighbor, when I was talking to him about all this, he said, brother, I completely understand. He said, there's a lady down the, and I know who this lady is. There's a lady down the street who literally screams at anybody who parks in front or beside her house. She lives on a corner lot. Anybody who parks in front or beside her house, she comes out and screams at them, even though it's not her property, right? And she's always yelling at kids, and she's yelling at parents and whatever. So Debbie said to be added to the security expenses. I assume that's what that's for, Debbie. Thank you so very much, Debbie. So very much. And that's what we'll use it for. Debbie says toning down doesn't work if only one side tones down. That's absolutely right. It's absolutely right. And anybody who donated for me to travel to D.C., I'm just shifted those funds to Cassandra and Ed, and I will reuse what's left to go back to D.C. with Lily and with Sabrina this next time. Very soon, by the way. We're not going to wait months for this. But anyway, the cops were called on this lady, right? Multiple times because she's harassing kids that are going to school. It's right near the school. And the cops have been called on her multiple times, and the cop says, we can't do anything about it. We can't do anything about it. We can't do anything about it. Until she hurts somebody or touches somebody or comes off her property, we can't do anything about it. And they're like, so our kids are just supposed to be yelled at and harassed by some crazy woman all the time, forever? And they're like, basically, yeah. So a few parents got involved, and they started, confronting this lady on the sidewalk on public property, found her phone number, her email, called her and all that. And she called the cops on them, and the cops came to my neighbor's house and told them they had to stop because that's harassment. That's the world, Eli, that we freaking live in. Thank you, politicians, corrupt jerks in D.C. who've destroyed this nation.
Then you know what needs to happen. I think a gathering needs to take place. That's right, not on her property, on public property, on the sidewalk, whatever it is. A bunch of people just sitting on lawn chairs, not making any noise so that she can't complain about a noise complaint, but just sitting there visiting, chatting, talking. Fill it up!
I agree. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're a little late here getting started. So, let me start with the morning video of the day. Actually, let's just go to the Lord's Prayer. How about that? I think that's what we need. I think that's what all of us need, especially after that beautiful dedication to the Lord of this country. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. Amen. Easy E says, I'm local. Let's have a block party on that woman's street. Yeah, there you go, right? Let's have a block party, right? Just make her come out and just scream herself into a coma. I agree. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, the audio podcast, which, like Sean said, the audio podcasts are really taking off. Thank you to Clues. Thank you so very much. I don't know what to say. Anyway, podcast, audio podcast, Live from America with Jeremy Herrell. Rise Up and Live from America. Also, not that, but this, ladies and gentlemen, Patriot Pals. The official Facebook page of Patriot Pals. If you guys didn't get to see this week's Patriot Pals, we didn't actually get to enjoy watching it as a family this week. Just like we didn't really get to enjoy much. But my daughter did have a recital yesterday, which was nice because I would have missed that. So I got to go to that. and Patriot Pals on Saturday. Like I said, normally she sits down and we watch it as a morning, because she gets to see herself as a cartoon. We didn't get to do it this Saturday. Maybe we'll do it tonight. But Patriot Pals, the official Facebook page, go there, check it out. We have episode 6 up now. If I have time at the end of today, I'll try to play it. But it was all about Teddy Roosevelt and the national parks. Of course, here's last week's where we talked about the women of World War II during, Mother's Day weekend. So follow the official Patriot Pals. Also, if you go to my Facebook page, we finally have it up on the computer, Eli. I finally bit the bullet and logged in because we are getting a lot of traction and a lot of views on Facebook. There it is right there, Jeremy Herrell. Follow me there as well. And YouTube, right here as well, Live from America with Jeremy Herrell. Make sure you guys follow that as well. And I do want to say a big shout out to the people over on YouTube right now. Got about 45 people watching. Shin Jin and Nathan, how you doing? We've got another one, Bites McGrowan. No for Biz. Average Glue Sniffer. Cocaine is a hell of a drug. Chicago West and more. Thank you guys for watching over on YouTube. We appreciate that. Make sure you guys hit that share button, that like button. And you know what? Let's have our first slurp of the day and let's get right down to the nitty gritty, shall we? I was supposed to be in D.C. doing this show for you today. Don't worry. We'll get there. And I'll even have Ed and Cassandra do some congressional ambush videos today. I know it's not me there right now. I'll have to go there here. We'll have to figure that out tonight when I can get there next. And it's not going to be long at all. I'll just have to take Sabrina and Lily with me. That's all. All right, folks, let's get down to brass tacks here. I want to play 2 very, very important clips from yesterday's broadcast of rededicating this country back to the Lord. I want to thank Cassandra and Ed for going there and broadcasting for LFA TV. Having said that, ladies and gentlemen, your president, Donald J. Trump.
Thus Solomon finished the house of the Lord and the king's house, and all that came into Solomon's heart to make in the house of the Lord, and in his own house he prosperously effected. And the Lord appeared to Solomon by night and said to him, I have heard your prayer and have chosen this place to myself for a house of sacrifice. If I shut up heaven, that there be no rain, or if I command the locusts to devour the land, or if I send pestilence among my people, if my people, which are called by my name, shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and will heal their land. Now my eyes shall be open and my ears attent to the prayer that is made in this place. For now I have chosen and sanctified this house, that my name may be there forever, and my eyes and my heart shall be there perpetually. And as for you, if you will walk before me, as David your father walked, and do according to all that I have commanded you, and shall observe my statutes and my judgments, then will I establish the throne of my kingdom according to as I have covenanted with David your father, saying, there shall not fail you as a man to be ruler in Israel. But if you turn away and forsake my statutes and my commandments, which I have set before you, and shall go and serve other gods and worship them, then will I pluck them up from the roots out of my land which I have given them, and this house which I have sanctified for my name will I cast out of my sight, and will make it to be a proverb and a byword among nations. And this house which is high shall be an astonishment to every one that passes by it, so that he shall say, why has the Lord done thus to this land? and to this house. And it shall be answered, because they forsook the Lord God of their fathers, which brought them forth out of the land of Egypt, and laid hold on other gods, and worshipped them and served them. Therefore has he brought all this evil upon them.
Wow. Wow. Reading straight from Scripture. Not out of the Torah for all you people who are, oh, he just loves Israel. He's Israel first. Donald Trump knows Christ is king. He knows Christ is king. And I loved hearing that. You know, I told you things were going to change after this dedication of our country to the Lord. It is the beginning of justice and healing. I want you to remember that. Justice and healing. And when as we go through the next 7 months or so, 8 months, in 2026, you're going to see healing, justice, the golden era as promised, and you're going to start to see this country prospering again, not just monetarily and financially, socially, culturally, and spiritually as well. This is what we were waiting for. We were waiting as Nathanael under the fig tree, crying out to the Lord, don't turn your face from me. Is what we Christian, Bible-believing conservatives have been praying for years and years and years. Lord, do not turn your face from our nation. And as Nathanael wept under the fig tree, not too long after, in the future, he meets Jesus. And was so skeptical, wasn't he? Until Jesus said, I saw you under the fig tree, and I do not turn my face from you. And that was validation to Nathanael that the Messiah had arrived, that Jesus was the actual Son of God. And that's how we feel today, that our leader, our president, dedicated this country back to God, read Scripture, and I feel validated that this country is now in a form or in a stage of healing and justice. Godchick said yesterday we donated $25 bucks. Put that and this together for your security fund. We love you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I am so incredibly and grateful that you guys are donating the security fund. I didn't call for that. I just want to let you know how grateful I am for it. Okay? Proverbs 16:7 says, the one I am, when a man's ways are right with the Lord, God will make all of his enemies be at peace with him. The man walking right with God. MJ Randall says, holy, holy, holy is the Lord God Almighty, who was, who is, and is to come. Logan says, back to God. Amazing. It feels a little different today, doesn't it? It feels a little different. It feels like something has shifted today, doesn't it? The real Mama Faye says, I just want to be more like Daniel. I hear you. I hear you. Pissed Off Lady said, this, just one of the many reasons God saved him in Butler that day, for times like yesterday. And I wish that people out there railing against him so hard for the job that he hasn't done that they want him to do, or the things that he hasn't accomplished yet that they wanted yesterday, and they're railing so hard against him. It's like, do you not understand that he was saved multiple times for moments such as this? Nobody compares him with Jesus, but he is a protected individual. To say otherwise is a lie. Anybody who loves God, who wants to be a better Christian, anybody understands that. Here's our vice president.
George Washington declared in 1789 that it is the duty of all nations to acknowledge the providence of Almighty God, to obey his will, to be grateful for his benefits, and humbly to implore his protection and favor. These were the opening lines of America's first ever Thanksgiving proclamation. But whatever milestone it represented in the brief life of our young republic, the duty Washington describes to honor, obey, and give thanks to our Creator was woven into America's character long before the founding. A keen awareness of that duty has stretched all the way back from William Bradford's own Pilgrim Proclamation in 1623 to the opening prayer of our First Continental Congress, to Lincoln's call for national Thanksgiving in the midst of the Civil War, to this very gathering today. We have always been and still are a nation of prayer, and thank God for that. In times of suffering and in times of triumph, millions of Americans continue to turn to prayer and their faith in God. John Adams famously said that our Constitution was made only for a moral and religious people. It is wholly inadequate to the government of any other. It was obvious to the founders that our faith was the ground upon which America stands. It was our very foundation as a people. And if this foundation were to crumble, so too would the very values that make us Americans. From our religious inheritance comes many of the virtues and institutions we most cherish as a people. Our system of justice, our generosity to neighbors, our respect for conscience, and the moral discipline necessary for liberty itself. As my dear friend, the late great Charlie Kirk put it, all law reflects a morality. Neither law nor morality appears in a vacuum, but ultimately come from religion. And the morality and religion that formed the American consciousness were decidedly Christian, founded upon the principles and the divinity of Jesus Christ. In 1783, Washington also proclaimed that imitation of divine charity is necessary for the mutual affection of our citizenry and the happiness of our nation. If we do not see that God loves us, we have little reason and little inspiration to love one another. This love, which forms our morality, is the foundation of a peaceful and healthful society. That's why it's so encouraging to see a renewed sense of faith emerging among America's young people. Defying predictions, the experts said that religion and faith were dying. Today, a wave of young Americans is returning to the pews. And we know that they're looking for meaning, for authority, for direction, and of course, for closeness with God. That should give all of us hope for our future together as Americans. It certainly gives me hope as your vice president. Because prayer is not merely something we do in times of crisis. It is a continual disposition of love toward God, and through that love toward one another, through our fellow citizens. As we celebrate 250 years, I thank you all for joining on such a happy and wonderful occasion. And just as I pray for all of you, I ask for your prayers, for me, for the president, and for the entire cabinet. I always ask people to pray for wisdom and for courage for their leadership. Pray for wisdom that we know the path God wants us to walk. Pray for courage that we have the ability to walk that path. You'll be in my prayers as I hope I'll be in yours. May God bless you all.
Beautiful, 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 beautiful speech. Aren't these the men that we want elected running our country? Aren't these the type of men? I mean, Pete Hegseth was there too. Aren't these the kind of people that we want leading us? Speaking for us, working with us? Why would we want godless individuals who don't know anything about civility or how to rise above? I know that in the future, I want people like that. People that have a high respect for God. People that understand that we can't be a nation that is blessed without somebody to bless it and to give honor to that God. That is who I want. Somebody said, I felt a shift yesterday too. Check this out.
You might have tracked the army from White Marsh to Valley Forge by the blood of their feet. Those were the words of General George Washington, writing to a fellow patriot. The year was 1777. In the snows of southeastern Pennsylvania, some 18 miles from Philadelphia, our soldiers marched without shoes. We had almost 3,000 men who were unfit for duty because they were barefoot. There was also a shortage of warm clothes and simple blankets. Other than eating a bland mix of flour and water that they called fire cake, General Washington's camp was also on the verge of famine. Even the horses were starving to death. The soldiers tried to build huts to sleep in, but many were developing dysentery and pneumonia, and so they didn't get very far. As the days grew colder, men began to desert. Some 2,000 died. At night, Washington retreated to a little stone house. There, by candlelight, he huddled with a couple of military aides. Earlier, the enemy had triumphed in the Battle of Brandywine, and the future of the battle for American independence appeared grim.
I just want to pause right there. Do you remember 2 episodes ago on Patriot Pals, we taught children that our founding fathers, including George Washington, were men of God, men who believed in Jesus Christ, men who built this country and wanted a country then, now, and forever, then and in the future forever to be a country of men and women dedicated to God? That is why it's so important to share that with your nieces, nephews, kids, grandkids, and more. Homeschool networks. Because he's talking exactly about that now. The people that created this great country were men of God. Time to get back there. Time to get back to what we started as. Time to go back to basics.
Washington wrote to Congress. He said the army might starve, dissolve, or disperse, and asked for their help. But there was little Congress could offer. General Washington and his unit in Valley Forge were, in essence, the only semblance of a working American government. And they seemed on the verge of collapse. Even General Washington's local pastor in Philadelphia had lost faith. In a letter to Washington, he wrote, quote, "Your harbors are blocked. Your cities fall one after another. Battle after battle is lost." The pastor begged George Washington to surrender. Negotiate with the enemy, he advised. If you quit and ask for forgiveness from the king, quote, Your character will rise in the estimation of the virtuous and noble. It will appear with luster in the annals of history, end quote. Stop the bloodshed, the pastor implored. But George Washington did not lose faith. We know the painting of him at Valley Forge. One hangs in my office. Kneeling in the deep snow, his hat and sword nearby. Washington bows his head. Amid all the bleak nights, the loss and despair, the lack of proper support, George Washington performed a profound act. He prayed. And on this day of Rededicate 250, let us follow George Washington's example. Let us pray as he did. Let us pray without ceasing.
Amen.
Let us pray for our nation on bended knee. And let us ask our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, as Washington did on that momentous day, so help us God. May God bless you, and may God continue to bless our great republic.
Rededicate 250. Somebody said that this should be the next Patriot Pals episode, talking about what just happened yesterday. I think you're absolutely right. I think that's what we do. So, as we move on from this, let's just thank the good Lord. Father God, thank you so very much for giving us this nation, for giving us our rights, for giving us a purpose, and for giving us such a wonderful, beautiful day yesterday to dedicate this country back in your name. And we pray this in the name of Jesus. Amen. Scotty said, notice he didn't say democracy. That's exactly right. I am so incredibly happy that happened yesterday. Now there's a lot more good news too. Steve Cohen, Representative Steve Cohen, Democrat. You know, the guy with the little beady glasses who looks like Benjamin Franklin glasses, but not nearly as smart or productive. Steve Cohen gets emotional and cries on air with Chris Cuomo because of the redistricting that happened. So he felt best for him to drop out of his re-election bid. I just can't do it. I just got to go. You know, somebody asked me the other day, I thought Trump was going to drain the swamp. How many does this make now? Another one bites the dust, baby. As a matter of fact, let's go ahead and play that, shall we? Another one bites the dust. Another one bites the dust. See you later, Steve Cohen. Crybaby Cohen. That's your new nickname. Okay, I can't believe that we're doing this. Enjoy.
The only Democrat in the state of Tennessee, as a congressional representative, says, I got to resign after nearly 20 years in Congress because I can't win with the way the district was just gerrymandered.
Shouldn't be in there 20 years
His
anyway.
name is Steve Cohen, and he represents Tennessee's 9th district, which is a majority black district, or was. And he joins us now.
Hold on.
Steve.
Hold on.
How are you doing?
So, the old, pale, pasty, white, 20-year corrupted loser was the one representing the black district neighborhoods? So the predominantly black district that was gerrymandered to suit black skin was not represented by a black person? Eli, I thought that was the whole point.
So, are you saying not only did he not really do anything for the black communities. In 20 years on the job, he's now giving up on them, and he's trying to hide it as, I just can't do this.
No, he just can't do it because he just can't win because they've redistricted the maps. And now he doesn't represent the predominantly black neighborhoods that wanted black representation. So by nature, they elected the old pasty white loser.
No, can't make this up.
Yeah. And you know who is going to win that race and represent the people of the newly drawn district? A black female. And Democrats are mad. Make that make sense. If you do, give me a call and let me know, because I'm completely flabbergasted right now.
She's probably just going to be an Aunt Tom.
Yeah. An Aunt Tom. Thank you, Daisy Duke. Daisy Dukes is praying for me and my family. Thank you. Well, let's see what the old, white, not black, pasty loser has to say.
I'm upset by this. I think it's really bad for the democracy, and I'm a fan of yours. So I don't like it. And I don't get the criticism of stand and fight. Why would you fight when they change the district and there aren't enough votes for you to win? That's silly. But I just wanted to give you a couple of minutes to tell people what you think this means for the democracy. Where are we?
Well, the House of Representatives is the people's house. And theoretically, people are elected from districts that are compact and have common interests, and that a representative can serve because the areas, and sometimes they have to be longer because of smaller population bases, but they should have districts that have things in common. What the Republicans did, and the Democrats did a little bit in response, is to try to get an advantage this year. Mid-decade redistricting is almost never done. And Tennessee had a statute making it legal since 1971. The first thing they had to do was to repeal that statute that had been on the books for 54 years, because Donald Trump called the governor of Tennessee and said, I want one more seat. And the governor complied. The governor's term limited. He didn't have a job come January. He didn't want to go back to the heating and air conditioning business. He wants to get a job from Donald Trump as an ambassador or cabinet member or agency head.
Who wouldn't?
And so he gets that. Trump gets another Republican who'll be a lackey. They all get down there and genuflect.
There you go.
And he'll get another one of those. And maybe he won't have the oversight that he'd get if the Democrats took the House back, and we need oversight. This is the most criminal behavior we've ever seen in the White House. I think you take all the criminal behavior before in the history of presidents, it doesn't equal what Donald Trump has done just in this term. I mean, with crypto, with investing with the Middle East, with the Saudis, the man is a walking crime.
Hey,
He looks at the White House as his business, and the government's his business, and he doesn't accept any checks and balances.
He does from us.
Steve, I know you're not done. So I'm going to see what you're going to do. You're always going to have a platform wherever I am. And I will be in touch with you if you don't run again, and I will have you on plenty before that time comes. And I appreciate you being on tonight.
You know, it's funny. My press conference today is the most cameras I think I've had since the Victoria incident, and here we are again, and I got tears again.
And that too, Steve. But you're crying for the right reason in both cases. You were crying about Victoria, and people can look that up and remind themselves, because you didn't want to see her hurt. And you're crying now, again, not for Steve Cohen.
Let him know how much
you're crying because you know what your service meant to that community, and that they needed it, especially in that state, and it was taken, and it was unfair, just like what happened with Victoria. And that's always been what you've been about. I don't care what party, and you know how I feel about the parties. Your heart is about helping. And I know that about you. And that's why you get emotional, even though you're a tough son of a bitch. So I'm glad that people get to see it. And I'm here for you. All right? Thank you for your service.
I've got a great district, wonderful people. They've supported me so well. You know, it's an amazing thing that African-American community supported me for 20 years like they did, and the Republicans don't see it, and they just tear it apart. because they have no perspective of caring about African Americans or caring about people getting together and anything nice that happens.
I don't even care. I don't care about African Americans getting together. I don't just want to work for them some more. Yeah, they don't care so much that a black Republican woman will now represent the predominantly black district. I don't know why they want to.
You don't understand, Jerry. I put my life and soul into what I was doing for the African American people, the people of color. I would have missed my Crips and Bloods. This one goes out to my homies.
Another one bites the dust. Another one bites the dust.
Woo! Another one bites the dust. I know you're a tough son of a bitch. I know you're crying, not because you're crying because that you're crying because of this, and it's only because of that you're crying. I think Chris Cuomo kind of rubbed that in a little bit. You keep crying. There's no crying in politics. There's no crying in politics. I didn't want to go back with the black people, and the African Americans, the African Americans.
Tough sport, and they play it tough. Thank you, Chris.
Well, you are right. You are right. The problem is it's a sport, and it wasn't when you got into it. When you got into it, it was a service. Now it's a sport. Steve, I'll talk to you. Take care of yourself.
Okay.
All right?
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm going to tell you this. The black people of that district, guaranteed vast majority, have no damn clue who in the hell Steve Cohen is. They just know he's a Democrat. They don't know if he's white. They don't know if he's black. They don't know if he's old. They don't know if he looks like a teeny version of Benjamin Franklin. They don't know. They just know there's a D in front of his name. And probably somewhere else in his body. Not on, in. They don't know. The black people are going to be so scared now. Oh, yeah. Eli, I'm sure the black people are at home, making Kool-Aid, making grape drink. He's the one who's marginalizing them, not me. The black people are at home, Eli, making Kool-Aid going, damn, man. Steve Cohen got pushed out of my district. Son of a... I'm telling you what. People's heads are going to roll. I'm finna go down there. I'm finna give them a piece of my mind. How dare they get rid of my Steve Cohen?
I mean, who's going to stir the grape drink? Who's going to fry the chicken? This is horrible. Something must be done.
That's what the Democrats would say. You know how they say about the illegal aliens? Who would wash our clothes? Who would build our homes? Who would pick our crops? That's it. I guarantee you. Who's going to represent them now? Who's going to represent them now? Who is going to represent their needs and their wants and their desires of the food that they eat, the music they listen to, and the clothes they buy? Steve Cohen, for us, by us. I approve this message. Holla. What the
Made me think of Mac from It's Always Sunny. Who will save them? Who will save them? Calm down, dude. Just calm down.
Yeah. Who will save them? Not you. Speaking of racist, here's Cory Booker invoking lynching. It's equal to lynching now.
We see what they're trying to do. They're trying to rig maps and dilute African American voices in the House of Representatives. This is overt. We know exactly the end they're trying to create, which is the removal, in some states completely, of black representation in the House of Representatives. This smacks of the post-Reconstruction period. There they used terror. There they used poll taxes. There they lynched people. And they used the law, a broken law, immoral law, to try to stop blacks from voting and having representation. Well, look, we see what they're...
Okay. I got to say that over on YouTube... Hammerman says, this is the good thing about being on YouTube, ladies and gentlemen. There's no sort of retards over there, right? Christianity is Africans' religion, not a Western religion. First of all, you're wrong. Christianity is not a religion. That's number one. Unless you're trolling. I don't know if you're trolling what I just played, if you're trolling me. I'm not sure what you're saying here, but I will say this. Christianity is not a religion, so that one's wrong. Number two, Christianity is not a black religion. If it was a religion, it would be a whoever wants to follow Jesus religion. Come to me, all who are tired. I will take that yoke from you. All. I don't know why everybody says stuff like that. But I guess that's part of being back on YouTube. Anybody who says religion and Christianity in the same sentence has no relationship with Jesus. And if you don't follow Jesus, you ain't black. Eli, if you don't follow Jesus, you ain't black. Oh.
You know what it is.
You know what it is. CQ says, come to me, all who are black, and I will give you rest. All you who are heavy laden, come to me, all who are black. Ah, it's beautiful. So Steve Cohen's gone. He bites the dust. In another segment of Another One Bites the Dust.
Another one bites the dust. Another one bites the dust.
Rhino Senator Bill Cassidy, who voted for Trump's impeachment, number one. Well, not impeachment, number one. Who voted for Trump's impeachment? That's number one. Number two, who said that the election was not stolen and Trump should be prosecuted for his crimes. He's gone. Finishes dead last in the Louisiana GOP Senate primary as Trump-backed Julia Letlow and John Fleming advance to the runoffs. Oh, do I love this? The swamp is draining. They're either quitting, retiring, running, getting indicted, getting investigated, something. In a stunning and thoroughly deserved defeat, establishment Rhino Senator Bill Cassidy has been crushed in Saturday's GOP Senate primary, finishing a humiliating third place and getting booed from the race entirely. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't this his second term? So he was going to go into his third term. Now, isn't a Senate term 6 years? So you mean to tell me this guy served for 12 years? He probably would have had power forever if it wasn't for all of us and Trump, MAGA calling against these rhinos. We're doing it. We're draining the swamp. We're doing what we can do. Trump-backed Representative Julia Letlow and State Treasurer John Fleming have advanced to the June 27th runoff, delivering a massive win for President Trump and the America First agenda. In his ongoing revenge tour against disloyal Republicans who betrayed him. When we tell you we're going to primary you and you're going to lose, we're going to primary you and you're going to lose. When we tell you you're not allowed back into this movement, you're not allowed back into this movement. Period. MAGA is bigger than Trump. We are MAGA. Trump created something that is larger than him. And you're all screwed. Cassidy, the three-term incumbent, who voted to convict President Donald Trump during the January 6 impeachment circus, has finally been held accountable by Louisiana patriots. Trump called Letlow a total winner, a great star, and a proven America First champion who will deliver for Louisiana on the economy, border security, energy dominance, and protecting the Second Amendment. He urged every Republican to get out and vote. And as a result, what do we get? Bill Cassidy only gets 90,000 votes, where Julia Letlow got 164,000 and John Fleming got 103,000. He does not get enough to go to the runoff because he's a Lahu Zahur. Door Slam McGrowan just added Patriot Pals to our bump rotation to our motel lobby TVs. I'm telling you what, Bad Moon says he's a billboard for God. I believe Arthur Nettler and his family are a billboard for LFA TV. Awesome. Got your 6 or got your VI if you're Ilhan Omar. Oh, but MAGA's falling apart. I heard the demo sluts say. Demo sluts.
The Constitution in our country is more important than any one person. I voted to convict President Trump because he is guilty.
I voted to convict President Trump because he is guilty. Well, now you don't have a job, dipshitiot. Now you are out, loser. How's that feel? How's it feel? In 2021, Cassidy joined the Democrats and a small group of establishment Republicans in voting to convict President Trump. That's what he just said. You heard it out of his mouth. During the second impeachment trial, that vote followed him for years. He skated by for years until now. John Thune, I hope you're listening. John Thune, can you hear me? Can you hear me now? John Thune, can you hear me now? Because I know that 2029 seems so far away. And you're relatively young compared to people like Bernie Sanders and, Maxine Waters and Dianne Feinstein and the rest. You're compared to them, you're fairly young. So you would have another term. But John Thune, you're done. I want you to see this. And when your buddy John Cornyn goes down, maybe you'll realize how cooked you actually are. You are not well done, John Thune. You are charred. You are burnt to a crisp. We got your number. We got your ass. You're next. Look at Donald Trump's record. You think that power and that political power that he has is going to go away? Huh? You think that he's not going to be the leader of the party if he's not the president? Are you out of your mind? His brand and his nomination and his endorsement means 10 times more than anything the Republican Party did, everything combined forever. 2029 feels like a long time from now, John Thune, but your ass is grass, just so you know. So I hope you can hear me. Bill Cassidy, after falsely using his relationship with me during his political career and winning elections because of it, voted to impeach me on preposterous charges that were fake then and now, are criminally insane. His disloyalty to the man who got him elected is now part of a legend. And it's nice to see that his political career is over. I'd like to thank the great people of the state of Louisiana, and this big victory will only make me work even harder for your success. And all that comes with it. I love you all. Make America great again. President Donald J. Trump. This is sending shock through the establishment Republican Party right now, by the way. John Cornyn, you're next. Eli, do you remember that wrestler Goldberg? I know you weren't a big wrestling guy, but do you remember Goldberg? Big, huge traps, bald guy. Goldberg. Remember that guy?
Well, yeah, I know him because he was an actor from the travesty that was Universal Soldier 2. You guys ought to be ashamed of yourself for that one, but he was decent in it.
Well, he had a saying, and that saying was, "Who's next?" question mark. And he'd always point to the next guy in line and say, "You're next." You're next, John Cornyn, as far as senators go. I'm only speaking directly to John Thune about how his friends keep dropping like flies. Don't worry, Thomas Massie's next in the House. That's tomorrow. Big shout out to Ken Paxton.
NBC News has now declared that the second spot in the June 27th Republican Senate runoff in Louisiana will go to State Treasurer John Fleming. So the runoff now is set. Congresswoman Julia Letlow, State Treasurer John Fleming, and that means that Senator Bill Cassidy, two-term Republican incumbent senator who voted to convict Donald Trump in his second impeachment trial in January of 2021, has been defeated. He will be denied renomination, and he will become the first sitting Republican senator, elected Republican senator since 2012, to lose a primary, to be denied renomination by his party. Again, Letlow clearly leading here tonight. Fleming, though, now safely, securely in second place here. Cassidy in third. The runoff set for June 27th. It's official. NBC News has now declared that the second spot in the...
Absolutely. So, here's what I want to say. 69 Manic Mechanic says, only takes 5 GOP senators to vote to vacate Thune as a leader. Hello. Exactly. Maybe this will get some attention, right? And Redline Live says, you forgot about Chuck Grassley. Oh, Chuck Grassley. Oh, Chuck Grassley. Not going to come back in a second. All of these establishment rhinos, gone. Now, you might say, Chuck Grassley, isn't that your guy in Iowa, Jeremy? Well, only my guy for the last 2 years. I moved here 2 years ago. Didn't like him beforehand. But, Jeremy, hasn't Chuck Grassley done some great things? Some great things. Even the sun shines on a dog's ass once in a while. When it comes down to establishment, Chuck Grassley's right there, folks. Bye-bye to you, too. Sugar water. Listen to Bill Cassidy.
It's not the result that I necessarily wanted, but I feel great. When you participate in democracy, sometimes it doesn't turn out the way you want it to. But you don't pout. You don't whine. You don't claim the election was stolen. You don't find a reason why.
No, you know what you do? You know what you do? You F off. That's what you do.
You don't manufacture some excuse. You thank the voters for the privilege of representing the state or the country for as long as you've had that privilege. This was not the result.
You don't say the election was rigged. You don't what? You don't what? You don't show up for work in 2027. That's something you don't do. Doesn't matter, though. You'll get your pension for the rest of your God-given shithole life that you've decided to live. You corrupt loser. Somebody in the chat said, Eli, we have the momentum. Now it's time to just make sure we vote.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but for the past 4 or 5, 6 months, maybe, since Donald Trump's been president, haven't they been saying that he stole the election? Haven't they flipped the page on that now? So
Yeah. Not only did he steal the election, Eli, but also that the Supreme Court is illegitimate because he nominated 3 of them by his presidential duty and right to do so. And they're really still butthurt over the fact that Obama never got Merrick Garland in as a Supreme Court justice because he was in the last few months of his presidency, and the Senate then said, take 2 of these and call me in the morning.
Shucks. Doesn't it suck when you can't pack the courts with your own scumbags?
Mellowcat says, what would we do without Jeremy? Thanks for making fun of such a shit situation. Very welcome. Somebody said, Gene said, as an Iowan, I fully support this getting rid of Grassley thing. Somebody else said, no U.S. senator has been removed like this, voted out like this since 2012. So I think for Bill Cassidy, well, let's play this video first. How about that? Here's what I'm going to do now.
This will be the last post from the political campaign. For all those of you who worked on the campaign, volunteered on the campaign, voted for Bill Cassidy, voted for the future of our state, I thank you.
Yeah.
I'm indebted. I pledge to continue to work with you for the betterment of our country, of our state, and for everyone that lives here. This will be the last.
So what are you going to do now? How about this? Eli, last week, somebody had a great idea. Why not flood California with Republicans on voting day and vote for Republicans? They can't ask for your ID. It's illegal. So there's no way to trace whether you were legal or not because they can't ask for your ID anyway. Who's to say you were the one who went and voted? Why not just put down a fake name? Right? Why not? Somebody in here just said something equally as cool, though, Eli. Why don't we pack the Supreme Court? Since they're saying they're going to, and they're saying they're going to make states out of D.C. and Washington, then why don't we pack the Supreme Court and make Venezuela, Cuba, and Greenland states? That's a good idea.
Sounds like a good idea. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's get on it. What do we got to do? Where do you want me?
Yep. That's not a bad idea. Why don't we pack the Supreme Court? Anyway, he didn't quite go down, so Bill Cassidy, I told you. Go home to the sewers in which you crawled out of. But again, that's not a bad idea. What are they going to do? Ask for your ID? Mike Johnson, although a member of the House, not the Senate, was asked about this. And here's what he said.
That, of course, being your home state. Care to comment there on this going to a runoff? I mean, clearly the president has the bully pulpit, and he made his wishes known, and now we go to a runoff.
We do. I was there to vote yesterday, and I can tell you all my friends in Louisiana had a difficult choice. We had great candidates on the ballot. I, this morning, congratulated my two close friends, Julia Letlow and John Fleming. Julia is like a sister to me and a colleague here, and John was my predecessor in Congress and the first person to endorse me for this race. So great choice there. We'll see how it shakes out. But it's true that President Trump has a huge influence in our state, as he does still across the country. And you see that over and over in all these elections. It's the most powerful endorsement in the history of politics, and it continues to be shown.
One of the headlines this morning said that this win and the ousting of Senator Cassidy shows that there's no room for dissent within the GOP.
There
What do
isn't.
you make of that?
Well, I don't know. You see dissent
No,
here
there
every
isn't.
day. I mean, I deal with it all day long with the smallest margin in U.S. history, working through people's philosophical differences and preferences. But, you know, this is a vibrant party. It's a strong party. We're in great position to win the midterms, defy history and win the midterms, and we're excited
are going
about
to.
that, working every day to make sure that happens so we can keep this agenda going to bring America back.
So CBS News had some polling out this morning showing 76% of people are concerned. 67 say they are stressed about their own personal financial situation. You know that generally the incumbent is punished in the midterms, and people are feeling very uncertain about how they're doing personally. How do you campaign against that?
Well, this relates to the last segment. We were talking about the Strait of Hormuz. Really, all points lead back to that. Gas prices are too high because of that, and then that has an effect on how goods are transported to the grocery store and all the rest. So as soon as we get that straightened out, we will get back to the kitchen table issues, the economic issues that we put in place to make the economy grow. The Working Families Tax Cut, the Big Beautiful Bill, all the legislation we passed. Pro-growth.
You're still a weakling. You just know your place now. You're still a weakling. And you're also seeing how easily you can be ousted. See, a congressman is only a congressman for 2 years. Why a senator gets 6 and a congressman gets 2, I don't know. They should all be term limited, but Very easy to see 2 years down the road, harder to see 6. Bad Moon says, how does one hold a Bible in one hand and lie like a rug in the other? What say you, Mike Johnson? Here's a better one. How does one hold a Bible in one hand and have to have a relationship with his son where they have a phone app that keeps them honest about their porn usage? Now, I'm not saying that Christians don't mess up. They do. I do every day. I'm not going to say Mike Johnson's not a Christian at all. What I'm saying is if you don't try to turn from those ways, it's really hard to preach about being better. I don't think Mike Johnson is a bad man at all. I don't. I think he was torn between establishment and what the people wanted. I think that the people are winning right now, and so he's doing what the people want, which is what you should do when you serve. So I can't say anything bad about Mike Johnson for like the last year. He's done a pretty good job. Some things I disagree with, but that's okay. That's all right. Maybe he's got a handle on his porn usage. I don't know. Mitt Romney wasn't happy, though. So if Mitt Romney is not happy, neither am I, then I am happy. The Senate to now lose an exceptionally brilliant and creative mind. An MD who chairs healthcare and a person of character. Bill Cassidy's departure is a loss for this country. Meanwhile, over here on LFA TV. And the country, by the way. And the country should be celebrating right now because the country voted for Trump. Popular vote, electoral college vote, counties. The guy was elected by a majority of the country. Terry Sue said, Jeremy, how do you know about Johnson and porn usage? Because he told us. Because he told us. That was out of his mouth, not mine. He talked about how him and his son did this to get away from porn. Again, I'm not saying the guy's not a Christian. We all sin and do some terrible things. Just echoing what he said, that's all. The leaders of this party now know that we own the party. Eli, check out that link. You might want to get rid of it. The leaders of the party know that we own the party, and it's starting to sink in. If Massie and John Cornyn lose, John Thune better be rethinking this whole Save America Act thing real quick, this whole filibuster thing real quick. A. Ron Brokowski says, holding yourself accountable for sin from sin is good. Don't throw stones. I agree with all of that. Here's why it's being talked about. Because Mike Johnson is the leader of the Republican Party in the House of Representatives. Means he represents us. Okay? If you are actively watching porn while telling people it is one of the greatest sins of the world and you're reducing it, yes, but you're the leader of the party and you're not doing Trump's agenda, I feel like I have an obligation to use your words to criticize you as a representative of me. As a Christian, as an individual, as a man, I have no right to judge Mike Johnson. None. As somebody who's representing me and my vote, I kind of do. So I just bring that up often. Like I said, he's been doing great. Now I call Lindsey Graham, who Mike Crispy coined the name Lady G. I always give Lindsey Graham a hard time because I say he's flimsy Lindsey. He'll kind of go with whichever way the wind blows. If the wind's a dude. Get it? But now he's more MAGA than anybody. Or so he says this week.
Convict President Trump back in 2021 in the impeachment trial. Now he's lost his seat. Are you glad that Senator Cassidy is no longer going to be your colleague, Senator?
No, I like Bill. I thought he's a great senator, but he made a political decision. He voted to impeach President Trump, which would have ruined his political life. He could never run for office again. Massie's on the ballot Tuesday. He votes against Trump all the time. What's the headline? Trump strong. Those who try to destroy Trump politically, stand in the way of his agenda, are going to lose. Bill made a decision. What would LBJ do? Is it natural for a politician to go after people who try to destroy their political life? So Bill Cassidy's lost because he tried to destroy Trump. Massie's going to lose because he's trying to destroy the agenda. You can disagree with President Trump, but if you try to destroy him, you're going to lose because this is the party of Donald Trump.
Very quickly, does his defeat send a message, if this is the party of Donald Trump, that there's no room in the party to break with President Trump?
I just talked to him a few minutes ago. We have a difference.
President Trump, you talked to.
Just a few minutes ago. There's no room in this party to destroy his agenda or to destroy him and his family as a Republican. Democrats do it all the time. If you align with Democrats to stop his agenda like Massie does, you're going to lose. If you align with Democrats to drive him out of office like Cassidy did, you're going to lose. I think President Trump's doing a hell of a good job, and if you try to destroy him, you're going to get destroyed. That's the takeaway.
Voted to convict.
Wow. Lady G sounds like MAGA. But here's the thing. If President Trump was to leave office today, Flimsy Lindsay Lady G would be on the next dude's junk, telling how great he is and he'd forget Donald Trump ever existed. But he's not wrong in what he said, and that's why he's saving face. He wants that Trump endorsement to stay. Trump has already rescinded an endorsement this week already. He doesn't want to be one of them. Now, I pray that Lindsey loses. I pray that he loses. South Carolina can do much better. But I remember being in Murrells Inlet, South Carolina. I'll never forget, it was one of my favorite stops. That, Michigan, Illinois, those were all great stops when we were on the Save America Freedom Tour. I remember when people in South Carolina told me, no, we don't like him. We actually hate him. I said, then why do you keep electing him? And they said, because he brings billions and billions of dollars to the state of South Carolina. And as much as we don't like him, we very much benefit from that money coming into the state with his votes. So I'm thinking to myself, that's a rock and a hard place. I get it. But we were willing to back President Trump to go against Iran, knowing that it was going to cost us a lot of money over the time that he did it with gas prices and food prices going up. We knew that. Sooner or later, you got to rip off the Band-Aid. I understand what they're saying. I really do. But again, sooner or later, you've got to rip off the Band-Aid. It's got to come off. You've got to learn how to self-sustain and get away from bad people who bring you things that you need. CJR Taz says, I heard his opponent is a rhino. I do know a little bit about his opponent. I wouldn't straight call him a rhino, but I mean, is Lindsey Graham any less of one? The thing about Sheila says, I live in Murrells Inlet. There you go. Beautiful place. The thing about Lindsey is whether you like him or don't like him, whether it brings you billions or doesn't, or whether he is a Trumper or not, here is the problem. How long has Lindsey Graham been a senator? Well, Lindsey Graham has been in federal office for over 31 years. He served in the U.S. House of Representatives from January 3rd, 1995 until January 6, 2003, and then transitioned to the U.S. Senate, where he has continuously served since taking office in January of 2003. He's been a senator for 23 years. Regardless of what you think about him, it's time to go. You've made your money. You've had your power. You've had your fun. It's time to bounce. At the very least, his tenure in D.C. needs to come to an end. His Love Endures says, met you in Merle's Inlet. Come back, Jeremy. Well, if I do, Sabrina and Lily will have to be with me everywhere we go. So here is a man that I truly do respect in D.C. Here is Senator John Kennedy, not Tim Kennedy, excuse me. John Kennedy speaking about this.
Midterms are going to be bad for the candidates that he is backing. So what happened in Louisiana last night?
Unless you're God's perfect idiot, the result was predictable. The polls have shown for well over a year that Senator Cassidy was in trouble. I think the president's endorsement of Congresswoman Letlow was sort of the icing on the cake. Bill knew that, but he decided to run anyway. I respect that. I thank him for his service. We now got a runoff between two fine people.
It seems like this kind of supercharges Donald Trump's political, the whole political operation, or it at least reminds people that there is a president who is just a few thousand feet away from where we are sitting here right now, who still has a lot of juice. So Trump has still got it, as if there was ever a doubt. The candidate that he beat, Kamala Harris, has decided recently that she is going to pull herself even further to the left, especially when it comes to the idea of expanding the Supreme Court and packing it with liberals. Listen here.
And so I'm inviting us all to basically say, look, let's engage in a good old-fashioned round table where we agree there are no bad ideas. And let's invite, then, approaches and ideas that are about, for example, Supreme Court reform, including the notion of expanding the court.
She's a woke-topus. She's pandering to the loon wing of her party. Nobody has ever accused the vice president of being a policy maven. Sometimes she acts like she has a billy goat brain and a mockingbird mouth, and that's a dangerous combination. My personal opinion is, for what it's worth, is that she's done. She's a smoked turkey. I don't think she'll be the Democratic nominee. I would love for her to be the Democratic nominee. And if it looks like she gets any momentum, I will happily contribute to her campaign because she would be our dream candidate. But I think she's a smoked turkey, frankly. I mean, the columnists at the Washington Post.
So that obviously went on beyond Bill Cassidy, but I just thought that was funny. She's a woke-topus. I'm going to have to use that from now on. I love John Kennedy. I love what he comes up with. All right. Tomorrow, we need to unseat and get rid of Thomas Massie. It's got to happen. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. I think Kentucky's going to come through. But let's take a quick break and we'll be right back.
In the long history of the world, the struggle to survive has been a constant. The human spirit has been frequently tested. Every man has had his own struggle. Every man has made sacrifices. And every man has been pushed beyond their limits. Survival is crucial. The desire to be prepared has never wavered. Generations that came before us realized the importance of gaining every advantage. How you face adversity could change your life. Success depends on it. History is defined by it. Our spirit is fueled by it. Our strength comes in many forms. The strength to fight, the strength to overcome, the strength to believe, the strength to win, the strength to rise. Rise Up Coffee. Rise up to meet your challenge.
That's right, folks. Rise Up Coffee. Get yours today at lfatv.us. Click the store tab or go to jeremyherrell.com and also click the store tab. Eli, if you're in a congressional race, there's one sure way to win, even if Trump endorses your opponent. Do you know what that is?
I have a feeling you're probably going to tell me.
If you invite Ryan Matta on your campaign team, you're probably going to not win. Hey, by the way, big shout out to the people over on YouTube, Eli. I saw we had a whopping, at one point, 87 people watching. Now, for a page that we got back after so many years, that is a record high for live viewership over on YouTube. Good job sharing, everybody. Before we get to dunking on Ryan, which is my new favorite segment here, dunking on Matta, Trump intensifies his effort to unseat weak and pathetic rhino Thomas Massie after Cassidy's humiliating primary defeat, and backs Navy SEAL Ed Gallerin in a tight Kentucky showdown. Or in Thomas Massie's case, a hoedown. Right, Eli? That's what it's going to be tomorrow.
Can't wait.
President Trump is wasting no time expanding his America First purge in his revenge tour of anti-Trump Republicans following Senator Bill Cassidy's humiliating political collapse in Louisiana. On Sunday, Trump took to Truth Social to deliver a blistering endorsement of Navy SEAL Captain Ed Gallerin to challenge the 7-term congressman in Tuesday's high-stakes Republican primary. Trump didn't mince words either. Let's go to the post on Truth Social. Third-rate Congressman Thomas Massie, a weak and pathetic rhino from the great Commonwealth of Kentucky, a place I love, and won big 6 times, including all primaries, must be thrown out of office ASAP. He is the worst Republican congressman in history, voting against tax cuts, the wall, law enforcement, and in favor of the transgender mutilization of our children, men playing in women's sports, and so many other horrible things. The incredible people of Kentucky's 4th Congressional District gave us a mandate to make America great again. And the person that will help us do this is Navy SEAL, Army Ranger, and 5th-generation Kentucky farmer, Captain Ed Gallerin, a true America First patriot. A brave combat veteran, Ed knows the wisdom and courage required to defend our country, support our military veterans, and ensure peace through strength. Additionally, as a very successful businessman, Ed knows how to create great jobs, cut taxes and regulations, promote made in the USA, support our amazing farmers and American agriculture, unleash American energy dominance, and champion our nation's golden age. In Congress, he will fight tirelessly to keep our now very secure borders secure, stop migrant crime, and defend always our always under siege Second Amendment. The great people of Kentucky are wise to Massie. He only votes against the Republican Party, making life very easy for the radical left, unlike lightweight Massie, a total ineffective loser who has failed us so badly. Captain Ed Gallerin is a winner who will not let you down. Election day is Tuesday, May 19th. Vote Ed Gallerin. He has my complete and total endorsement. Make America great again with that picture. So, are we going to flush Thomas Massie's turdy ass down the toilet? Well, before we get to that, earmuffs, kids. If there's any kids in the chat right now or in the room that you don't want to hear profanity from, if there's anybody in the room right now that you don't want to become dumber, I would ask them to leave the room now. For those of you who want to dunk on Matta, Thomas Massie invited Ryan Matta to his house. Ryan Matta did a video from inside, swearing and having a good old time. Everybody was there cooking with Thomas. But then he went outside. I think he was a little inebriated to do this video.
All right, let me explain what's going to happen, and this can be a warning sign to all the cucks out there that are willing to sell us out for Israel. All those little cum guzzlers in the Young Republicans Party that are MAGA. Listen to what's about to happen, because I'm going to call on all the troops, and you guys are about to get fucks excommunicated from this movement. We're going to take the whole motherfucker over. We're going to take the Republican Party back. Right on the Death Star, we're just getting started, bitches. So what I need you young bucks to do, right? I need you to get a list together of all the cocksuckers in the Young Republican Party that are MAGA, and you need to start leading a revolt against these assholes. You need to get them replaced. I don't give a shit what you guys have to do to get them removed from power. There's a vote. We need a vote. We need a campaign. We need to send a whole crew. We'll bring all 30 of us down to every sort of Young Republicans club across America until we eradicate this MAGA-infested filth out of our fucking filth, out of our government. You don't get to be MAGA and a Republican. You want to go be MAGA? Go join your own independent party. Go start your Israeli First Party, because that's exactly what you bitches are. And we're just getting started. We're learning how this game is played, but we're going to infiltrate. We're going to take over every local organization, every local government. We're going to start organizing at a city level. We're going to go state by state if we have to. So once we get Fishback and Bilzerian into Florida, oh boy, shit's going to get real fun. Then we're going to start going for the local races. We're going to take over the sheriffs. We're going to take over the city council. We're going to take over the fucking mayor. We're going to take over the governor. We're taking it all back, motherfuckers. We're taking our entire gosh damn government back. But I'm not going to be here to see it. I'll be sipping sipping water bottles in El Salvador. So we're laying the groundwork.
Hold on.
I'm telling you.
Stop. He just said, whatever you got to do, you do, but I'm going to be sipping on water bottles in El Salvador. Hold on, listen.
Out of our government. You don't get to be MAGA and a Republican. You want to go be MAGA? Go join your own independent party. Go start your Israeli First Party, because that's exactly what you bitches are. And we're just getting started. We're learning how this game is played, but we're going to infiltrate. We're going to take over every local organization, every local government. We're going to start organizing at a city level. We're going to go state by state if we have to. So once we get Fishback and Bilzerian into Florida, oh boy, shit's going to get real fun, because then we're going to start going for the local races. We're going to take over the sheriffs. We're going to take over the city council. We're going to take over the fucking mayor. We're going to take over the governor. We're taking it all back, motherfuckers. We're taking our entire gosh damn government back. But I'm not going to be here to see it. I'll be sipping water bottles in El Salvador. But we're laying the groundwork, and I'm telling you guys what you guys need to do. This is your country. This is your birthright. This is your obligation. If you're not willing to run and flee, and you don't want to get the hell out of here, then you need to stand and fight. And here's how you do it.
If you're not willing to run and flee, Eli, look at the picture of his face screenshot. If you're not willing, as an American, to run and flee, then this is what you need to do. You did run. You did flee. None of those candidates that you said have a real chance of winning. You sound like a Muslim in how you want to take things over. There's no way you're beating Trump. And you live in El Salvador. You dumb shit. I literally troll him on his page now every day. Every day. He doesn't say shit, doesn't call me. I've called him, he doesn't answer. Sipping water bottles in El Salvador.
We just laid the groundwork for this campaign in this ground game. And what's so effective about this is we're not on a script. So when you even had the MAGA war room, it was like, oh, Trump said something. Oh, Trump said something. You had Benny Johnson giving commentary on it. You had Laura Loomer giving comment. They were literally screen recording the videos, giving the same gosh damn commentary, sharing the same gosh damn talking points, because they all use these clicking campaigns. And how these clicking campaigns work is there's websites out there that allow people, like, let's just say I'm one of these PACs. I can put up a $10,000 bounty, and I can put a video of President Trump, and I could say, share this video on your social media pages, and you need to use these specific keywords. And then when that video gets uploaded to their social media pages and those keywords are in it, they take the link and they copy the link and they post it into the deposit area. Once it hits the deposit area, every view starts accumulating a piece of that bounty. So it may be a $10,000, a $20,000 bounty. And that's why you see them all almost tweeting at the exact same time, because they're forced to, because they want to take the shot and it's first come, first serve. So if my tweet goes mega viral and gets 2 million views, and that bounty might only be able to pay out 4 million views. So I'm going to rip I'm going to rip half that bounty to myself right off the rip. And the faster I can get it out, the more the first you are. And that's why you see Laura Loomer and all these losers all tweeting the exact same mega talking points. Why we're so effective here is because there is no script. We're completely independent. We all come from all different walks of life. Some people are independent, some people are Democrat, some people are Republican, but we came united for one mission. If there's one thing we agreed upon, is we don't want Israel AIPAC anywhere near Washington, D.C. And until we get somebody that's going to force these assholes to register as a foreign agent, I don't even want them to register as a foreign agent. I want them banned, Israeli lobby, banned from ever operating in America for the next 100 fucking years. Until they pay back every piece of foreign...
Time out. AIPAC is not Israel. AIPAC is an American company. Eli, can you look up AIPAC for me? Can you just type in, what is AIPAC? Who owns them and what do they belong to? Where do they belong to? Any of that. It's an American company, by the way. It might work on Israel, what do you want to call it, lobbying, but for Israeli Americans. Kind of like the NAACP, kind of like Veterans for America. They're not owned or operated by anyone in Israel. And I don't think that people know this stuff. They're an American-funded America PAC for American Israelis. Let's play the rest of this.
Foreign aid we gave to Israel, I think we need to ban the entire gosh damn fucking foreign lobby. That's just a start. And we could take it to the more extreme. And you want to know what? If they keep trying to rig these elections, they keep fighting back. The American people are pissed. They're waking up and they've had enough of Loomer shit. They've had enough of Jigsaw over here running their gosh damn mouth. Here's a Nazi, bro. Cool story. These are the same bitches that were like, the Democrats need to tone down their rhetoric. They're calling President Trump a Nazi. They led to his assassination. Democrats, turn it down. And I'm over here turning up, motherfuckers. Bring the smoke. Call me a Nazi. Call me fucking Hitler. Call me the second coming of Jesus Christ. I don't give a fuck what you call me. Besides, right as a motherfucker when we deliver this landslide victory for Thomas Massie. Then you're going to start to think,
wasted.
Miga's scared. Miga's getting scared. AIPAC's getting scared because we're raiding the gosh damn Death Star. It's all hands on deck, and it's not just the people here. It's not just Ryan Mehta. I couldn't do any of this by myself. It's all of these amazing patriots.
Dude, he's definitely on coke. It's coke or meth. He is, Eli, you've seen it your whole life. You've seen these people. We used to be around these people all the time. Why am I showing all of this? You might understand. You might go, why are you showing all this? To hurt Thomas Massie. That's why I'm showing this. So that you'll share this and people in Kentucky will see who Thomas Massie has in his house. Drug addicts, Eli.
There's so much to unload there. First and foremost, Ryan, you're the biggest bitch on the planet Earth. Secondly, that sure is a cute Muslim chin strap you got going on there. Thirdly, stop drinking the water in El Salvador because I think it's really messing you up, bud. What is this we shit? What is this our shit? We got to do this and we got to do this, but I'm going to be monitoring it all from El Salvador. Do you have any clue how much of a pussy that makes you sound? Why would anyone follow you or listen to anything you have to say when you're not even going to be here? You deported yourself to El Salvador, you dumb shit.
He deported himself to El Salvador. Hold on. There's more. And by the way, when you talk like this, your brain is working faster than your mouth can speak because you're on some kind of like high level endorphin. You're like speed talking. You can't catch up with yourself because he's probably high as a kite right now. So I'm playing this for Thomas Massie.
It's like Bobby Sauce over there. We got True Love. We got an entire ground game here, and then we have every one of you guys that's gassing up our tweets. You guys are down in the comments. We understand how these algorithms work. 1 point for a like, 2 points for a retweet, 3 points for a quote tweet, 5 points for a bookmark, 27 points for a comment, and 151 points for a response to a comment. So while all these cucks are over here, let's all retweet and save each other shit, I'm over here like, guys, don't fucking do that. Get down in the comment section, blow those comments up. And everybody in the squad's over here blowing the comments up. And we got 100,000 view after 100,000 view after 100,000 view. By the time these fucksticks even figure out what hit them, before they can even craft the mega talking point narrative, I've already buried that shit. I've already went on and I already got 7 more viral videos that they're trying to keep up with. They can't stop this fucking momentum, baby. And we're coming for the Young Republican Club next. We're going to come for our local governments. We're going to come for the executive branches. And we're going to come for the Senate. We're going to come for the fucking House. It might take us until 2028 to get there, but I'm telling you, the ground game that's going to assemble during the 2028 election is going to be so fucking grimy and so fucking nasty, these people aren't going to know what hit them. And we're going to send the biggest middle finger to AIPAC and the Israeli machine. And guess what, motherfuckers? I'll do that shit from my cell phone, taking a shit on a toilet from El Salvador, and we're going to cook these bitches. You guys ready? Who's fucking coming with me?
So, Eli, I know, I see, I see you there with your mouth agape. It's either that for the future, or it's the people that you saw on the stage rededicating this country back to God. It's Democrats, that, or what you saw yesterday in Washington, D.C. Which country do you want?
I don't even honestly know whatever the hell he was suggesting. There was, again, a whole lot of we, but he's going to be doing all of his stuff, just sipping whatever crazy-ass water he's drinking down in El Salvador. I don't know what to say.
There's not much to say. And the fact that Thomas Massie personally invited him to come from El Salvador to campaign in his home with him, might want to rethink that. I would never have somebody in my home like that, ever. Scary. Anyway, Thomas Massie tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. Will you be voting for Thomas Massie in Kentucky? Representative Lauren Boebert, ladies and gentlemen, will be out of a job very soon. I hear that there is a Congress seat that's up for grabs in Colorado if anybody wants it. President Trump threatened to back a primary challenger against Representative Lauren Boebert over her support for Kentucky Congressman Thomas Massie. Despite Trump's fervent opposition to Massie, Boebert has supported his primary campaign for re-election. Knowing what was going to happen. So she's following the same footsteps as Marjorie Taylor Greene. And she's going to follow and suffer the same fate as Marjorie Taylor Greene. President Trump posted on social media, because of her blatant disloyalty, which is exactly what it is. That's where we are now, folks. Like it or love it. You can say, I'm all for Thomas Massie. I'd love for him to win. But when you go actively try to have him win against MAGA's desire for that seat, because it's not Trump's desire, it's all of ours. We want people who will push forward the agenda that he promised. That's what we voted for. If you're against that, we're against you. Period. Has nothing to do with who you are as a human being. Fine. But now you're gone too. President Trump posted this on social media. He said, anyone interested in running against weak-minded Lauren Boebert in Colorado's 4th District, Congressional District, after now rescinding any endorsement he had for her? You remember Lauren moved to the district when it became obvious that she couldn't win in her original congressional district, the 3rd. A carpetbagger indeed. Boebert is campaigning for the worst Republican congressman in the history of the country, Thomas Massie, of the great Commonwealth of Kentucky. And anybody who can be that dumb deserves a good primary fight. Even though I long endorsed Boebert, if the right person came along, it would be my honor to withdraw that endorsement and endorse a good and proper alternative. Word is that Rand Paul and Lauren Boebert, two very difficult and highly unreasonable Republican votes, are right now in the great Commonwealth of Kentucky which I won by 31 points, parading around like fools for the worst Republican congressman in the history of our party. His name is Thomas Massie, a very disloyal, ungracious, sanctimonious fool who almost never votes for even the best Republican values. The man running against him, Massie, Ed Gallerin, is a true patriot, a farmer from Kentucky, and a military hero. He is loyal and MAGA all the way. Vote for Ed Gallerin and wipe away the stench of one of the worst congressmen in the history of our great party, Thomas Massie. Eli, I can imagine that the circle jerk that's going on in Thomas Massie's house right now, with beta males from all over the world, including El Salvador, imagine being a fly on the wall listening to how much they're talking bad about President Trump, MAGA voters, LFA TV, Laura Loomer, and anybody else who Thomas Massie is against. Imagine the drunk-filled circle jerk in Thomas Massie's house this weekend.
Making a Massie all over the place.
Lauren Boebert came back and said, yes, I saw the president's post. No, I'm not mad or offended. I knew the risks when I agreed to stand by my friend, Thomas Massie. I was and will be America first, America always, and MAGA, onward. You are now excommunicated from our movement as well. Bye. Lindy says, didn't Pastor Haig start the AIPAC organization? Well, we'll get to that here in a second, actually. Ryan, reach around. That's hilarious. You are not MAGA anymore. You will be primaried. You will not be a congresswoman anymore. And you will be gone. You know what I think is funny? Thomas Massie, Lauren Boebert, Ro Khanna, and Marjorie Taylor Greene. What do they all have in common, Eli? Honestly, I'm not even trying to be a joke here. What are the four of those individuals? Thomas Massie, Ro Khanna, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and Lauren Boebert. What do they all have in common? Any guess?
Totally and completely honest, I'm not 100% sure. Sorry.
Well, I'll tell you. They all know the names of the people who raped Epstein victims, and none of them will tell you. Isn't that weird? I saw Thomas Massie, which was then retweeted by Ryan Matta, a person who protects pedophiles is a pedophile. Really? Because one thing that you all have in common is that you all know the names of high-profile people who apparently raped Epstein victims, and none of you have even uttered a name. I wouldn't want you representing my party. Have you ever thought about that? You ever thought about the fact that we know their names, but it's not our place? What the hell do you mean it's not your place? I thought a person protecting a pedophile is a pedophile by default. Just saying. XX Machine calls them diaper snipers. Says, I hate diaper snipers. Never heard that before, but it's about true, isn't it? Now, remember a couple weeks ago, look at this here. What does it say right here? What's that name right here? Do you guys remember talking about this guy? Joe Grutters. Remember, I was a little pissed off because I was like, this is the new head of the RNC and we don't know who his name is? Six Seven says, tell Trump to release all the files. Tell me there's more to release. How would you know? How would you know what's been released and what hasn't been? Tell James Comey's daughter to find all of the files that she burned and destroyed from the Southern District of New York that had all the implications on the people. Can we get those? You know, everybody says, release all the files. Tell me what files. What files? What files haven't been released? How do you know? Tell me which ones need to be released. Do you know? Are you part of the I know who the people are, but I'm not going to say shit crew? Maybe you know more than the rest of the world about these pedophiles. Maybe you're hiding it. Just curious. Moving on. RNC chair Joe Gruters must be listening to LFA TV. I don't know. Because, boy, he got his ass in gear in a way we've never heard before. We didn't even know who this guy was. Announces 130 lawsuits filed across 32 states to stop Democrat election shenanigans as President Trump deploys armies of election lawyers to stop the steal. Eli, before we get into that, I know you want to say something. What's up?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just had to add just a little tidbit to the last thing that was just the release the file things. It's probably time to just let it go at this point, because even if Trump did come out tomorrow and say, here it is, here's everything, here's every single solitary, would you believe it?
No, you wouldn't.
You wouldn't believe it.
No, you wouldn't.
So it's time to move on.
Yeah, absolutely. If the people that are advocating for the Epstein victims who know the names of the people who raped them, they're not going to say anything, time to just let it go, bro. Okay? Trump has nothing to do with it. The guy was arrested under Trump, convicted under Trump, and one, let alone none, files were released under Trump. So if you've got an axe to grind it somewhere else, coward. Okay? I'm so sick and tired of the same old dog and pony show crybaby BS. You guys sound like Steve Cohen. Shut up. You want to know who the people were? Go ask the victims who aren't telling you. We were raped. By who? Can't say. Our lives were forever ruined. By who? Can't say. There's powerful people in the government that would crash the government if we laid these names. Cool. Let's crash some governments then. Who are they? Can't say. What about you politicians? You know the names. Can you say them? Funny thing about that, we can't either. Guess. Round and round and round we go. Where we stop, nobody knows. Get over it. Like The Sopranos, it's over. Don't you think it's a little weird, Eli?
Can't say. So what do you want to do?
Can't say.
You want to blame Trump? Yeah, sounds good.
Let's blame Trump. Let's get Hakeem Jeffries on the phone. Hakeem, is this Trump's fault?
Well, I mean, John, I can't even believe that you would waste time on a show like this that, spreads lies, bigotry, and misogyny, by the way. And it's obvious that the person who has stolen, yes, this election was not legal, stolen the White House, yes, of course, he is the one to blame because he's the only one to blame. And do you want to know why? Because Donald Trump is a bad man.
And Hakeem Jeffries is mentally retarded. The Republican National Committee is escalating its election integrity war ahead of the 2026 midterms. RNC Chairman Joe Gruters announced that Republicans have already launched 130 lawsuits in 32 states aimed at blocking Democrats' efforts to cheat every single day in U.S. elections. Wow, it's almost like we didn't even know who Joe Gruters was. And when we found out and started railing against the fact that we don't know who you are, all of a sudden now, 130 lawsuits. The announcement comes as President Trump recently vowed to unleash a much larger election integrity army. I told you 3 months ago, whether the Save America Act passes or not, Trump has a plan to enforce his executive order. And who's going to stop it? No one. Much larger election integrity armor than the one Republicans used in 2024, signaling that the GOP is preparing for an all-out legal and ground game fight over ballot security, vote counting, and election procedures in battleground states. Do you want to know the procedure and the strategy they have here? I'll tell you. It's very simple. It's the same strategy they used in Virginia to get Glenn Youngkin elected. Make sure you have all your assets and all your resources right there to fight. And guess what? Glenn Youngkin got elected. There was no cheating that went on in Virginia at that point, or at least not enough for them to win. Then in 2024, we did some of that in some states, not enough in my opinion, but we also flooded the polls and made it too big to rig. Now we're going to make it too big to rig, and we're going to have resources in every blue state. Gruder's laid it all out in no uncertain terms, exposing exactly what the Democrats are up to in an interview that he had with Fox News. Again, ladies and gentlemen, nobody knew who this guy was until a month ago when we were railing that nobody knew who this guy was. He needs to get his ass in front of a camera. Here you go.
Well, listen, the president, when he asked me to take this position, he said we got to make sure our elections are safe and secure. We have to continue to build on the success that Laura Trump and Michael Whatley built in the 2024 cycle. And yes, the Democrats are trying to cheat every single day. That's why we have to have 130 lawsuits. We're bringing the hammer wherever we can. 32 states where we have lawsuits because the Democrats are trying to cheat every single day. It doesn't matter if it's redistricting. It doesn't matter if what they've done is they've allowed tens of millions of illegals to come across our border, and they're trying to figure out ways to get them to vote. And that's why we're always after making sure we have integrity in the system, that we can have confidence in the democracy, and we're putting people in place. We already hired staff in 17 states, but we're going to continue our strong litigation effort to make sure we beat back these Democrats and their efforts that have been ongoing for decades in terms of trying to steal elections.
Eli, we have a shit ton of trolls over on YouTube. You want to go look at them? You want to go see who they are? We've got E.L. Alonzo. Retarded name. Don't leave no children around Jews and Trump. Don't talk unless you get a grammatic education. Okay? That's number one. Glenn Youngkin is a noob. Your name is Man's Lady. Zach, hey, Frank, keep up that important rage, maggot. Jacob says, your co-host goes to parks and looks at kids. Talking about you, Eli. How you like that? Liberty says, Trump and all of us are warmongers. Yeah. We hope we kill every single Muslim on planet Earth. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Please say that one out loud. Oh, I did. I love reading trolls. You guys are the greatest. You guys help our algorithm. You help us. You push us into the stratosphere. You're like a bunch of little Ryan Mattas, a bunch of little ticks. Engineered tricks, bioengineered ticks and tricks. MAGA's so mad. Man's Lady said MAGA's so mad. Eli, those same old crusty ass cobweb vagina ladies the other day said the same shit. It's almost like you're reading from the same script. You're boring. You guys, trolls used to be way better, Eli. You know? Trolls used to almost make me want to quit. Now they just make me want to yawn.
And what exactly are we mad about? Why is that always one of your go-to attacks? Like, we usually post the most, stuff that's working out for us. And you guys, oh, you guys are mad now. I'm like, no, we're not. I'm quite happy.
Yeah. This other person says to me, only LFA man is a disgrace to humanity. Your God will not forgive you. How do you know what my God will do? Do you know my God? Because if so, you have to admit God exists. So thank you for that. Thank you for that. Eli, they're giving us big numbers over there on YouTube, though. I kind of love it. I'm going to let him, you know what? In YouTube, I'm going to let him go crazy. But don't come over here to Rumble and try that shit. We'll lock you down. This is our house.
I'd like to know what about me, by the way, like how I'm dressed made that one guy think that what did he say? Go to like parks or something and watch kids? What? Because I'm wearing clothes?
How dare you wear clothes, Eli? How dare you? I love it. But hey, I also love that the RNC chair is finally getting his act together. 130 lawsuits in 32 states. Hey, all you YouTube trolls, can you come back on November 4th? Please. Come back on November 4th and tell me how stupid I am. Can you do that? Spaghetti Cowboy said, I wish these weak-ass Republicans would grow some balls. I'm with you, man. With a $50 donation to our channel. God bless you, brother. What's up, Eli?
One last comment in the YouTube thing there. Bella4U08 got it right. Jesus is king. Dang right, girl.
That's right. Now, before we come back and see the absolute meltdown that California Democrats are in, knowing that their own law is going to push California Republicans up to the primary and probably leave the Democrats completely out of it, before we get to that, I love trolls so much. Let's get to our sponsor, Golden Crest Metals, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if you guys got a chance to see the Crest Report on Saturday. We had a good episode there. GoldenCrestMetals.com. Silver price today, $77.33. Gold price today, $4,554. We talked all about the necessity for silver. We talked about the supply and demand numbers, where the actual demand is compared to the supply, and how just doing simple fifth grade math will tell you that silver is probably your best investment in the world right now. Get your free gold guide today. Reach out to Golden Crest Metals. Call them today. 308-4202. That's 888-308-4202. Or go to goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Again, that's goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. And if you invest for 20 years and you are, let's say, 40, 50 years old, then get every bit out of life that you can and be here long enough, ladies and gentlemen, to make sure that you can liquidate that silver and gold and get your investment back. That's right. Fatty15.com/LFA gives you something called C15. Now, the trolls on YouTube, I know you can't read, so make sure you listen, okay? If you want to live longer and you want to troll better and you want to be smarter, you should probably go to Fatty15. Use the promo code LFA, and this conservative, this Christian conservative, will give you a 90-day supply to live longer and troll harder. And all you have to do is go to fatty15.com/LFA and use promo code LFA. If you do that, you can troll me for the rest of my life. You can troll me for the rest of your life. And it might even be 30 more years. Fatty15.com/LFA. Promo code LFA. Eli, that's a pretty good deal right there, huh? Trolls should go use my promo code and live longer so they can be annoying for even longer.
Damn, Skippy. Sounds like a parody movie we want to make. Troll hard.
Troll hard. Die another day. Troll hard. Live another day. Fatty15.
Ain't it fun?
It is fun. I do love the trolls. They think that they like hurt people or bother people, but they really just make us laugh. And thank you for that. We really appreciate the laughs. Love you. God bless. All right. Where are we at here? California Republicans surge in early primary voting as Democrats start to lag. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Democrats are lagging in California. Gavin Newsom was asked about this very thing. His face got all red. He got so pissed off because the reporters were saying to him, is it your fault that Republicans are surging in the primaries? is because the way you ran things here in California. The reason why Republicans are surging, he doesn't like that. He gets all mad. He gets flustered. He gets red. Starts talking more with his hands, stuttering more. I've even heard that the Democrats are going to try to change the law so that Republicans can't surge. California Republicans are showing a sharp increase in early primary turnout ahead of the state's upcoming gubernatorial primary, according to newly released ballot return data. Figures from research firm Political Data, Inc. show that 905,889 ballots have already been returned as of Saturday, and Republicans accounted for 37% of those ballots. That's huge. This marks an 11-point increase compared with the same stage of the 22 midterm cycle. Democrats accounted for 41% of returned ballots. They're now down 13% from the equivalent point 4 years ago. Independent and other voters made up 22%, so that's also up slightly. The numbers suggest a significantly more energized Republican electorate in the state, long dominated by dumbass Democrats. Political Data Vice President Paul Mitchell told the Post that Republican voters may be returning to traditional early voting habits after years in which President Trump and some other Republican figures raised concerns about mail-in voting. Quote, Republicans are potentially returning their ballots at a pre-2020 rate before Trump and other leaders discouraged it, he said. So now we're seeing a big jump. And Becerra, who used to work for the Biden administration, well, they're finding out that he's got a lot of junk in the trunk or skeletons in the closet and now might be caught up in some fraud stuff here. So we'll see how that goes. But Republicans are looking great in California for the first time since this great, probably since the 90s, maybe late 80s even. Now, I want you to see what Californians, Democrats in California, are prepared to do.
This month, a new ballot initiative has been filed to repeal the state's top two primary and return it to a party-based primary where voters like you would only vote for candidates in your own registered party. Now, who's behind this effort? Well, the leader behind it and filed this with the Attorney General this month is Steve Maviglio. So, this month, a new ballot initiative has been
So, they want to change the laws just like they did over the redistricting. Why? Because they know they can't win. If two Republicans actually surge and say they won, probably not likely right now, but got a pretty good chance. Say that happens, then there's no Democrat on the ballot. So the California would be stuck with no hope to elect a Democrat because of the fact that they've got an open primary. Spaghetti Cowboy says, Jeremy, I can't hardly watch you live, but love the LFA family, and I watch you every single show. Man, that's so great to hear, actually. Do you know we have such loyal people? So great to hear. Appreciate that. CQ said, signs of overwhelming the cheat here in California. Well, again, if you loaded buses like they do, and you sent 100,000 people into California to vote, how would they know who you are? Eli, they cannot ask for your ID. How would they know who you are? I'm Richie Rich, here to vote today. All right, there you go. See you later. And again, how are they going to find out who you were later? They're not allowed to ID you. Here's a ballot. Go vote. Thank you. But Jeremy, we're Republicans. We don't do that. Not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. Until we pass that SAVE Act, that we know that only U.S. citizens are voting, it's not a bad idea. I laughed it off as a joke at first, but the more I thought about it, how would they know? It's almost like the perfect crime, right? How would they know? XX Machine said, I started watching LFA the day Charlie died. Wow, what a horrible but good memory at the same time, I guess. M. Rose says, I believe California is red. They just cheat all the time. Californians must fight. I believe they're far more red than we're led to believe. Maybe not totally, but I do believe you're right. Anita West says, watching you on Roku. I love it when people send pictures of watching on the TV. It's pretty cool. Actor James Woods, one of Eli's favorites formerly in Hollywood, goes off on Majority Leader John Thune, calling him a treacherous rat. Woo! By the way, Scott Pressler also posted incumbent Senator Bill Cassidy has been defeated after coming third place. Cassidy voted to convict President Trump, voted for red flag laws, and voted for Senate Majority Leader John Thune. Louisiana will elect a new senator this November. Everybody knows. Everybody's on the chopping block. James Woods, actor James Woods, who's a huge Trump supporter, awesome conservative, said, no Trump judges. Go to his page here. Here's what he said right here. No Trump judges, no voter ID, SAVE Act, 50 bills already passed by the House in limbo. Pardon my language, but this guy's a worthless piece of shit. He's worse than a grifter Democrat. Fetterman has done more for the Republican platform than this weasel. Treacherous rat. Enter John Thune. That's what he is. He's a Trump-hating, treacherous rat, weasel, John Cornyn, rhino establishment, Kevin McCarthy wannabe pile of trash. And he's got to go. Even if he puts the SAVE Act up tomorrow, he's got to go. 2029, your ass is grass, John Thune. And a big, big shout out. Let's give him the Smarty Award of the day to Mr. James Woods, please. Treacherous rat. That's a great word. It's a great name, I mean. Treacherous. Treasonous. It's another word I would have used. Here's President Trump talking about the importance of the Save America Act.
A very basic thing. It's called Save America, actually, and that's what it is. It's having to do with voting and voter ID. We want voter ID. We want proof of citizenship. We added a couple, no men playing in women's sports. We don't want that. Nobody does. I think it's about a 98% issue. We want no transgender mutilation of our children. Very basic things that you wouldn't even think we'd be talking about 15 or 20 years ago. But for the voting aspect of it is we want voter ID, very important. You have to have identification and you have to have proof of citizenship. We don't want mail-in ballots. We don't want to have ballots coming from all different corners of the world. We want to have it accurate, and you can't do that with mail-in ballots. Actually, Jimmy Carter headed a commission years ago. He said mail-in ballots no good. We're the only country in the world that's doing mail-in ballots. And that would exclude, though, our military, or people that are ill, people that are away. So we're generous in that way, but people don't want mail-in ballots because you have crooked elections. It guarantees a crooked election.
That's right. Guarantees. I want to read some of these comments over here for you. Zach says, well, I'm done talking a Frank gonna wipe and leave. All you maggots keep those red hats on. I said, thank you for the views. You're welcome. Have a great day. Tommy says, haha, America is so effed. Y'all hate each other. Well, our country's bigger than every country in Europe combined. So, pretty big country to all get along. Sorry you have a tiny, worthless, weak, ineffective, small, broke, third world shithole country wherever you're from. America's hilarious, says the one who's not American. Our country's the only one that matters, too. America first. Your country last, whatever it is.
He also said, ha ha ha, our country is bigger than all the world. Well, what does size matter when, you're our bitch?
Yeah, and how can your country be bigger than the whole world that it lives in? That's weird. Somebody needs to go back to school. I guess your country doesn't teach academics, geography, things like that.
Our country is bigger than the entire world.
Hey, everybody, come and see our country. It's right here next to Earth. Look at the size difference.
Leave this world, because it's not on this world, because it's bigger than this world.
Yeah. KW Axelot says, who's going to stop us? Nobody. Not under Donald Trump, anyway.
There's some truth there.
Who's going to stop us? Who's going to stop us now? Texas and Florida just lost their crown, by the way, folks. Tommy says, brilliant. I thought the trolls don't get to you. You don't. I just love conversation with you. It's fun to mentally dominate small-minded, low IQ non-Americans. It's like bullying. So easy to do. I love it so much. Texas and Florida just lost their crowns, Eli, as Americans rush to another red state, South Carolina. South Carolina has overtaken Texas and Florida as America's fastest growing relocation destination on a per capita basis. Well, hell, I guess they better get back to that redistricting idea then. Huh? Data from the IRS shows Americans continue to flee high-tax blue states for low-cost conservative strongholds. Palmetto State added more than 60,000 new residents from other states between 2022 and 2023, equal to just over 1% of its total population and the highest migration rate in the nation. What's going on in South Carolina? The figure also shows an economic boost accompanying the population influx. Well, there you go, folks. That's how you make up for getting rid of Lindsey Graham. Now you have 60,000 taxpayers that live in the state to replace and subsidize what Lindsey Graham was bringing in, so time to get rid of him, right? Well, actually, not 60,000. 60,000 people overall. But it gained 30,000 new tax filers. And more than $4.1 billion in incoming income as new arrivals brought spending power with them. Well, oh my gosh, Eli, look at that. Norma Baby just donated $31, said, God bless America. God bless you, and thank you so much for the donation. $1 a day keeps sponsors away. $4.1 billion, Eli. That's got to subsidize and replace what Lindsey Graham was bringing. So, hey, South Carolinians, time to get rid of Lindsey Graham. You just got 30,000 new taxpayers. $4.1 billion. That's beautiful. The state has increasingly become a magnet for retirees, remote workers, and families seeking a cheaper alternative to states like California and New York. However, it still offers access to coastal cities such as Charleston, fast-growing inland hubs like Greenville, and generally lower cost of living like neighboring Florida. It is also one of the most reliably Republican states in the country, having voted for the GOP in every presidential election since 1980, or a year after I was born. Texas and Florida will lead in total numbers due to their larger populations. Texas added 56,473 new tax filers, while Florida brought in 55,349, according to the IRS figures. The migration trend continues to hammer traditionally Democratic states that are plagued by high taxes and cost of living. Why do you think Florida is trying to get rid of property taxes? Because they're going to subsidize it with so many new people living there. That's how. It's beautiful. Just make sure you're red people coming to red states, not blue assholes trying to change the state that we live in. Like B. Hobbs just said, don't come to Florida unless you bring a bunch of jobs. Or good tax paying. That would work too. Representative Byron Donalds on Americans leaving blue states for places like Florida. He had something to say about it. But I tell you, adding 60,000 taxpayers, you're talking billions and billions of dollars for the state.
Joining me now on the influx of wealth to the Sunshine State is Florida gubernatorial candidate Congressman Byron Donalds. Congressman, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Assess your campaign. How are things going?
Oh, well, the campaign's going very well, Maria. Look, we're honored to have the complete and total endorsement of President Trump. We have support all across Florida. All the metrics are right. Our polling advantages are large, but we take nothing for granted. We're around the state of Florida every single day that I'm not in Washington, D.C., making sure that we talk to the voters of Florida to earn their support. But the people of Florida, number one, they wanted to continue to be the free state of Florida that Ron DeSantis has been able to usher in during his time as governor. And we do have some major opportunities in front of us to expand Florida's economic footprint, make sure we have high-paying jobs for the people of our state, while also tackling the major affordability issues like insurance, like property taxes, and many other aspects of building housing in our state so we can lower the cost for the people of Florida.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you do it. I mean, really, you've got no income tax for individuals. You've got a state sales tax of 6%. You've got moderate property taxes, and even DeSantis recently floated the idea of getting rid of property taxes altogether. How do you pay for everything when you don't have all of those taxes?
The first thing is, Maria, is that you spend your money efficiently and smartly. We don't waste a lot of resources in Florida. We don't get bogged down in a lot of bureaucratic mess the way California, New York, and Illinois do. Our state budget, it looks like when the legislature gets done here in a couple of weeks, it'll be around $114 to $115 billion. That's the size of the New York City budget, Maria. The state of New York's budget is almost twice the size of ours, and we have more people. And so it's really about being efficient, using common sense strategies and views with your budget first and foremost. And then the second thing is making sure that you prioritize a quality business environment with low regulation, low taxes, and allowing people to be free and chase the Florida dream right here in the great state of Florida. And that's what the recipe for success. And we're going to continue that recipe for success.
Have you noticed the influx of wealth in Florida?
Oh, absolutely. You travel this state, you're seeing people from New York, from California, from Illinois, starting to get some from Washington State, because Washington State is telling the other blue states, hold my beer, we'll tell you how to really get crazy.
Wow.
And you're starting to see it come from everywhere. But at the end of the day, what people want is they want a state, they want a society that is free, that respects property rights, that respects economic liberty, and respects individual liberty. And that sums up Florida. We're going to continue to be that state, and that's why we believe we're going to see more wealth and more economic growth come to Florida.
Wow.
Now, I do not live in Florida, so I don't have a say-so over who's governor. But I do have an opinion over who I want to be governor. And I know that there's another individual that a lot of Floridians talk about. I think his name's Jay Collins. I don't know much about him, so I can't really say much about him because I focus more on national politics and how it affects all of us. So that's why congressmen and senators, they do affect us. But governors, if you're getting one red governor for another red governor, the state's really not going to change that much. It's going to stay relatively the same for the most part, if they're not rhinos. What I'll say about Byron Donalds is this. He's always had President Trump's back. He's never wavered. He's always been very, very against what the Democrats say and do. He's very articulate. He understands financial systems. He worked in the financial institutions for a long time. Very smart individual. I like his demeanor. I like his personality. I like the fact that he doesn't take any crap from anybody. So I have no problem with Byron Donalds winning. I can't vote there. It's not my state. The state residents have more of a say-so and opinion on that than I do. But I do go to Florida. I do love the state of Florida. I have a lot of friends that live in the state of Florida, and every one of my friends want Byron Donalds to win. So, I pray for him. I pray that he does win. And if a guy who's just as good or better wins, I'm okay with that too. I just, I don't have anything bad to say about Donald's. Now, I know that there are things that you can say about Donald's that are bad. I've heard the people's complaints. But as far as I'm concerned, I don't have anything bad to say about the guy. I do have something to say bad about this moron, though.
It is time for the North to pull up to the South. It is time for New York to pull up to Alabama. It is time for all of us to come to Georgia, to Louisiana, to Tennessee, to Mississippi, and let them know exactly what they have uncorked with this injustice. They think they can draw us out of power. They do not know the sleeping giant that they just awakened.
So she wants a civil war
because
again.
It is not a coincidence, and our whole country must understand that it was not until voting rights were ratified in this country that we got the Great Society. Because when Black Americans have the right to vote and that vote is protected, our schools get funded. When voting rights are protected, health care gets expanded. When voting rights are protected, our country moves forward. In Montgomery, that's what they're actually afraid of. They're afraid of us coming together. They're afraid of us protecting one another. Alabama is the crucible. Georgia is the crucible. Tennessee, Louisiana, Mississippi is the crucible. So if you are not from here, it is time to pull up. Because what they thought was the final blow is actually just the opening silo. It is time.
First of all, why is she behind bulletproof glass? Ain't nobody trying to kill her. Second of all, why are you in South Carolina if you're not getting ready to run for a national position? Third of all, you want a civil war? Eli, she said it's time for the North to pull up to the South. Pull up. I understand you're using that Gen Z language, but you sound like a retard. Time for the North to pull up to the South. Is that South with an F or with a TH? Did you change your accent for speaking in the South? Again, Eli, I'm confused.
I don't know if she's, trying to sound trendy or hip or cool or something, but even that statement sounds kind of retarded. It's time for the North to pull up to the South. They're below us, numbnuts.
Well, pull up, pull up, scoop me up, pull up to my house, to where I live. It's time for the North to pull up to the South so we can have a civil war? I have a feeling that the South might win this time. Most of the Democrats live in the North. Eli, I have a feeling that Democrats that used to live in the South are going to lose because they migrated north and the Republicans live in the South now.
It was like a dust off or, a little scuffle. That if Trump ever just got it, just go at each other for a while. Wouldn't even need guns. You'd bitch slap these people right back into submission. Yeah. Now shut up.
Eli, I don't speak jive, by the way, so I didn't get a lot of what she said. Maybe you can help interpret that for me?
Just hang loose, blood. AOC gonna catch up on the rebound out of Medicine. What it is, Big Mama? Mama didn't raise no dummies. That crap. Come in some slack, Jack. Chunky don't want no help. The South don't get no help. Job, man. You just got no brains anyhow.
Here you go. That's what AOC actually said, by the way. Now, we've been speaking about elections and people out and people in. Marco Rubio said something pretty astonishing. Marco Rubio said he would support J.D. Vance for 2028 presidential run. Pledges to be the first person to endorse him. Now, last week we talked about this. We talked about the possibility of Vance and Rubio running. And I told you, in natural succession, there's no way Vance is going to be vice president again. That it would have to be Vance president, Rubio vice. That's the natural order of things. From that position to the next. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has seemingly poured cold water on his own presidential ambitions by indicating that he would support J.D. Vance He says, I'm going to be in this job for the next 2.5 years. I'm going to do that job. I'm going to finish the job for this president. I'm enjoying it very much. I think we're going to make a lot of good things happen. JD is a very good friend of mine. If JD runs for president, I think he'd be a phenomenal candidate. I've said it publicly, and I'll say it again. I'll be the first person to sign up and support him. I think JD would do great. So there you go. And you're right, Claire. Marco did say a while back if JD was running, he wouldn't. He did say that. And now he's reinforcing that statement with saying, if he runs, I will be the first person in line to support him. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. I'm also okay with Marco Rubio attached to J.D. Vance to help him in this venture if that's what happens. Because Marco is more savvy with politics. He's been there longer. He's wiser. He's got more experience. He's been doing it longer. I'm okay with it. It sounds like that's the way this is going. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you know, next year, the end of next year, not even middle of next year to end of next year, we're going to know who's running next. If we got the Save America Act passed, you could probably get Vance, Rubio, and then Hegseth, because no illegals would be voting. So we're going to find out probably towards the middle to the end of next year who's going to be running, because they need to run for a good year and a half. I'll bet you it's JD, and I'll bet you it's Marco. Now, moving on to Todd Blanche. Todd Blanche dropped some big bombshells with Maria Bartiromo this weekend. First of all, talking about the 2020 election. Folks, from what the DOJ is saying, from what Kash Patel is saying, the 2020 election information and proof that they stole it will be coming out very soon. And it's all about timing. Watch these couple clips.
She just said that we're going to find out that President Trump actually did win certain states in the 2020 election. Now, the president says all the time that the election was rigged. What have you done about that? Do you have any evidence that the election was rigged? What can you tell us?
Well, there's a ton of evidence that the election was rigged. That's not something the DOJ needs to tell you about. There's been evidence about that for many, many years. What I can tell you is that we have multiple investigations going on in Arizona, in Georgia, in Fulton County, Georgia, and that's exactly what we're looking at. By the way, this is very difficult because they're very good. They're very good at hiding up misconduct and hiding what they're doing. And so that's why we're very focused on finding out whether the right people voted, whether people who were supposed to vote voted, whether there was one vote cast per voter. And that's what we're doing in multiple states. And I expect, and again, people, you'll say to me, how long is it taking? Why is it taking so long? And the reality, the answer to that is because it takes a lot of work to uncover what happened in 2020. It takes a lot of old, good old-fashioned law enforcement police work, which is what we're doing, and we have great prosecutors working on it as well. And I expect that, and I assure the American people that as soon as we have something to say for it, whether it's charges, whether it's a report, whether it's the results of an investigation, the American people will learn about what we've uncovered.
Yeah, so in other words, what you're...
So that's what he says, ladies and gentlemen. That's what he says. Hollywood says would require a conventional constitution, never going to happen. We're talking about Trump serving another term. I don't think it would. I think it would require a Supreme Court ruling to say it was never constitutional anyway, and to say Franklin Roosevelt did it. You guys put that in place after Franklin Roosevelt. If you can prove that that was an unconstitutional law to begin with, might be able to strike it down, Supreme Court. I'd be cool with stress testing it. Just like I'm cool with stress testing the executive order that says the pardons are not legit. I understand that the odds are against it, but I'm okay with stress testing it. We're talking about if Trump were to run for another presidency, right? Chris Kapp said, I think Trump should run for governor of every state. I think he should definitely run for governor of California. He'd probably win it, or even New York. For sure he'd win New York. For sure he would win New York. But here we go. The proof. Maria Bartiromo in this clip, I believe, asks, when are we going to get it? Right? And he says, basically, it's all about timing. And from what I understand, there will be people that go down for this. It's not just going to be like here's some files. And if anything, it'll be used for future stress testing and endeavors. But it's not just the 2020 election. It's the Russia gate and everything. More charges are going to be coming for James Comey and Clapper and all of them, just like we said. But here's some more of that conversation.
President Trump actually did win certain states in the 2020 election. Now, the president says all the time that the election was rigged. What have you done about that? Do you have any evidence that the election was rigged? What can you tell us?
Well, there's a ton of evidence that the election was rigged. That's not something the DOJ needs to tell you about. There's been evidence about that for many, many years. What I can tell you is that we have multiple investigations going on in Arizona, in Georgia, in Fulton County, Georgia, and that's exactly what we're looking at. By the way, this is very difficult because they're very good. They're very good at hiding up misconduct and hiding what they're doing. And so that's why we're very focused on finding out whether the right people voted, whether people who were supposed to vote voted, whether there was one vote cast per voter.
Yep. And Maria ends up asking him, when are we going to find out? When are we going to know? Soon, he says. Now getting onto the Russia stuff. And more charges coming for James Comey, James Clapper, all the way up to Obama.
We're finding out some incredibly troubling things, and at some point at the right time, that will be made public, and the American people will see exactly what happened to this administration and President Trump over the past decade.
Well, I mean, the country was ripped apart. We all know that. Half of the country said he colluded with Russia. The other half said, no, it didn't. I mean, it ripped the country apart. But you say when the time is right. When is the time right? When should we expect these charges of conspiracy?
Well, I mean, look, as has been publicly reported, the Southern District of Florida has an open criminal investigation. That involves hundreds of subpoenas. It involves hundreds of witnesses. And so as far as timing and when we can expect it, we are working hard and we are working efficiently, but we are going to do it right. We are not going to rush something that isn't ready. We're not going to reach a conclusion before our investigation is over. But I assure you, and I assure the American people, that we are completely focused on it.
Okay, well, I don't know what is not ready. I mean, we've been watching this play out for a long time, and viewers and
I like that question.
And people watching are frustrated because it just keeps happening. Weaponization keeps happening because it's not corrected the time before. Now
we're finding out some incredible.
That was a good question. When? Obviously, he can't tell her when. And I don't know if this is the same clip. And I apologize if I'm playing multiple clips. I have multiple clips pulled from different sites. This one here has a picture of all four of them up here. Clapper, Brennan, Comey, and Obama. What does she say here?
Perhaps John Brennan, of conspiracy over a 10-year period after the statute of limitation was reached on Comey's Russia collusion cover-up. The former FBI head was indicted last month by a grand jury in North Carolina. You heard the former chairman of the Intelligence Committee saying that there has been a conspiracy over 10 years. What have you done about it?
Well, look, that's exactly what we're investigating right now. And by the way, what is not in dispute is that the whole Russia hoax, there was absolutely nothing to it. And so the question that the American people have to ask is, well, then why did they do it? Why did Comey say what he said? Why did the outgoing Obama administration do what they did? And that's what we're studying right now, because it did great damage to this country. It did great damage to President Trump's first term. And we want to understand why that happened, why there continued to be an effort by operatives in the government to go after President Trump while he was in office, and then, of course, over the past several years as well.
Do you believe it was a conspiracy against President Trump?
It is. No statute of limitations.
That's what we're looking at. And do you believe it? I mean, look at what happened. I mean, here there's no evidence of any Russia collusion at all. And yet there was a special counsel appointed, 2 years, the president's family, his entire administration was investigated. There was zero evidence of any Russia collusion. Right. That cannot happen. And so it should never happen in this country. And so we're going to get to the bottom of it.
Oh, I understand that. And we all know, this audience is well aware of it. We were among the first first to say this doesn't smell right, this doesn't look right. We don't think it's true. I had Devin Nunes on and John Ratcliffe on virtually every week.
Too bad you're on a network that called it for president or called it for Biden in Arizona before the race even came close to even having 1% in. Too bad you work for that network, unfortunately. But this is a big conspiracy RICO case. They're not going to get away with this, right? They're just not. It's not going to happen. I don't know who's going to get busted for the 2020 election, but I can tell you the whole Russia collusion stuff, Crossfire Hurricane, their asses are grass. I don't know if it goes all the way up to Obama, but I can tell you that this loser right here, he's going down. Listen to what he says to the deep state operatives about just hold on. We'll get this country back and we'll replace everything.
Not looked at from the top level. The people running it, if you're bragging about forcing out career prosecutors and agents because the president doesn't like a lawful investigation they conducted, something is seriously broken at the top. But I have great confidence in the people down below who are just trying to hang on. And I'm urging them, hang on 2.5 years, and then we can rebuild these institutions. But we need good people in those roles. America does.
All right.
And would you say you were a good person? Would you say you were one of those good people that America needs, James Comey? Huh? Because you and your daughter were a friggin' disgrace. You and your scumbag daughter were a disgrace to the people of this country. And I hope you hang. And you're talking about hanging on. Hanging on to what? What? Hang on to what? Here's a nice little video of Capitol Police, the audio from January 6th, identifying undercovers, identifying officers by candy stripe guns and candy stripe gun wristbands. How many things have we showed you of January 6th? How many? They're all in on it. Here's another thing that they're doing.
There's a guy that you push up here, short guy, dark hair, black vest, thin blue line thing on, dark hair, and he's got like a little 27 or something on his hip. No police identification on him at all. I couldn't get to him because there were so many people. But just keep an eye on white male? White male, dark hair. All right. It looked like a grayish black, maybe a digital fatigue. Do any of your non-uniform guys have any identifiers? Like wristband? They will have a wristband. Their guns will have a candy stripe on the barrel. Okay. I don't know the wristband color, but they'll have a wristband somewhere, okay?
There you go. Identifying who the FBI agents were in the crowd. You'll know them by X, Y, and Z. Time to put these people time to bury them under Congress. Eli?
See, it was some real geniuses we were working with there, too. They'll have a wristband, I don't know, somewhere. Maybe on their wrist, yeah. Dipshit.
Otherwise, it would be called, an ankle band, a neck band, a necklace, a ring, a hat. Describing the game of Clue, ladies and gentlemen. It was the FBI Fed insurrection on January 6th in the Capitol, Washington, D.C. that did it. That's who did it. Game of Clue. Now, we got this little tidbit of information this morning as well. If you follow me on social media, then you already know. Watch this. Amy Bach, ladies and gentlemen. Who's that?
Hey, guys, how you doing? By now, you've probably heard about the $250 million fraud that this individual who used to work with Ilhan Omar was just found guilty of in the federal child nutrition program during COVID. By the way, this is just one federally funded program that is linked to Ilhan Omar. There's Feeding Our Futures. There's many other fraud programs that her name was mentioned in. Well, this lady's name was Amy Bach, B-O-C-K. She was the founder of Feeding Our Future. She was found guilty on charges including conspiracy, wire fraud, bribery, and more in her role in the COVID-era scheme. Well, speaking by video call this week from the Shelburne County Jail as she's awaiting sentencing, Amy Bach told the New York Post straight out that Ilhan Omar, was involved in all of it, was involved in all the fraud. Now, Ilhan Omar has previously denied any connections with the scheme, but we know that her name was mentioned multiple times in the reports, and now we're getting Amy Bach from jail saying that she was in on it all. So I'm wondering if J.D. Vance and the Department of Justice, since they're investigating so much fraud, if they're going to subpoena Amy Bach's testimony that Ilhan Omar was involved. This is stage one from getting Ilhan Omar removed from Congress, number one, and expelled from Congress, and denaturalized and deported from this country. Let me know what you think below. Do you think that Amy Bach will be, her testimony will be used? And what do you think the chances are that Ilhan Omar pays in one way, shape, or form for her fraud crimes? Let me know in the chat below. And as always, please share. Thank you.
Now, if you slam, you're going to say zero chance. And I understand that. But hey, we're all working towards it. Let's keep pushing, okay? Here's some more good news. Tina Peters will be released. From what I understand, Tina Peters will be released on June 1st. The governor of Colorado has finally succumbed to the pressure from the president. More than likely, he's going to withhold, he probably told them, I'm going to withhold every federal aid that you get. You'll never get it. I will completely destroy your political career. He needs to use that same pressure on John Thune. But either way, ladies and gentlemen, Tina Peters will be free.
Only nonviolent offender that is on the commutation list. She was sentenced to almost 9 years in prison. And to be clear, she deserved to go to jail. She committed a crime. What's at issue here is how long the sentence is. And I agree with the appeals court that in the sentencing hearing, the judge incorrectly looked at and considered her bizarre viewpoints, her speech, and held her speech against her. She happens to be somebody that's espoused what I believe to be, what anybody objectively would believe to be incorrect opinions, conspiracies, etc. That is not a crime in our country. What is a crime is, along with two other co-conspirators, one got 6 months, one got parole only, accessed after a municipal election, election computers to download software for an independent audit prior to the software being updated. That is a crime. There were 4 felonies. Those felonies will stick with her. She's a convicted felon. And I believe that the 4.5 years that I'm commuting her sentence to, she'll be on parole along with a number of the other 9 next month, is a fair, just, and tough sentence for her crime.
So there you go. Tina Peters to be released. I don't think she committed a crime. I think she showed the crimes that were committed. But nonetheless, she will be released. Praise God. Now, ladies and gentlemen, in case you missed it, episode 6 of Patriot Pals. Much as I could show you anyway in the last 4 minutes. Well, hello, everybody. Welcome to another episode of Patriot Pals. Boy, I have been having a blast doing these shows with you guys and learning about the history of this great country. Today, we're going to be learning about Teddy Roosevelt, one of my favorite presidents of all time, and the great thing that he did preserving our national parks. So here to talk about that today with me, as always, is my sidekick, Producer Eli. Producer Eli, welcome. I bet you're excited to be here today, huh?
I sure am, buddy. I absolutely love national parks and nature in general. Let's get this show on the road, or in the forest.
That's awesome. Also backed by popular demand. You guys wanted her, so my daughter Lily is back to help us learn about the national parks today. How you doing, Lily?
Hey guys, it's Lily. I'm back. Are you ready to learn about the national parks today?
All right, are you guys ready? I'm ready. Have you ever been to a giant forest, a sparkly lake, or a huge, colorful canyon where everything looks like it's from a storybook? Well, those are our national parks. They're like giant playgrounds for everyone in America to enjoy forever.
But how did they get started? Let's go on a wild adventure with one of the coolest presidents ever, Teddy Roosevelt.
Way back before cars and airplanes, America was growing super fast. People were cutting down trees, building factories, and hunting animals a lot. Some smart grown-ups worried that all the beautiful wild places might disappear. Poof, gone, like a magic trick, or like your ice cream on a hot day.
The very first national park was Yellowstone, created in 1872 by another president. It had bubbling geysers, grizzly bears, and waterfalls that looked like magic, but it needed more protection. Enter Theodore Roosevelt, or Teddy for short.
Teddy was tough, energetic, and very strong. He loved the outdoors more than almost anything in the world. When he was young, he went out to the west, to the Badlands in North Dakota. He rode horses, he hunted, he slept under the stars. But he saw people messing up the land and hurting the animals. That made him very, very sad. And then, very determined. He said something like, "We need to save this wild stuff for our kids and our grandkids." Teddy wasn't the kind of president who just sat in a fancy chair all day. He was like a superhero with glasses and a big mustache. He climbed mountains, he went on crazy safaris, and even boxed and wrestled for fun. As president from 1901 to 1909, Teddy became the conservative president, or the conservation president. He wanted to conserve our land, and that's how he got the nickname. He worked with friends like the explorer John Muir and signed laws to protect nature. He helped create 5 new national parks: Crater Lake with its super blue water, Wind Cave with underground tunnels, Mesa Verde with ancient cliff homes, and more. He doubled the number of national parks in America.
But he did even more. He signed the Antiquities Act, which let him quickly protect special places as national monuments. He saved the Grand Canyon, Devil's Tower, that giant rock that looks like a giant tree stump, and tons of forests and wildlife areas. Altogether, he protected about, 230 million acres. That's bigger than a ton of football fields put together.
So I have a question, Dad. Why did he do it?
Teddy believed these beautiful lands, animals, and trees belong to all Americans, not just rich people or companies who might use them up. He wanted kids like you, 100 years later, to see real bison, giant sequoia trees, and colorful canyons, not just pictures in a book. He said we should use nature wisely, but also leave some of it wild forever. And thanks to Teddy Roosevelt, we now have over 400 national parks, monuments, and sites. Places like Yosemite, the Grand Canyon, and even a park named after him, Theodore Roosevelt National Park in North Dakota, with wild horses and badlands that look like a dinosaur playground. So the next time you visit a national park or see a picture of one, give a big thumbs up to Teddy Roosevelt. He showed us that taking care of God's creation is a big job, and it's still important today. We can all help by not littering, staying on trails, and telling our leaders that we want to keep these places safe.
What do you think, Super Explorers? Would you rather see a volcano, an underground cave, or a giant canyon? Tell your family one park you want to visit someday.
All right, everybody, that's going to do it for Patriot Pals. Here again on LFA TV, God bless Teddy Roosevelt. and the people who protected our national parks. God bless you, my nature-loving patriot pals, and God bless the United States of America. We'll see you next week for another episode of Patriot Pals. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's it. That's Patriot Pals, and guess what? Not too bad of a likeness there, right? Right? Let's see. Not too bad. Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed that. I really do. Me and Eli work hard on that. Lily is working extremely hard on that as well. And, homeschooling kids, grandkids, everybody. Patriot Pals has a Facebook page. You can go there. You can watch it on our YouTube page as well. I said to Will Johnson, I said, Will, are you late coming in? Or are you just waiting for me to finish up? He said, oh, snap, I was actually watching it. Lost track of time. See that? Even adults love it. Even adults love it. So, anyway, hope you guys like it. Make sure you guys share that with your friends and family and tell them about the Patriot Pals Facebook page. There are right ways and there are wrong ways. But there's only one Yahweh. So stand up tall, keep your shoulders back, keep your chest out, keep your head up high. You are a child of God, and no weapon formed against you will ever prosper. Will Johnson coming up next. Keep your family and friends close. Keep your pets close. Keep a smile on your face, and whatever you do, never stop spreading that gospel. Peace out, guys.
I wear the armor of God now. I wear the armor of God now.
What's going on, everybody? Yes, I was watching it. I was like, oh my goodness. And Jeremy said, Will, are you waiting? No, I was actually watching. I'm like, this is very good. Very interesting. I was all in it. So, but we're getting ready to get into it. We're going to talk about these crazy radical liberals in the culture wars. And what's going on, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in. Hey, if you haven't already, I'm pretty sure Jeremy mentioned it. If you haven't already, please bless us by hitting that thumbs up and sharing the video. Let's get it out there. Let's get it going. We have to talk about it. Got to talk about it. And I'm sitting there thinking, I think that I'm not saying, look, I'm the only person, but maybe I just might be the appropriate person or the best person or... what do you think? What do you think? Let me know in the chat. And I'm talking about this racial division that the Democrats are trying to create. They want us at each other's throats. They want me fighting and being hateful towards white people. They want white people to be hateful towards me. They want this because if they don't have any of it, just like the SPLC, they won't have anything to come out and say, oh my goodness, they want us to pick cotton. I can't believe it. Have y'all seen the video with, what is it, Cori Bush? Cori Bush, she said that they want us picking cotton and not picking presidents. Well, I picked the president who's in the White House right now. So please explain to me, what are you talking about? I'm going to share it with you for those of you that haven't seen it. It's unbelievable. I've constantly said how these evil people want to take us back in the past and live in the past. They want me to believe that I've been in bondage. You can't make it up. This is the mentality of the people that we're dealing with. It's not just black liberals, it's white liberals too. White liberals are upset because black people are leaving the Democrat Party. Black liberals are upset because you have black people no longer want to stay on the Democrat plantation with them. Like, no, I don't want to stay here. No. I want to be free. I want to go. I want to be on my way. I want to be on my way. So please, leave me alone. Let me go. Let me do my thing. So, of course, as I'm mentioning here, you have these radical leftist lunatic liberals wanting everybody to believe that they're marching for something that they don't have. Let me ask y'all a question. Let me ask you this question. Please, let me know in the comments. Let me know in the comments. They're marching on Pettus Bridge, and y'all let me know, what is it that they're marching for that they don't have, that they currently don't have? This is the year 2026. Please enlighten me. They're out here marching for something like they don't have something. What is it that they don't have? They can vote. Oh, yep, that's not an issue. Maybe they can't go to the grocery store and buy milk and eggs. Nope, that's not an issue. They can do that as well. Maybe they can't get a job. No, they can do that too if they apply themselves. What is it that they are marching for that they don't have? I really want to know the answer to that. I really do. So please, somebody enlighten me. I mean, what are they marching for? What you see here are a group of people that live in the past and don't want to look forward to the future. They want to remain in the same slave mentality that they've been in for over 60 years. They don't want to change any of it. It's almost like they like it. Like they don't have nothing else to do if they can't tell everybody that they're in bondage and that they're slaves. Like they can't do nothing else. So again, I really want to know, please enlighten me. Tell me what it is that they're marching for that they don't have. Because see, most of the time when the civil rights when they were marching, Martin Luther King, et cetera, they were marching so they could have rights, the same rights that white people have, same rights as other human beings have. That's why they were marching. So why are they marching today? Because they have all of those same rights. And now they actually even have more rights. They want to be considered as equal human beings as to white people. Now that have taken place, they have a problem with it. You can't make it make sense. You can't. I don't care how hard you try. There's nothing, you can't make any sense out of this. Why? Because they want to have this back in the past, forever victim slave mentality. Forever victim slave mentality. And as I mentioned to you, there's Cori Bush, where she wants everyone to believe that this is going to put black people back out in the cotton fields. And that's where this came into place. Let me show you the great thumbnail our great producer Eli created. Look at that. That's the thumbnail that our great producer Eli created. And they want us back in the cotton fields. And you can see the two white men on the horse back there. That's Gavin Newsom and Chuck Schumer, right? And then, of course, you have Cori Bush, Hakeem Joffrey, and Cory Booker. They're like, come on, what are you doing? Do you need to come in the field? I'm like, nope, I'm not doing it. I don't want to do it. But that's what they want. That's exactly what they want. Well, like I said, listen to this. It's the most despicable thing. When I first heard this, I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. Who's wanting them to pick cotton? There's not a single Republican that want black people to go out and pick cotton as if they're slaves. Not a single one. She's the only one that's bringing that up. The Democrats are the only ones trying to convince everybody that Republicans are trying to put black people back in bondage, when it was the Democrat Party that never switched, that had black people out in the field doing slave labor. Only the Democrats.
I have to just tell the truth. There are people in this hostile anti-black administration that would rather black Americans pick cotton than pick the president, than pick their congressperson, than pick a senator.
So let's get this straight. She's saying that there's people that would rather have black people picking cotton rather than picking a president or picking a senator or picking a House representative, a congressman or woman. They'd rather have black people picking cotton. Well, guess what? This black man picked President Trump. And according to her, I shouldn't be able to do that. According to the other Democrats, I shouldn't be able to do that. I put this post out there, just a picture of me And I'm basically saying that just because I'm black doesn't mean I have to vote Democrat. That's essentially what I'm saying. I forget exactly how I said it, but I'm paraphrasing it. And I can't tell you how many people sent me messages angry with me because I say that I have the freedom to choose who I want to vote for. I can. If I want to pick President Trump, I can. If I want to pick President Trump in 2028, I can. It's my choice. If I want to vote for President Trump 4 times, it'll be my choice. Why are you trying to take my choice away? The Democrats, well, she's sitting there trying to say that black people, they want black people back out in the cotton fields picking stuff. It was the Democrats that tried to remove who from the ballot? President Trump. The Democrats tried to remove President Trump from multiple ballots throughout the country so that you could not pick him. They tried to put President Trump in jail so you could not pick him. They said President Trump is a 34-count felon. You can't vote for him because he's a felon. He's a felon. You can't do it. They didn't want us to pick him. So she has her nerve to come out here and try to say that people trying to put black people out in the cotton field. It's only been the Democrats. Only the Democrats tell us who we can and can't vote for. They don't want us voting for President Trump. They most definitely don't want us voting for the Republicans coming up this midterm election or in the 2028. If it's up to them, they win them. If they are successful in doing the okey doke in the midterm elections, they're going to stack the courts. Well, they won't be able to stack the courts then because President Trump will be able to veto it. But nonetheless, they're going to end up impeaching President Trump. And then we'll end up with J.D. Vance. And then they're going to impeach J.D. Vance because they're going to say J.D. Vance knew about all the corruption. He was right there with it. So they impeach Trump, and then they impeach J.D. Vance, and they'll leave them with Hakeem Jeffries. That's what their goal is. 100%. They're already gearing up to do the coup. They don't care. And then, of course, you got Cory Booker. Cory Booker, instead of saying that black people, they're trying to force black people out into field to pick cotton, Cory Booker is suggesting that they're going to start lynching us because we're black. You know, the same thing that the Democrats did back in the past. It was always the Democrat Party. Always. That has never changed. The party's never switched. Listen to Cory Booker. He's straight up wanting people to believe that it was the Republicans or that it is the Republicans. Can't make it up. Can't make it up.
Well, look, we see what they're trying to do. They're trying to rig maps and dilute African-American voices in the House of Representatives. This is overt. We know exactly the end they're trying to create, which is a removal, in some states completely, of black representation in the House of Representatives. This smacks of the post-Reconstruction period. There they used terror. There they used poll taxes. There they lynched people, and they used the law. A broken law, immoral law, to try to stop blacks from voting and having representation.
So who was actually doing that? Who are the people he's actually referring to? The Democrats. Do you notice they conveniently leave the key detail out every single time? They're leaving out the detail. Either, it's two things. Either Cory Booker doesn't know the history, or he's just blatantly lying for the people that don't know the history. Which one is it? I guess it could be both. It can't be both. It was the Democrats. See, more and more history about the true nature of the Democrat Party is coming to surface. More and more people are starting to realize it. And more people are fed up with it. They're fed up with the Democrat Party. Apparently, what you see here, and I didn't even know they were having these events across the country. These are small events, right? And I told y'all before, the reason why they're doing this is because they're trying to get black people to get worked up. They have to go out there telling black people that you're about to lose your rights. And I've been asking this question all over social media. Please tell me what rights I'm about to lose. Inform me so I can prepare. But none of them can tell you what rights that I'm about to lose. None. Not a single one. I still have the same rights. None of that has changed. But they want me to believe, or they want simple-minded black people to believe, that the Republicans, the bad Republicans, about to take your rights away. And again, as I mentioned multiple times before, the reason why they're doing this because they know that black people get into their emotions. And instead of just wanting to have a conversation and talk it out, help me understand. Let's talk about this because I don't understand. Instead of doing that, they know that black people don't want to talk. Black people just want to go out and react. Action, destruction, violence. And they know this. They are still using black people today for their political means. And talking about the political violence, all of that comes from the left. All the political violence that we see comes from the left. Majority of the violence in this country comes from the left. I'm not saying that Republicans can't be violent. Not at all, because we're still human. But if you look at the level, the scale of the violence, majority of it comes from the left. And then, of course, you have Cory Booker, what I just showed you. And then you have Cori Bush, what I just showed you. Cori Bush saying they're going to put us out in the cotton field. And Booker said they're going to lynch us. Well, who's going to be doing the lynching? More than likely the white Democrats like this. But it's not going to be them lynching black Democrats that stay and remain on the plantation. It's going to be black and white people like you and I that don't want to have anything to do with the Democrat plantation. Listen to him. This dude here is despicable. He is the modern day white liberal that is highly upset about black people leaving the plantation. So he has to try to convince black people, no, you don't want to leave like LBJ did. You don't want to leave. It's these Republicans that are making it rough for you. It's the Republicans that are taking away your rights. You notice, now notice, he won't even tell you exactly what rights that they're taking away. Now they have said, well, they're taking away voting rights from black people. Really? Where? Show me the video. Show me the person that's complaining about not being able to vote because they are black. This is disgusting. It's right down disgusting, but they're not going to stop. They're not going to stop.
And I want to be clear about something. The first place that Republicans publicly commented about was when the Missouri senator, the former Attorney General, Eric Schmidt, said, we need to look at all the Section 2 districts in the country, and we need to start in California. Now, what a curious place for him to say to begin. Because, in fact, California is not the Deep South. But for Eric Schmidt and for the Department of Justice, Harmeet Dillon, who said on social media, posted that she was on it, they can't imagine that there are any black elected officials who are elected on the merits. I mean, we know California's map right now is a partisan gerrymander. We know that because Gavin Newsom passed a partisan gerrymander. We know that because the courts adjudicated a partisan gerrymander. Sam Alito said California was a partisan gerrymander. But we are going to see Republicans, not just in Alabama and Louisiana and Mississippi and South Carolina and Georgia, where it's bad enough. We're going to see them try to use this to try to delegitimize, to try to say it is illegitimate for any community of black voters to elect their candidate of choice, whether they make up 50% of the district or 70% of the district or 7% of the district, and that every black elected official is somehow suspect.
Oh, my goodness. You mean to tell me that I'm not going to be able to select somebody simply because they're black? What? See, is anyone picking up on this? Is anyone recognizing what he's doing here? Or is it just me? Why are we trying to just select somebody because they're black? So now the only way that we can have representation is if the person is black and a Democrat. Because if it was just about the person being black, then the young lady in Tennessee would be their choice. But no, she's a Republican. You have to select the Democrat. And they want people to believe, because if you are black, you have to vote Democrat. That was the whole thing with Joe Biden. Let me see if I can hit the right.
Because you'd be in jail.
Come on, man.
And you ain't black.
No, they're right there.
And you ain't black. And you ain't black.
people of color.
If you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump and you ain't black.
That is exactly what this whole thing is about. Joe Biden said it during the campaign of 2020.
If you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump and you ain't black.
Because if you are black, you have to vote Democrat. That's what all of this is about. Joe Biden said the quiet part out loud during that time. And see, I already knew. If I have people tell me because I don't vote on the Democrat ticket that I am a traitor to my people because I'm not voting for the party that enslaved black people. I'm a traitor to my people. How is that even possible? That's essentially what this dude is saying too. Because if you don't have black representation, then your voice is silent. Well, what if the black people that's running in my district are not qualified? I don't want to vote for someone who is DEI. I don't want to vote for somebody just because of their complexion. I want someone in position who's going to fight for our children, not to try to sexualize our kids, try to butcher our kids, put our kids on puberty blockers. I want someone who's going to fight for our low taxes. I want someone who's going to try to remove all of these illegals from our city. I want someone who's going to make sure that we have jobs. I want to make sure someone is in office that is going to be fighting and advocating for us and not the illegals. That's what I want. But no, none of that matters if the person is not black, according to them.
And this is what I meant when I said this is the worst opinion of my lifetime. It is not just what Calais did to Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, but it is what it has unleashed and what we are going to continue to see. And so we all need to fight back in court.
You see that? So, of course, they want to take it to the court. We got to take it to the court to stop Trump. So that's why anytime the court doesn't go along with them, you got to shut them down. And for the most part, the Republicans do it too. Especially when they don't go along with the Constitution or they don't go along with something that's actually going to benefit the American people. That's when the Republicans complain about the court. But the Democrats believe that the court supersedes anything that President Trump does. They actually believe that. And that's the reason why the shadow government, the deep state, runs right to the court every time President Trump does something. I mean, they ran to the court for President Trump wanting to build a ballroom that's not coming from taxpayer dollars. They're crying about it. All of these years, I was always under an impression. I didn't know that when they had meetings with a group of people from out of the country coming into town, I didn't realize that they would be outside with the mosquitoes and the hot weather. Have you ever been in D.C. during the summer? It is miserable. Have you ever been in D.C. when it's straight up cold? It is miserable. I've always thought that they had a location in the White House to where they can bring in all these delegates and all these people from around the world and have, conversation in a secure location. I was always under the impression that took place, but apparently not. And President Trump said enough is enough. And the daggone ballroom, to my understanding, won't even be complete for President Trump to even utilize it as president. Won't even be able to utilize it as president. But he said, no, let's get it done. But they don't care. They don't want President Trump to do anything that he will be remembered by. That's what it really comes down to. Because if Obama did it, oh, it's so wonderful, so wonderful. Joe Biden did it, so wonderful. Everything that President Trump is doing, even same thing with Iran. If they would have done it, it would have been wonderful. But because President Trump is doing it, they don't want President Trump to be successful because they don't want him to be remembered. They don't want us as American people to remember all of the successful things that President Trump has done. So President Trump has no choice. He has to dismantle the Democrat Party. He has to dismantle them. He has to destroy them. And they're actually getting destroyed to the point now where these Democrats are kicking and screaming, and they're saying that they don't understand. They don't understand how black people could support President Trump, or how black people going to different colleges and universities will still go to these universities that's not going woke. Listen to this. This is D.L. Hughley. Now, at one point, I thought he was funny. This was over 20 years ago. I thought he was funny then. But dude is complete idiot, complete nut job. Listen to him. Complete idiot.
I don't understand why an athlete would go to a school where the state is ushering in a new iteration of Jim Crow. Mothers and fathers of those athletes, because if you're a 4 or 5-star athlete, you can get NIL money anyway. You don't need to go there. If it was up to the southern states, they would still be having slave labor, which is what they used athletics for. If athletes stopped going to the Tennessees and the Louisiana, the top tier athletes, ESPN and presidents of schools, chambers of commerce would start having conversations.
So now he's calling on black athletes and not to go to these schools like Tennessee, the ones where your vote as a black person is the same and equal to a white person's vote. You can't go to those schools any longer. They're asking for you to boycott these states and these schools, which is a lot of revenue because people tune in to watch these college games. And that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to hit them in the pocketbook to get them to reverse course. That's what all of this is about. And he doesn't understand why they're still going there. Let me show you somebody else who doesn't understand what's going on. And this one is with Don Sourpuss Lemon. He's on with this other dude. I'm assuming that this other dude that he's on here with is, a flaming gay dude too. I don't know. Don't really care. But in this clip, he is talking about me. Now, he doesn't talk about me by name, but I'm kind of wondering, has Don Sourpuss Lemon seen one of my videos? I mean, I suspect that he has, but he won't say anything about me. I talk about him all the time. Go ahead, Don, say something. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. Say something. Listen to him.
I cannot understand, and maybe you can explain it to me, how anyone could be black and be a MAGA supporter right now with what has happened, especially with what before that for me.
You don't understand it? Well, let me help you out. I like freedom. I like being who I am. I like making my own decisions about things. I love that I can say that I'm a Christ believer and you can't stop me from doing it, even though you would like to go into church and stop people from believing in Christ. I like the fact that I can vote and vote for President Trump and you can't stop me. I like that. I like the fact that our country is great and I want our country to remain great. And I don't want the homosexuals running the country. I really don't. Now, there's homosexuals throughout the government. Absolutely. But I don't want them running the country because then you want to target the children with your perversion. So you don't understand it. I'm telling you, I love my country and I don't hate white people. I love the people in this country. The people in this country have supported me. And I do what I can to fight for this country because this country is the greatest country on God's green earth. And Don Sourpuss Lemon is evil and he doesn't understand. Make it make sense.
But what has happened with voting rights in this country and what they're doing, I don't get it. I don't know. And some people are defending it, even black MAGA, black folks, black lawmakers. Like, what? Look, it's similar to the log cabin Republicans.
See, now you notice he's talking about the log cabin Republicans. Have y'all heard me mention them before? The log cabin Republicans are a group of gay people in California. A group of gay people in California that is all for the homosexual activities. And they cave into the Democrats because the Democrats are all about homosexual activity. And the reason why I believe that the log cabin Republicans exist is because Satan is using them to try to get more Republicans to say, it's okay. They're nice people. They're not bringing any harm to anybody. They just want to be loved like everybody else. How many times have y'all heard that? Have you said it yourself? I mean, it happens. That's the whole point. That's what they want people to do. And here Don Sourpuss Lemon talking about the log cabin Republicans. Listen to him.
To the log cabin Republicans, and I can't see how how gay Republicans or gay people can be part of a party that doesn't even believe that they should exist. That
it's not that we don't believe that people should not exist. We just don't support their sinful acts. Just because we don't support the sinful acts of people don't mean that we don't acknowledge that they exist. They exist. We exist. We acknowledge the sinful things that they do. And for the most part, it's none of my business. It's none of my business. I don't even need to know. Why in the world do I need to know if you're a fudge packer or if you play on the lickety splits? I don't need to know. Why do I need to know that? See, that's the one big thing for me. I can never understand it. Why? Well, I do understand it. The reason why they want us to know, because they want us to accept it. They want us to say that this is normal. That's the reason why they do it. But I don't need to know. It's on a need to know basis. And Will Johnson does not need to know. So please, by all means, stop telling me. Stop saying it.
Doesn't believe that they are, I guess, deserving of the rights of every American. I don't get that. And I just don't understand how MAGA... There are black MAGA. Look, there's black MAGA. I don't know if you remember during, I think it was 24 election or whatever, people were talking young, black, and MAGA. So, yeah. Wait, what? I mean, there are words that I just won't say here, but I think it's inappropriate. I will say self-hating is one term that I would use for it. Naive is another term that I would use for it. And then a milder term would be pick me is another term that I would use for it.
Pick me. Now, I have no idea what he's talking about. Pick me. Unless you're like on the basketball court. Pick me, or football team. Pick me. I'll be on the team. Pick me. Is that what he's talking about? Maybe y'all can help me out in the chat. What is he talking about? Talking about pick me. I have no idea. I really don't. I'm being honest with you. I had no idea. What do you mean pick me? Because I'm not trying to get anybody to pick me. The only one that I want to pick me is Jesus Christ. If I can get Jesus Christ to pick me to do his will, I'm all good. I'm not even concerned about the rest. I'm just being honest with you. Because if Jesus Christ picked me to do what he wants me to do his will, guess what happens? Other people will just be like, you know what? I want that too. And you can have it just as well as I can. So I don't know what's he talking about. Y'all need to help me out on that one. I have no idea. No idea. Don Sourpuss Lemon. Doesn't ever change with him, does it? It never changes. All right. I'm going to show you what they're absolutely angry about. And even with all of this going on with the Voters' Right Act, with the redistricting that's taking place, and how the Democrats are constantly repeating that the Republicans are taking your rights away. Are black people actually buying what the Democrats are selling any longer? Are they? I'll show you when we come back.
Remember when you were younger and you used to hear stories, whether it be in Greek mythology or whatever, about the fountain of youth, people constantly looking for something out there that would help them live forever or live longer? Well, kind of got something like that with Fatty 15, and it's not mythological. No, Fatty 15, this is an empty jar right here, but that's your size that you get. That's a 1 month supply. You get a 3 month supply on this deal. Fatty 15 contains something called C15. If you don't know what that is, it's an essential fatty acid that is necessary for your body's cellular generation, meaning that if you have any damaged cells, it will repair them. It'll also change the way your cells age, and you will live longer. C15 does exactly that. Again, if you don't know what C15 is, definitely do some research. But it's Fatty 15, and in each and every one of these capsules that you get in Fatty 15, you're going to elevate your cells, you are going to repair your cells, and you're going to live longer. That's what it does. It slows down your aging process for healthier hair, healthier skin, balanced metabolism, deeper sleep, and 3 times more cellular benefits than omega-3 fish oils. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Save 15% now. That's fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Thank you very much. Back to the program.
Ask the question, what is the why behind Black people, specifically Black men, leaving the Democrat Party? It's not just one thing. And I want to turn to this because I think it's going to be, Trump had notable gains in the Black vote. in 2024 election, but pre 1964, pre the civil rights movement, pre the LBJ and his Great Society idea, Black people as a whole voted roughly 35% Republican. And then in 1964, LBJ, welfare, housing, separate your family from the man, it dropped from 35% to 6%. And it's been in single digits from 1964 to today, a little bit before 1964 to today, until Donald Trump. In 2020, it went to double digits, 12%. 2024, 15% overall. And in 2024, 15% overall, but for Black men, Donald Trump got upwards of 24% of the vote. So if we're trying to get back, so we don't have to go to 100% of Black men, but we're just trying to get back to pre-civil rights movement, which was 35%, and Black men are well on their way. That's how significant this shift has been.
Come on now.
Of Black men waking up and saying, wait a doggone minute. Now, it is interesting, again, because this has been 70 years, and Democrats haven't really changed that much.
No, because they're the same party. It's the same party. Good information, is it not? Was that not good information? Black people, see, right there, and you know what? I'm telling you, the liberals right now, they're going to reject that as much as possible. No, that's not true. That's not true. Black people never voted for Republicans. That's just a new trend. It's trendy. It's just new because they don't know the history. And actually, before it was 35%, at one point it was 100% because no Black person voted Democrat. Not a single one. And as I mentioned before, some of the first senators in the Republican Party, some of the first were Black men, along with white men. But they don't ever want to talk about that. And then they said, well, the same party that freed you, black tail, now they want to enslave you. Make that make sense. Make it make sense. That's what they want us to believe. That's what they tell us. That's what they tell us. They want us to all believe that. But there's more and more Black people that are finally waking up. And I like to believe that I may have played a small part in it, just a little bit. You know, maybe I got one Black person to say, you know what, Will Johnson, I don't like you, but you got me to thinking, and you're right. And I've actually had one guy tell me that in D.C. I'll never forget it. I've told the story before. If you want me to tell the story again, let me know in the chat. I'll tell it. Is this dude, he was Black, about 6'3", probably weighed 250 pounds. I mean, he was a big dude, maybe 275 even, big dude. And he walked up to me and go, Will Johnson. I'm, whoa, what's going on here? I'm like, do I need to run? But it's amazing. And this was in President Trump's first term. And they don't like it. See, the more they see people like me, and even people like you, regardless of your complexion, the more they see that they're losing their grip on you, they're losing the narrative, they no longer could just put out false information and get you to believe it. When they realize that, that's when they start doing certain things about trying to get people to get worked up in their feelings to get violent activity take place in the United States of America. It's not me just guessing what they're doing. I'm telling, this is what they've done in the past. And they're going to repeat it because what else are they going to do? They don't have anything else. They're not going to come up with anything new. For God forbid, they'll go say, you know what? Yeah, we've done this long enough. Let's join them in making America great. They could do that. I mean, they really could. What's stopping them? They could wake up tomorrow and say, we're no longer going to continue to try to crush Trump. We're no longer going to continue to try to stop him from doing positive things. We're not going to do that anymore. If President Trump wants our streets and our cities and our nation saved, right? If he wants to save, then we're going to work with him on doing that. But they're not going to do that because it's not in their nature. The Democrats are filled with evil demonic spirits. That's who they are. That's what they are. That's the reason why I'm constantly referring to it as the Democrat Party. And it's more and more people starting to pick up on that and starting to say, you know, I've had here lately that had a whole bunch of people go, well, I never heard anyone refer to them as the Democrat Party, but it's so fitting. It's so fitting. That's exactly what they are, the Democrats. And the thing is, I didn't make up the term. I wish I had. I wish I could coin it. I mean, I couldn't. There's a YouTube video out there right now that's been out there over 10 years. Democrat. You know how you have gone on YouTube and how to pronounce certain names, because some of these names are just really weird and off the wall. Well, there's a video like that for Democrat. It's pretty awesome, actually. It's really short. I think it's like 23 seconds or something, if I remember correctly. But the Democrats, again, they want to act like they're here to save all of us too. They understand, like what, not that they understand. They go, I can never understand your black struggle. When white people struggle the same way, I don't know why color has to be a part of it. Can you tell me why color has to be a part of it? Do you not struggle the same way Will Johnson does? I mean, you got to pay bills, don't you? Do you have to pay bills or do you not have to pay any bills? Do you use toilet paper, or you got someone else? You got a bidet and never have to use toilet paper. I mean, you never have to clean it, or just stay clean? You know, I mean, you have the same problems. If you have a gas vehicle, do you never have to put gas in your vehicle? I mean, what is it that you go through that I don't go through? Over the past weekend, I started getting like a head cold, a summer cold, all congested and stuff. I guess that never happens to you, right? Never, ever, ever. Sinus never, ever, never, ever, ever. Just me, right? Because of my color. Well, listen to this. This despicable dude goes on with Satan's Reverend Al Sharpton. And this white dude on here being like a sympathizer, saying, I would never understand the struggle that you went through because you're such a slave. You're such a victim, Al Sharpton. These bad Republicans have kept you in bondage all of these years, so I would never understand what you had to go through. Can't make it up. Can't make it up.
I recognize that I will never be able to feel the pain of racism, but I know that it exists. We have a president that denies that racism exists, but he shows us what it looks like every single day. But we can push back against this shameful decision by the Supreme Court. We can try to protect voting rights. Democratic governors can veto redistricting plans that would eliminate majority seats. We can refuse to call our legislatures back into session. We are not going to redistrict in Kentucky because I refuse to call them back because they would do the wrong thing.
So he'll never understand the pain of racism. And just like the SPLC, they have to keep racism alive, or they don't have anything to fight on. They create it, they cause the problem, they advocate for the racism, and then they turn around like, we're here to save the day. Like, we're here to fight the racism. We're advocating for you. I'm so sick of it. I really am. I'm sick of them using a color as a weapon against a group of people to try to get some kind of gain. I've mentioned it multiple times, just the year 2026, and we're still doing this? Can we not move forward? What is it that they believe that they can't do or can't have? Why? You know what it is? It's because they saw in the past how it worked for them. They saw how the slavery worked in the past for them. And they said, well, we can just continue doing it because, the younger people that have, gotten older now, they don't know any better. We'll just continue doing it. And, they won't know that we've done it in the past because they won't look up the history. They're counting on people watching MSDNC, CNN, all of them, not knowing the history. Deb, thank you so much for The Rumble Rant says I have 4 bookshelves full of books. Oh, y'all must be looking at my books behind me. Well, thank you so much for that. Here's some beautiful balloons for you. And then, another one for Deb. Said she has 2 books that are most important. That's the Bible in 1984. Some more beautiful balloons for you. And then we have one from Bella. Thank you so much. Bella says, Will, I love your show. And I actually saw that one here. Put that up on the screen. Bella said, I love your show, Will. Thank you so much for that. And here's some beautiful balloons for you. Thank you so much for that. I greatly appreciate it. Greatly appreciate it. I don't think I saw any more. Nope. So let me share this one with you. This is when they're getting extremely desperate. When they're no longer can hide how desperate they are. They can't hide it anymore, right? What am I talking about? Gavin Newsom. Because they know the midterm election, everything that they try to put in place to retain power, to keep the power, just got crushed. Virginia, Tennessee, Florida, Kentucky, Louisiana, it just got crushed. They just knew that in Florida, when they would take away the Republican seats, like, oh, you shouldn't have done this. You shouldn't have started this war in Texas, and we're going to be the ones that finish it. Yeah, no, you didn't. Because what they didn't realize is that they had already gerrymandered everything that they could throughout the entire country. They have no more wiggle room to do anything. They can't do anything. So what does Gavin Newsom say? Because they don't have anything else to do. Remember, I told y'all before, one of the things that they utilize is black people going out to the streets and being violent. I told you that multiple times, like a broken record. And it happens over and over and over again. I mean, there's actually a video of a whole bunch of kids in D.C. at a Chipotle fighting. I thought about getting that video and showing it to you. And the people just on the side by watching it. They're throwing chairs, baby chairs, tables, just tearing the Chipotle restaurant up, just tearing it up, like tearing the club up. And of course, none of the liberal media will talk about that. But what they want them to do is take that out into the streets. Listen to what Gavin Newsom says, because this is very dangerous, what he says in this clip. Very dangerous.
We all have agencies. We can shape the future. There's still a lot. Look, I've said this before, so I'll repeat it. I don't anticipate this need to be the case, but there is a break the glass scenario. And there's many people that have a deep understanding of what it would look like if Democrats were locked out. And we're going to do everything to make sure that doesn't happen. I'll leave it at that.
So when they're the break the glass scenario situation, what does that mean? The way I take it is that you break the glass when there's an emergency, when there's a fire. You break the glass, you pull the axe out, you break the glass, turn the sprinklers on. You break the glass because there's nothing else you can do. So you have to break the glass. He's calling for civil unrest in the United States of America. That's what the break the glass, when I hear a Democrat say that, because what do they have? They have nothing else to stand on. Nothing else. They have nothing. Tell me one positive thing that the Democrats have done in the past 20 years. Just one. Tell me one positive thing. I get people online constantly saying, well, Will Johnson, the Republicans have been for, or the Democrats have been for, they didn't say Democrats, of course, I say Democrats, but they go, the Democrats they've been there for black people for 60 years, Will Johnson. Where have the Republicans been? The same place they were before, LBJ. You do for yourself, and if you're successful, good on you. But you got to do for yourself. White people have to do for themselves. Why can't you? Why do you have a handicap? My color's not a handicap. I remember having a conversation with my mom. And this was years ago. She was asking me, because when they were getting rid of affirmative action, and she was kind of upset with me. She was upset about the whole fact. And I had to explain to her, I said, Mom, our color is not a handicap. We can achieve things because of who we are, what we know, what we've learned. And this is during the time I was living in California, and I did IT for 20 plus years. 20 plus years. And after doing IT for so long, I knew the system that I was working on. I knew how to do my job. I was running circles around people from India, with the dot, because they claim to be so intelligent, so smart. And there's some of them that are highly intelligent, but I was running circles around most of them. And I'm a black man in America, which according to them, I can't do anything because I'm black. I need help. I need assistance. Make it make sense. And it's like degrading to sit there and tell people that you can't do this without my assistance. Like the lights in my studio, me being able to push the buttons, me having the camera going, me having the different camera angles where it switches from one camera to the next and then switch to full screen from the chat, right? That happens. But according to Democrats, I can't do any of that on my own without them. I need them to hold my hand because without them, it just doesn't happen. Here's a like a collage from this past weekend. Deb, wow, here's another one. Deb, keep up the energy through November. Oh, we got to keep it up through November and beyond. We got to keep up the energy because we have a country to fight for. Thank you so much for the Rumble Rant. Some beautiful balloons for you. Listen to this one. This one, which I think this one has like 3 or 4 Democrats in it, and even the one with Cori Bush that I played in the beginning of today's broadcast. Listen to this. All of them despicable Democrats. Every last one of them.
It's our generation's time to respond to the assaults. You see, we have seen this before, where some people in black robes try to deny or take away our rights.
We are here because a white supremacist dictator known as President Donald Trump thought he could silence us. They thought they could stop a movement. You can rig a map, but you can't rig a movement.
It is a great injustice, and we're here collectively in righteous indignation. I have to just tell the truth. There are people in this hostile anti-black administration that would rather black Americans pick cotton than pick the president, than pick their congressperson, than pick a senator.
So y'all see that? Every last one of them have this victim slave mentality. Every last one of them have this, oh my goodness, they're taking our rights away. And again, they never come out and explain, these are the rights they're going to take away from you. As a black person, you will no longer be able to fill your tank up with gas. Or in this case, right, the way the Democrats will have it, as a white person, you will no longer be able to fill your tank up for your vehicle. You'll be able to go 3/4 of the way. That other quarter to fill up your tank, we're going to donate that to a black person because they're less fortunate than you are. This is the way they think. They would, oh my goodness, that's Will Johnson. It's such a great idea. That's how they do stuff. See, not a single one of them come out there and say, well, they're going to tell black people that when voting on November 6th take place, yeah, as black people, you're not allowed to go to the poll until November 7th. Or I like the one where they tell women that, because you got married, that you're not going to be able to vote because your marriage certificate is different than your driver's license because you got your name changed. As if women are not capable. So as black people and women, just like it was during the Civil Rights Act, when black people were marching, when white people were marching for women to be able to vote and black people to vote, it was the Democrat Party that was saying no to them voting. Fast forward to 2026, it's the same Democrat Party doing the exact same thing. And then you have AOC. I want to show y'all what AOC had to say. And she's behind like a bulletproof glass, like someone's going to do something to her. No one cares about AOC. No one cares about her like that. I'll show you when we come back.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, My Pillow mattresses and My Pillow mattress toppers, as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale, only $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
It is time for the North to pull up to the South. It is time for New York to pull up to Alabama. It is time for all of us to come to Georgia, to Louisiana, to Tennessee, to Mississippi, and let them know exactly what they have uncorked with this injustice.
So again, with the Democrat talking to black people, Southern accent. Again, black people don't understand anything unless you change the way you talk to them. You know, kind of like Ebonics. They don't understand. What are you talking about? What injustice is she referring to? The Democrats haven't been this angry since they lost their slaves in the first Civil War. They haven't been this angry. I'm telling you right now, everybody, this is going to spark violence across the country. President Trump is crushing it. He is eliminating the Democrat Party. And actually, if you really think about it, they're helping him do it. For all of these years, the Democrats have been very successful in manipulating people, getting people to believe a certain thing. And that is coming to an end. It really is. Now, of course, you're going to have some lunatic liberals out there that's never going to, think anything different than what they're being told. This is always going to be the case. You're going to always have some of those. That's just the way it is. Or we wouldn't have them all showing up at AOC listening to her talk. But there's countless people that are saying enough is enough. I can't do it anymore. They're saying enough is enough. I can't do it. It's absolutely mind-blowing. The year 2026, and I keep bringing that up, and I look at this stuff all the time. And it is blatantly lie to push their agenda. And anyone willing to listen to the lies, they're willing to tell them constantly, over and over. And like they don't even have an issue doing it. It's like they want people to know that the lies that they're telling, hey, they're just lies. It's okay. They're lies. It's okay. Listen to the Witches of the View, another prime example of it. It makes me think about how the Bible says the truth is not in them. They just lie about whatever it is, and the stuff they don't even have to lie about. They lie because they believe that the lies is for the benefit of humanity or for what they want.
And I see this as a great opportunity for the Democrats to show the American people that they are here for affordability. They are here for health care. They are here for education. They are here for making people's lives better. This is a huge opportunity, despite the fact that they're trying to gerrymander the heck out of this country and take away the black vote.
And take away the black vote. There it is again. There it is again. Going to take away the black vote. How? How were they taking it away? When they were doing the redistricting and making these black districts, so-called representation of black people, Did they take away white votes? I'm just asking the question here, because if you do redistricting based on color, you have to be taking something away from somebody. Isn't that how it works? Maybe I just don't know that part. Maybe I hadn't figured it out yet. Right? Maybe it's just me. I haven't figured it out. Well, Deb, thank you again. Deb says we're not Republicans, neither is Trump. We have to ride on that ticket. We are Americans, 100%. 100%. You know what? I need to see if I can change my balloons to American flags. That would be awesome. I think that would be fitting for everybody. Not that the balloons, everybody like balloons. It's a party, right? But thank you so much for that. Absolutely. We're Americans. Representation should come from who? Americans. Representation should not lead and come from being a white person. That's not it. That should never be the case. That should never be it. But nonetheless, that's what they do. It's always about color. Let me change it up one more thing. This is kind of changing up really quick. And Kevin's getting ready to come up next. Let me change it up really quick while we're waiting for Kevin to come. Karen Bass out of LA. Y'all think she's going to make it? Y'all think she's going to make it? I see Kevin's there now. You think she's going to make it? I sure hope not. I hope the people in California have woken up to what she's been doing. I really do. I really do. Because she's an evil person. She absolutely is. Absolutely. Okay. I'll save it for tomorrow. We'll talk about it tomorrow because Kevin's coming up right now here on LFA TV. And I want to thank you all. I want to thank you all so much for being here. Thank you so much. God bless you. If you haven't again, please hit the thumbs up and share the video. If you haven't already, please hit the thumbs up and share the video. Share the video. And we will most definitely see you on the flip side. God bless everybody. See you in the Culture Wars.
afternoon, everybody. What's going on, everybody? Monday, May 18th, 2026. My name is Kevin Smith. Thank you so much for tuning in to Loud Majority Live. We got a jam-packed show for you guys today. The Unite the Kingdom rally takes the weekend by storm as millions and millions of people descend on the streets of London, standing up for the United Kingdom and for English values. We're going to show you guys some of the footage out of there and how the mainstream media is beginning to lose their ever-loving mind over it, even the so-called right-wing media in the UK. Also, massive story out of Louisiana where Bill Cassidy got his ass kicked. Bill Cassidy, of course, sitting senator from Louisiana, came in third in his primary. Is this an indicator of things to come? Also, we're going to go over the primary schedule for the next couple of weeks so that you guys can be informed on all of what is happening around the country so that you don't miss out on any of your primaries. Big stuff happening. And Don Lemon's a racist. But we're gonna have some fun with that too. Before we get started, guys, do me a favor and hit that thumbs up button. Share the video out all over the place. We are rocking. We are rolling here at the 3 p.m. hour, rumble.com/LFATV. Before we get started, guys, do me a favor and head on over to loudmajorityusa.com. That's loudmajorityusa.com. Sign up for the newsletter. Check out our shop. That is the best way to support this show and everything we've got going on over here. You guys can check out all the new stuff over there. We got plenty of stuff on the half-off section as we clear out some merchandise to get some new stuff in for the summer. So, guys, head on over once again, loudmajorityusa.com, and use promo code SPLC to get free shipping. I got to tell you, this weekend at the street fair I was at the two street fairs, this shirt sold like crazy. People are loving the 250 America stuff, so pick up yours today. Head on over at loudmajorityusa.com. That's loudmajorityusa.com. As you can see, I got a little bit of color. Got a little bit of color today. Very nice. Very nice indeed. I didn't get color. I got burnt. So that's just, it's what happens. It's just what happens. So let's dive on in, because over the last week, we spoke about the earthquake that went on in the United Kingdom with Nigel Farage's Reform Party, which is the more right-wing party of the UK, sweeping, having massive victories all over the United Kingdom, and the Labour Party really not doing very well. The Labour Party, of course, being their more left-wing party, their sort of Bernie Sanders AOC type situation. Well, over the weekend, Tommy Robinson, who's been on this show, friend of the show, Tommy Robinson held a Unite the Kingdom rally throughout London, and millions of people came out, and the media absolutely lost their ever-loving mind. And you know what? I will say that I think the best part about the whole thing is watching the media absolutely freak out about the entire thing. Check this out.
Put them in a vehicle and get them to the custody suite. So it is difficult if you're, as you see there, in the bang in the middle of that group of people, and something happens, you need to step in. You then got to get yourself somewhere where a police vehicle can get to, which isn't difficult in the middle. And what we've got today, 2 big marches. So you've got a huge part of central London that's now shut off. So you can find yourself between the middle of the two and nowhere for you and your prisoner to go to. So it has to be like a quite a definite decision, and we've got to step in at this point, at this time, to take that person out of the crowd. But 11 arrests so far, huge crowds already, so we can see, going right the way back along. Stewards at the front, the stewards will manage the crowd.
Now, if operationally, if there were a skirmish that broke out, I'm just speaking hypothetically here, in the middle of this big street here, of this big throng of people, how would police deal with that?
You go in. You have to go, but you would go in almost with your team.
Other than so you're looking at it from. I mean, we're showing people aerial pictures here from the helicopter. just talk us through how police are getting their input.
From the ground level, if you're standing at one of these, obviously, saw officers on the road junctions there, and that's the bottom of the Aldwych. So coming along the Strand now, as I mentioned earlier, Lyceum Theatre's just up on the side there, coming down the Strand towards Trafalgar Square, Waterloo Bridge behind them, so a significant number of people. If some sort of confrontation or fight starts in the middle of the group, then ordinarily you're just aware of like raised voices and people moving away. So you're aware there's like a fracas going on in the crowd. So you try and get a position of elevation so you can see into the crowd.
I find it funny that their major concern, of course, is what's going to happen if a skirmish breaks out. Now, obviously, one didn't break out because we on the right are not violent. And those radical left-wing protesters you saw on the right of your screen there, they stayed the hell away, and they ought to. But Tommy Robinson did a phenomenal job over the course of this event, really getting people out, really getting them in elections. For them, it's election season. They had their local council races, which we spoke about last week on the show. And look, Nigel Farage and Tommy Robinson do not get along. Do not get along whatsoever. I'm pretty sure they don't like each other in the slightest bit. But it is more about preserving the kingdom and doing what needs to be done and stopping the takeover of the UK. And people always wonder on this show, why do I talk about the UK so much? And I've said it before, when Europe sneezes, America catches a cold. But really, if you look at American culture, the American system of government, we everyone knows we came from the British common law system and the way our government was initially set up. Obviously, we were colonies of the British at one point in time. But to see some of the oldest still running democracies in the world succumb to this sort of mass migration and mass importation of those from the third world who don't share your values and don't share your culture. Seeing it happen in the UK is troubling. We as Americans have a hell of a lot more in common with the British than we do with the French, with the Germans, with the Slavs, with anybody else in Europe. So seeing it happen in the UK is, of course, incredibly troubling. Tommy Robinson also found a way to create a bit of a stunt which has many people up in a tizzy. Tommy Robinson, of course, using social media to its absolute benefit and to its max. He had 3 women come out on stage in full burqas, full get-ups, and remove the burqas live on stage. I'm going to show you this, and then we're going to explain why he did it.
Thank you, Duff. Thank you. Sorry.
Now, to be clear, idiots will yammer and rant and rave about Islamophobia with that whole stunt. Even dumber people will call it a political stunt. Well, yeah, that's exactly what it was. That's why he did it. He did it for that clip, so that women around the world who are forced to dress up like beekeepers and walk around looking like a damn mailbox can see what happens, the liberating feeling it is to allow the sun to hit your face, maybe share a smile with another human being, the minor moments of life that really give it a lot of joy, which of course millions and millions and tens of millions and hundreds of millions of women around the Muslim world will never ever get to experience. It was a stunt. Yeah, it was a stunt. You know why he did it? So that people like me would play it on my show. so that millions of people around the world would see it. You know, maybe somebody comes across it on a social media video and shows what happens when you allow women to be seen by the rest of the world. You know, for all the angry feminists out there, and oh boy, did I encounter some this weekend. Let me tell you, I ran into some lady at Bethpage who did not like me. Which, you know, to be fair, I didn't really like her either. But very, very, very rude. They have nothing to say about the subjugation of women all over the world, but they'll complain about some non-existent, fake, already been debunked about 1 million times gender pay gap that quote-unquote exists here in America. But when, you know, women become virtually slaves throughout the Middle East, they seem to be rather quiet. They seem to do a little bit of shutting up when that happens. And it's frustrating. You know, they're feminists in America. Feminists in America are like starving women who have a Virginia ham under their arm, but they're complaining that they have no bread. Are things perfect? No, of course they're not perfect, and I think we should continue to make things better and better and better. But to pretend, like when Whoopi Goldberg the other day, that dithering idiot, said that it was harder to be black in America than a woman in Iran, like it really just shows you the aggressive, arrogant ignorance of some people in America. There was also another great moment when Tommy Robinson had a tribute for Charlie Kirk. Well, check this. It's long, but check it out.
None greater than Charlie Kirk. It was our event. It was our event in September. Our event in September, just days before, where he was murdered, assassinated. Do you know when I was on solitary confinement last year, there was no prouder moment when I sat there and I rang my son, and I'd ring my son, and my son would play the recordings of interviews. And Charlie Kirk gave an interview in the United States where he called on Donald Trump to sanction the British government for their unlawful and unfair imprisonment of myself for playing my documentary. So to Charlie Kirk, I've always been an admirer, okay? We want now, there should be an international Charlie Kirk Day once a year, where we come together and we recognise that man as a martyr. They feared Charlie Kirk because he awoke a nation. He captivated the next generation. He brought them back to Jesus. He gave them faith. He got them involved in democracy again. Right now we're going to have a tribute. Mike has flown from the United States of America. He's wrote a song. Mike, this is beautiful. This is a somber moment to the United States of America, to Charlie Kirk's family, to his wife. We loved him. The world loved him. Let's honour him.
What advice do you have for me as I move into adulthood in order to become a more informed
see your neighbor ain't the same. Now we lost the voice of the age, gunned down in a murderous rage. I don't want a civil war, no. Only God knows what it's for, though. If you're gonna say his name, Charlie Kirk died a martyr, not in vain. Now, Lord, bring revival to the land. Christ is Lord on the lips of every woman and man. A widow cries out, I forgive you. Now, men, let's go fight. If you're gonna say his name, Charlie Kirk died a martyr, not in vain. Gonna say his name. Charlie Kirk died a martyr, not in vain. If you're gonna say his name, Charlie Kirk died a martyr, not in vain.
I just think Charlie would have really liked that, so I wanted to make sure I played the whole thing. You know, it's, yeah, I just think he would have really liked it. To see the impact they had all over the world and all over the nation is pretty wild. Pretty wild. But look, it's great to see the United Kingdom really coming together out there, and like I said, their local council elections are sort of the kickoff to their national elections. Think of it kind of like any one of your local elections, and to see Nigel Farage's Reform Party do great is really inspiring. It's really inspiring for what comes next. But let's head on over to domestic policy. We'll get to that in 1 second. Before we do that, Mike Lindell.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 six-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed, because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Guys, head on over to MyPillow.com and use promo code LOUD. That's MyPillow.com, promo code LOUD for up to 80% off everything on the website. That's MyPillow.com, promo code LOUD. So, what was it? 2 days ago, Saturday, Louisiana had a primary election for it was for all of their primaries, but the big one was for their Senate primary. And Senator Bill Cassidy, he hasn't been the worst senator in the Senate so far, but he's been pretty damn bad. That I can tell you for sure. And, now we don't have to hear from him ever again.
It's official. NBC News has now declared that the second spot
in the June 27th Republican Senate runoff in Louisiana will go to State Treasurer John Fleming. So the runoff now is set. Congresswoman Julia Letlow, State Treasurer John Fleming, and that means that Senator Bill Cassidy, two-term Republican incumbent senator who voted to convict Donald Trump in his second impeachment trial in January of 2021, has been defeated. He will be denied renomination, and he will become the first sitting Republican senator, elected Republican senator since 2012, to lose a primary, to be denied renomination by his party. Again, Letlow clearly leading here tonight. Fleming, though, now safely, securely in second place here. Cassidy in third. The runoff set for June 27th.
That's pretty wild. It's one thing to not win it. It's another thing to not even be involved in the runoff. Donald Trump endorsed Letlow, the female congresswoman from Louisiana, to run for that Senate seat, and she blew it out of the water. She absolutely did. But to see Bill Cassidy come in a pretty far third in that race is absolutely wild. And we're going to be getting into primary season. Well, we are in primary season, but things are really going to begin to heat up all across the country, and we're going to see candidates left, right, and center. Some Donald Trump has endorsed, some I agree with, some I don't agree with, some that the party likes, some that I don't like. Upcoming ones that you should know about real quick before we get into we'll get into each and every one of them, the ones that I think really, truly matter. Tomorrow, there's a slew of them: Alabama, Georgia, Idaho, Kentucky, Oregon, and Pennsylvania. Obviously, the one that everybody's looking at is that Kentucky primary for Congressman Thomas Massie, who has drawn the ire of President Trump. It seems as though some other people have as well, by endorsing Thomas Massie against a guy that most people in the state of Kentucky think kind of sucks. It seems Thomas Massie is incredibly popular in the state of Kentucky, so we're going to see what sort of pull that has in that race. Another primary that I'm looking into is Georgia 1. Candace Taylor, she's not the Trump-endorsed candidate, but she seems to have a pretty good lead in Georgia 1. She's very hyper-local in that particular area. I've met Candace before. She's very nice. I have a few friends working on that campaign, so those are the ones I'm looking at. And then next week, next Tuesday, is the big one, baby. Next Tuesday is the big one with the Texas runoff. Obviously, that's going to be the one. That's John Cornyn against Ken Paxton. What happens in that race? President Trump has said he will not be endorsing a candidate in that race. I think this is ridiculous in and of itself, this entire runoff, why we're even doing this. The RNC has spent some $100 million in this race in order to protect John Cornyn. I don't know why. Seems like we could have saved a shitload of money if President Trump had just come out and endorsed Ken Paxton, like we know that he wants to. We know the MAGA base wants Ken Paxton. So once again, guys, tomorrow, if you're in the state of Alabama, Georgia, Idaho, Kentucky, Oregon, Pennsylvania, get out and vote. That's going to be a big one. That's going to be a big one. And then Texas next week. The following week, I mean, there's a bunch. California, that's going to be a big one, obviously, with Spencer Pratt. He's kicking names and taking ass left and right. Iowa, Montana, New Jersey, New Mexico, and South Dakota. Make sure you guys keep it locked in here for all of your primary updates because, look, there's going to be a lot happening over the course of the next several weeks all over the country. That is for sure, with primaries, with runoffs, with primaries that lead into runoffs. So keep it locked in here for all of that as well. Speaking of elections coming up, there's another big one in the state of Oregon that most people would not have really paid attention to, which I find to be incredibly interesting in the state of Oregon. Now, why am I interested by it? Well, it's because of who is running. The Democratic governor there, obviously incredibly left-wing, running basically to win Portland and nothing else. But there's a candidate in that race who seems to be, by all measures, polling ahead right now. And if you were a basketball fan in the 90s, you've heard of this guy.
16 years in the NBA.
And the key to my success wasn't buzzer beater threes. It was rebounds.
Goes Dudley, the offensive rebound.
5,400 times I put the ball back in my team's hands to win. And Oregon needs a rebound. We're going backwards on education, affordability, and safety. Oregon needs something new to win again. I'm Chris Dudley, and I'm running for governor.
Paid for by Dudley for Oregon. PAC ID 24693.
So Chris Dudley of the Portland Trailblazers, longtime Portland Trailblazer, is running against the incumbent Democrat. And right now, some of the polls has him up by 2 to 3 points. This is going to be big. It's going to be big because this is going to be one of those elections on election day that's, I think, personally, is really going to give us a gauge on just how many Republicans have left some of these blue states. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, look, New York, California, Illinois, we know that those are Democratic strongholds. But we usually sit back here and we talk about places like Portland, Oregon, and we see that as the sort of left-wing epicenter of the country. But it really isn't. It's just Portland. Portland is not a very big city in terms of major metropolitans in America. So despite the fact that Oregon tends to get a very, very left-wing governor because of the outsized impact of Portland, it seems as though a lot of people are starting to become incredibly fed up with this. How many Republicans have left? How many Democrats are going to switch over to a household name in Portland? You know, I joke on this show. I joke, but I'm really half serious. When you look at a guy like Zoran Mamdani, right? Becoming a household name, left, right, and center. Everybody has heard of this guy at this point. Now you're going to need somebody to beat him that everyone has heard of before. Someone with 100% name recognition. Now, I joke around all the time that I am starting the Derek Jeter 2029 campaign. Derek, are you listening? Come save New York like you did in the 90s. And just to be clear, as a Met fan, it brings me no great joy to say that last part out loud, but I have to face reality. Derek, come home, save New York. Save us, Derek Jeter. You're our only hope. And every Met fan watching this show right now just threw up in their mouth a little bit. But you know what? We need somebody with that sort of 100% name recognition. If Derek Jeter will not do, I will take Patrick Ewing. Patrick, are you available? I know you were coaching Georgetown for a little bit. Come on home. We need you. We need somebody with 100% name recognition that can bring in those top dollars, that can bring in the votes from 35-year-olds who never get out to vote. So Chris Dudley doing that in the state of Oregon, and I'm excited to see where that race goes. Because Democrats are beginning to lose their mind. We showed you the other day what Kamala Harris wants to do in order to save democracy. She wants to save democracy. And shout out to Congressman Nick LaLota, who had a great post the other day saying that if Democrats want to make D.C. and Puerto Rico their own state, then we should make Long Island its own state, a something that I could not possibly endorse anymore, because if, and it's a big if Long Island does become its own state, I'm running for Congress. That's happening. That's not even a question. It's happening. We're going to do it. We're going to make it happen. Absolutely going to happen. Maybe Lee Zeldin will come home and run for governor. Just putting it out there. Just throwing it out there. There it is, out there. So in order to save democracy, according to Kamala Harris, we need to expand the court. We need to add D.C. and Puerto Rico as states. We need to remove the Electoral College. So in order to save the great American democracy, we have to destroy it.
More power. Yeah, there's been sort of two Democratic responses. The first is hers. And after years of hearing Donald Trump is going to destroy the Constitution and undermine the very fabric of our society, now in order to protect the Constitution, we need to expand the court, undermine the judiciary, eliminate the Electoral College, which is how we've always elected the president, and then add D.C. and Puerto Rico as states. I mean, the irony is just beyond that she wants to save democracy by undermining the Constitution. So that's the one reaction that we've seen. And then the other reaction is the reaction from the far left, like Hassan Piker, who literally has said, this is going to lead to more political violence, which is kind of an endorsement of that, suggesting that that's what's going to happen. So I found it alarming to see that Democrats basically either want to undermine our Constitution in order to save democracy or are essentially calling for violence.
I don't know. I mean, I think you can let Hassan Piker speak for himself.
And then naturally they all freak out because that's what they do. Lydia Moynihan, of course, making a totally cogent, serious point, which is what Kamala Harris said we have to do. Abby Phillip always having to come to the back of the Democrat because, you know, that's what they do over there on CNN. But, of course, Kamala Harris is not the only one who seems befuddled by the fact that people just simply aren't doing the stuff that they want them to do, because that really is the crux of the Democratic Party. Do what we say or we slander you. Do what we say or we libel you. Do what we say or we call you dumb. And when it comes to being dumb in politics, we need look no further than Don Lemon, who once again continues to be unbelievably condescending to anyone who doesn't think the way he thinks. He's an attention whore, and he's a race hustler, and he's not talented whatsoever. That's probably why none of you have seen this clip before.
I cannot understand, and maybe you can explain it to me, how anyone could be black and be a MAGA supporter right now with what has happened, especially with what before that for me, but what has happened with voting rights in this country and what they're doing. I don't get it. I don't, and some people are defending it, even black MAGA. Black folks, black lawmakers. Like, what? Look, it's similar to the log cabin Republicans. You know, and I can't see how how gay Republicans, or gay people can be part of a party that doesn't even believe that they should exist. That doesn't believe that they are, I guess, deserving of the rights of every American. I don't get that, and I just don't understand how MAGA. There are black MAGA. Look, there's black MAGA. I don't know if you remember during, I think it was 24 election or whatever, people were talking young black and MAGA. Oh, yeah. Wait, what? I mean, there are words that I just won't say here, but I think it's inappropriate. I will say self-hating is one term that I would use for it. Naive is another term that I would use for it. And then a milder term would be pick me is another term that I would use for it.
I mean, he's like the worst kind of racist, and now apparently also homophobic. He's very he's anti-LGBTQ, and I was told that just like having gay friends doesn't really absolve you of that. So, you know, he can't figure it out. Well, why doesn't Don Lemon go talk to one of them? No, he'd rather just pontificate on his show that nobody watches, because that's the Don Lemon way. That's what Don Lemon does. That's what Don Lemon does. He's like, he really is one of the worst, like, race hustlers out there. I gotta tell you, like, I'm happy he's not on CNN anymore, but I'm kind of disappointed because I feel like we're really missing out on a lot. You know, I joke around about The View all the time that I would never want to see The View canceled just because we get so much content from them. I feel like we would really be missing out on some good stuff. But every once in a while, you don't really have to even turn on The View to get some good stuff. Like over the last week or so, when we all found out that Sunny Hostin on The View, the most obnoxious one on The View, she's supposed to be the smart one, which is kind of like being the fastest fat kid. It turns out Sunny Hostin went on one of those, you know, show me your ancestry shows that they have on like PBS, and let's just watch it together.
Wow. I'm a little bit in shock. I just always thought of myself as Puerto Rican, you know, half Puerto Rican. I didn't think I was, my family was originally from Spain and slaveholders.
Yeah. So how are you feeling, my friend?
I think it's actually pretty interesting that my husband and I have shared roots.
Yeah.
So I do appreciate that. And I think it's great for our children to know this information. I guess it's a fact of life that this is how some people made their living, on the backs of others.
Oh, really? Really? Really, Sonny Austin. Just glossing over that last part. By the way, the fact that you and your husband have the same roots means you might have been cousins. Just saying. But yeah, so I now that I saw that clip, I want to go on The View even more than I did before, just to be able to look at Sonny Austin dead in her face and said, "I'm sorry, I'm not going to take criticism from people who made their living on the backs of the back of slaves, on the back of the slave trade." That would really, I feel like that would really set her off in her self-righteous moral indignation, because shit, it's just there's nothing worse than people who just got lucky in life and for some reason think that they have the moral authority to judge others. See, Sonny Austin would very much criticize someone like me, someone like you, because our ancestors look like somebody. Our ancestors, quote, look like somebody who used to own slaves, but she'll take no responsibility for that whatsoever, because she's awful. She's also not going to take responsibility for the fact that her husband may or may not have charged Medicare for like millions and millions and millions of dollars worth of services that he never really gave to people as a plastic surgeon. Why people are going to plastic surgeons on Medicare is pretty odd to me. I don't think we should be giving out breast implants for with Medicaid money, even though, look, I'm a huge fan, if I'm being honest. I just don't think taxpayers should have to foot the bill for that one. Guys, we're going to be back in 1 second with a little bit of internet culture that I need to talk about, because it's bothersome. It really is. Before we get to that, here's Jeremy.
Hey, everybody. If you're not familiar with, then let me introduce to you Armor Colostrum. Now, I didn't know what colostrum was up until a few years ago. I'd never even really heard of it. And then my wife turned me on to Armor Colostrum. And what colostrum does is it helps regrow your hair. Not going to lie, that's the reason that I started looking into it. But then I started noticing some other things that I could benefit from. I used to get acid reflux very badly. I used to bloat very badly. It felt like I was 10 or 15 pounds heavier than I was, until I made Armor Colostrum a part of my everyday schedule. And now things have changed so very much. Let me introduce to you what Armor Colostrum actually does and what it looks like. In a study measuring immune cell response to toxin, Armor Colostrum performed 32% stronger and faster than other colostrum companies. 400 plus bionutrients activated in your life, in your body, to help regrow hair, strengthen your gut health, regrow your nails, toenails, and fingernails healthy, get rid of fungus, stop bloating, and more. And now you can get yours right now for up to $18 off each and every purchase at tryarmra.com. Promo code LFATV. Click the apply button once you've entered the code and watch your discount fall off. That is tryarmra.com/LFATV. Order now.
Guys, head on over to tryarmor.com and use promo code LFATV. That's tryarmor.com and use promo code LFATV. So I want to discuss something with you guys about internet culture that you might not be aware of. There is a whole slew of people on the internet that are known as shock content creators. They're kind of like Howard Stern back in the day, but not as entertaining. Basically what they'll do is they'll run into like a group of black people yelling the N-word, and then they'll post it on their ridiculous streams, and then they'll get millions of views, and they'll get unbelievably paid. There are some people out there that'll just make stupid content that is like purposefully racist or purposefully misogynist just to shock people with no real value to it whatsoever. Some of you may remember I slapped one of these guys in the face over about 6 months ago. They're really like the worst part of the internet, like the dregs of the internet. They don't, and I'm not talking about like Fuentes. Fuentes does a show like this one and say shit that people doesn't like, that people don't like. I'm talking about like 30-second Instagram reels and like stupid TikTok videos, like short form, nothing content that you just like, dash off. There's a difference between like podcasting and shock value content. Well, there's one out there named Chud the Builder. Chud the Builder, who he really provides nothing to the internet. He makes everybody dumber. Well, this live streamer apparently shot somebody yesterday or last week outside of a courthouse. Dalton Etherly, who goes by Chud the Builder, was taken into custody after a confrontation with another man escalated into a shooting outside of the Montgomery County Courthouse in Clarksville last Wednesday. He's 28 years old and he faces charges, including employing a firearm during a dangerous felony, aggravated assault and reckless endangerment with a deadly weapon. His arraignment and his bond hearing was set, and he was given a $1.25 million bond. I got to tell you, these people, this is the face of a guy who has to make, absurd internet content because he can't get a woman. I really dislike all of these people just because they make people like me look bad. People who actually produce long-form content, the people who actually put work and effort into the things that they do, rather than just ridiculous shock content. This guy's got a track history of social media reveals posting him making racial slurs to black people and other minorities, including one instance of using force against a black guy. The streamer often refers to black people as chimps in his online videos. Well, here's what happened. This guy's just a dick. He's just a dickhead online. Well, it turns out what he did was he said the wrong thing to the wrong person and a shooting broke out. Because so many of these people who exist perpetually online, and this isn't just in the streamer space, it's also in the political space. There's so many people who have opinions on politics who don't actually do anything, would have no idea how to actually run a campaign, who have no idea what is going on, but because they have 500,000 Twitter followers, they think that they're relatively important. It actually drives me absolutely up a wall. Well, it turns out some of these online streamers go out into the real world and they find out when they speak to people the way they do on Instagram, people don't like that very much and they shoot at you. Maybe some of these dipshits will learn the old adage that if you F around, you're going to find out. And that's exactly what he did. Here was his bond hearing. Just check it out quick.
So we're gonna have a bail. I'm gonna set just a bond right now. After we have our bail hearing, then I'll let you make all the arguments. We can go through all the factors in the statute and see if that gets amended up or down. Okay? Yes, sir. I'm going to set initial bond at $1.25 million. $1.25 million. Based upon the fact of how many people were in the courtyard, we're here at the courthouse.
I just want to say, for a guy that makes racist online content, whoever put that sheriff's deputy directly in front of him, that gigantic black guy, just chef's kiss. Well done. Well done, everybody. That's just great stuff. That's great stuff. But let's head over to Los Angeles, because we got to give you our daily Spencer Pratt AI update, because these videos are getting better and better every day. But before we do that, last week I was incredibly rude to the third person running for mayor of Los Angeles. I wasn't doing it on purpose. I just didn't care enough to learn her name, because she's going to come in third and she's not going to be in the runoff. So I don't really care. I don't really care what her name is. Nithya Raman. She has an interesting proposal. Now, obviously, California, routinely beset by wildfires. So her proposal to stop wildfires is to make it illegal to have a barbecue in your backyard. I mean that correctly. That's what the climate people have on their mind. Nithya Raman wanted to ban backyard barbecues for residents during certain high fire danger days in the city of Los Angeles. Raman introduced a motion on Wednesday directing city officials to examine emergency restrictions on barbecuing during red flag warning days when winds are incredibly high. The proposal specifically asks officials to consider limits on backyard barbecues, fire pits, and other open flames in residential neighborhoods during those high-risk events. Councilwoman Monica Rodriguez, who represents much of the San Fernando Valley, stepped in and successfully blocked the proposal by introducing a separate motion that stripped Rahman's barbecue ban. The last thing Angelinos need is a ban on hosting a carne asada in their own backyard. I mean, look, you could just clear the brush, in the forest. You could just do that. Or you could make sure the reservoirs are totally full. Or, you could not have Karen Bass be in Africa during the dangerous times. You could also not have a lieutenant governor who's on house arrest. You could do a myriad of things that don't involve stripping people of their barbecuing rights. I guess it's not a right to barbecue, but whatever. Speaking of LA, here's more Spencer Pratt.
Daddy!
You were in a coma. 3 years.
MacArthur Park, right? Where are all the needles and homeless people?
The mayor fixed it.
Wait, isn't this downtown? Where are all the tents? The piss and the shit and the criminal drug addicts?
The mayor fixed it.
They rebuilt the Palisades? How?
The mayor fixed it.
Wow. Karen Bass really turned the city around.
Karen Bass isn't the mayor anymore, honey.
Who's the mayor?
Spencer Pratt.
Remember, guys, just because it's AI doesn't mean it isn't true. Just because it's AI doesn't mean it isn't true. Something that is not AI and is true, and who could have possibly predicted that this was going to happen? There's a company out there called Waymo. Waymo, whatever. They are driverless cars that roam around all over the place. Now, look, there is no shot in hell. No shot in hell I will ever get into one of these damn things. It just ain't going to happen. Maybe down the road when I don't have any other options, I'll get into one of these ridiculous driverless cars. But as it stands right now, I will take a human being. Even a crappy driver is better than a computer driver. Need any more proof of that? Well, it turns out a few Waymos decided to go awry and just drive in a circle for like 6 hours over the course of the weekend.
Video here captured several of the self-driving cars just clogging up a neighborhood cul-de-sac. The people living in the Northwest Atlanta neighborhood say dozens end up circling their community. Channel 2 Steve Gelbach is on one street where they want the Waymos to stop.
It's almost every little cul-de-sac around our area, so I think it's a real problem.
Waymo after Waymo after Waymo enter this dead-end street, usually early in the morning.
I think yesterday morning we had 50 cars that came through between 6 and 7.
Neighbors on Battleview Drive started seeing the autonomous driverless cars 2 months ago, but the groupings and large number of Waymos just started circling in and out in the last couple weeks. They even shared video with us when neighbors used this little guy to put him right out here in the street to block the Waymos from getting into the cul-de-sac, and you can imagine what happened next.
And we had at one point 8 Waymos that were stuck trying to figure out how to turn around.
The Waymos are empty and not picking anyone up, and parents are worried, not only calling it excessive, but dangerous.
We're families, we have small kids, we have animals and pets, we've got kids getting on the bus in the mornings, and it just doesn't feel safe to have that traffic.
Neighbors reached out to Waymo and have not got a response. They've also contacted their council member, representatives, and GDOT, and don't know what to do.
We would just like to see them stay on main traffic roads. I don't think there's any reason to be on small residential cul-de-sacs if they're not picking up somebody.
Steve Gelbach, Channel 2 Action News.
This is one of those This is one of those things that you have to ask yourself, like, what the hell? What could go wrong? What could go wrong with autonomous cars that can't think? Man. What could go wrong? What could go wrong? Guys, before we check out for the day, I want to thank everybody so much for tuning in. Head on over to lfatv.us. That's lfatv.us. That is your home base, your mothership, your landing pad for all things LFATV related. Check out the LFATV store. And while you guys are there, consider becoming a monthly donor over at LFATV. That is the best way to keep the lights on over here. Guys, check out Jeremy's shop. Consider becoming a monthly donor. We really do appreciate it. Also, head on over to loudmajorityusa.com. loudmajorityusa.com. Giddy up. Let's go. I'll catch you guys back live tomorrow. Until then, everybody, stay loud.
Welcome to the program, everybody. Sorry for the little delay. I could blame it on technical difficulties, but it was really just good conversation and me getting distracted. So happy Monday. Hope everybody had a wonderful Lord's Day yesterday. We got a great show for you. We're going to talk first off about President Trump's, just briefly, his China trip that was last week. Said something interesting to Sean Hannity about farmland, China-owned farmland around our military bases, as well as the Chinese students that, flood American universities. We're going to talk about that and asking this question: if the AI is necessary, if AI data centers are necessary, if we're in this AI arms race or almost a Cold War AI arms race or whatever you want to call it, and China is bad there, why do we have to tolerate with China owning our farmland because market prices, might be affected? Somebody make that make sense to me. Also, we're going to talk Thomas Massie. We're going to talk Kentucky. What's going on between, Ed Gallerin and Thomas Massie and everything. We're going to try to do it as best we can, cover it as much as we can, all of these different sides. I think Rob and I maybe disagree a little bit there, but we're going to have a good time doing it. And the Paul Herrell program starts right now.
The Paul Herrell program.
All right, folks, welcome. Broadcasting live from the great state of Arkansas. It's Monday, and we got Rob Spencer in the house. Rob, how you doing, sir?
Paul, it's an honor to be in studio, as always, when I can be, and great to be with all of our audience, wherever you're streaming us, whatever platform. We love our LFA TV audience as well, because they have the best chat going on over there, lots of interaction. So keep that going. We're going to read your comments at different times throughout the show. So we love that. Paul, I spent my weekend in St. Louis.
How was it?
In St. Louis.
How was old St. Louis?
Little scary at some places.
I'm not surprised.
But we got to see two Cardinals games. Friday night was the big walk-off win. Don't know if people are baseball fans or sports fans.
Okay, I didn't even see so what happened?
So there was a rally, and it went into extra innings and all of this stuff, and this group up in the right field bleachers started taking their shirts off and waving them around like it's the terrible towel in Pittsburgh.
Were you sitting in the right field bleachers?
I was not up there, no.
I thought you were talking about yourself. There was this group,
yes.
Real famous group.
No. No, it's just a group of kids. I mean, I say they're kids are in their 20s, but we were, fortunately at this point in my life, I don't sit up in the cheap seats anymore. I try to get close to the field, mostly because of my bad eyesight, but I'll pay a little bit more for a better seat. But it was so entertaining. They were up there, and they're waving this thing around. Well, it started out as like just a few dudes, and then it had to be well over 1,000 that had gotten it. Just kept growing and kept growing. And then the Cardinals got down, and they would come back again. And so it was really exciting. Well, anyway, the reason I bring that up is because it made it on ESPN and all of that stuff. But then some national news started picking up. Even Fox News had mentioned it. So I guess it was kind of one of those things. Well, then, sure enough, again on Saturday, they did the same thing. So it was great.
And they rallied.
Yeah, they didn't have to rally. Oh yeah, they did have to rally. They went down early, but they came back, and it was just a great 2 games. Drank all the beer there at Busch Stadium. I just had it. I had it all. So we didn't drive. Thank you. We Ubered. But that's about the one time that I kind of let loose. Was when we go on our guys' Cardinals trips. But anyway. I don't even know why I brought that up, other than to say that was my weekend.
I can tell you had a fun weekend. You mentioned baseball. Baseball's getting my attention again because it just seems like the least commercialized of all the sports. And I know they now have I know it is commercialized, but I know they have the pitching clock now and everything else. But even with the pitching clock, it's a slow game. And in my old age, I guess. There's something, and also obviously it was the one sport that I was fairly good at growing up, and so you just kind of rediscovering your childhood watching baseball games.
Well, it's undeniable that they've trimmed about a half an hour off of a game with this pitch clock and stuff. So it was needed. Some people would talk about it and say that it's not the purest game anymore. Baseball was always the purest game. Like, you can have talent, you can work out harder than anybody, but can you hit a curveball?
Yeah.
Can you? And if you can't,
Question was that for me, the answer was no.
it's the answer. The answer is no for a lot of people.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. The answer was no. I had trouble just mentally just staying in there. Just staying in there. It's not going to hit you. But anyway, but I could field okay. That's what I loved. I loved. I played second base. I loved it. It was like most fun. Loved fielding everything that came my way.
So I think anybody, if you ever are thinking about becoming a fan of baseball, which can't imagine that scenario would ever come up.
Somebody woke up this morning.
I'd like to be a fan of baseball. No, but let's just say that your kid or your grandkid or something is getting into it, and you're like, well, I don't really know what's going on. Whatever, I'd like to start watching. You need to go find some live MLB games, whatever's closest to you, and go watch a live Major League Baseball game and see the environment. And also, you'll sit in there, and the game is slower than, say, basketball, but the improvements that they've made in baseball, it's not nearly as slow as it used to be. Well, anyway, suffice it to say that if you will watch a live game, okay, really enjoy the atmosphere and all of that stuff, you'll be then able to watch a game on television.
Yeah.
Because it's just a lot of fun.
Yeah, you kind of
it's just you appreciate the game a little bit more. But anyway.
All right, so we're going to get into this. President Trump having his China trip with President Xi Jinping. And they talked about a lot of stuff.
Did you see that chair crap, Paul? With the Xi Jinping.
They clearly had a couch cushion or a cushion in the chair that was designed to make Xi look taller than President Trump.
It looked stupid because it was like it was so blatantly obvious. I would have.
Well, yeah, I mean, like the bend at the knee, like Trump's knees are almost like up here and
sinking down,
and Xi's feet almost. You could even kind of see a scenario where his feet may not even touch because they got him so high up. Obviously,
I don't get it, man. But
it was interesting. But so we don't. You have what's publicized about what you get out of this trip, and then we never know what's really going on, what's really being agreed to. There's got to be things agreed to that are not public knowledge. But there were some high points. Hearing the news that China may buy oil from us, especially if the Strait of Hormuz thing continues to become the modern-day version of the hot gates in Thermopylae. There was that. But then, Sean Hannity went with him on the trip and sat down with him for an interview shortly after some of, I think, the more significant meetings. And they got to this question about Chinese farmland and Chinese students, the idea of the Chinese owning American farmland. In particular, this question has to do with around our military bases, and then the issue of the 500,000 Chinese students that I think a lot of people in the Republican Party would just assume not come here. So we're going to ask. Let me play the clip first, and then we'll get my reaction, your reaction on the other side.
I would assume I'm in Beijing if I wanted to buy property near one of their military installations. I don't think President Xi.
No, they wouldn't let you. I don't. Look, it's not that I love it. You want to see farm prices drop? You want to see farmers lose a lot of money? Just take that out of the market. But they've had a lot of land for a long time. Obama did nothing about it. They bought a lot of it during the Obama administration. He did nothing about it. As far as the students, it's 500,000 students they come, good students. I could tell them, I don't want any students, is a very insulting thing to say to a country. They would then immediately go out and start building universities all over China. But if you don't have those students, good students, by the way, if you don't, and we do another thing, if they're good and they want to stay in America, we won't give them a green card and things like that. And that, not only them, but other countries. But if you want to see a university system die, take 500,000 people out of it. And the ones that won't be hurt are the top schools. The top schools will do fine, but your lower schools, the ones that don't do quite as well, they'll be dying all over the place.
So I don't know if that's a reference to international tuition versus out-of-state versus in-state.
It's just the question was about farmland, and now we're talking about
Yeah. Well,
international
so
students.
we'll take it one at a time. The first, like farmland, is that Donald Trump doesn't love the idea.
Okay.
Sean Hannity bringing up that American companies would never be allowed to own Chinese farmland.
Rightfully so.
Next to military installations.
Yes.
Wouldn't allow that to happen. President Trump says, I'm not crazy about it. I don't love it. But Obama allowed this to happen, and basically here we are. And if we banned it, or we made them divest, or we took it from them, President Trump saying that would harm farmers because it would harm the value of the property. And you're a real estate guy. You know more about that than me, but that's what he seems to say.
What is it? Is he trying to say that China is paying more than others would pay?
I don't know. Maybe if they sold all at once or something, or they were required to divest all at once. I don't know. I honestly, I'm totally ignorant when it comes to real estate and that sort of thing.
So the farming danger that we're seeing is that they don't have good markets. They don't have, and we had him on the show. I forget what's his name again.
Mr. Stephen Leininger.
Yes,
came on the
that's
program
right. Yeah,
and
he
talked
came
about
in.
that.
Great guy. Saw him at a store a while back, and he recognized me. It took me a second, but anyway, he's just a great guy, and he was just talking about all the issues that the farmers are facing right now. What they're looking at is a bad market, and it's been a bad market really since 2024, and it started in 2024, and all of that stuff is made worse, and every industry is really made worse by cheap Chinese imports. We all know that. But why does China want farmland next to military bases? That's another question. But just strictly from a real estate perspective, the danger to farmers is not having a market and big conglomerates buying out small farmers, because small farmers cannot financially compete when this market goes down. They can't ride the wave. They don't have an influx of cash unless this crop sells this, etc. I don't know how. I mean, he's a real estate man. He's real estate on steroids, so I don't want to compete with his knowledge in the real estate world. But I can tell you that from a nationalistic look at it, I can't see any logical reasoning that I could follow or get behind where someone would say it's a good thing that China. In fairness, Trump is not saying that. He's not saying that it's a good thing that China owns this farmland, but I think ultimately what he's trying to say is let's pick our battles, and this is not one. This is not one to pick.
And again, what I said earlier, we don't know exactly what all is discussed, what China's getting, what we're getting, but this was obviously discouraging to a lot of people out there who, number one, they don't. Well, here's the deal. We're told that China is this great threat. We're told, as I said at the top of the show, one of the reasons why these AI centers are going to have to go in is because we're in an AI arms race, and we don't want countries like China to basically, crack the egg before we crack it, because it's going to be, there's so much dominance that's on the that's at stake here. National security's at stake. Okay, well, if that is true, and again, that doesn't necessarily mean that I'm okay with data centers, because I'm not. But if that's true, it doesn't make sense that, okay, well, we're fine with them being, having our farmland, being in charge of our food security. It was about 7 years ago here in Arkansas. There was a couple of Chinese nationals that were indicted. They were arrested for stealing Arkansas rice technology. Some sort of, genetic seed thing.
Oh, I can't imagine China stealing something.
This is what they do, and we've been told that this is a bad thing, and again, I think it is. But you just kind of wonder, okay, well, what exactly is going on here? Now, we have this here. I mean, just so you know, this was definitely. I want to illustrate something here. This is an old headline from a local NBC News affiliate back on September 23rd, 2024. Headline: Trump says he'll block China from buying U.S. farmland if elected, going to protect it. Had a whole thing about it. He was in Smithton, Pennsylvania. There was a whole press conference about it. We've got the clip here. But anyway, we're not going to waste time on it. He said we're going to protect it by saying you can't do it. Okay, that's how we're going to do it. I just want you to understand that there have been. What's fascinating to me about this is there have been, Trump allies, like Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders and other Republican governors that have taken this policy of buying China farmland is bad and have actually enacted policies to prevent it from happening.
Yeah, pat on the back to our governor.
From 2023, headline, Arkansas orders Syngenta to sell farmland over ties to China. Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders gave the global seed company 2 years to divest its property in Craighead County, Arkansas.
Which is where we are.
Then we have in May 28th, 2025, headline, Chinese company sells Craighead County land per Arkansas order. Okay, then
That's how you do it.
That's how you do it. Then you have this from PBS Iowa. New laws restrict foreign ownership of U.S. soil. A wave of new laws is sweeping across the country that adds restrictions to foreigners' ability to buy or lease farmland. Then we have this headline again, 2025, new law bans Arkansas universities from farm research with China or Russia. I mean, so we're taking it even, another step forward. And then we have this, Oklahoma's ban on Chinese-owned farmland made an exception for Smithfield Foods, but I'm just highlighting that Oklahoma here
they've got the ban.
Is doing it as well.
Yeah.
So again, you would love to be a fly on the wall in in a meeting between Xi and Trump and try to figure out like, okay, what actually is going on here exactly.
I think his bigger goal right now is to get a trade deal. I think he is setting the country up for Donald Trump. I think he is setting the country up for just many future years of success with a partnership with China rather than an adversarial. It's
so normalizing relationships.
Yes, essentially not. Hey, we're keeping you at arm's length. Where there's never going to be any trust here. But it's almost kind of like the mentality that two rival drug dealers would, if they were, if two rival drug dealers were coming into a drug deal, both of them have their hand on their gun, but they're still doing the business. They're like, hey, here's the stuff, give me the money kind of thing, whatever. Not that China and America, I don't want us to compare us to drug dealers, although in many ways we are.
I think it would be inappropriate. I mean, it's not a stretch.
But it's that sort of mentality of, I will do business with you because it is in my best interest to do business with you, but I will not trust you. I will not. And I think Donald Trump is doing the dance right now. He probably has a stronger feeling about China not buying farmland, just as he said. But when he
doesn't love it. Yeah.
Yes, but he's in the middle of a trade deal negotiation. I believe, did that interview happen in China?
Oh yeah, I believe so.
Yeah. Okay, so this interview happens.
I think there were probably more talks after this interview.
Correct. And you think Donald Trump's going to sit here and say, "Nope, I ain't going to let him buy this farmland." Dude's trying to go in there and get a deal. He's a deal maker. So I don't want to make too much out of it. I do wish that he would have come out a little stronger and said...
Well, and then there's the Chinese students angle of it, which is also a national security issue, having all these Chinese people coming to our universities. There is a national security implication there as well. As I highlighted, they steal from us all the time. I mean, just go peruse the headlines.
Mm-hmm.
They're stealing technology and all kinds of things. But then we also have the phenomenon of the baby situation where pregnant Chinese women are coming over here having babies and then raising their future Manchurian candidates back in China, but they have their U.S. citizenship now. That's a whole other thing. But you kind of wonder, he did say something interesting about the American university system would collapse, which is a kind of a wild claim in terms of, if that is true, how fragile our university systems are. And I've been watching a lot of this lady over at degreefree.com, just trying to wrap my head around, the idea that college is useless at this point in American society. What do you left?
Oh, just our chat. They're great.
Okay.
I love our chat. I have a Chinese restaurant I love, Calpurnia. Been going there for 20 years. Same person yet. They can barely speak English, so I'm not going back.
We had a Chinese. Look, I mean, yeah, that's great. Chinese food's
great.
We had a Chinese restaurant here in town that was busted for human trafficking. Remember that?
Yeah, they were. They were definitely doing it. And when the mug shot looked like a guy who would traffic
humans.
Yep.
And so that kind of stuff was happening. What people don't they don't really understand is that you don't have to be an American citizen to buy property, real property. Okay. So there's personal property and there's real property. Real property is just real estate. So like just for instance here, Paul, if you and your wife wanted to put a fence around your backyard, if you go and you buy the boards for that fence and they're laying out there in a stack on your property, that is personal property. But it's the minute that you cement those posts in the ground and you build this wooden fence around your backyard, it becomes real property, meaning with the real estate. Chinese nationals can buy real estate in America under certain provisions. If they have a work visa that's like a permanent work visa where they're coming here and they get to stay. I have sold a very nice house to someone who's a Chinese, very nice guy, super nice guy.
So you've participated in this.
Listen, I took the money, baby. I negotiated
I always wondered
the deal.
which of the two of us would be the guy escorting us onto the train.
Yeah.
Apparently, I'm just
But we had to fill out, the title company had to fill out something called FERPTA. Have you ever heard of FERPTA?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
It sounds like, well,
yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry.
So it is foreign investments in real property taxation. I can't remember what the A is. Accountability or accounting or something. Essentially what it's saying is that extra paperwork has to be filled out and it has to be disclosed that you are not a United States citizen, that you're a Chinese national. Doesn't matter. Even if you're buying it with cash. Okay? This has to be disclosed. We're going to know about it at the government. Now, I'm not educated on it enough to know what they do with that information. Do they, as they put it in this big stack here and they're like, well, I think this guy, Cheng Li or whatever his name is a Chinese national, but he's bought this house or he's bought this land or he's bought this property. So if they ban these companies from buying this land, unless they ban individual people, all this company has to do is give the money. You don't have to say, hey, I'm getting a loan from a bank to buy this 5,000 acres. I've got the money.
That's tough. You got the money. You just fill out the paperwork. You've got it now. And if they're Communist Party agents, which
Correct.
Virtually that's what they are, it's not like there's they can try to claim that there's a distinction between the Chinese government and Chinese businesses, but you and I both know they're going around being like, you get a business, you don't get a business because your great-great-grandfather didn't support,
Yep.
You get a business, you don't get it. I mean, that's how their system works over there if they want it to, when they need to.
Well,
so.
I prefer Japanese food anyway, so.
I am a fan. I mean, if you gave me an option, sushi or hibachi versus Chinese buffet, I'm going Japanese.
Give me some hibachi steak and chicken, no rice, no vegetables, double rice. Give me that any day.
You ever seen those Japanese steakhouses where they're cooking the A5 Wagyu over the little pit that's at the table?
Yeah, I've just never been able to afford that.
Yeah, I haven't.
I don't have Elon Musk's bank account.
I've never had an A5 Wagyu.
Mm-hmm.
I think I've tried some American Wagyu, but I've never actually ordered. You can get the Japanese. There's Australian A5 Wagyu as well. That's supposed to be really good. I've always wanted to get a brisket A5. I've heard it's delicious, but I also have heard it's so decadent. The fat is so. It's so marbled and so fatty that when you take this out of the package, the videos I've seen on it, it's like just touching the fat seems to like liquefy just by touching it.
Well, you brought it up. Japanese Wagyu. Tom Segura, I think is his name. He's got a podcast. He's a stand-up comedian. He's a great guy. He's conservative too, which I really like. Of course, you just never know with comedians, but he's conservative. Anyway, he said he goes. Everybody says Chicago's got the best pizza. Italy's got the best, pasta rigatoni, whatever it is. Everybody says this and this is the best. And he's like, they're all lying. The best food, hands down, is Tokyo, Japan. Okay? Now, this is him. I've never been to Japan. I have no clue if he's telling the truth, but I don't know why he would go on this 10-minute rant about how that food was so good. But what he said was, he's like,
what we eat here in the United States, you're going to see that in the trash can, because they will just refuse to use. It's got to be the highest and the best quality. Everything has to be, and it's all cooked perfection and all of that stuff. So it made me really hungry. It made me want to go to Japan and just just run a smorgasbord through there of food. But anyway, it's just interesting to me. He's like, hey, the best pizza I ever had was in Tokyo, Japan. It wasn't in Chicago.
Wow.
So
that's crazy, because they're so meticulous about.
They're so meticulous about it, and there's things about like their bathrooms, the toilet. South Park even talked about we got these Japanese models of toilets. They're $8,000, but it's like this incredible experience, and you have to go behind this curtain. Anyway, I digress. All of that. I like food.
Have you ever seen that? It was a limited series, like one season. I don't know what network it was on, but it was called Shogun. Did you ever watch that show? It was a fascinating show, and it was subtitled, where appropriate. Have you seen Shogun, this show?
No.
It was a couple of years ago or whatever, and it's got some well-known Japanese actors in it or whatever, but it was fascinating because it was about this Protestant desire to evangelize the nation of Japan. But you had the Catholics that found Japan first. And so this is back when Protestants and Catholics were, not just opposed theologically, but there was a kinetic conflict, folks, when they ran into each other. So the Protestants finally find Japan on this ship, and they get there, and the Catholics have already kind of ingrained themselves with the shoguns, the different tribes or whatever. It follows this main character who is a Protestant who gets there, and I think his crew gets like boiled in oil or something. Spoilers, by the way. Anyway, now he's in, and now it's this whole. It's kind of like a Last Samurai thing where he gets adopted by one of the clans, but he's got to kind of learn the way. And there's about to be this giant Japanese civil war, and the Catholics don't like him because he's Protestant, and he doesn't like them because they're Catholic. But then it all it all blows up, and it's like it. I don't know how historically accurate it was, but we do know that the Catholics got there first. We do know that the Protestants tried to, play out their theological differences in a country that really wasn't really sure about Christianity that much. Sure. I mean, it was kind of spreading, but they still had their pagan religions or whatever. And so then Japan gets so fed up with it all, they kick everybody out.
Yeah, the guy just kicked them out.
And they close down their society.
Yeah.
Until right after the Civil War, which is the events of that Last Samurai movie where Tom Cruise is the Last Samurai.
Which is ridiculous.
It is, but that is actually a really good movie.
Hey, Paul, some people are talking in the comments, and I did look it up. Apparently there was an active shooter that has been neutralized, but it was in San Diego in a mosque.
Okay, hang on one second.
So we're gonna do this live, guys. We're gonna try to cover this stuff if something breaks while we're on the air. That's why we love our chat, because I wouldn't have known about this.
I see this here. At least one dead in shooting at Islamic Center of San Diego just after 1 p.m. San Diego police said there was a threat. So it is 3 o'clock. So yeah, it's
just happened.
What is it? 3:30. So 2:30. It's 1:30 on West Coast time right now. Let's listen to this. See what it says. We may have to bear through some sort of advertising.
Police have reports of an active shooter, and we are going to go to Austin right now. Austin, I understand you just arrived, but can you give us a sense of what you are seeing in the area, what you're hearing from people on the ground? Because we have seen children running out of that building. We've seen police sprinting with people away from that building and searching door to door with their weapons drawn. What are you seeing from a ground level?
Jared, it's just chaos out here. Getting here was actually hard because the freeway was getting clogged up with the different law enforcement officers who were speeding here to get here to the Islamic Center. And I can tell you that there are law enforcement officers and sheriff's deputies here, as well as help from other agencies here. I have never seen this many police at an event in San Diego in the 3 years or so that I've lived here. We were just pushed back, actually, because we were told that this is still an active scene right now. So all of the media were just pushed back a block away from where most of the law enforcement is right now. And a few minutes ago, we saw EMS running in with tarps, large tarps that they had staged out on the concrete here. And I'm going to have Amal Brown, my photographer, just do a little bit of a pan so you can see. We have residents here filming. They're wondering what's going on. The residents we've talked to told me they have not seen or heard anything, but they are obviously aware now that there is a reported active shooter. And probably about 200-300 feet from here is where we saw the SWAT team running in. As Amal and I were driving here, we saw the SWAT vehicle speed by. You might be able to hear that right now. The police chopper is flying above us. I can also tell you that there were law enforcement officers brought in from the U.S. Marshals Service. I saw them running in with bulletproof vests. And over here, we have a really large EMS response. We have some tactical officers right there. And we are told that this is still very much active. In fact, the San Diego Police Department, like I said, just moved us a block away. They said that was for your safety, and we're working on finding you a staging area. And one officer I spoke to, when I was asking if he could give us any information, just said it is still an active situation right now. So a lot of unknowns right now, Jared, but obviously this is something serious, and I just can't illustrate enough how large the law enforcement response is here. You can't see it because of where we are right now, but to my right, about maybe 300-400 feet, there's probably 50, maybe 60 different cop cars all lined up, and you could see that coming here on the 805 freeway. So that tells us that this is something very serious.
Showing that from Sky 10 as well, we can see basically all of Balboa Avenue covered with police cars and squad cars. We've seen tactical units, Bearcats near the school and the officers. I want to ask you, Austin, before we go back to Ray, we saw a lot of people being taken out of the school. Have you heard any information from family members that are in the area or police officers about a reunification site or where people should go if they have children at that school or they have relatives who were at the Islamic Center this morning?
You know, Jared, unfortunately, we don't know those details yet. I was just speaking with the spokesperson for the San Diego Fire Department, and she's working on getting us details like that, as well as the staging area. This is happening very fast and unfolding very fast. Certainly people in the area who are standing right here are wondering what's going on and would like to know that information, but we certainly don't have that information just.
So, again, just after 1 p.m., San Diego police say the threat was neutralized, at least one dead that could be the threat. But then again, they're bringing in, he said they were bringing in tarps, large tarps.
Yeah.
And so you wonder, is it a mass casualty event and they need the tarps for the bodies? Let's see if there's an update. The threat at the Islamic Center has been neutralized, okay. But I don't know, I don't have anything else other than that, so.
Yeah. And it's just really early here, so we just don't have a lot of, stuff. People, normally a mayor or a police chief or somebody is going to come out and give, even though they won't tell exactly how many, they'll give you an idea of what type of casualties we'll be looking at. One thing that I'll say about this, Paul, well, first thing I'll say about this is not the way. If this was, in fact, religiously motivated, this is not the way. Because what it does is it causes us to lose high ground in our, no, their religion is the one of the savage, which it is, because they're called to kill the infidels. All of this stuff, there's a million different references. Obviously, that's an over-exaggeration, but there's tons of references in the Quran about, falling in line or you'll be murdered, and it's okay to murder and rape children and all of this stuff. So anyway, but going up there and shooting up a center, if it is in fact religiously motivated and it's not just some lover's quarrel, you never know what that kind of stuff.
I was just thinking, my gut reaction is that this, it could very well be a Muslim.
It very well could be, and I sadly sitting here hoping that it was, and just the same way. Listen, just the same way that every time there's an active shooter situation, all the conservatives are saying, "I hope he wasn't one of us."
Yeah,
and so are the Dems. But the Dems are always like, "Well, he wasn't really one of us. He donated to Trump."
Yeah,
and you're just like, "Wait a minute, he was, he's transgender or this or that." Anyway. So I just don't. I don't. I hope that this is not. It's an Islamic center where there's likely classes going on and children. I don't care what the parents' religions are and all of that stuff and what they believe. Don't murder children.
Just statistically, too, there's also the strong possibility that this could be another. I'm just throwing this out there. If we're going to go down like who did it, what box do we put them in?
Mm-hmm.
Could be a trans person. Throwing that out there too.
Could be a trans person because because the Muslim stance on transgenderism.
Could be somebody
and homosexuality.
Could be somebody that is Muslim that wanted to be trans. There's, I have no idea. I'm throwing. If we're gonna immediately go there, we'll see what's going on. I mean, we'll see what eventually happens, and then you always have to question whatever official narrative you're given. You have to question it as well because events like this are used as false flags a lot of time to push agendas. So.
Well, especially coming out of the state of California, because we all know that the police chiefs are probably all liberals, which it just it's kind of a manly profession, which just shocks me that a police chief can be a Democrat.
Yeah.
Now, I know that there was the old school Democrats back in the 80s and the 90s, and so they made a lot of sense to be a police chief, but the way that the party has shifted, it's just so shocking to me that a police chief or a police officer could be a liberal,
Well, and a lot of them are. Yeah, were you just saying that a lot of them are women now? A lot of these police.
No, I didn't say that. But
they're women, which is going to automatically, statistically, make them more likely to be liberal. We do have a problem with this. It's just like the message went out. Hey, make all your police chiefs girls. And then make your judges girls too,
and your fire chiefs.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's like, wait a minute.
Yeah. It's so strange what's going on. All right, well, we're going to take a quick break and reset here. When we come back, we're going to dive into this Kentucky District 4 race between Ed Gallerin. Is that how you say his name?
I don't know, but I want to say this before you toss it to break here, Paul. I know that this is the topic of the day, and a lot of people have talked about this. We're going to talk about this through the lens of Donald Trump's influence over the party and whether that's going to last beyond 2028, because I've got some thoughts on that.
Okay, we'll talk about that. Thomas Massie, Ed Gallerin facing off tomorrow. This is now it's an intra-party squabble. I've been through these before at a much smaller level in the state where people go against the executive branch, and it's like, okay, we're gonna have a fight. We're gonna have a political fight. We're gonna see who survives it.
Yeah.
So we're going to talk about this when we come back. This is the Paul Herrell program on a Monday, and we're really glad that you're with us. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back here in just a moment.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red Vibe.
Why is Red Vibe different? What sets it apart? What sets us apart from the standard red light panels? This is a medical grade device, and what that means is the red light bulbs, the near infrared bulbs, have very specific wavelengths. If you think about the wavelength as the medicine, the 635, the 670, the 810, the 850, those were specifically chosen because those are the most powerful effectors of the cells. So those specific wavelengths, when they get into our body, when they affect our tissue, they spike energy production, they help with nerve pain control, they increase stem cell counts. There's very specific mechanisms that those specific wavelengths work at, and that's the medicine. So if you think of, say, medicine as an Advil or a specific steroid or a blood pressure medication, the wavelength is the medication. The other part of that, whenever you take a medication, is dose, right? So you have the medication. So if you take 1 milligram of Advil, and the average dose of an Advil is 200 milligrams to 800 milligrams, it's not going to work. That doesn't mean the medicine's bad. It just means you didn't take enough. Right? And so even if you have the right wavelengths, first you have to have the right medicine, and then you have to have the right dose. And to have the right dose, in light therapy, you have to have enough energy. So you have to have a powerful bulb. The LED bulbs, or light emitting diodes, have a specific wavelength. And that wavelength is the medicine. And the wavelengths that have been studied and published on that are the most powerful in affecting healing and the changes that we want to see with our bodies and our health are the 635 wavelength, the 670, 810 nanometer wavelength, and 850 nanometer wavelength. Those are all going to affect the mitochondria, the cytochrome C oxidase, and affect those powerful long-term changes and affect that downstream pathways. And that's what you get with Red Vibe devices. The highest efficacy, the best wavelengths, concentrated to help your health.
This is our family dog, Bubba. He is a Shorty Jack Russell, and he brings a lot of love and laughter into our home. We just want to thank Pet Club for making healthy food and treats for our animals. Bubba has been on Pet Club food for a little over a year now. He really likes the Sequoia dry food, and then I put a scoop of the Sequoia wet dog food in there with some hot water and stir it up, and he absolutely loves it. And he likes the mush puppies, but his ultimate favorite is the antlers. Those keep him busy for a really long time, and he really likes them. It makes us feel really good that the food and treats that we give him have healthy ingredients in them because we want him to be around for a really long time. Our previous dog was a lab, and his name was Titus, and we fed him in bulk, and we would just get his food from the big box grocery stores. And unfortunately, that food wasn't very healthy for him, and he ended up getting cancer and passing away. So we didn't want to make that mistake with Bubba, so we were really fortunate to find Pet Club and find some really healthy food for him to eat. So we would just like to thank Pet Club, and we just really appreciate the healthy food that they make so we can keep this guy around as long as we can.
The Paul and Herrell Program.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks so much for being with us as always. Sorry about that. Here we go. Props to whoever in the comments commented on our audio quality and how balanced it is. I can appreciate that there are people out there that are like, we really want the audio quality to be, to be good where you can hear it. I get it. It was not without a lot, this was years ago when we built the studio, it was not without a lot of pain and frustration.
Yeah, and then you come back from break and you hit the wrong button over there.
Whoa, man. It's like, whoops.
Yeah. What if, if we were on late night, we would have to change our voice. We'd be like, listen, everybody, we're going to talk about... No, wait, that sounds sexual, doesn't it?
Kind of did. I
didn't mean it that way.
What were you going for?
I was going for the smooth sounds of 93.7 jazz.
Yeah. I think that's good.
It's time for a glass of wine. And then now I'm back to the sex again.
Yeah.
I just can't.
Now you brought an alcohol to it, and we were like, all right.
My mind.
Rob's doing the vocal equivalent of showing everybody his bedroom face. Everybody.
Oh, I'm probably turning red. I'm getting a little embarrassed.
No, it's all good.
Stick my big 14-sized foot in my mouth.
So $35 million has been spent in this Kentucky primary between Thomas Massie and Ed Gallerin.
Real quick update. They're saying that both shooters are dead. No children were harmed.
Okay, praise the Lord for that.
If that turns out to be true, thank you. I'm so thankful for that.
So there's a debate right now over a lot of stuff. Obviously, we know that Thomas Massie is not perfect, just like anybody isn't perfect. Like no one is saying. I mean, maybe there are some Massie supporters that think that, but I don't think there are. Then you have the other candidate. How do you say this guy's name? For whatever reason, I'm having a mental block exactly on how to say his name, Gallerin. Let me go to the Politico story here. Maybe they have I can't see the name in my head, spelled out in my head, so that's why I'm having such a problem. Anyway, it doesn't matter. We'll figure it out here in a minute. So Politico, and I'm going to take this with a grain of salt. Politico is writing this headline: Massie's primary is the most expensive in history. Pro-Israel groups have played a huge part. The pro-Israel lobby, this is written by Lisa Kaczynski. The pro-Israel lobby has pumped millions into Democratic primaries this year and is facing the next test of its political power on the right in Ruby Red, Kentucky. The American Israel Public Affairs Committee and other pro-Israel interest groups have uncorked over $9 million in a bid to unseat Republican Representative Thomas Massie on Tuesday in a competitive primary that has shattered spending records. Prominent pro-Israel GOP donors have funneled millions more into a super PAC stood up by President Trump's political operation that has spent nearly $7 million on the race. Overall ad spending has topped $32 million, making it the most expensive House primary on record per tracking firm Ad Impact. So
how much was it again?
32 on TV, but I think I've heard just 35 million so far is what we're talking about.
Chump change.
Yeah. On a Republican primary. Now, I've said repeatedly on this program, hey, look, the Republican Party is a coalition, and the Republican Party is the only real place where you have a debate about ideas. South Carolina President Pro Temp over there was like, we're better when the Democrat Party is robust and vibrant. It's like, no, their ideas are terrible. If you want to have a debate, you have to have the debate within the Republican Party. It is. Mm-hmm. Now, just based on the spending and the numbers, those out there that get upset when you point out the Israel lobby and their effect on politics and try to pretend like it doesn't have an effect, obviously we're seeing this in real time. Yeah. It clearly does have an effect. Sure. Right? Thomas Massie, not for war. The Israel lobby is going to be like, well, we want the war. We want this conflict of offense or defense or whatever. He voted also not to give Israel money, and he's spoken out against them. And so yeah, it makes perfect sense that they're now going to target him. That is exactly what's happening here. Okay, there's no question about that. Then there's the other votes. So Massie voted against the big beautiful bill. Mm-hmm. He's voted against other things as well, and this is one of the reasons why Vice President J.D. Vance said this the other day. Take a listen.
I think the problem with Thomas, and I've told him this in private, and now I guess I'll say it in public, is it's one thing to disagree with the party on a particular issue. It's one thing to have your independent stand on a number of questions. And by the way, some of the stuff where Thomas Massie has been independent against the Republican Party, I've agreed with him with. Thomas and I worked together during 2023 where I was trying to stop the limitless flow of American money to Ukraine, and Thomas was one of the people I was working closest with it. But that's one thing. Being independent, having your own opinions is one thing. Voting against the party on every single issue, you're eventually going to make too many enemies.
Amen.
And that is the problem that Thomas has had. It's not one issue. It's not 3 or 4 issues. It's that every time that we've needed Thomas for a vote, he has been completely unwilling to provide it. That is why the President of the United States has trained his ire on Thomas Massie. It's because we can never count on him for some of the most difficult votes. I wish that weren't the case. I say that as somebody who's known Thomas well before I got into politics, but politics is politics, and when you always vote against the party, you can't expect the party to actually back you.
So, I'll get your reaction to that first.
Okay, so that is, almost word for word what I was saying in our text message group earlier. That if you want to disagree with the president on some issues, have your thing. Thomas Massie was one of the huge opponents of Donald Trump's stance on the Epstein files. I completely agreed with Thomas Massie, and I believe that in private, Trump would probably admit that they fumbled that it wasn't the greatest moment of their presidency. But I was just saying that, like, it's one thing to have stance on like these political stances that you're saying. Chip Roy is another, who I agree with Chip Roy on a lot of stuff. But man, you're voting against this budget every single time. And what you're doing is you're delaying all of this stuff because it's going to go through. Or because you're a no vote, the Republicans have to then give a concession to the Democrats so that they can get one of their votes, which means that it's weakening this bill for what it could have been, and it could have been stronger. But since you're just this no vote over here that Donald Trump has to make a call every time, and you may or may not could be persuaded because you want something out of it, but if you can't be persuaded, then you're a no vote. We got to go to the Dems, make a concession over there, and get them to come on board. The Democrats don't do that. They don't do it. And what I was saying in our group text between me and you and Eric today is that the Democrats, the reason that they're so destructive when they are in power is because they fall in line. They fall in line behind their leader, and it was Pelosi for years. Schumer, still there, but we'll see how much longer he's going to go. And then whether it be for Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, whoever it is, but even when they're not in power in the presidency, they fall in line, meaning like when they had the House, you couldn't get anything done. USMCA sat there for how long? It sat there for probably almost 2 years before Pelosi was willing to give that political victory to Donald Trump and sign this, got rid of NAFTA, the terrible trade deal that was known as NAFTA. So anyway, I'm going off on all these tangents, but I'll just say the Democrats fall in line. And if we want to defeat them, if we want to keep them out of power because we see how destructive they are, the Thomas Massies of the world that are no votes on all of this crap, as principled as you might be and as much as I might agree with you on certain things, you got to go, in my opinion.
So President Trump saying this in a flurry of tweets yesterday, calling Thomas Massie bad. A bad congressman. Bad Congressman Thomas Massie voted against tax cuts, the border wall, our military, and law enforcement. He says actually he voted against almost everything that is good. The worst Republican congressman in history.
That's strong.
Anthony Weiner would like a word.
Yes.
The worst Republican congressman.
He was a Republican when he was serving?
I'm sorry. He was a Democrat.
I'm
sorry. I was just conflating congressmen.
I don't think we would have a guy named Weiner in our party.
John Boehner, based on the fact of how they spelled his last name and the whole country gave him the benefit of the doubt and how you would really pronounce that name.
Well, what about that fruitcake George Santos that was,
Yeah, George Santos.
The guy, he was kicked out, and then he went to prison.
Right, got pardoned by President Trump.
Yeah.
He's made the podcast circuit. He's an interesting guy to listen to, I'll say that.
He is, and I mean, honestly, he shouldn't have been in prison.
I know President Trump does the hyperbole thing all the time. He does it when he's negotiating deals with Iran. Seriously, has anyone ever considered that man's life, that John Boehner might have been a little bit more of a humble person and a better Speaker of the House if he had to go through his life with his last name being pronounced the way it's actually spelled? Has anyone ever considered that? Okay, this man
humbles a man, doesn't it?
This man was not. Matter of fact, I mean, the reason he got kicked out of being Speaker is because of his alcohol problem.
Yeah.
I don't know. Anyway,
I don't know.
Maybe the correct pronunciation would have made his alcohol problem even worse.
Yeah.
I don't know. Well, anyway.
What's the same thing. They were trying to name, I guess they were trying to name this new building after an old sheriff.
My
here recent.
goodness.
This was a news story that just went around.
Yes.
And it was like Dick Harder or something like that. I can't remember what.
Okay, let's keep going here. I do want to find that
story.
Sorry,
I take us off
because
on
it was a vote. It was a vote that they put it to the people for a vote, and the guy, it's his real actual name, and he's apparently a historical figure, and everybody wants to name the building after him, and it's way worse than John Boehner. Anyway, so. Bad Congressman Tom Massie says border wall, votes against tax cuts, border wall, law enforcement. Actually, he voted against everything good. The worst Republican congressman in history. Kentucky, vote the bum out on Tuesday. We can't live with this troublemaker for another 2 years. He is a true negative force, President Donald Trump. Okay, so did Thomas Massie, here's the question. Because did Thomas Massie vote against tax cuts, the border wall, military, and law enforcement individually? Standalone bills? No, he did not. He voted against the big, beautiful bill that had all of these things in it, right?
Sure.
Okay.
But it sounds better to say it like this.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not taking that away from Trump. He's going to do what he's going to do. This is politics, baby.
It's
This
true.
is a blood sport.
What he's writing here
Correct.
is true.
Right, because it
I mean,
was all
one of the
in
biggest
there.
things was to solidify those Trump tax cuts from Trump 1.0.
The idea of somebody being against the big, beautiful bill, though, is not necessarily unprecedented. It's one of the reasons that it's what precipitated the Elon Musk Donald Trump divorce. So I'm just trying to put this into context.
Sure.
It's not like everybody loved the big, beautiful bill. Now, I, like many of you out there, and maybe many of you that still are, I used to be a big debt deficit hawk. Back when I started the show,
You can lose some sleep watching that debt clock.
You can.
Website.
Back in 2009. And so this is where I get into the, I love Thomas Massie and what he did with the Epstein files. I love standing up to that. We're going to get into the perception of why Thomas Massie is actually being taken out, or the attempt to be taken out, and the perception versus young people versus old people here in just a minute, because I do think it's a really unfortunate error, in a lot of ways an unforced error with what may end up about to happen. We'll see, though. I don't know. But Thomas Massie, the big beautiful bill, Elon Musk. Remind me where I was going with this.
Well, ultimately,
I think I got 2 steps ahead of myself,
yeah.
and
ultimately the point that you're trying to make here is that Thomas Massie voted against this one bill, and Donald Trump is using that. But I do think that Thomas.
Yeah. So I was on the debt.
Yeah.
So I'm not one of these guys that's like, any politician is pure as the driven snow, because you look at this idea of the debt. Okay, you could take any bill at this point and say, I'm voting no because of the debt.
Mm-hmm.
I used to be a big debt guy. 2009 when I started the radio program, or I was given the opportunity to have a radio program by a very generous person, I was distressed that it was $12 trillion. $12 trillion.
We would take that in a heartbeat right now.
Now, in theory, on principle, it is wrong. If you look at what's available to the public, 12 trillion is wrong, 36 trillion, 40 trillion now. But practically speaking, there's a strong argument to suggest that we actually don't have all the cards, we don't have all the facts, and a really, really small group of people are the ones that actually are controlling your interest rates the way we do our thermostats at home. If you can spend $12 trillion, if you know really how much that is, and nothing bad happens, and now it is at this point a fool's errand. I'm just being real with you, because the whole debt thing was used in a big it was a big talking point in 2010 and 2011, and guess what? They got in there and they found out it doesn't really matter. Now, we could say they got in there and they sold out their constituents. I think that's true, but there's more information that the public is not operating on when it comes to the debt. Because the debt is fake. Like that's the real story here, is the whole system is fake. And maybe we shouldn't be surprised that it's fake when we have pagan symbols on our money, right?
Sure.
So I say all that to say you got to operate with a level of realism. So this idea, this principled debt thing, and I'm not saying that Thomas Massie doesn't really believe it, but the whole thing is it is really, to me, just like I'm going to vote against the big beautiful bill because it's going to add to the debt, when in reality, like, this is the status quo that we have right now. We currently operate in a world where, and this would be unpopular with some people, we currently operate in a world where you can spend $40 trillion because you're the world's reserve currency and you have a military, and guess what? You can just do that. That doesn't mean it's right. That doesn't mean it's ideal. But when it comes to especially back in the day when the big beautiful bill was being debated, this civilizational clash right now of having to get Border Patrol funded, get ICE funded, and yeah, it was another big pork project. Do I agree with Elon Musk that they were chicken and the big beautiful bill should have cut all of the waste instead of funding? Literally, he exposed the waste and they came and funded it. Yeah, I think that's terrible. I think it's awful. And you could make the argument that Thomas Massie was standing up to the people. You could make the argument Thomas Massie is trying to make the Republican Party do what it says it's going to do. And I get that. I'm sympathetic to that. At the same time, if it's just focused on the debt and the debt alone, At this point, again, the debt is negligible at this point, and it's either going to it's so large that the only way the debt will ever be a factor is if somebody plans for it to be a factor and breaks open the glass to create the crisis. It's not going to happen from one vote on the big beautiful bill. I guess that's my point.
Okay. Well, I will say this. I do agree with some of the people in the comments that since Thomas Massie, he didn't vote to impeach Trump, and we know that he does not care for Trump. He didn't vote either time. To do that. Like Cassidy, who lost. That's got to be embarrassing.
We're going to get to Cassidy. But
Good grief! But anyway, so I don't think Thomas Massie is an enemy, and I don't
either. And I don't count him as an enemy at all. I would rather have the Epstein files. Even though we don't have them all, but go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, but I will also say that I don't think that Donald Trump truly looks at Thomas Massie as an enemy, because Thomas Massie, although he has spoken out in some ways against Trump, he doesn't present. He's a bump in the road every time he's trying to get something done, but he's not a roadblock. But what he does do, going back to what I said, is that he forces Republicans to give concessions to Democrats. When I just say, if you're principled on this, you don't like this debt, you don't like what we're doing here, and we're voting and we're putting in more debt, we're not slashing. Okay, get some concessions that you can live with for now. Get some concessions that you could live with for now, because what you're forcing your Republican colleagues to do is to go ask Hakeem Jeffries for some concessions. Like, hey, if we can get some of your people over here to vote for this, what can we throw to the Democratic caucus here? I'm not down with that. I'd rather give concessions to other Republican members of House. That's what the American people elected them to do. They put the Republicans in charge of all three. So I say all that to say, do you think we can pay down our debt?
No. I mean, you can.
Well,
potentially grow your way out of it? There's ways to make this debt go away. But planned financial crisis is the easiest way to.
Where's our debt? Where's our debt? Our debt is in bonds that the government creates and sells, that gives us income, that gives us this money. And so these investors, most of which are actually in the United States. Everybody says China owns our debt. They don't. There's some is owned by that, because you can buy those bonds, can be purchased by. But anyway, what I would do, if they can just spend all of their efforts with Doge and getting rid of all of this fraud. Nick Shirley has started this train moving down the tracks. We've got to keep it going. We can't let a fallout happen like what happened with Elon Musk. Let this train keep going down the tracks, and let's root out this fraud. Dr. Oz, Mehmet Oz, came on and said, hey, we shut down 800 hospice companies in California, and we didn't get one single solitary call saying, hey, where's my money? Mm-hmm. Like, hey, where's my reimbursement for my money? Because they know the jig is up. So you got to get rid of the fraud. Okay. I fully believe that we have a close to $1 trillion or more of fraud every year. I think of our $7 trillion of spending, at least $1 trillion of it is fraud, and I might be undershooting it, because I've talked about there's fraud on every single solitary level when you are billing, and it is all Medicaid and Medicare fraud, where you are billing the government for services that you are not doing. This service. You're billing the government for a $300 Tylenol.
Yeah,
there is so much fraud that happens there. So get rid of the fraud and increase our GDP. If you can do those two things, then once you can. I mean, Bill Clinton was the last one to balance the budget. Say what you want about him, but he balanced the budget where we were taking in more money than what we were spending. If you got to that point again, then you buy those bonds and eliminate them. You buy them back. You'll have to pay a premium for them because the investors may not want to sell them. But you buy those bonds back, and then you eliminate those bonds. And then you can start to work to put provisions in place where if the government, the Warren Buffett method, if the government doesn't balance the budget, that they immediately lose their paychecks. Yeah. You can't go through unless it's a balanced budget. So I've gone down a long rabbit hole there, but
in theory that would be true, and it is true. Assuming the government should run the way we have to run our own households. But in my opinion, let me just simplify it for you. I think Washington D.C. runs on blackmail. I think it's used as a currency, and I think you get high enough up, whether it's D.C. or Hollywood or any of these things, they actually love having blackmail on one another because it's a security blanket. Both people know that the other one could destroy them or make their life much difficult, but because of mutually assured destruction, their power is ensured. I think the debt, $40 trillion in debt is just a massive blackmail, or the equivalent of an intentional crisis that everybody knows at any moment. It's in a glass case, and if the right person wants to, we break open glass and we basically hold the whole country ransom.
Yeah.
And so in that instance, the debt really does matter, but the way out of it is not. The way out of it is to end the Federal Reserve. The way out of it is to audit Fort Knox. The way out of it is to put people in jail who've done this to the American people, who've put us in this position. This is just my opinion. So,
sure.
Outside, what you said is true. I'm just saying outside of the traditional "let's grow our way out of it" idea, which assumes that we're living in a system based on sound economic fundamentals.
Well, grow and cut. Yeah, grow and cut. Yeah. That's a key.
But here is more on the Thomas Massie thing. Here is Congresswoman Lauren Boebert stumping
Some
for.
People are calling her Hobart.
Stumping for Thomas Massie.
A Republican congressman who said one thing at home and got to Washington, D.C. and did something completely different. He did exactly what he was told to do. He handed his voting card over to the Speaker of the House and whatever he could to be in the good graces of all of the slime in D.C., he did. He would come back home and campaign one way, and then he would go back and govern the complete opposite.
Isn't it the story
and
of
so
all
I
of them?
decided to run against him. I had no money, and I traveled 29 counties in Colorado, and I beat him by 10 points, the first time in 48 years, and he haven't lost the primary in Colorado.
All right, so that's her telling her story, how she got to Congress. But unfortunately, folks, Lauren Boebert, we're supposed to hate her now. She's the latest one who's been anathematized.
Listen, I understand why Trump's frustrated with her because he wants Massie gone, and she is speaking out for Massie. She's not the only one. Which is also concerning, as I was talking about in our group text here. There's a few other endorsements of Thomas Massie that are a little concerning, if you ask me. I haven't read all of these, but they allegedly, the New York Times, Ilhan Omar.
Now, I do have look, I don't have any argument with that. You can't, the New York Times coming out with a puff piece, on... It's actually not that. I mean, it is concerning. It's a red flag. But at the same time, you have to understand the New York Post wants anything to happen that's going to weaken President Trump.
New York Times.
The New York Times.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Anything. So
yeah.
They're going to be for Thomas. It's like, why are they for Thomas Massie? It's like, well, they're for Thomas Massie because if Thomas Massie wins, it means that that Massie's constituents love Massie more than they love Trump. That's what it means, and that's why the New York Times wants that to happen.
I like Lauren Boebert. She's not really done anything for me to dislike her. And I'm also a strong-willed person where I'm not going to hate somebody just because I was told to hate them. In that same reason, and our chat mentioned this as well, that Lindsey Graham, Donald Trump for some reason supports him. Lindsey Graham's a moron. He is a warmonger. And I can't stand it. I can't stand the fact that Donald Trump has not just cast that fool aside. But, that's one thing. Lauren Boebert is a true conservative. she is also, in my opinion, well, I don't know that she's a true conservative. She's definitely a true Republican, and she's certainly a MAGA person. I believe that she backs Trump. She just doesn't follow him on every single solitary thing that he does.
Well, and this is the deal. This is what's frustrating.
But she doesn't vote against him, and that's what I like.
Well, I mean, she was taken into a back room, according to her, telling her to take her name off the Epstein files. She talked about that, and she said, "No, I'm not going to do that. I want the Epstein files released." There was allegedly pressure to not do that.
Good for her.
And this is going to get us into the other side of things. But this was Lauren Boebert's tightrope that she attempted to walk before going to Kentucky to campaign for her friend Thomas Massie. She says, "Below is my friend Thomas Massie. He loves America and is fighting to save it. Also below is my friend and president, Donald Trump. He put his life on the line to save this great country. I support both of these men. I've worked with both to preserve freedom and liberty, and if that makes you angry, bless your heart." So, what a great tweet, but it wasn't enough. President Trump saying essentially, no, that isn't good enough. And he's now asking for primary challengers for Lauren Boebert. Quote, is anyone interested in running against weak-minded Lauren Boebert in Colorado's 4th Congressional District? You remember Lauren moved to the district when it became obvious that she couldn't win in her original congressional district, the 3rd. A carpetbagger, indeed. Boebert is campaigning for the worst Republican congressman in the history of our country, Thomas Massie of the great Commonwealth of Kentucky, and anybody who can be that dumb deserves a good primary fight. Even though I long ago endorsed Boebert, if the right person came along, it would be my honor to withdraw that endorsement and endorse a good and proper alternative. Just let me know or announce your candidacy, and I will be there for you, President Donald J. Trump. Now, real quick, the filing is over. There is no official primary person that could do that this cycle, unless, of course, you get like a write-in candidate, and that would be a long shot, even with money. Yeah. But so this is the kind of stuff that makes you just roll your eyes.
It's just this is what. Go ahead, Paul.
No, you go ahead.
This is what they want us to do. This is what Donald Trump wants us to do. I voted for that man 3 times. I love him as our president. Okay. That's I have to.
You qualify.
I have to qualify it.
Yeah.
Because I'm not this. I will follow Donald Trump.
Yeah.
If Donald Trump says it, it is the right thing. If Lauren Boebert is bad, I now think she's bad because Trump said it. Stop. I don't agree that Thomas Massie should be obstructing Donald Trump's movement here, but quit this crap, man. I don't like this. At the risk of alienating some of our listening audience who are just Trump loyalists, I don't like crap like this, Paul. And that doesn't mean that I'm regretting my vote. For the love of God, what was the alternative?
Of course not.
You know, any Republican running against Donald Trump, I would have voted for Donald Trump over that Republican. 100%. I believe in Donald Trump. I just wish he wouldn't do crap like this.
Yeah. No, I mean, I totally understand what you're saying, and I really respect your reaction to this too, because I know you are more on the, hey, yeah, if Massie goes, then he goes, because he shouldn't have, he shouldn't have obstructed President Trump the way, but it's not enough. Is what I guess my point is he has made friends, and it's like, so where does it end exactly? Where does it end? And it's stuff like this that makes you think, oh, okay, it ends on an island with one person pointing the finger at everybody else. Yeah. And that's where it eventually leads if this just kind of continues. And so I've seen this before. I've seen this play out before. I've seen it at a micro level in Arkansas back when Governor Asa Hutchinson was governor of Arkansas.
wanted to be president.
Tucker Carlson ended Asa Hutchinson's hopes for being president.
Tucker Carlson deserves a lot of credit for those primaries, and this is 2023, essentially.
Oh man, ended Mike Pence and Asa with just a couple of questions. It was unbelievable. And as somebody who had to suffer under the Asa Hutchinson administration, I didn't suffer under the Asa Hutchinson administration, but I opposed him at almost every turn vigorously on the radio for years. And anyway, But the bottom line is this: I saw it firsthand, where you have people that are speaking out against the governor, in my case, and he goes after them. So it's just not a new thing. I'm not
sure.
I wish it wouldn't happen. Like in terms of we're going to spend $35 million because what? Because Thomas Massie voted against the bill that got passed anyway. It'd be one thing if he was the deciding vote and the big beautiful bill didn't get passed, or he was the deciding vote and Israel didn't get their money and Iran took over Israel or something.
A la John McCain for the destruction of Obamacare.
But that didn't even happen. So you're spending $35 million. You're further dividing the base, because there are people looking at this. Let's just talk about young people for a second. Because, he also is criticizing Rand Paul, the senator from Kentucky who's stumping for Thomas Massie.
Yeah, he's been going after Rand for years, though.
Yeah.
That's nothing new.
He doesn't go after Rand is I guess maybe because he's a senator and he needs him, maybe. I don't know. He doesn't go after as strong as Rand.
Yeah. Well, Rand doesn't really go after Donald Trump very much. He just knows that Rand is a no vote on every budget that comes through, and he's just, they're hoping that Collins and what's her face, Susan Collins and Murkowski. Thank you. He just hopes that they are yes votes, so that he can counteract it.
But here is the interactive polls. This is Iowa Polls 2022 over on X. They're doing some polling here, and I've seen several polls that are just like this. Okay, age 17 to 25 is polling. This was as of. Let's see, that's the 13th. That's the 13th. I guess May 13th. So a couple of days ago, 5 days ago. 17 to 25, Massie is winning plus by 25. 26 to 35, Massie by 56. We have age 36 to 45, Massie by 38. 46 to 55, Massie plus 17. Age 56 to 65, Gallerin, 18. 66, 75, Gallerin, 35. 76 plus, Gallerin, 33.
Well, I've got a couple of questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
Number one, that is a huge disparity.
Huge discrepancy.
So, discrepancy, thank you. So it's a huge discrepancy there. So I want to dive into that a little bit more. But I want to know what the average voting age is there in the state of Kentucky. Is it an older electorate?
I think they've got, this is why everybody is saying right now, it's really kind of anybody's game, and it all depends on turnout. It all depends on turnout tomorrow to figure out who's going to win this thing. Here's the Ed Gallerin at 48%. Thomas Massie at 43%.
The not
7.6 not sure. But see, here's the deal. If a bunch of young people show up, if more young people show up to vote than old people, Thomas Massie's going to keep his seat.
Yes, sounds like it.
That's what that means. And so we'll see what happens. I think, we haven't even talked about the October surprise, which would really be a May surprise. Last week, Massie gets hit with allegations of having a girlfriend and all this other stuff. And when I saw that, my instinct is, whether credible or not credible, it is something you do when you're not sure that you're going to win. That comes out when you're like, when you're going to try to Christine Blasey Ford Thomas Massie, the election is razor thin.
I could see that. So I also am curious about why the polling starts at age 17 to 25.
Oh, when the voting age is 18.
Yeah,
that's a good question.
It's interesting to me because I don't know why you would be calling.
Yeah, that's a great question. I don't know. That's strange.
Unless this poll was done, a couple months ago, and it
says it was conducted the 11th through the 12th.
So unless you're 17, turning 18 in just a couple of days, I don't even know what Kentucky's registration deadline is. It may be past that. So that's strange to me. But regardless, that's a huge discrepancy in the numbers, and I don't know that I've ever really seen that. This is what they're saying, the overall.
This is the latest one this was conducted the 16th through the 17th.
Wowzer.
So you've got a 7-point spread, 5% not sure, according to interactive polls. Does this one have a breakdown? I don't see this one having a breakdown of age. But But yeah, they do all kinds of polls on this site. But anyway, it's pretty fascinating what's going on. So here's my deal with this, because we had this conversation in the chat where it's like, okay, yeah, big beautiful bill, or what J.D. Vance said, he's just not reliable on any of this stuff. They just kind of want Republicans to be reliable on. Always stands up for this or that. If you're a young person, though, and just letting you know, if you're a young person, everybody thinks that Thomas Massie is being targeted for the Epstein files. And that's the perception. Now, whether you want to believe that or not, I'm just telling you, the reason you want to say, why do the young people not want Ed Gallerin? Why don't they want him? Well, it's for a lot of reasons. It's for this Politico report. I mean, say what you want to. Pro-Israel groups. There's a lot of Americans that are not happy with it. R.N. McIntyre, feel how you want about Massie. The man has literally showed up angry in my mentions, but it's pretty unsettling that a foreign country is openly working to unseat a congressman in a district where he's very popular. The young people, you may not care about that, but younger Americans increasingly do, and it's not necessarily. It's not necessarily. In some cases, it is directly just because it's Israel, but in a lot of other cases, it's just it's foreign involvement at all. Okay. And then you could bring up the Epstein files, and the Epstein files, people are like, yeah, that was really weird. Wasn't that weird this time last year when we were told that the Epstein files, there's nothing to see here and it's a hoax? People have not gotten over that. And we warned about this on the show. We warned about this, and we were warning about it in context of the coming midterms. Yeah. Before we knew that there was going to be this giant primary between Massie and Gallerin. And so I'll be interested to see what happens.
Paul, could it be as simple as this? Okay, I do agree with you that the young people believe that there was just this massive cover-up with
whether
the
it's
Epstein.
True or not.
Whether
that's
it's
what
true
they
or
believe.
not, that's what they believe. And I think we can all agree that it was a bungled, whatever. My words are not coming to me today.
Pam Bondi.
Pam Bondi just screwed the pooch on this. She came out. She promised this one thing. We're not going to go rehash all of this stuff. But then the internal memo got released and said, we're not releasing anything else. We're going to say nothing else on this. And then, of course, the pressure really grew, and they had to, eat some crow and go ahead and release all this stuff. But anyway. And Thomas Massie was a huge proponent of getting that released, and it was just his rallying cry. And so that I can understand the young people sort of agreeing with all of that. But I think, and I teased this at the top of the show, I think it could be a simpler answer. And it may be a little bit of both. It could be three things, with the Israel influence and the young people conspiracies and all of this stuff or whatever. But Ed Gallerin coming in here and having such a huge, all of these incumbents losing, where we saw this in Indiana, we saw this in Louisiana over the weekend. Hopefully we're going to see this in the state of Texas with John Cornyn getting unseated by Ken Paxton there. And if you're not following that race, you really need to take a look at that one. That one's huge, right? So because of Cornyn, they say Cornyn and Cassidy were his two main allies.
You got to throw
John Thunes.
You got to throw in Mark Lynch beating Lindsey Graham. We got to hope that.
Oh my gosh! Please, baby Jesus, give us that
but
one. But
see, on that though, and I don't want to interrupt you. I'm sorry, but let me find this. This is where it's like try to make sense of anything going on right now. Where it's like, yes, Bill Cassidy, we love. Yes, we want Ken Paxton over Cornyn. Yes, but then you get this. You get a post like
the
this.
Conservative Review.
A plus. John Thune gets an F. Lindsey Graham gets an F. And could we get 50% of the anger that's at Thomas Massie? Could we get 50% of that directed at John Thune? But we don't. And I posted earlier. Well, why don't we? Well, because the donors are very happy with John Thune. They like John Thune.
Mm-hmm. Well, and they like Lindsey Graham saying, let's go to war. Everybody go to war.
Yes, they do.
And I don't know how much influence. He's been screaming at Iran for a long time. I don't know how much influence Lindsey Graham had in that. I would assume none, because I think that Donald Trump's really good at sizing people up. He realizes that guy's a fumbling idiot. But anyway, my whole point that I was trying to make there is that if you think MAGA is dead, if you think MAGA is dying, you are naive, because Donald Trump is sort of kicking ass and taking names, as they say, because it seems as if anybody who has gone after Trump and disagreed with Trump is losing their seat right now. Cassidy 100% deserved it. He was the fact that a Republican voted to impeach Donald Trump after January 6th. And the BBC had to, this lawsuit here that because they had edited a clip to make it look like Donald Trump had said something that he didn't say. Well, all the Democrats came out and said that's what he said. Not because of BBC, because they just truly believed all of that stuff. All the crap that goes through their head. Donald Trump is evil. Donald Trump is Hitler. He's killing babies. All of this crap that they believe in their head, to me, gets extra validity when a Republican votes with them on stupid stuff like Donald Trump invoked an insurrection. He invoked an insurrection. All of these people, January 6th, they were arrested. Their lives were turned upside down. Donald Trump and none of those people, neither any of those people or Donald Trump, let me say it a little bit more correctly there, none of those people or Donald Trump were charged with insurrection. So don't sit here and say that the man incited an insurrection. I think the FBI agents trolling through the crowd had much more to do with all of that stuff. But Cassidy voting with the Democrats to impeach Donald Trump, he immediately lost his seat. It was a poison that took 6 years.
Yep.
Right, because he had just been reelected.
Right. So, I mean, you're exactly right. It took 6 years, and so here's an example where we're like, hey, this is great. Who is not happy that Bill Cassidy, a big pharma stooge, also is out of there? Here's Donald Trump. Bill Cassidy, after falsely using his relationship with me during his political career and winning elections because of it, voted to impeach me on preposterous charges that were fake then and now are criminally insane. Let's talk about Tulsi Gabbard exposing the fact, and Eric's CIA Ramella.
Yep.
His disloyalty to the man who got him elected is now part of legend, and it's nice to see that his political career is over. I'd like to thank the great people of the state of Louisiana, and the big victory will only make me work harder for your success and all that comes with it. I love you all. Make America great again, President Donald J. Trump.
We're going to get something very similar to that, although I think that's a valid post. 100% right there. What's he going to say if Thomas Massie loses tomorrow?
Good riddance. You were an idiot. If you'd have been smarter, if you'd have worked a little harder.
I just don't like it. I don't like that. But, I do. Let me just say this. I'm good with Thomas Massie losing. However, that conservative review thing is a little concerning to me as a Republican and a conservative. I think, okay, well, what am I missing here? What am I missing?
And that's we've known for a long time. I mean, I learned this the hard way in the primary in 2016 when I was on radio. American people don't really care as much about principle in a talk radio format as I thought they did. They just want their problems fixed. They want their problems solved, right? And so they're going to respond to the person they think is going to actually get that done. Okay? And President Trump is essentially a 1960s Democrat. If you go back to the 1960s and you look at that's kind of where President Trump falls in.
Sure.
And this is not surprising. Everybody knows this. Everybody has known this for a while. That's just the way it is. And so this is an example of, and again, no politician, Thomas Massie included, is pure as the driven snow, okay? They don't exist out there, right? Even when you make a principled stand, if it truly is principled, there's also other reasons that that don't necessarily have to do with that principle as to why you make different votes. So you never truly know. This is the system that we're given, though. So I don't know what he's going to say. The real question is what happens if Thomas Massie actually somehow wins?
He's going to be more emboldened, in my opinion, to stand up for what he believes in because it was on the ballot. It was literally
Thomas Massie will be
correct.
Oh, of course, yeah.
His stances were on the ballot. and his constituents voted for him. If that's the way that it plays out tomorrow, even if it's a close vote, doesn't matter.
It will forever. If Thomas Massie does win tomorrow, whether you think he should go or not because he voted against the big beautiful bill or voted against a bunch of other stuff the president wants, we could all agree though, right? If Thomas Massie were to somehow win, it would forever shatter any sort of allegation that MAGA is a cult. Because it would be literally, be the people saying like, no, I'm not, like you said, I'm not just going to be a zombie. I'm going to think independently, vote for Trump nationally, but think things differently on the local level.
Shatter it from whose perspective? Because we don't believe that we're a cult anyway.
This is true. It wouldn't shatter it from the left's always going to believe it, but it would be some good ammunition. Sure. To like, hey, actually, no.
Look at us. We will vote against.
Yeah, Bill Cassidy though. Real quick before we're going to take a break and reset, but Bill Cassidy just got completely shut out of his Senate seat, not only getting pummeled by Trump-backed Julia Letlow, but also losing to John Fleming, who got second. So he didn't even come in second. So it heads to a runoff, and guess who's upset about it?
Oh, Mitt.
Pierre Delecto, the Senate. Mitt. The Senate to now lose an exceptionally brilliant and creative mind. An MD who chairs health care.
He's a
Big
doctor.
Pharma. And a person of character. Bill Cassidy's departure is a loss for this country. There you go.
Say less, Mitt Romney, and not in a good way. Just shut up.
Just shut
Nobody gives a damn what you think, Mitt.
That's exactly right. All right,
I voted for you in 2012 because I was worried about Obamacare. But, yeah, I wished, like anything, that we would have had a different option in 2012.
Yeah, you and me both. Folks, we're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be back here in just a moment. This is the Paul Herrell Program, broadcasting on LFA TV, Paul Herrell Program, YouTube, as well as Facebook and X.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red 5.
The other things that we're seeing, more and more use for is even vascular issues. So one of the mechanisms that red light, near-infrared light, or Red 5 works is stimulation of the mitochondria and stimulation of nitric oxide production. So when nitric oxide is released in cells, it vasodilates cells. It reduces inflammation. It moves blood. It brings blood flow to areas. So folks that have issues with ulcers or burns or wounds, it can help stimulate increased blood supply, and you need blood to heal. So that can open up different avenues for peripheral artery disease, for neuropathic pain syndromes. And so that's one of the other areas for nerve injury or nerve pain that we can leverage this type of medicine.
Behind every precious life, there was a choice. Behind every family moment, behind every special memory, there was a choice. A life of joy. A life that is beautifully and wonderfully made. At 7 Weeks Coffee, we are funding the pro-life movement, one cup at a time. Will you let your coffee serve a greater purpose?
My name is John, and this is my beautiful wife, Lori, and this is our Star Wars Ewok. His name is Scout, and we have Scout for about 11 years now, and we started noticing about 3 years ago he started slowing down. He was unable to jump on the bed. He was kind of a little bit grumpier, and when my daughters, Macy and Mariah, would take him on walks, he would walk for about 30 yards, and then he'd lay down, and they'd carry him the rest of the way. So I heard about Pet Club 24/7 and about the products from a gentleman that I really trust and share a friendship with. And he mentioned to me that they have products that are going to help him with his arthritis, help him build his immune system. And I said, okay, no problem. Let's try them out. And I kid you guys not, within about 2 to 3 days, we started noticing a little difference. And then we took Scout on a walk probably about a week after we started using the products, the mush puppies, and he would walk the entire way. He would walk at least a mile, and it's just been completely amazing. He's a new dog. He's 11 years old, which is around 80 years in dog years, and he's just happy. He's more energetic. He's not the grumpy old man he used to be, and we're just so thankful. And it was perfect timing because we lost our boxer Yankee about a year and a half ago, and it was really hard on us. So I'm so thankful for Pet Club 24/7 for the products that they offer. Imagine if you could have your best friend around one more day or one more week or even one more year. I'm so blessed and thankful that we were able to find this company and find these products for Scout. So thank you guys. Give it a shot. We appreciate you. God bless everyone.
The Paul Herrell Program.
Welcome back, folks. Broadcasting from Arkansas. My good friend, co-host Rob Spencer is with us. We got a few more stories that we want to get to today. First off, it's kind of a follow-up story. Follow-up story to what we talked about the other day on Friday when I was here. And so I'm glad that James Comey was dumb enough to say it again. He said it on CNN. Hey, I talk to people in the FBI all the time, and they're so distressed. The ones that have been fired, the ones that are still there, the ones that have got family members that are sick and dying, and they're just so distressed that the FBI is in turmoil. And basically he's confessing that, hey, look, there is a deep state. I'm talking to him and just telling him to hold on. Yeah. Like I'm talking like Wilson Phillips, hold on for one more day. You ever hear that song?
Are you asking me if I've ever heard Wilson Phillips hold on?
Yeah. You've ever heard
Someday somebody's going to make it want to. So everybody's heard that song.
This is James Comey.
My 15-year-old son has heard that song, and it came out 15 years before he was
James Comey's
born.
Phone call with the FBI is like, I know there's pain. Holy crap. Disgraced and indicted, former FBI Director James Comey just issued a deep state call to action. Hang on in the shadows until a Democrat comes to office.
Not looked at from the top level. The people running it, if you're bragging about forcing out career prosecutors and agents because the president doesn't like a lawful investigation they conducted, something is seriously broken at the top. But I have great confidence in the people down below who are just trying to hang on. And I'm urging them, hang on 2.5 years, and then we can rebuild these institutions. But we need good people in those roles. America does.
So on Friday, Rob, it dawned on me live on the air. Not only is this guy a traitor, not only whatever, but I kept arguing, this point that, hey, this is a former spook, a former, arguably the most powerful, intelligence officer in the country. He's got people that are loyal to them. And I said, in today's world, your intel heads are your generals. And so we need to think about this as not as a FBI director, but as a general who literally has soldiers at his disposal that are listening to him. That's why the 8647 thing is a crime, in my opinion, because it's borderline, you are sending coded messages to your loyalists who are close to the president to kill him.
That's the only thing that I dislike about the indictment of James Comey is just that it has re-brought this fool back into the spotlight, brought him back into the mainstream. And he's not taking his indictment seriously.
No,
he's not. The reason that he's not taking it seriously is because what is the first thing every attorney tells you to do if you're ever accused of a crime and indicted or something? Shut up. Don't go on national television. Sure as hell don't go on Meet the Press, which is it used to be a pretty well-watched program, knowing that you're going to have sound bites that are just going to be, clipped up and put all over the internet like that. There's no way he's taking his indictment seriously, or he would be laying low right now. And I want something to happen to him. I wish they could have gotten him for, something else, but unfortunately the deep state people that he's talking about, these career, prosecutors and investigators and all of this stuff in the Justice Department and the FBI and all of that, these career folks are the problem, in my opinion, in many cases, and they are, he's speaking out to them. Like, does he fancy himself as being the director of the FBI again? I think so.
Oh yeah,
I think
in his mind he always is, and that's my point. Is that the idea that he still doesn't have power and authority, and there's people that are loyal to. I mean, if you've got troops in another, they're loyal to you. I mean, then you are a threat. James Comey is a threat. And this man should be indicted on 8647, but he should have been indicted on framing Trump for treason and leaking to the media and everything else, and maybe he still will be.
Mm-hmm.
But again, the longer that James Comey is free, the more it confirms that you and I are actually slaves.
Well, I agree with that, and I also agree with there needs to be more instances like this of all the people who went after Donald Trump between January 6th or whenever, I guess, January 20th. Well, no, it really happened before that. They were trying to get him before. So from January 6, 2021, all the way up until he was reelected, even so much as they tried to kill him in the few months leading up to his, reelection. All of those people that went after him, the Fonnie Willises of the world, the what's that fat ass up there in New York? He's the
oh yeah, what is her name?
No, the guy. Well, there's that Letitia James.
Oh, Alvin Bragg.
Yeah, they're all fat up there apparently.
Yeah, Alvin Bragg.
Alvin Bragg. He's a loser. And so anyway, all these people, I lumped them in with the James Comeys of the world, and they all need to suffer consequences for their actions, and unfortunately we just haven't seen enough of it. And I'm hopeful, because I have seen enough out of the acting Attorney General Blanche here, that I have seen enough of him that I feel way more encouraged than when Pam Bondi was in office, because Pam Bondi would talk a good game, but I don't think she was going to get. I don't think we would have seen an indictment of James Comey under Pam Bondi.
We almost didn't see the first one because of her incompetence.
Sure,
it's an arguable point. We don't know exactly what goes on behind closed doors and who is to blame. I still don't trust Todd Blanche, but I can't argue with the results. Like you said,
the fruits have been good.
The
so
needle
far
has moved much more than with Pam Bondi. Here's a little bit of positive news on the show that, where we're kind of complaining. Immigrants are giving up their claims in immigration court, according to ABC News, and voluntarily leaving the United States in exponentially higher numbers under the Trump administration, according to a new report based on federal data. In the first hour when I was telling you about that show, Shogun, and how the Protestants found Japan, Catholics were already there. Eventually, the Japanese get tired of both of them and say, "We're done. We're closing off." Mm-hmm. And they were closed for over 100 years until after the Civil War, when they opened things back up. That's what countries used to do. If there was too much foreign involvement and foreign invasion and foreign influence on a country, Japan was like, "Okay, you're done. We're now a closed society. We're going to take care of ourselves."
China did the same thing. Yeah.
This is what you do when you're overrun by third world barbarians. Now, in their case, they were overrun by first world religious evangelizers, but they didn't like that either.
Which was their prerogative,
Which was their right as a sovereign nation to kick us out. So
what's the leader of Japan called? Is it like?
I think they've got a president.
Is
president
it
of Japan?
Okay.
That sounds right. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I think if you get an atomic bomb dropped on your country, your system is now going to sound pretty Western. You're the president. They have a president now.
Yeah. So I watched a documentary on Japan's. They had ground invasion plans for the United States. And I can't remember what their initial entry point was. I want to say it was somewhere up in New England that they had all of these ground invasion plans. They were going to send troops to the United States.
Yeah.
We find ourselves to be Eric's listening to the show. I think he likes my comments, although he can't say them on air sometimes. But anywho, I don't even know what I'm talking about. Oh, Japan. Scary, because if we had not dropped those atomic bombs, somebody can say that was terrible. That was it was an overly disproportionate reaction to Pearl Harbor. But if Japan had not just immediately said, "Oh wow, they got us. This war is over. The big dogs are out," I shudder to think what would have happened, because they were pretty ruthless.
They were. I mean, if Japan tried to invade America, that would have been, oh man, that would have been like
I don't know.
I'm just telling you what. There's there's good old boys that would have just welcomed the challenge. They'd have been like, okay.
But do you think that was? Do you think that was the case in the 40s? Because I mean, our men had gone to war.
That's true.
And
They
so
were
the
at
women
war.
were.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It was women in charge of the country.
It could have been
Not
worse.
really, but
it could have been worse.
you get what I'm
but you
saying.
do have a gun around every tree. In a vast. It was a vast country when it comes.
But they
to
wouldn't
it.
have tried. I don't think they would have tried to take over the whole.
Oh yeah, just like
country.
California.
They would have had a yeah. So anyway.
Well, the bottom line is countries can close their borders and kick people out and say don't never again. And that appears to be happening here in some cases. Well, no, the country's not actually had a moratorium on immigration, which is what we need. But this is a positive story. There's no way around that. That is for sure.
Well, it is. It's way more positive than, because when you see those numbers being left, it's way more positive that if that trend were to continue by the next census, because then we're going to see just a huge reduction. And we know like there's illegal immigrants living in conservative communities and red communities, but the majority of them are huddled up in these blue states and these blue communities and these blue cities. And so what they're doing is, they're coming in. Some are contributing to the country. I'm not going to try to say that, but I think that the majority of the people, and I've said it on the show a million times, that came in under Biden's 4 years were leeches. They were people that were leeching off of the country because they saw this opportunity, and we were handing out all of this money and all of that stuff. If all of those people are gone, and then there's an actual census that's taken, where all of this is coming into factor, how many House seats are those Democrats going to lose? Way more than the Republicans will, and I guarantee you that.
Yeah. In other news, Rob, this is not fake. President on May 17th at 3:53 p.m. Eastern Time posted this photo to his Truth Social page, and everybody is now speculating, is there some disclosure announcement that is coming?
Oh, come on. That's AI.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't think that's real. It doesn't look real.
You don't think... Wait a minute. Did you just say, I don't think that's real?
I don't think that is an actual alien.
Look at that alien six-pack abs.
Hey, man. You're trying to put our standards on an alien?
I'm just saying,
we don't know.
It's that alien has a human physique.
I know. That's why.
Okay, with just an alien head and a green body.
Yeah, it's like they got all the same. They got all the same muscle groups.
It's not an.
Well, in the handcuffs, they aren't even attached, right? It's like a weird thing or whatever. But he did post this, and it got everybody talking.
Yeah. He's got these leg shackles on, but he's walking pretty easily there.
Yeah,
and the president of the free world. The president of the United States, the leader of the free world, essentially, is walking right next to this alien with these shackle handcuffs.
Well, he was Trump personally arrested this guy,
right? But all that alien would have to do is just wrap that chain around the president's neck and choke him out. This is the stupidest.
Well, I don't know. This alien does not look happy.
Just say it. You believe in aliens.
He does not. Well, I believe in demonic and fallen angelic beings. Yes,
that guy is like, a Martian or whatever.
It is funny though. It is an exact human physique that just has a gray alien head on it. It's really hilarious.
B-hops. I'm not saying it's Dennis Rodman, but this is let me read the whole thing. I'm not saying it's Dennis Rodman, but it's Dennis Rodman. I agree with that.
Yeah, man, that's funny. Dennis Rodman. Now that's a callback because remember when Dennis Rodman was like And correct me if I'm wrong, because, I mean, I feel like I was out of commission, but didn't Dennis Rodman try to negotiate world peace with North Korea?
Kim Jong-il, I guess it was Kim Jong-il right back then. I don't think it was Kim Jong-un. It was his dad, because there were it may have been Kim Jong-un. I can't remember. But anyway, he goes over there. They loved Dennis Rodman in North Korea. Loved him. Absolutely thought he was the greatest. And he negotiated, I think, a release of a hostage. If I remember, I can't. This is
just the AI overview here.
Okay.
But it says that between 2013 and 2017, former NBA star Dennis Rodman made multiple high-profile visits to North Korea, developing a controversial friendship with leader Kim Jong-un. Billed as basketball diplomacy, the trips included exhibition games with retired American players, but drew intense global backlash. But I remember when Trump went over and crossed the border and crossed into into North Korea, that Dennis Rodman was like super excited about it. Was like, "This is amazing." I can't believe this, that it happened. But no, yeah, people do think Dennis Rodman's an alien because in the Men in Black movies, they straight up say that he's an alien.
Well, I don't know about that. I don't know if he's an alien, but I do know he married himself. He married himself in drag. And so Dennis is... he's not on the sane tree, in my opinion. He might be dangling off the sane tree as a branch there, but I don't know. Anyway, regardless, that's the stupidest photo ever with this AI, meant to look like why would Donald Trump be walking next to this alien, and why does this alien just have a perfect male physique, or not really perfect, but you get what I'm saying. Like, he's obviously works out. He did his ab crunches this morning. And so just has an alien head.
I hear he's got a Planet Fitness membership.
Can you zoom in on that at all?
I can't. I can't. I don't know what's going on.
It's because you have this crappy PC, man. When it's
I just zoomed into 300% and it did nothing. So.
Who all thinks this is real? Just tell us if you think it's real.
Who else seen a leprechaun say yeah?
Yeah. To me, it looked like a leprechaun to me. Alabama leprechaun. If you've not seen that, you need to look it up.
I got this flute passed down from my great-great-grandfather.
From thousands of generations ago.
Thousands of generations
I'm like, dude, that's a long time ago.
Oh, my goodness.
What is a generation? 40? Is it supposed to be 40 years?
Yeah, 40 years. Yeah. All right, so here's the deal.
So 40,000 years.
We were talking about female judges and police chiefs the other day, or earlier in the show today.
Hey, listen, there's some female judges that are badasses, man.
Oh yeah. But documenting libs. This doesn't have to do with a police chief or a judge. It just has to do with an alleged homeowners association meeting where somebody has taken this clip, and this is devoid of context. We don't have the full context about this. But apparently, some homeowners association meeting took place where the splashing at the swimming pool was just too much. Now, I don't know, I try not to spend a lot of time theorizing what hell could be like, because it's you can trivialize it to the point. It's a real place where real people go. But just rhetorically speaking, I've often joked that the WNBA would be on in hell. But I actually think this is a new contender. Like, if I had to listen to this lady for eternity, take a listen.
Children are permitted. Obviously, that's not the issue. It's the intensity. When splashing becomes continuous, it stops being play. It becomes activity. Activity at that level is shared. Children.
That's all you get.
Okay. Can I?
It's terrible.
Okay. This woman needs a glass of wine, a good date night with a happy ending to relieve some of this stress that she has, because apparently she is all bottled up about all kinds of things here, and she just needs to relax, because what it sounds like is that kids were being kids in the pool. And if kids are permitted, what the hell are you talking about?
Yeah.
Well, they're splashing too much in this pool. Don't be splashing water and playing.
Splashing is plain, but splashing continuously is activity.
Yes, and we cannot have activity. And I've not had any bedroom activity in many years.
Wow, that is low. That's
you know what? She deserves nothing. She deserves nothing less.
That's low. But I will say this: people wonder where Karen stereotypes come from, and they come from.
It's her.
People are out there like this lady who's reinforcing.
And she's not just
reinforcing them every single day.
Paul, hit the play again if you got a second, and just
there we go.
see how intensely she says this.
I don't even know the context, but I guarantee you she's been like given some questions by probably a man saying, "Okay, wait a second. Like, are you saying splashing is wrong?" She's gotten this question. Like, are you trying to say that splashing in the pool is illegal?
Children are permitted. Obviously, that's not the issue. It's the intensity. When splashing becomes continuous, it stops being play. It becomes activity. Activity at that level is shared.
She is coming out of her seat. She is wanting to crawl over the table and shake the shoulders of anybody that would dare dissent against her.
She needs to not be on the homeowners association board. She needs to be a PE teacher. I feel like she'd be a great PE teacher. Because this reminds me of many of my PE teachers.
Yeah. So somebody said, in the comments, like, would a glass of wine and a night on the town actually help this? And I'm like, you're right, Deb. I don't think that it will. This woman she's beyond. She's gone. She lives so deep in Karenville.
Obviously, they can splash.
Kids are permitted. That's not what I'm saying.
That's not what.
But they can't have fun. Okay. There will be no fun in the pool.
Smiling is permitted, obviously. But when multiple kids are showing their teeth and smiling, that becomes enjoyment. And enjoyment is activity.
An activity. And one other activity that we're going to have to talk about at this is we cannot have laughing, joking, or jumping. None of those things are permitted, but kids are.
Kids are.
Yes. Kids, just don't make any noise and don't talk to anybody and hold your head down in shame for being a child and alive.
Rob Spencer, thanks for hanging out with us today.
Glad to be here.
The show. Hopefully we will see you tomorrow, or Eric. Hopefully Eric will be back in seat number 3 tomorrow. Folks, that's all the time that we have. I want to give a shout-out to our sponsors, Red Vive Health, New Horizon Real Estate, Gateway Site, and Sound Pet Club 24/7, and Sherrod Chiropractic. God bless everybody out there watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.
The Paul Herrell Program.
there are a lot of great things I can say about today's guest. And sometimes I like to go back because there's hit pieces written on people, and Rolling Stones will do things that are not positive, sometimes, or they're positive if you know the person. You're like, yeah, actually, we do believe in that. Yeah. But sometimes I like to go to their Twitter profile because that's what they put themselves.
True.
This
is self-defined.
They're in control of that narrative. If
they hit edit bio and they put these words in to define who are they as a person.
Yeah, if somebody's, nobody's going to do a hit piece on you on your own Twitter bio. Right. So that's legit. This says he's host of the Thrive Time Show. He's Oklahoma Young Entrepreneur of the Year, Small Business Association, founder of several multi-million-dollar business, author, artist, and a co-founder of 5 children.
Wow.
I love that. I've never heard the title of co-founder of 5 children. He's also the author of this book right here called How to Build a Successful Business. He's going to talk to us today about that one thing, how to make America great by making Americans great. The one, the only, Mr. Clay Clark.
Yeah! Yes, and I have nothing but good news, and we're going to go fast today. We've got a lot of stuff to get into, but what I wanted to talk about today, Dave, was this creative process. As so many people reach out to me, they go to thrivetimeshow.com, they schedule a one-on-one consultation. A year later, they're a multimillionaire, they're a success story, and people say, well, how did that happen? Like, what was the messy middle? How did someone go from filling out the form with great skepticism at thrivetimeshow.com to schedule a free consultation to a multimillion-dollar company? And so I have a video today I wanted to start with of a couple, and they called me and they said, hey, look, we had a gym, and the gym that we used to own, some things didn't work out, and then some life happened and family happened, and so we find ourselves living in the state of Maine, which we're not from. We don't know anybody. We have no clients. We don't have a website, and we want to see if you can help us grow it. And they had a personal training business idea, and they said, our budget consists of us and our home. We no longer have the gym. Can you help us? Oh. And now they're in Maine. They're thriving in Maine, and now they have a thriving location in, I believe, Satellite Beach, Florida. So they have 2 locations now.
Wow.
It's been 11 months as of right now, and I just thought, wow, what a great case study of somebody, Dave, who said, we're stuck, but we're not out. We're not going to quit, but we're just stuck, and we know we're stuck, and we need help. And then we guided them through this creative process. And I think it'd be a great way if we could play the first maybe 60 seconds of this video.
Love it. VanessaCarlson.com.
I'm going to pull it up real quick. We'll verify this is the right website here. So here we go. VanessaCarlson.com. Let me pull this up.
So I get to work with people one-on-one in their homes, their home gyms, but also on Zoom online. And so people are really loving where I can have that one-on-one time with them, whether in person or on Zoom. We're spending money on Facebook ads and Instagram, and compared to what we're doing now with our website and the leads that we're getting and what we're paying with Google ads, night and day, we're saving so much more money, and we're getting much more of a return on leads and getting that, getting the leads and them becoming clients. So I would say when we first started working with you guys, I was a little like, don't we have to do a Facebook ad? Don't we have to get on Instagram? That was what we were used to. But now it's so much better.
Yeah.
And it makes more sense. And I feel like all of that other social media stuff is almost a waste.
Raider, what kind of impact, how would you describe the impact that the one-on-one business coaching has made on you and your wife and overall just your life and your business?
Well, I just bought some $200 boots from the boot barn, and I didn't feel bad about it.
That was a gift when we hit a goal to get a reward. Yep. And he's been wanting these boots for a long time. Yep. And so, but Sean has helped us stay really organized, having that accountability. And even when I have concerns, or are we going the right way? Do we need to do something different? Like being able to meet with him and communicate with him has been a huge game changer. Mm-hmm. We work together. It's great to be doing business again together and having our different roles. And sometimes when I may be seeing one thing and he sees another, it's great to have Sean to communicate and give us the best practices and the tools to use to be successful.
Oh, that's so
love that.
good.
Love it. And they're not even letting the fact that somebody obviously broke in, graffitied their business, everything, like they're still like staying positive. I love it.
And I'll say this too, Dave. For every dollar they've paid us, they've generated a 9,500% return on investment. Oh,
wow! They should have
for every
spent more
dollar
with
they
you.
paid us, it's a 9,500%. They talk about that in that video. So again, that's something your listeners could check out later at thrivetimeshow.com. But I'm just trying to give you an example. This is somebody who they lost the gym that they love. They had to move to a different part of the country. They're operating out of their house. And so, well, how do we do it? Okay, so we're going to walk everybody through this. And I'm going to be picking on your wife quite a bit here, Dave, because she likes to sing. And she likes music, and she did a phenomenal job singing at your daughter's wedding. It was brought tears to my eyes. So, but here we go. I mean it. It really did. It brought tears to my eyes. It's a true story. So what you do is, this is the process. Everybody write it down. Let's write it down, then we'll break it down, okay? So step number 1, you have to define, act, measure, refine. Step 1, you define what you think is going to work. Hopefully that's based upon experience, wisdom, knowledge, tests, data, facts. So you define, then you act. You got to act. I mean, you can't steer a parked bus. You have to act. I mean, knowledge without application is meaningless. Napoleon Hill. Be a doer, not just a hearer. The Book of James. Action is the real measure of intelligence. Napoleon Hill. A vision without execution is hallucination. Thomas Edison. You got to act, right? Octa non verba. Okay, it's not what you say; it's what you do. Deeds, not words. Octa non verba. Look that up, folks. So you have to define, act, measure. You measure what you treasure, okay? You slack where you don't track. You got to measure what you treasure. And then you refine. So define, act, measure, refine. How do you define, act, measure, refine? And Stacey, you've recorded an album before. And when you're in there recording and maybe you hear yourself for the first time, if you can go back to remembering the first, and by the way, and I'm not just saying this, you have a fantastic voice. Many people who are smarter than me think you have a great voice. But I'm just saying, the first time you heard yourself recording on a microphone, you're wearing headphones in a studio, can you talk about what that's like when you're singing in front of people you might not know very well? They're recording you and they go, all right, let's start the track. 3, 2, 1, and you're rolling. What's that like?
It's an interesting thing because, again, by the time that you're in the studio, a lot of work has gone into that. You know, you have either written the songs or you chose the songs that you were going to have for your album. And then when you walk into that studio, I remember the day I was really, really nervous. You're thinking, oh my gosh, what is this going to be like? Because by the time you walk in the studio, you have the songs, but they're not perfect. They're not ready for a performance, like if you were going to go and be on a stage. And so it's like going through that. Okay, let's do that lick again. Okay, let's try this again. Hey, try it this way. Go up and don't go down. Because you're recording something that's actually never been done before, that's going to go out to the public. So it is quite a process, and I absolutely loved it. In fact, we've got pictures of Colton and Avery when they were really little in the studio with us, and it was just a really cool experience to be able to do it together.
Now, I'm going to walk everybody through this idea, okay? I want to play this clip in just a second, but I want to walk you through this. A big part of making the creative process work and growing your business is you have to have the following mindsets or attitudes that you bring to the table. And I made a list of them, and there's probably more. You could call it being positive, but I made a list of some of the details, okay? To have success as an entrepreneur, you have to have the following kind of mindsets that you're bringing to the table. First off, you've got to really have this idea that you're solution focused. You just got to say, I'm a solution focused person. I'm focused on solutions, not problems, solutions. I'm fun. I'm going to have a fun time today. I'm going to have a fun time. You got to create momentum. Like, hey, if someone does a bad take or the ad doesn't work the way you think it's going to, or you don't get the sales, you have to say, no worries. Let's keep moving. Because if you're going through hell, don't stop. You got to keep that momentum to it. You got to be decisive. You got to be decisive. My wife's not going to hear this show, so I can tell you, I get on the phone with her best friend last night. I'm trying to fly her friend out to surprise my wife, surprise her, calling her best friend. I said, Sharita, you need to come to Tulsa. She says, when? I go, tomorrow. She says, tomorrow? I said, come on, I know what you're doing. You're going to it's the weekend, whether you're in Florida or the weekend, whether you're in Oklahoma. And I know, and the weekend's going to happen, and you want to come to Tulsa. She's like, well, I do want to come to Tulsa, man. But you got to be decisive. And then once she decided of like, I do want to come to Tulsa. Once we had that communion, once we had that, yes, then all of a sudden it was like, well, how do we get there? And then and she said, well, the flights, I can't find a flight into Tulsa. I said, no problem. I'll send a guy to pick you up in Oklahoma City. And I could be that guy. What do I need to do? She goes, well, if you drive, you'll kill the surprise. I'm like, that's true. So let me send a guy. So, but we've already committed to the end. So we got to commit to that end result, right? And you got to have this mindset of I'm solution focused and I'm decisive. Now, the opposite of that, what kills momentum and what makes it impossible would be this, just a weird energy. we had a guy in our office the other day just being weird, And I said, how you doing? We got 102 people that work between the elephant in the room and here. And I said, how are you? And he's, well, just kind of going through some stuff. And Colton, you know the energy I'm talking about. You ask someone, how are you? And they're fishing for you to kind of.
And you can tell by the sound of the breath. It's that breath. I'm like, oh no.
Oh no.
It's like Princess Bride when they hook you up to that machine. It's like, not to 50. No. You can tell it's like
life out of you.
It's sucking the life out.
Yes.
And this guy, and this is the true story. Hopefully he won't hear this show, but if he does, okay, where it is. But he says, it's a moral dilemma. And then he just kind of, and I'm on, because they want you to keep asking about, and all I was saying was, how are you? And somehow I find myself now worrying, and I go, hey, I hope you have a great day. Rihanna, your manager will talk to you, but okay. But I'm thinking, God, what was that? It's almost like I don't take a shower. What is that? So again, you got to have that positive energy. Okay. You can't be passive aggressive. Passive aggressiveness kills things. It's those statements of like, yeah, whatever. Yeah. Could have been better, whatever. Sarcasm, passive aggressiveness, negativity, low energy, all indecisiveness where people just cannot decide. My wonderful wife, at some point, she'll quote me on my gravestone or something at the funeral, but I always tell people, I don't even care what you decide, just decide and let's go. Like,
yeah.
Dad, what movie do you want to watch? I don't even care. You pick any movie at all, I'll watch it. Dad, what's the fastest way to Grand Lake? I don't know, but I'm going to drive in a circle in this parking lot until somebody makes a decision because I'm not going to sit here on center. I'm just about like, let's take action. Because when you stop and you start overanalyzing the best trip, the best food, the best salad, the best movie, it sets in a weird energy. Yep. And then everything just starts to get dystopian and odd.
Man,
so
Clay, I just want to add to that because I think that's really, I don't know if this is all women, but I do believe that this is an issue with women, is that this whole thing of double-minded. You kind of make a decision, then you're like, oh, well, wait a second, maybe I shouldn't have done that. And that's something that David actually over our 33 years of marriage has really coached me on. He's like, make a decision and then follow through. Don't be double-minded. Make a decision, follow through. If it was the wrong direction, then we can correct it. But make a decision, follow through. And so I just encourage women, if you're out there today and you're like, oh, man, that's something I do. That's something I am constantly working on. And David, I'm really thankful for a husband that really has been strong in that.
Played the long game.
Yeah, exactly. And I do believe I'm getting better and better. But that conversation that I've had with him in the past does play through my mind. If I'm looking at something, trying to make a decision, I'm like, make a decision. And then if it's a wrong decision, then we'll figure it out and we can adjust. But man, if you are double-minded, you just kind of stay in the same place and you just play it over and over and over again, and then you never go anywhere.
But like you said, too many people are stuck in the parking lot of life. They're like waiting. Okay, am I going left or right here? I can't tell. The compass isn't quite even like reset yet. I'm still trying to figure out which way I'm going. But is it left or right on the street? Is it left or right on the street? And they wait and they spend days, weeks, months,
sometimes years. Yep.
In the parking lot waiting to make that decision. And all it is I went out there and took a left and it's like, oh, wrong turn. I'm going to take a U-turn.
Exactly.
But like even the idea of I'm going to take a circle in this parking lot, like action creates momentum. And a lot of times if you're looking at your GPS and you're like, okay, and you start making circles, all of a sudden your GPS is like, whoa, and it'll like align it by just even moving, like just creating some momentum, even if it's not the right momentum. Creating momentum creates, that activity.
For sure.
No doubt about it.
I want to share this as an example. This is a true story for your listeners who go to timetofreeamerica.com. We got the final Reawaken reunion. And we have a wonderful lady who joined our team, Dave, about the day that we announced we were going to do this, right? And I think I terrified her, but also excited her. She loves the Reawaken. Her family loves the Reawaken. Her mom watches the Reawaken. And she says, where are you going to host the event? And I said, well, it's a working title. She says, what does that mean? I said, well, when you write a song, you have a title that you think it could be, but over time you change it. If you write books, as I do, you have a title. Over time you can change it. I said, so I think it will definitely be in the great state of Oklahoma. That's something I could commit to. And she said, well, where will it be? I said, well, it'll definitely be in Oklahoma, and it'll definitely be June 19th and 20th. And she said, well, who's going to – you don't know the venue? I said, well, I have a venue that told me they're going to allow me to host it there. By the way, for anybody out there who needs clarity, if you go to timetofreeamerica.com, it is at Sheridan Church. It is in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and we are going to sell out, so you can get those tickets. But so she said, so you're literally going to announce to your audience that you're selling tickets at a venue that you don't even know about? I said, no, the guy who owns it told me he'll host it. He said, I'm going to host you. He's a billionaire, very successful guy. He said, I want to host you guys. But I have a feeling deep in my soul, because I'm a little bit of a pessimist and an optimist simultaneously, double-minded, Stacey. So I said, I said, but he'll probably cancel as soon as he gets some adversity. She said, why would you say that? I go, because most people can't handle any heat. They got to get out of the kitchen, And so we announced the location, and probably 5 days later, there's a hit piece about local venue hosts conspiracy rally or something. And the guy calls me, hey, I hate to tell you, but I can't host it. So no problem. So I announced the next venue. And she's going, how are you going to ensure an event that doesn't have a location? I said, well, with that, we'll just choose it. And so the second venue there said, we're going to host you. We love you. We'd like to bring you back. We'd hosted other stuff there in the past. We want to bring you back. Get a call from the pastoral staff. Upon further review, you're no longer allowed to bring your events to our place ever because of your stance on the shots. And that was venue 2. But meanwhile, we're just moving forward. And then Pastor Jackson calls me and says, I'll host you. I said, we can't get more than 600 people in that place. He said, yeah. And you know what? You and I are going to get more in there. So he and I, true story, we're walking around the church, and I'm going, is this a load-bearing wall? He says, no. I'm like, well, let's knock that one out. So we're running around his church knocking out walls. So when you go to Sheridan Church, you're going to go, wow, this place is expanded because they're knocking out walls, moving stuff around. We've literally renovated the venue just for this event. Wow. But again, it's action, action, action. So now the poor guy who insures the events, not super poor because he makes a commission, but the guy who sells insurance, he says to me, he says, is this normal? We're on like our 4th venue for one event. I go, oh yeah, everybody who's been to the Reawaken, we've had venues that canceled, and it's because we talk about what was in the shots or what the Bible has to say about current events. But the point is, we don't stop taking action because the process is define, act, measure, refine. So now we're going to put on a little bit of a pretend for a second we're not easily offended. Let's pretend if you watch this, you're easily offended. Pretend you're not. If you're naturally not offended, okay. I've done some editing. I've taken out some words, but we're going to interview first, part 1. He has won 3 Album of the Year Grammy Awards. So he's won the Grammy Award for Album of the Year 3 times in a row. And he writes for artists that we're not a big fan of. He'll write, for Taylor Swift and that kind of thing. The other guy writes for Adele, but these are Grammy Award-winning artists, okay? So you have Jack Antonoff and you have Ryan Tedder. And Ryan Tedder, I went to college with him, okay? But I want you to listen to what they say, and we're going to go through like about a 4-minute clip here, and then, Dave, maybe we can go back to you to unpack it. So here we go. Clip the clip.
It doesn't matter how massive an artist is or whatever. Like when you're creating something, it's a house of cards. And the last thing you need is some person coming in there who's having a bad day or might not realize that they're projecting something that haven't to do anything else, come in and be like, oh, that hi-hat blows. Ooh, like the room will just deflate. Yeah. And it's like, we'll fix the hi-hat if it did blow. We'll get, like, these are not the things that matters. We are like, much like how a baby isn't totally formed. Like the baby's going to get formed. We're not worried about that. We're worried about creating an environment where the baby can get formed. And I've had too many experiences, which now I will never let happen, where you let an energy or a person or a voice into a process that isn't protecting it, almost like a chemical or something. And to me, if the artist spirit and myself and the people I work with is so pure that the protection of the process, if you really just do that, this is why I think great things are made with small groups of people all believing in one thing. Like as a writer, I think you are at your best if someone says, I love your perspective. Let's just lock the, let's just, because then like, it doesn't help the writer or the producer to have that buzzy anxiety of something flying around a million rooms, and it doesn't help I think the artist to have a million opinions. It's like the greatest bodies of work are made by like a group of people that all see something the same way, and then like Goonies style, it's like we're gonna go for it together. And the more you can have that, all the things that I've ever felt were successful and loved came from like a group of people who just like, we believe in each other so much, nothing else matters, and so we like walk together.
I'm sure I've over the years borrowed from Greg and from everyone I've worked with in terms of approachability. There's a little bit, I'm a chameleon, so there's a little bit of everyone I've worked with in me, for sure, whether it's technique, how I enter a room or talk with an artist. Bedside manner is everything. Everything. And then the other critical component is energy. Energy, I'm a very high energy person with or without coffee. With coffee, which I'm on right now, is a little It's a little crazy, but my enthusiasm is everything. Like if you're not excited, if you're down to, and there are some producers out there who've had plenty of success and hits and that kind of deal, but like if the artist feels, if you leave room for an artist to feel insecure, they will feel insecure. So you can't leave room for that in the room, and you have to carry the weight of that. Even if you're plunging into the unknown, I have no idea what I'm doing so much of the time, and the only way that I trick myself into thinking I know what I'm doing is the pace that I operate at. I just maintain this kind of, an object of motion stays in motion, and momentum equals momentum. And so that kind of like inertia that I pull in to a room helps me get through that session and arrive somewhere. Because I'm like rolling in, and so we're going somewhere. I don't know if it's good. Hopefully, it's somewhere great. Hopefully, it's somewhere that leads to a song or a piece of a song that changes your career and therefore your life. Music is so indelibly tied to an artist's psyche, who they are. I hate to say it. It'd be amazing if there'd be the ability to uncouple your sense of identity from the art that you create. But with us, with empaths and with music, that line is invisible. And so, you know, I'm very aware of all the somatic things that are happening in an artist's mind during a session with a new person, because I am an artist, and it's one of the few tricks that I have up my sleeve is that, like, at 20 years in with One Republic, there's nothing that you've been through likely that I have not been through. How can I
There it is. So I want everyone to know that's the value of a coach. You know, it's like I've been doing this thing for 21 years. So it's probably nothing that you've gone through or going through that I haven't gone through. So back to that couple, Dave, I remember they said, Clay, we're having a real hard time finding an office space to register for our website for Google Map. And I said, no problem. We'll find it. Clay, we're having a real hard time coming up with 1,000 words of content for all the key pages. No problem. We're having a hard time figuring out what we would charge someone to train them for personal training via Zoom. No problem. Hey, we're having a hard, and every time they get stuck, we get them unstuck, Dave, because we know the way, but we have to create that positive energy as we go through the process, Dave.
Well, I think a lot of this is also why we like sports, and when you can detect when a team has momentum, the Patriots had dynasty. The Chiefs kind of had a little dynasty going, and people get hurt. But there's a feeling when you have like a Patrick Mahomes or you have like an 80, and everybody's like, I don't know how this is going to work out, but I'm with these guys. And there's so much belief in what they do. And that's why you see like a Sean Payton go to Denver, and all of a sudden with the same people, they make the playoffs. It's that leadership from the top down. All of a sudden it's like, this is where we're going. There's going to be setbacks along the way, but this is how it's going to go. And when they all unify in that belief, something great happens. Even a company as small as, we have like 5 people, at the production table in the morning. We're physical creatures. I have fingernails and skin and a shirt and hair and all this, but there's a spiritual element to what people bring to the room. And you feel it shift if somebody's negative or they're kind of, it's like, hey, let's address that. If we can't address it, let's put it over here. But we need to be moving to where we're going in a unified mindset, because there's a spiritual element to that. You can feel it. You can feel it in an arena when the Patriots came back with the Falcons in the Super Bowl. It's like, the announcers are like, there's a 92% chance they're going to lose, based on that. But the players couldn't hear the announcers. Yeah. And so they played with the assumption, we're going to figure this out. And they just kind of kept moving forward.
And I want to brag on your son for a second. When we brought Robert Kiyosaki to Tulsa to attend our workshop, and by the way, for anybody who doesn't know, if you go to timetofreeamerica.com and you get tickets for this upcoming Reawaken event, June 19th and 20th, it's the Reawaken reunion. It's the final installment. It's going to be a blasty blast. We're also giving you free tickets to a business conference we're hosting the day before. So a free business conference the day before. Well, Robert Kiyosaki, when I found out he was going to come and speak at our conference with Eric Trump, I immediately called your son, and I was like, we talked, and I know your son loves the cash flow quadrant. I know he loves Rich Dad Poor Dad. I know your family does.
Yep, he's the best.
And I called Robert and I said, hey, can I bring up a young man? He's the most obsessed with the cash flow quadrant game of any adult I know. And I brought him up because he was an additive momentum. And Colton, when you came up there and you said, oh man, I love the game, I play it all the time. He believed it. He knew it. That was an additive. Now, if I had grabbed a rando from the audience who hadn't played the game, the energy would have been off.
Yeah.
Can you talk about the feeling that you had meeting Robert Kiyosaki Colton after having read his books, played the games? Because there was a certain energy shift when you came up.
Yeah, he's a total hero of mine, man. I remember being 6th grade on the bus on my way to Page Middle School and reading Rich Dad Poor Dad. In 7th grade, we'd have sustained silent reading time at Christ Presbyterian Academy, and during that time, I was reading Rich Dad Poor Dad. Every season of my life, I've read that book, and the moment they came out with the game, we got the game. When I could learn I could play it online, I was playing online. My kids now play it. My kids can tell you the difference between an asset and a liability and a balance sheet versus an income statement and the entire financial statement and how that plays into their overall goals. They speak in terms of a language of assets versus liabilities. So he's had a massive impact on my life, the language that I speak, the way that I view the world, the lens that I view the world. And I've probably spoken to hundreds of people, without exaggeration, hundreds of people that have told me their entrepreneurial journey began when they read Rich Dad Poor Dad. They were like, I didn't know some of this stuff was possible, and it's got me thinking. And all of a sudden, that might not even been the vehicle of how they became successful, but they started thinking differently when they read
it was the gateway drug,
that book. And I was standing right in front of them, and I'm like, man, try not to be weird, but I'm like, you have had such an impact on my life, and this game has been so much fun. My wife and I play it. My wife did not grow up in an entrepreneurial family, so I knew one of the fastest ways to do it was just to play a game, simulate real life over and over and over and over and over again. And we probably played that game. I would say we probably played that game, no joke, 10 times a day for 2 years. Like not even a joke. Like literally, we'd sit at our kitchen table. We didn't have kids. We were running businesses at the time, and we'd come home at night and we'd play that game over and over and over and over and over again until it became part of our language and part of the way we thought about the world. So yeah, standing in front of him absolutely was a magic moment for me.
And I just want to hammer this for anybody out there that feels stuck with your business right now. If you go to thrivetimeshow.com, and by the way, we do business coaching. I've been doing that for 21 years, right? So I charge people $1,700 a month, 1700, and I guide you down a proven path on how to grow your company. People always say, well, if there's no contract, if it's month to month, why do your clients stick around for 6 years or 7 years? Because they don't want to contract, right? They don't want to shrink. And it's working. And I had a guy last night called me, true story, great guy. He called me and said, Clay, I'm not getting my leads. I'm having a big problem getting my leads. For some reason, my website form broke or something. Very normal for if you have a website, eventually something breaks because all the different plugins break over time. Anyway, we fixed the problem, and he called me back and he said, you know what I love about your team? And I said, what? He goes, I even had a good time going through a bad technical support problem. Like it was something where like I had a problem with my website that was a burning fire, and somehow your web guy fixed it. You guys had me laughing the whole time, had it fixed. And he's like, this thing had been taking my whole day. I was trying to figure it out. I was on the back end of my website trying to do something, and I broke it. And I felt kind of stupid. And then anyway, but all I'm saying is that there's that time in our life where you get the manual for building that godforsaken furniture. What's the store where you buy the furniture?
IKEA.
The worst. Oh, man. There's a moment in your life where you buy the furniture and you can't figure out how to assemble it. And you're going, geez, why did I buy this couch? And then you have somebody who says, I'll help you. And that's the brother-in-law, that's the neighbor, that's the cousin. And they know what they're doing. And all of a sudden, the two of you get it done. But you need that second person to help you, to advise you, to coach you, to push you. And that's what we do. So if you're out there today and you feel even remotely stuck, whether you're a songwriter or an entrepreneur, the 4 steps are define what you think is going to work, act, measure, and refine. But you have to act. So you define, I think that my wife's going to be wowed when her best friend shows up and she doesn't expect her to be there. I think it's going to be cool. My wife's pretty emotional right now as we're heading into my son's graduation from high school. So I thought she needs her best friend right there to be with her in the trenches, making it happen. So I defined, I thought it would work. I've taken action. She's flying in tonight. Now I'll have to measure the results and tell you, wow, that didn't go over well. Or it could be the best thing ever, but I'm going to measure the results. I know it's going to go great, but I have to measure the results. And then you refine, and just define, act, measure, refine. Everybody out there can do this process. And again, 3 calls to action. If you're not subscribing to the Flyover podcast, I'm a bad marketer.
Do it.
You got to subscribe to the Flyover podcast. Click subscribe, click share, click the full thing. Make sure you subscribe. It really does help this show reach more people. Second, if you go to thrivetimeshow.com, find a way to get to our in-person business workshops or schedule a free one-on-one consultation with myself. I can talk to you about how we help grow companies, photography, video, web, search engine. We do all that for you. We guide you down a proven path. And then finally, come to the Reawaken Reunion. It's going to be a great event. It's going to be filled with wonderful people that love love God, love country. Steve Schultz from Elijah Streams will be there. Amanda Grace will be there. Julie Green will be in the house. The Flyover team here, you guys will be there. You got General Flynn will be in the house.
Dr. Brian Artis.
Dr. Brian Artist, Roger Stone will be in the house. Joseph Z will be in the house. I'm sure we'll be talking about aliens and hantavirus and saving our country and all the topics. It's going to be a blasty blast. We're going to have a time of prayer and healing hosted by Julie Green. So again, we have baptisms. And you can name your price. You can literally pay whatever price you want to pay. So $250 or whatever price you want to pay. A lot of information, Dave, but hopefully we encourage somebody out there and about how to get through that messy middle known as the creative process.
Well, it's the place to be, because I've said this before. People would buy a ticket to go see any one of those speakers.
Yes.
Yeah.
The chance to see that lineup together, it's a once in a lifetime opportunity. And so it's something to strike on, because it doesn't happen again. That exact mix is a once in a lifetime mix. And you always make it such a fun day when you make a tech problem fun. You can definitely, when you got Brian Artis and Julie Green and Joseph Z and everybody in the room, you can make that fun as well. It's going to be an amazing day. We're going to be there enjoying it with everyone. There's vendors, there's all kinds of things going on, a ton of energy. And if you want a little injection of that in your veins, that's the place to be. Reach out to Clay and make it happen, and we will see you there.
Thank you so much for your time, Clay. We really appreciate it.
Everyone is talking about this. The one thing that's very important part of my portfolio all these years is gold.
As gold hit all-time highs already this year.
And get a free info kit on gold today.
It's called silver.
Gold coin.
And though we are thrilled that everyone is talking about investing in precious metals, a lot of these 1-800 numbers will make you feel like just another transaction. That's why it's crucial to work with a person, not a faceless institution, when it comes to your finances. You deserve to be treated like family, not just another number. Dr. Kirk Elliott, who we've known for over 25 years, he doesn't just sell gold and silver. He offers trust, care, and a personal touch that an impersonal institution could never match. So when it comes to securing your financial future, don't just call a company, call a person. Call Dr. Kirk Elliott at 720-605-3900 or visit flyovergold.com to learn more.
Would you drink this? Looks disgusting, right? What if I told you this muddy mess could turn into crystal clear drinking water in seconds? This is Sentry H2O, the filter that makes dirty, dangerous water 100% safe to drink. Camping, hiking, survival, or just peace of mind? This little beast has your back.
I'm Linda Bamber Olson, the inventor of the Wave Watch, the world's first frequency therapy watch. It features over 1,100 targeted frequencies. These sounds are acoustical and they move through your body. You don't necessarily have to hear it. So that's why we have so many testimonies for ADD and ADHD, emotions, headaches, joints, and so many more.
There is a lot happening in the economy. We had a great conversation last night with a friend that flew into town. I was actually taking him to the airport, and we were talking about currencies. And this guy goes back to like understanding Russian ruble and the treasury and all these things going on. He says, he's been in this space for 30, 40 years. He goes, there has never been a time where people need to have their head on a swivel and know what's happening than right now. And I was like, oh man, that is good time to bring on today's guest, because he has not one but two PhDs in the topic and understands it better than anyone else. He's author of the book called Thriving the Economic Tsunami, Dr. Kirk Elliott.
Yay! Welcome.
Oh, it's great to be with you. And you're right, it is busy and it's wild, and my voice is raspy because I've been talking too much. It's just been a wild time. But it's whether we've got Iran conflict ending, continuing, new Fed chair, right? I mean, there's a lot going on with policy implications to all of it. It's just busy, and you have to have wisdom to get through it.
No doubt about it.
A lot, because there's never been a time where even the way the things you take for granted. We have a young guy who works for us, who's a video editor, and he did some work when we were gone, came and took care of our house and some stuff, and I was like, we need to pay him. But like if I gave him cash, it'd almost be like giving him like coupons or something. You know, like what do I do with it? I can't download my video games or stream or like the idea of money, like our whole life is like, hey, that's good as cash, cold hard cash. Now, like you go to the airport, they don't take it hardly, and there's like, what do you do? The idea of money, like you do something for me, I got to give you something. The whole idea of this exchange of value, literally the earth beneath us is changing, in every facet, and this isn't a time that people can be asleep at the wheel and like, well, I'll do what I've done the last 40 years. I'm sure that'll be fine. I'll just the stock market or like. The world is literally changing like the printing press kind of a change right now. And I don't know people are adapting to it as fast as it's happening.
They're certainly not. And what you just said is a sign that we're at the end of an era, right, of fiat-based money creation as we know it. I mean, it's not just your employee who hasn't really seen cash, right? They're just used to credit cards, debit cards. Cryptocurrency, airports, you're right, aren't taking it. But you know who else? Banks. It's like you go into a bank with like some cash you want to deposit, and the teller treats you like you're some kind of a terrorist, criminal money launderer.
Like, are you a terrorist or a stripper? What is the deal?
Like, where'd you get that $800 worth of cash? It's like, what? I just have it, and I'm putting it. I mean, they'd think that you're walking in with a brown paper bag and wearing a hoodie and shifty eyes and sweating and think that you just like robbed somebody. And it's like, no, it's just cash. It's the legal tender of our land.
It's actually real money.
It is. It is. But this just tells us that we're close to a new chapter.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, and this is what we've been talking about, because the new chapter is going to be an interesting one of we all know that fiat money creation by central banks is broken.
Right.
You know what? So do they. Right. So here's where what comes next. Is it commodity backed currency that actually gives it real value? Is it cryptocurrency? Is it cryptocurrency with commodity backing like real world assets? This is what we don't know. All that we know is the system is so broken right now, and everybody knows it, that there will be a change, and we're right there. I think we're really, truly right there.
Yeah, it's changing quick, and it's a little bit like, we had a music career and toured with Stacy and had this album. Well, this was in like 05, 6, 7, 8, that window, and it was a CD. Well, CD was kind of like, it was kind of, still the cutting edge technology, and then it kind of becomes like, oh, I actually don't have a CD player at home. My car has one. I can listen to it on that. It's like that kind of world is shifting so fast. And my friend that was here last night made this comment. He goes, the Bible says, it says, I despise dishonest weights and measures and scales, saith the Lord. And he goes, there's two things you're going to see from Trump by the time this thing's done. And if he has to drag the Republicans across the finish line to do it, but it's weights and measures when it comes to elections. He goes, God despises unfair weights and measures. You're going to see it on elections, and we got to see it on our money. He goes, those are two things you're going to see. And he goes, pay attention to gold, and he goes, elections. He goes, those two things are going to happen by the time Trump is done. And if he has to drag every Republican all the way into the end zone, he's going to do it.
Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely true. I was just watching this video yesterday of the World Economic Forum meeting in Davos. And they're talking about the new world and how there has to be something that changes, right? And they're talking about crypto, and they're talking about all this stuff, and they're talking about AI. And this guy actually said, the world needs a savior, right? Thinking that AI is the savior, right? That's what he was referring to. If you watch the whole thing, it's like, this is what he wants. And I'm thinking that, and I'm just appalled, right? And it's like, wow. The world already has a savior. It's Jesus. Doesn't need another one, especially AI. Right. Exactly. So what is AI bringing together? Right. They want central bank digital currency. They want to bring And he was talking in this speech about what you need for this new world to happen and the savior to come, right? Which is AI, is a collection of all of your data, your health data, your economic data, your digital social profile, everything that we've talked about, right? And so I started thinking, it's like, okay, God hates centralization of control, right? I mean, he does, because with centralization of control comes centralization of power, and they're all, so how do we know? Look at the Tower of Babel, right? They built this big edifice to get closer to God, and God broke it down and split us all into all these different languages because he doesn't like that centralization of power, which brings control, right? So, so they're bringing it back to that same kind of everything, all government oriented, right? And so it's just, this is another sign that we're at the beginning of a new era, right? That there's this battle, this cosmic battle that's going on, and we're all spiritual beings living in our earthly bodies, right? And this is all playing out, and you can see it clearly if you have ears to hear and eyes to see, right? And you know, as I look at what's happening right now, I think we're on the precipice of not just that page turning in the book, but a page for America, that if Trump isn't victorious, which is what I believe this whole Iran conflict was partially about, and why it's drug on so long. Why did it start, and why did it go the way that it did? The bankers that control the oil and the world did not want Trump to keep winning. He was winning big time prior to this conflict, and now it's like all this stuff is happening, right? So but when you've got the price of oil that's going up because the Strait is shut down and supply chains are disrupted and the inflationary pressures across the board, you look at what's happening with inflation, it's bleeding over from petroleum products into agriculture, into textiles, into everything, service-based jobs, and people can't afford to live, right? This is why this is important, that this gets finished quickly, right? And I believe Trump is the man of the hour to get it done. Of course, it was going to be difficult when you give Iran an ultimatum, and they're not going to accept it. Does anybody think that they're without a fight, right? So this is why it's so ugly. But normally during times of war, which is what we've got, the dollar is really strong. Why? Because during times of war, during times of conflict, during times of uncertainty, people automatically, human nature, just go to what is stable and what is sound and what they believe to be the safest, most true thing. And since the 1940s, when the US dollar became the world's reserve currency, it's been the US dollar, the blue chip of all currencies. It's never going to fail because, A, they have a printing press. They're never going to let it fail, right? But that's what's weird is right now, time of war, we've got Russia, Ukraine, you've got the Iran conflict, you've got wars all over the place, not just political, military wars, but economic wars. The dollar is at the weakest point that it's been since 2023. This should be when it's strong, but why isn't it? As I'm thinking about this, and it's like, there is money going into the US dollar, but what's changed is the geopolitical landscape, the economic landscape. When the Japanese yen carry trade was over, that was the global stimulus for all countries since 1989. That's what kept economies afloat. Now that that's over, countries are left to their own devices. So when the world is being de-dollarized, who is the buyer of last resort for U.S. treasuries? It's the Fed. It's the Federal Reserve. And all they have to do is go press the button on the printing press to buy the U.S. treasuries when they go to auction. That's inflationary, and it's devaluing to the dollar. So this is why we're starting to see some of this stuff. And what Trump is doing in Iran is trying to control the resources and the flow of that to actually stop the inflation and stop rogue terrorist regimes from controlling the supply to the rest of the world, right? It's a big deal. It's really a big deal. But this is why there's so much opposition, because he is changing the guard, right? And the globalists and the global elite, they don't want him to win, right? And it's a big battle, right? And so we just need to pray for Trump every single day.
Definitely.
Right? But here's where where this becomes a little bit problematic. And Warsh became Federal Reserve Chair, right? It's Trump's appointee, and we finally got Jerome Powell out.
Yeah.
Jerome Powell may have been the worst Fed chair in the history of America. I mean, you look at the disruption that's been caused and the economic malaise in his reign because he didn't do the right thing, right? So now it's gotten so far that here's my prediction. To stimulate the economy, like what we've talked about numerous times, you need to lower interest rates. But with the inflationary pressures coming from the Iran conflict and oil, you've got to raise rates to slow that down. So I think what we'll see is like 2 probably rate decreases in a row because it's an election year. But after that, they've got to raise interest rates. They have to. They just simply have to, or else we turn in Japan, right? So what does that mean for us as investors, right? Because it has to happen. There's no other option, right? So if people live biblically centered lives and didn't have debt, who cares what the interest rates are? But we don't. Overall, we don't. So rising interest rates are going to curtail the U.S. economy, and it's going to stagnate it, right? Not just us, but globally, because the whole world's in debt. So you look at this, and what is this? How do we know that inflation is taking its toll right now? Well, the bankruptcy numbers just came out, right? Okay, so this is a weird. I mean, there's a couple of weird stories that I want to talk about, but this one's not weird. This one's just basic. In April, 633 commercial bankruptcies. These aren't individuals.
Wow.
Right? These are companies, 633.
Wow.
Of those, 301 were small businesses. Those are mom and pops. Those are the stores that you see on the t-shirt shops and little independent grocery stores and all this stuff on Main Street. So those small businesses are not the recipient of stimulus money ever. Right? That's the big companies that get that. The only way that small businesses get money is by people spending. People aren't spending right now because of the inflationary pressures, and their debt is causing them not to spend. So they're having to file for bankruptcy. So how big of a deal is this? Bankruptcies in April up 42%.
Wow.
It's not small. This is big, right? This is really, really a big deal, right? So what else is signaling that inflation is a problem is commodity prices across the globe. We're not just talking about the amazing rise we've seen in silver and gold over the last 2 years, but you look at copper, you look at uranium, you look at lithium, you look at steel. All commodities are going up. Why is that? Because the dollar is devaluing. It takes more of that junk currency, in essence, to buy valuable goods and services. See, and why is it that way? Because Jerome Powell has been printing money like a drunken sailor to actually stimulate the economy since the yen carry trade went away. And so this is what Warsh has to try to fix. This is what Trump needs to try to fix, right? Because Americans vote with their wallets, right? And we're hurting. Now, another thing that I saw, which isn't a technical leading indicator, but I'm putting 2 and 2 together, which is streaming services, right? So how many of us watch TV on Netflix or Hulu or Paramount Plus or whatever, right? Almost everybody. But it's kind of going back to old school network TV with ads. And I hate having ads on streaming TV because you have to watch like 3 of them and you can't fast forward them. And it's just like, oh, what a pain, right? So, but the premium services are now, like Netflix, I think they're moving it up to $26 a month. If you're a Yankees fan, you have to have 8 streaming services to watch all of the Yankees games during a year, right? I think that's by design, right? So here's where these premium prices are going up, and people can't afford them anymore. Like the basic tier service where you have ads, that's like $8.99 a month. And so people are moving to the cheap services. And so here's where the streaming services are saying, oh, this is just like the olden days. We're going to get a bunch of money from advertising, ads on all these streaming. So this is a sign to me that people can't afford the higher prices anymore. And they're going down to lower service because they need to afford to live. See, this is the world that we're living in right now where inflation is taking its course. So ultimately, how do you slow down inflation? You raise interest rates. What happens when interest rates rise? The bond market is toast. See, as interest rates go up, the value of bonds comes down, right? So you think about who owns bonds. The bond market is way bigger than the stock market overall, right? You've got pension funds and you've got retirees and you've got insurance companies. Most insurance companies are allocated about 90% into the bond market. So consider this. What does an insurance company do? They pay beneficiaries when somebody dies. Where do they get the money to do that? From selling their assets. What do they have? Bonds, which they're going to have to sell at a lower price. Now, to make matters worse, baby boomers are all retiring. Our fertility rate in America is below 2.0, which means there's fewer people paying into a system where now people are getting entitlements and the aging of America. And it's just natural. We all die at some point.
Right.
But insurance companies are going to have a drain on their capital resources as America starts getting into their elder years, right? So they're going to have to sell off their bonds. See, the bond market is starting to crack. And this is only going to get worse as interest rates rise. So that's going to put pressure on banks. It's going to put pressure on pension funds, on insurance companies. I mean, what we see coming is I think the beginning of a collapse of markets as we know them. Right. Remember Michael Burry from The Big Short?
Yeah.
All right. So sorry if I offend some of you out there because The Big Short wasn't the cleanest of movies. It's kind of vulgar and gross, right? But it told the story of what happens when markets get out of whack and there's a lot of volatility and these traders on Wall Street are just making an absolute fortune.
Yeah.
Well, Michael Burry, who called the 2008 housing crisis, very smart trader, right? They made him so smart, they made a movie about it. Well, he said what we're seeing right now is mimicking 1999 and 2000. Well, what happened in 1999, 2000? Like one of the biggest bubbles in modern history, the tech bubble, it burst, right? And tech stocks came down 80%, 80. That was a big correction. And he said, fundamentally, we're seeing the same thing now. So I'm trying to think, what's the fundamentals that he's looking at? And it's to put it into layman's terms, it's really easy. It's irrational exuberance, right? It's people putting money into something where it doesn't make sense, like AI chips selling for these massive multiples over their revenue, right? Yeah, right. It is the wave of the future, no doubt. And that's what people's, they invest into that story. But the pricing of their stocks is out of control. And he says there is no rational behavior that can actually justify that. I think it was last week, we watched a video from Warren Buffett, right, on this program where he's comparing today's mentality, and he doesn't understand the markets right now. The best investor of all time can't figure it out because he said it's like a church with a casino attached to it.
Right.
And all of a sudden, the casino looks more attractive than the church. And it's this gambling mentality. This is what Michael Burry is talking about, right? When he's saying it doesn't make sense and it is going to burst. But are things better now than they were in 2000? Are the stock markets higher? Yeah, they sure are. But it took people 8 years to break even after that bubble burst. In 2009, it took people 5 years to break even from that crisis. So why live through all these multiple decade plus of break evens when you don't have to, when you can identify these trends, right? I mean, what we're seeing is a breaking of the system as we know it. Like what we started talking about, it's a movement away from money as we know it to something different, tangible back to crypto. It's a moving away from irrational exuberance to something that has meaning, right? And these markets correct. That I'm not trying to be sensational. Markets correct all the time.
Right.
This is just going to be a big one. And why go through a correction when you can allocate accordingly and take advantage of that and then go back in after the dip, right? It's like, doesn't mean that stocks are going to go away. It just means they're going to correct. And being in the right place at the right time solidifies your financial future for having money to invest into the next chapter. And that's why gold and silver are so good. They're so good right now for that exact reason.
I love it. So Flyover family, if you're thinking, okay, how would I even start the process? What does that look like? It's very simple. You just go to flyovergold.com. There's a place you can fill out your information for a free consultation. That means get all of your questions answered, find out what's best for you and your family, pray about it, and then make wise decisions. Again, go to flyovergold.com. You can also pick up Dr. Kirk's book while you're there, Thriving in the Economic Tsunami. It's absolutely free, sent directly to your email. So again, go to flyovergold.com. Do it today. You will be so glad that you did. Dr. Kirk, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it.
If you had a time machine and you could go back to, say, 1930 and you had 1 ounce of gold or a $20 bill, both of those would buy you a complete men's suit, brand new, the shirt, the tie, the belt. Either one would buy you the whole thing. If you had a time machine and then you brought both of those resources into today, 1 ounce of gold could still buy you a full suit at pretty much any men's store in America. The $20 bill, why, it probably only gets you a handkerchief or a pair of socks.
How do you get the gold and silver? Well, it's very simple. We have a friend that we've known for over 25 years. In fact, his dad was a mentor of ours, and his name is Dr. Kirk Elliott. And the way that you connect with him is you go to flyovergold.com. It's a website that we set up to make it very simple. All you do is go there, fill out your information, and someone from Dr. Kirk's team will get a hold of you to answer all of your questions. Whatever you have, they can help you out. Or you can simply call 720-605-3900. Again, 720-605-3900 to set up that free consultation. Do it today. You will be so glad that you did.
Would you drink this? Looks disgusting, right? What if I told you this muddy mess could turn into crystal clear drinking water in seconds? This is Sentry H2O, the filter that makes dirty, dangerous water 100% safe to drink. Camping, hiking, survival, or just peace of mind? This little beast has your back.
I'm Linda Bamber Olson, the inventor of the Wave Watch, the world's first frequency therapy watch. It features over 1,100 targeted frequencies. These sounds are acoustical and they move through your body. You don't necessarily have to hear it. So that's why we have so many testimonies for ADD and ADHD, emotions, headaches, joints, and so many more.
At Sentry H2O, our under-sink water filter with remineralization, the Sentry Wellness System is engineered to exceed wellness expectations in 2025. It removes a broad spectrum of harmful toxins, including ammonia, lead, fluoride, PFAs, PFOs, and more. It enriches water with essential nutrients like calcium, magnesium, and raises pH for natural alkalinity. With zero waste operation, no water is lost during filtration, unlike traditional reverse osmosis. It is a simple 15-minute DIY installation, no plumber required. The Sentry Wellness System stands out by blending German water technology with American engineering, designed to deliver great-tasting, health-boosting water efficiently and affordably. Learn more at sentryh2o.com.
We hope you've enjoyed this episode of the Flyover Conservatives podcast with David and Stacy Whited. Please subscribe, hit the notification bell, and leave us a comment below. Lastly, if you enjoyed today's podcast, share with
This is Secret America.
Welcome, everybody. I am Jack Danger along with Jay Gatling. And if you've noticed our thumbnail, it is awesome. Made by Eli. I told him that we wanted the fresh mayor of Bel Air, and it looks excellent. Check this out. This is us right here. It's me and Jay with the fresh mayor of Bel Air. You can see how Los Angeles looks in the background. It's no longer the place it was when Will Smith and Carlton Banks lived out there. I think the reason that it's like that now is because there is no more Uncle Phil. Uncle Phil passed away in the early 2000s, and I think that's why LA looks like that now. When he was alive, it did not look like that because he was a man. Uncle Phil was the man. So before we get started, though, I just want to mention real quick our sponsor, Max Associates. Max Associates, they are the #1 place to get USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. Make sure you guys go there. Father's Day right around the corner. You guys want to order as soon as possible. You've also got the 250th anniversary of the United States. It's maxassociates.etsy.com. They have the absolute best Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. You can scan the QR code at the top right, or you can go to the website maxassociates.etsy.com. Jay, tell them about the deal they get, because they're not going to get it anywhere else. Why go anywhere else when you can get just generic shit? Here, you can get the same generic shit, but you can also get better stuff that's more in tune with what you believe, and you get a great deal. Jay, what is the deal I'm talking about?
The deal is 20% off anything over $20 and free shipping all throughout the United States. You cannot beat that. It is impossible. Impossible. $20 is a very low threshold to get 20% off and free shipping. You're really not going to find that anywhere else, not that I could think of. And like Jack said, great stuff that's personal. It really lets people know how you feel. Not that just you love the country, but why you love the country. And Father's Day around the corner, the 250th anniversary of the United States coming up. There is no better time to get on maxassociates.etsy.com and get your merchandise. And it gets there fast, and it's top quality.
Absolutely. I mean, free shipping anywhere in the United States and 20% off, $20 or more. I asked him, I was like, how the hell do you make any money? And he said, Jack, I don't do this for the money. I mean, I'm selling these things basically at cost. I do this for the patriots that want to show their pride for America, or want to give it to other people so they can show their pride for America. I'm not making much money off of this. That's why, he has to make just a little bit just to keep the thing running. But I mean, when you offer 20% off, when you offer 20% off, $20 or more, and then you also offer free shipping anywhere in the United States, you're not going to make a ton of money. So he's not in this for the money. He's in this for you guys. So why don't we help him out? maxassociates.etsy.com, the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. All right, Jay. For the people that we were just talking about, for people that don't know, we were just talking about, I'm going to put up the thumbnail one more time, the fresh mayor of Bel Air, Spencer Pratt. Okay, it's got me and Jay right there. We're with him. Spencer Pratt is playing, Will Smith in the Fresh Prince of Bel Air, only it's the fresh mayor of Bel Air, and we're looking fly like in the 90s when they had all the colorful outfits. But look at the background. That's the LA now. That's the new LA. Is the background right there. As you can see, we're right next to Skid Row, and that tells you a lot. But Jay, the reason that is our thumbnail, and you don't know this either, which is a good thing, because I'd like to surprise people with cool stuff. So the reason that is our thumbnail is because of a new campaign ad put out by Spencer Pratt. I'm going to show you guys the new campaign ad. I really think you're going to enjoy it. All right, so let's take a listen. You guys are going to love every second of this.
Now this is a story all about how my life got flipped, turned upside down, and I had to take a minute to run for mayor. I'll tell you how I became the prince of a town called Bel Air. Los Angeles, Palisades. In my backyard is where I spend most of my days. Feeding hummingbirds, relaxing all cool, avoiding all the bums outside of the school. When a couple politicians, the world to no good, started making trouble in my neighborhood. I got at one little fire, my mom got scared and said, "You're moving in with Harvey Levin in Bel Air." I pulled out from my lot about 7 or 8, and I yelled to the rubble, "Yo ho, smell you later." I moved to my kingdom, I was finally there to sit on my throne as the Prince of Bel Air.
How can you not vote for that man? Right there, that campaign ad alone gets my vote. I was going to vote for him anyway if I lived in LA, but that campaign ad alone, we're talking the Fresh Prince of Bel Air, which, you know, is a show that everybody loves, and the fact that he's willing to do like a parody, but also it's a fun thing to show that he's a fun, you know, wholesome guy. I loved it.
Listen, it's brilliant. It
is.
Not only that, they tried to turn that against him. I think that he was living in the Bel Air Hotel here and there because of his trailer, whatever, his kids, or whatever he said. He's turned that into something good.
And he calls it the Fresh Prince of Bel Air, but I think it sounds better, the Fresh Mayor of Bel Air, because it rhymes. The Fresh Mayor of Bel Air. Think about that, Spencer. Fresh Mayor of Bel Air.
Or how about just the Fresh Mayor of LA?
No, Bel Air sounds better.
No, I think
it doesn't
LA,
rhyme
Jack.
if it's LA.
It doesn't matter. I don't care. He's
Oh,
going
it
to be
matters.
he's going to be the Fresh Mayor of LA.
Well, Bel Air's part of LA, homie, so it matters.
Listen. Either way, it's great. I mean, the way that his team doing his social media and his campaign, like I've said this, Republicans take notes, and whoever these people are, hire them.
They are excellent marketing. Whoever's doing the marketing and the advertising, whoever coming up with those ideas, brilliant. Those are the people that should be doing the campaigns for every Republican.
Absolutely. Yeah, 100%. Like, it's great. Like I said, he actually turned something they were using against him into a plus for him with this ad. I mean, that's how you do it. You take something that they think is a weakness and you twist it around into a strength. And that's what he just did.
Yeah. That was that was absolutely wonderful. Before we get going on other things, or on things that we're going to talk about some other things. Actually, you know what? Forget that. I want to talk about one quick thing, though. That is an excellent thing, Jay. And people don't know about this. This is something that is not a well-known thing. So, Jay, apparently the Justice Department just announced an anti-weaponization fund. Okay, I don't know if everybody knows this, but President Donald Trump had a lawsuit against the IRS because the IRS released his tax returns illegally. So he had a lawsuit against him. Now get this, okay? I'm going to read this part real quick. Obama did something similar, not against the IRS, but he had some kind of keeps eagle thing that he was doing. Whatever funds were left over from that for the people that, people claim, like, submit claims and they get their, whatever funds were left over from that, he actually gave, I think it was like 3/4 of the funds were left over, like $700 million or something. He gave to NGOs, which is ridiculous, but Trump's not doing that. So take a listen to this. The plaintiffs in this case, President Donald Trump Jr., Eric Trump, and the Trump Organization filed a lawsuit against the Treasury and the IRS in the Southern District of Florida federal court following the leak of their tax returns. Like I said, per the settlement, the plaintiffs will receive a formal apology, but no monetary payment or damages of any kind. So President Trump and the Trump Organization, Donald Trump Jr., Eric Trump, they all said, all we want is an apology, no money. But instead of the money, they have agreed in exchange for the creation of this fund to drop their pending lawsuit with prejudice, meaning they can't reopen it, and also withdraw 2 administrative claims, including damages resulting from the unlawful raid of Mar-a-Lago and the Russia collusion hoax. So he is literally withdrawing every lawsuit he has against the government in exchange for them to create this fund. And do you know what this fund is? This fund is a $1.776 billion fund. Okay, and it will come from the judgment fund, which is a perpetual appropriation, allowing DOJ to settle and pay cases. And what that means is anybody that feels like they were what it is it's a part of this settlement. They're setting up a lawful process for victims of lawfare and weaponization to be heard and seek redress. I'm talking the priest that was arrested for praying in front of the abortion clinic. I'm talking the churches that were raided by Biden's administration for no reason. I'm talking the people that were the conservatives that were targeted by the IRS and audited for no reason whatsoever other than their political beliefs. All of these people.
J6, Jack. J6.
Oh yeah, J6, Rudy Giuliani. I'm talking everybody can get money if they file claims for this fund. It's the anti-weaponization fund, and I want to stress this. It was only created because Donald Trump and his family filed this lawsuit, and he's withdrawing every lawsuit. The raid on Mar-a-Lago, the Russia collusion hoax, every single one of them. So you Americans can get money for the weaponization that happened against you. Millions of dollars. I mean, it's $1.76 billion. So there's going to be people that are going to get a lot of money that they deserve for everything that happened to them. And this is only happening because he's settling all those lawsuits, and he's not getting a dime. All he's getting is an apology, which is what he wanted, and he's given the rest of the money to every other citizen that had to feel the same kind of pain that he felt. Everybody that was arrested, that was part of that was Roger Stone. Everybody else that was arrested, that was part of the raids that were happened in Georgia. Every single person that was part of the weaponization is going to get money from this fund if they submit a claim. Okay, and it says you have to submit a claim, and you got plenty of time. You have to submit a claim by December 1st, 2028. So you got roughly 2.5 years to submit your claim. I would submit it as soon as possible, while the funds are still massive, and get what you can. But listen to this, Jay. There is legal precedent for this, but listen to the precedent. There is legal precedent for such a fund, most notably the Keeps Eagle case, where the Obama administration created a $760 million fund to redress various claims alleging racism against the federal government over a period of decades. In Keeps Eagle, hundreds of millions of dollars remaining in the fund were distributed to nonprofits and NGOs that never made any claim. Okay, but Trump's fund, the anti-weaponization fund, any claims, any money that's left over after the 2.5 years will revert back to the federal government rather than giving it to the NGOs, which I think is awesome. And this is all and only because of Donald Trump's lawsuit and his withdrawing of every lawsuit for every bad thing that ever happened to him. If he wanted to, he could keep the Russia collusion hoax going. He could keep the Mar-a-Lago raid going. He could keep the IRS thing going. He could get billions if he wanted to from the federal government. Instead, withdrawing every lawsuit so you, the American citizens, can get the funds that they deserve for the pain that they suffered.
Democrats are very upset about this. Very upset, especially about January 6th. Oh, God forbid we give people who are
they're gonna get
rounded up and thrown in gulags by our government and overpunished if they were, should have been punished at all, overpunished by our government, had their rights stripped from them, their due process stripped from them. I say give everybody from January 6th $2 million right now.
They'll each get probably more than that. Well, it depends on the degree to which you were weaponized. If you got like the old lady that had cancer, her family's going to get a lot of money. That grandma that had cancer and was thrown in prison for they're going to get a lot of money.
Listen, absolutely. And like I said, Democrats are very upset by it. And the more upset they are by it, the more I know it's a good thing. It's that simple. And they're not giving it to, like you said, NGOs, which, I mean, that happened under Obama, did you say, Jack?
Obama gave, there was like 3/4 of the funds were left over, Jay. He gave it all to NGOs that made no claims, by the way.
Right. Well, that was, he was giving it to NGOs that were going to advance his agenda. That's what that was.
Were connected to him.
Right.
Yeah.
So all that money that should have been going to people who were, wronged went into NGOs that were advancing the agenda. I know Deborah said Tina Peters. Listen, I don't know if she can go federal government. That's a state case, different thing, but we'll see. If Tina Peters can get any money from it, absolutely give it to her. But it's so different than what Obama and the Democrats do. But again, they are flipping out about it. Adam Kinzinger, I think he's already crying again. So the more upset
that dude
they get,
stays crying.
She's a joke. The
I
more
feel
that
sorry for Tina Peters though, because she's not going to get any money, and I'll tell you why.
it's just not a state case. It's a state
Not
case.
just that it's a state case. It's the fact that she was not given a pardon of innocence. Her sentence was just commuted. That means she's still guilty of the crime. They just let her out. But so she's not going. Unfortunately, she's not going to get any money.
I think about the veterans from January 6th. A lot of them lost their benefits for years until and some of them
You think
just
Nick
now.
Fuentes is going to make a claim? Ray Epps.
Nick, yeah, yeah. I don't think they're going to get any money. First of all, Nick Fuentes is the only person that was not arrested on January 6th. That's incredible, isn't it? He was there with a bullhorn telling people to advance to the Capitol.
Oh yeah, we played the video.
Police. Yeah, we played it, and nothing for him, so he's not getting anything. Ray Epps, I don't think he's going to get any money from this. In fact, Ray Epps should probably be paying people money out of his pocket for what he did. It was the largest entrapment scheme in the history of the United States. That's what January 6th was.
Bringing this up, Jay.
I know. I know you did a post about it.
Yeah, it's a good thing we're bringing this up actually, because I want to show everybody this. What people may not remember some of these things. So let's show them, Jay. Let's bring them up for everybody to see, because I don't think that people remember a lot of the things that happened recently. And it's so the judges ordered files to be released. We talked about that. We know that the judges have ordered some files to be released, but I want to show you. There has been, I remember Jesse Waters dissected one of the DOJ Inspector General's report that came out. If you guys remember that. Jesse Waters dissected that. I'm trying to find it here, man. I had the damn thing a second ago. I'm trying to find it here. But anyways, Jesse Waters dissected that, and he found out that there were 26. Here we go. All right, I'm going to pull this up for everybody to see real quick. There were 26 different paid snitches, and this is just from the DOJ Inspector General's report. This is not from the new report that's going to be coming out soon, but people may not know this. The FBI had at least 26 paid snitches in MAGA hats at January 6th, and they all walked free, okay? The FBI embedded 26. They call them confidential human sources. They're actually police officers. Some of them are paid rats. Some of them are actually police officers, believe it or not. They're called confidential human sources. And they were all at the Capitol on January 6th. 4 of them went inside the building. 13 more entered restricted areas. Over a dozen FBI spies participated in what they called an insurrection. Yet the FBI Director Wray dodged Congress and claimed no undercover agents were anywhere there. And these were not badge-wearing feds. They were supposedly disposable informants, but that's not the case actually either. No charges for the snitches. I mean, it was absolutely horrible. But Jesse Waters brought this to everybody's attention, and people don't seem to remember that happened. But then there was something else. Take a look at this, Jay. Another thing that happened was there was raw body cam footage that exposed the entire lie. Okay, at 2:51 p.m. on January 6, 2021, Capitol police officers are on the radio live in the middle of the chaos, and what they say will blow your mind. They say, exact words were officer in the crowd, no police ID visible. They are frantically describing plainclothes identifiers, wristbands on the arms, candy-striped markings on the gun barrels for some of them. Some had wristbands, some had the candy-striped markings on the gun barrels. These were feds, Capitol Police in civilian gear, and even professional agitators. These were the people that opened the doors. These were the people that instigated. They got people to go and, hey, go into the Capitol. These were the people, Jay, that broke the windows. These were the people that got to where they had them move the gates so they could go in. The people that actually went in first, the people that broke the windows, the people that got them to shoot the canisters, those were the professional undercover agitators, agents, and Capitol Police officers.
We haven't even, I don't think, scratched the surface of what happened on January 6th. There is so much. Even watching it that day, I'm watching it and I'm saying, this just doesn't seem right. There's people there that are just, I see them, what they're doing. They're egging people on. I said, this is fake. I said, what they're doing is they're riling this crowd up is what they're doing. We know we've seen, and I put that post out about Michael Fanone, the cop who's, Jack, has his body cam footage, is that the one that's been released, Michael
Yes,
Fanone?
his body cam
So
footage
is
has
Michael
been released,
Fanone,
yeah.
right? Now what we also need are all of the unredacted radio transmissions from that day.
This
We
is
need
one
all-
of them. This
This
is
one of them. We need them all. We
Yeah.
need all of the radio transmissions that went on with the Capitol Police and any other law enforcement that day. All of
Yep.
it, unredacted. So, and we have a right to that, okay? It took forever to get Fanone's body cam footage released. I think Judicial Watch was FOIA'd that forever. And
Oh, yeah.
finally, we got it. Michael Fanone is another just liar. He's someone that's profited off of this. He's a disgrace to law enforcement. I'm going to say that, and I have the authority to say it because I was one for 25 and a half years. He's an embarrassment. He's as big as an embarrassment or worse than James Comey. Because James Comey, I get it. He's the head of the FBI. I don't really consider him a cop to begin with. But Michael Fanone was a cop. Okay, Michael Fanone didn't have if you look at Michael Fanone's career, it wasn't great. Okay, there's a lot of problems with him, and then he profited off of this. And if I see you hugging Nancy Pelosi or in cahoots with Nancy Pelosi, I know something's wrong with you. So all of this stuff has to be released. They say 26. I'm going to say it was triple that in that crowd, trying to egg people on or pushing people in a certain direction.
No, it was probably
or
200-300, maybe more.
Right, opening doors, breaking windows, doing whatever. We still haven't had anything on Michael Byrd, who shot unarmed Ashley Babbitt. We have no investigation or anything released as to why Michael Byrd thought that his life was in danger, that he had used deadly physical force
have a body
on
cam
Ashley Babbitt.
also?
What's that?
Wouldn't Michael Byrd have a body cam also?
No, look, I think Michael Byrd was in plain clothes, if I'm correct. I don't think Michael Byrd was wearing a body cam, but I'm sure there was somebody else there that had a body cam on. I'm sure there was a cop that somebody did. But again, Jack, that was never brought to a grand jury, Michael
Aren't
Byrd.
there cameras in the Capitol?
Of course there are.
Yeah.
We've never seen, I don't think we've ever seen, or I haven't seen the whole thing. I've seen when she was on the ground. I think I've seen maybe the shot went off. But there was no investigation, a grand jury investigation into Michael Byrd. The department that cleared him is the same the department that doesn't want to release body cam footage and radio transmissions. Why should I believe anything in that investigation?
Yeah, it's I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. Luckily, the judges have ordered these the raw body cam footage from some of these to be released, and it will be released soon. I think they said June 1st or something, so we'll see. We'll see what happens.
And if they get caught lying, Jack, okay, these people need to go to prison.
They won't.
Period.
We both know they won't, Jay.
Well, if Michael Fanone testified in front of Congress,
Doesn't matter.
If it comes back and all's discovered that he made up stuff, all of it, not all of it, even some of it, doesn't be. He could be one thing that he made up. Because I know one thing.
He's against us, and if you're against us, you're not going to get any kind of punishment, Jay.
I'm sick and tired of it. Because when I was working, Jack, if I went into court, Jack, if I went into traffic court and lied, and they found out, I would go to jail.
You'd lose your job immediately.
I'd be charged with perjury.
I don't know about in traffic. I mean, you lose your job.
Yes, Jack. I would be charged with perjury if I made something up in freaking traffic court. They would official misconduct, perjury. They would take my job. They would do anything they could to me, and I'd be on my own if somebody tried to sue me for my house. If I went into traffic court and knowingly lied. Yes,
well,
absolutely.
I think in like a traffic court situation, the police rep would probably negotiate it to where you just quietly resign and leave. Now, if it was more serious, yeah.
But I guarantee you this: I wouldn't want to go through it.
No, no. But I can tell you that nothing's going to happen to Michael Fan One. Nothing's going to happen. You know,
Michael only fan own.
Yeah, that's his. I mean, his name is spelled Fan One. I don't know where, or Fanun. Michael Fanun.
He makes me sick.
So,
makes me
whatever
sick.
you want. But yeah, no, you can tell he's a terrible person just by looking at him. I mean, you can see there's something in some people. You can see the soul behind their eyes. And you can see into their eyes and see what kind of person they are. He's one of those people. He's a terrible person. We already know that Pelosi is the person. If anybody should be in prison for January 6th, it's Pelosi. She even admitted it on her, in front of the camera with her daughter, like Deborah and Raina are talking about. But let's switch gears for a second, Jay. I don't want to talk about this all night. Let's switch gears for a second. I want to show you guys something, okay? Right now, apparently, remember how we talked about the flock cameras and what's going on with them? How there's so many of them all over the country and how they're watching everything you do, and how now there's A to B cameras where a flock camera watches you leave. And if you get somewhere too fast and the flock camera sees you pulling in park and they're like, wait a minute, Google says it should have taken this long, but you went faster than what Google says. You're getting a speeding ticket. Well, get this now. Now the flock cameras, especially in New York. I think this was in New York. Let me make 100% sure where this was. Yada yada. I don't even think it says. But anyways, there's so many flock cameras, it's insane. But anyways, the flock camera, I want to say it was in New York. It doesn't even matter. But what happens is this woman, she had both her hands on the steering wheel, right? She's driving. A flock camera takes a picture of her, says that she gets a $1,200 ticket because the flock camera says she had her phone in her hand. Her phone in her hand. I want you guys to see this. Take a listen. Take a look and take a listen to this, Jay. It is insanity. They say her phone was in her hand.
Just got a $1,250 ticket in the mail for having my phone on my lap, face down, and both hands on the steering wheel.
See, look at that. You can see right there. Now, I don't know about the phone, but it looks like her left hand is on the steering wheel and her right hand is on the bottom right of the steering wheel. I don't see. It's hard to tell. I don't see how they can give her a ticket saying the phone is in her hand. Wait a minute. You see the phone right here?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Can you see my mouse right here?
It's like through the windshield, through the steering wheel.
Yeah. Can you see where my mouse is?
Yep.
Right there.
Yeah.
That's the phone. Let's keep going.
Pretty cool.
Yeah. That right there is what they do. And even let's say her phone wasn't there. Let's say you can't see if she has her phone in her hand. You just can't see it.
That to me is completely looks like anything that looks like a phone in her lap. And number two, even if you couldn't see the phone, that's completely inconclusive to me.
Exactly. But they gave her a $1,200 ticket that she now has to go to court and fight. First of all, Jay, when did flock cameras become police officers that can give you tickets? When did a private company with private cameras, when did surveillance become a thing that can give you police tickets?
Are these flock cameras contracted out by the municipalities? Is that how this works?
I would assume that there's something like that. Yeah, that's what I would assume. I honestly don't know.
Because it's red light cameras, even worse. Oh, by the way, I'm looking at that map, and it looks like a lot more of those flock cameras in the middle of this country.
Yeah, they're more along the lines of Texas and what's the yellow though? What's the yellow?
Put that back up again if you can, Jack. Take a look at that.
But see, I think the flock. See, we don't know what's the yellow and what's the purple. I don't know. It doesn't say.
Yeah, I don't know what the yellow is. Maybe
the yellow might be the flock cameras.
But what are all those
where
dots?
The flock cameras can see?
What are all those dots?
I have no idea. See, that's the thing. They put up the flock camera density map, but they don't tell you what the hell it means.
Right. There's no key. There's no
So that tells me nothing. I can tell you though that flock cameras are a huge problem all over America. And let me tell you guys one thing, Jay. Once surveillance starts, it does not end. It's not going to get less, Jay. So for the next 10, 20, 30, 40,000 years from now, it will only get worse. If there's a camera on this corner, that camera will never be removed from that corner. So eventually there'll be a camera across the street. That one will never be removed. So if you add a camera, eventually you will be like a communist country like Cuba, where you got a chivato on every street watching everything you do, everything you say. Well, remember that? That's a speech from Scarface, by the way.
Oh, Scarface. Well, all I know is that say goodbye to the bad guy or something. And even when I lie, I tell the truth even when I lie. But that's what I remember.
He said, "How do you like it? You got a chivato on every street, watching everything you do, everything you say." Yeah, it's just like the flock cameras, same thing.
True story, Jack. Where I live, they discontinued the red light camera program.
Well, the red light camera program is different. That only gets people. That's not really a surveillance program, though.
But it's shocking that they actually discontinued it.
That's shocking. But they probably discontinued it in favor of flock surveillance cameras that they're going to put in.
Not that I'm aware of yet, and they would get pushback here if they want to do that. Here's the thing: there's cameras everywhere now. They're over. Everybody's house has a Ring cam. Most people, right? There's cameras everywhere.
But that's fine.
But they shouldn't be used. They should be used as an aid to law enforcement. They shouldn't be the law enforcement.
No,
they should. That's the thing.
That's an automatic ticket, by the way. Nobody touched anything.
That's what I'm saying. They should be an aid to law enforcement. They shouldn't be the law enforcement who's saying, "Oh, look, or just like those construction cameras on highways, right? Where they're nailing you for speeding, apparently, or school zone cameras."
I tell you, Jay. if I got caught by one of those cameras, I would challenge that camera's authority. I would take it to court and I would say, look, that camera has no law enforcement authority to give me a ticket. I'm sorry, that camera and that computer system has no, were they sworn law enforcement officers? I don't think so.
Right. Great question. Because they're not. The only way they're getting away with it, or they try to get away with it, is say, you're not personally. See, here's the problem I have. And hold on, bear with me a second. With those cameras, with the construction, right? Or red light cameras, you weren't getting the ticket to your license. Your vehicle, who's registered to, was getting the ticket, right?
Yep.
That case with that girl, they're giving that girl a cell phone ticket based on a camera? That's different.
You can't see the cell phone in her hand.
That's what I'm saying. That is a totally different level where they're issuing it to the person, not just the registered owner of the vehicle. They're looking into your car and saying, based on a camera shot, that how do I know who?
And they're looking deep into the car, Jay, not just a picture of your face. They can see everything in your car.
Correct. Which right off the bat, you didn't have reasonable suspicion to even look in my car.
Exactly. That's a violation of the Fourth Amendment right there. You have grounds for dismissal, and right there, you actually have grounds to get these flock cameras either removed or to where they can't give tickets without some kind of police authorization actually pressing a button.
I agree. I think it's an intrusion.
Someone needs to sue them.
Yeah, I think absolutely. This girl, listen, we just saw this video. If all that video was on the level, that girl should go into court and be like, why are you looking into my vehicle? You have no reasonable suspicion to look into my vehicle. Other than what are you looking? That's what I'm saying. That camera wants to be a traffic camera and it sees in my car. Well, then it's not taking any law enforcement action against me. It's not referring anything it caught to law enforcement. But in this case, it is. And you have
it's
no
not even referring it
to
to law enforcement, Jay. It's
They
an
are the law
automatic ticket and mailer.
That's what I'm saying. Right. But that's what they're doing. They're basically becoming the judge and the jury and the cop.
And they have no law enforcement authority.
No. And you had no reasonable suspicion to look in my vehicle. When you get pulled over, even for a taillight, that police officer has reasonable suspicion to pull you over. And anything in plain view, he's entitled to look at.
That's the thing, though, Jay.
There is none here. There is none here.
It's plain view if you consider height. There's no height limit on plain view.
No. But the whole point is,
so technically it is plain view.
There's no reason for that camera to be, if it's, as I said, if it's a traffic camera and it sees you driving, that's different. But to use what it saw against you in enforcement, no.
What if it starts charging you? What if it sees you smoking a blunt or something and it charges you with a misdemeanor marijuana crime?
No, this is way to me. Listen, way over the top, big overreach. Something. If this is what it is, I don't see how this hasn't been challenged yet.
No,
or maybe
it needs to be. And I swear to God, Jay, if I ever get a ticket, something from a flock camera, you will see me all over the fucking news. I will challenge it myself. I mean, I kind of want to go to where there's flock cameras and smoke and talk on my phone and shit just to see if I get a ticket, because they have no authority to issue tickets unless it's a law enforcement officer that sees the camera and says, okay, I'm going to sign this. Yes, you get a ticket. Not an automatic, okay, the camera sees it. They think it is what it is. They print out the ticket, mail it. No, that's not legal.
They're doing red light cameras, and the only way I think they got away with it is because, as I said, they weren't issuing it to you, the driver. It was being issued to the vehicle. It wasn't affecting your license status, anything like that, which even to me is a reach. I got to be honest.
Now they're taking plain view to a whole nother level.
It's the mission creep. That's mission creep. And now we're here where they're looking in your car and saying, oh, there was a phone in your hand. The camera told me that. I didn't see it myself. I'm not testifying to it. A camera is telling me that. No, no good.
And you can easily see, here's the thing, Jay. You know how you can tell that nobody looked at that and there was an automatic ticket? Because you can easily look at that and see that you can't tell there's a phone in her hand. You can't tell that there's a phone in her hand. That's an easily dismissible thing. So she has a case right now, not to get it dismissed. She has a case to bring down the whole flock law enforcement system because she can prove that no human eyes were on this ticket.
The U.S. citizen put a post, Jack, but it is a paywall, and it has something to do with. I'm looking at the headline.
Of course, U.S. citizen puts up a paywall post. Thanks a lot, U.S. citizen. Give us a paywall post.
It's a 25-cent paywall, and right now, U.S. citizen, I don't have 25 cents on me.
I don't think anybody has 25 cents anymore with the way things are going.
The headline, Jack, says exclusive Texas DPS finds flock and hold on, I can read the headline. Texas DPS finds flock surveillance violated state law by operating without a license. But I can't read anything else into it. It's an article from March.
So you're telling me that a flock surveillance system can get a license to issue police tickets and shit?
Does the camera go through the police academy, Jack?
I know. What is that? How can you have a license to just issue tickets as a camera? I mean, you would think that at least a police officer, say they take a picture, it automatically comes out of the printer, right? A police officer has to look it over, then sign it, then mail it. But if that's not the case, and that's not the case here, what it does is it prints them out and they mail in bulk. That's never signed or looked at. You can tell it's never looked at because this never would have been an issued ticket.
Okay, Jack, he put up another article, and I can actually read this one. It says Bexar County, this is in Texas. Bexar County constable loses battle to use controversial camera ticketing system. Constable can't legally use the LiDAR system, according to Ken Paxton. It says a legal opinion handed down by Ken Paxton this week makes it clear that Bexar County Constable Mark Vojovich, whatever, and his deputies can no longer use a portable camera system to issue speeding tickets. He showed the LiDAR system. Hang on. At least one state lawmaker and Bexar County Attorney Joe Gonzalez both expressed concerns about the use of the system, which captures photos of drivers and their infractions. Said after a human review of the information captured by the cameras, tickets would then be sent out. Interesting. So this is basically what I'm getting out of this. And when I was working there was LiDAR, but the cop would hold it, and he would be the one holding the radar. Right, as we've seen it, you've seen it a million times, right?
Oh yeah.
They're actually the radar either on their car or they're actually holding the radar, and they're the ones that are doing it. In this case, it sounds like there's just a camera doing it, and then the cop goes in after. No, that's not right.
No. Listen to this, Jake. Check this out.
Yeah.
Federal lawsuit argues that flock cameras violate Fourth Amendment. The people behind a federal lawsuit against the use of flock license plate readers urging Plano leaders to reject a plan to put the cameras in town. The Institute for Justice, a nonprofit public interest law firm, argues that the cameras violate the Fourth Amendment, which protects citizens from unlawful searches and seizures. They want a judge to agree. Attorney Michael Soifer says the lawsuit is filed in federal court against the city of Norfolk, Virginia, which has an extensive network of the flock cameras. The Supreme Court has said that people have a reasonable expectation of privacy, yada, yada, yada. Soifer argues that the current guardrails put in place by many police departments are not enough to prevent abuse of the system. He notes that the reasons police can access the system are generic and insufficient to stop misuse. Exactly. All across the country, ordinary law-abiding people are having their movements collected and logged in a government database where they're searchable across the state, across the country by anyone without a warrant. And the guardrails that many departments put in place are just completely. So it's what they're doing is they're filing a lawsuit about the Fourth Amendment, but for a different reason.
Here, okay, and here it says the drivers may not have been aware until the tickets arrived in the mail, as there was often no interaction with any deputies. No, that doesn't fly.
No,
it just doesn't fly. That's the thing. The amount of testimony, and there was a few guys that I know that did the radar. You actually had to go to special training to know how the radar works. There's a ton that goes into it for the cop to be able to be radar qualified, to actually be able to use it, issue summonses, and then testify in court. There's a lot that goes into it. So all of a sudden, we're just having these cameras run it, and then the deputies show up, or they never show up in court, and they're just going off of what this LiDAR system said. No, that's not good. And I'm glad this got kicked out by Paxton, but all over the country, it's got to happen. This can't be.
Oh, yeah.
No, can't be. Because, Jack, we always say that we talk about AI. No, I don't see any time in our lifetime anywhere in the United States where robots are going to be cops. But this is kind of a different way that
I'm glad you said
happening. That's
I'm
a different
glad you
way.
said that.
Yeah, but you see what I'm saying? Isn't this kind of a different way of them using it without actually robots being cops?
Oh, yeah. No, you're right. But I'm glad you mentioned robots being cops, because you said it's not going to happen in our lifetime.
In the United States. In the United States.
Oh, it'll happen. And I'm going to show you why. We are all, I mean, Jay, we're only in 2026. And guess what? China already has, and believe me, it will come to the U.S. once it's been tested in China.
Not if I can help it.
Oh, yeah. China already has robots that are actually going to be tested, and I want to show everybody this. Robots that are going to be tested with the SWAT teams, and it's incredible. I want people to take a look at this. So right here, this right here is it's the T-800 robots, and China is deploying them with SWAT teams. They are now testing full-sized, AI-powered, autonomous humanoid robots alongside armed police in public streets and tourist district. They are actually running with the SWAT team. Take a look at this. These lights. Look at the right side or the left side, right? Those right there are autonomous robots that are bulletproof, probably about 6 feet to 6'3" in height. And those right there are already being tested in China. And we're only in 2026. Give it 5 years. Those things will replace police officers and military all over the world.
Yeah, not happening in the United States. Too many people.
I'm not saying I want it to happen. I'm saying it's going to.
I don't think it will. Not in our country. There'll be too many people pushing back against it, just like they're pushing back against
There's no law against that. There's no law against that. They can't stop it.
I think there'll be too much pushback. And by the way, when one of those things blows a gasket and kills somebody, then it'll really be over.
Well, there's going to be a lot of testing before it happens. I mean, that's why they're doing with the SWAT teams. It'll take a good another 5 years. But eventually, when AI is so able, because they can discern, believe it or not, they can discern better. And nobody's going to, if somebody tries to shoot an AI robot, you know how many lives it'll save that cops are not being killed here and there. But I will tell you, though, that an AI robot like that is bulletproof and big will intimidate a lot of people. It will stop a lot of crime. I can promise you that.
Yeah, but what do we always say? If you're willing to give up you're giving up your freedom for safety and security,
it's going to happen regardless. There's no law against it.
There's no law against it.
Like RoboCop. If RoboCop,
that was a cyborg.
I would love a country full of RoboCops.
No, that was a cyborg. All right, that was different.
He was part human, but these guys, are not. So
no, that's completely robotic. And listen, I don't think that happens here. China, yeah, absolutely could see it 100%. I could see that soon. But here, I think that would be too much pushback. People and people are
even if there is pushback, there's no laws, Jay. They can't stop it.
Well, here's the thing: anybody who wants to get into public office and advocates for that cannot win. They need to be absolutely not allowed to hold public office because
they can't unless the SAVE Act gets in there. There's nothing they can do.
Well, I don't think the people that
they can just.
I don't know that anybody. There's nobody that I know. Nobody, whether they're Republican, Democrat, or crazy, even if they're crazy, that wants to see that on the streets enforcing
No, I don't want to see it either, Jay. But what if they have a successful tour of duty for a few years in China without any deaths and crime rate drops by 50%, and then they do it in Russia, and then they do it in Afghanistan? What if they stop the Taliban? What if they actually do all these things that they can do that humans can't do because they can be killed very easily, and then they come over here? What if they are good? Now, don't get me wrong, Jay. Once they get over here, say they're good. Say they have a 100% success rate. When they come over here, there's still AI robots that can be hacked.
Of course. Anything can be hacked. And it doesn't, listen, it has no, and Deborah's asking, so Jay, what would be wrong with robots as traffic officers?
Because they can be hacked.
Here's my problem. That and they don't have discretion. They don't have human emotion. They don't have human feelings. They don't have empathy.
No, they would have to go by the law, by the instructions in their mind.
Exactly. So it's just no, I'm totally against it. Even with I don't even want them alongside regular cops. I just don't. I don't want those robot dogs anywhere near regular cops.
Those things are scary, man.
Those dogs, and I've said it a million times on our show, those dogs frighten me more than those robots that I just saw.
They're scary as shit, dude. Because, I mean, if a dog comes on you, you can jam your thumb in its eye, and get it off of you. But what are you going to do if the robot's ripping you to fucking a piece,
Nothing. No, that's what I'm saying. I don't care how technologically advanced it is. I don't care. I just don't think it should happen. I would rather rely on human trial. Humans make mistakes, but I would live with that. And humans can be killed. And yes, cops are killed. But I would rather have that than have any of the thing that I just saw being law enforcement.
I gotta say, they look pretty cool though, and they're very intimidating. So they would stop a lot of crime.
Oh, they look great. They look fantastic. Now, if you just want to have that thing standing there, I don't even know why unarmed where it can't shoot anybody. Because remember RoboCop, Jack, what happened with Ed 209? Right in the beginning, it blasted that guy.
209 was a stupid design. The man had no arms. He had no way to get into a vehicle.
Couldn't
that
do
was
the stairs.
Dumbest design I've ever seen for a robot.
He couldn't even climb stairs, Jack. Remember he fell down the stairs?
How stupid was that design?
Terrible. Terrible.
That design is for military only.
That's why Dick Jones, that's why he ended up the way he did. I mean, that's what happened to him.
That movie, man, that original RoboCop, not the stupid new RoboCop where he can fly and he looks fake as fuck.
No.
The original 1987 RoboCop with Peter Weller. Man, what a movie. If you guys have not seen RoboCop 1 and 2, RoboCop 3 is ridiculously stupid. Yeah. It has Robert John Burke, not Peter Weller. But RoboCop 1 and 2, awesome movie. Oh my God.
Yeah, well, listen, one is for the satire it brought in about corporations, phenomenal movie.
Bucket list, man. It has to be.
Phenomenal movie. And I remember when it came out, I was old enough to watch it, and I was like, whoa, this is incredible. If you haven't seen RoboCop, especially the first one, you should see RoboCop.
It looks advanced for now, Jay.
Oh, it still holds up.
It looks real.
It holds up. It absolutely holds up.
1987, that shit looks real.
It absolutely holds up. A little bit like with Ed 209 with the CGI, with the but RoboCop itself, the costume that they put RoboCop in, the makeup that they did when he took the mask, it holds up today.
It looks real. It still looks real.
Yeah, I'd buy that for $1. Exactly. Absolutely.
I love that. I love it. But see, you know what I loved about that movie more than anything? They didn't hold back on anything. They didn't hold back on the crime. They didn't hold back on the language. They didn't hold back on anything. It is such a great movie. Nowadays they would hold back. They put in the fake CGI. Watch the first RoboCop in 1987, and then go watch the new RoboCop reboot movie.
Garbage.
You will see how gay movies are now compared to them.
Terrible. It's not like that's a movie. First of all, you should never ever make again. Ever.
No.
The first
No,
RoboCop.
it was too good. Why would you remake a movie that'd be like remaking Back to the Futures?
Yeah, and they've done it too. They did it with a movie called The Longest Yard. They did that movie.
Well, actually, I like the Adam Sandler one too. Now, don't get me wrong.
Hated it.
Burt Reynolds was the better one, but Adam Sandler was pretty good.
I can't even get through it. I got to be honest with you, Jack.
I'm a wrestling fan, so I like Stone Cold Steve Austin and them boys.
I like him too. Yeah. I like Stone Cold. I love that show that he did, the reality show when he had people going through his obstacle course.
Oh yeah. I used to watch that. I can't even remember what it's called, like the Tough Guy or something. I can't remember what it's called.
Right, I forget the name too, but it was a great show.
WWE,
I loved
Tough Enough.
No, look it up. Now I got to know. It was only like 10 years ago, not even. I love that.
It was a great show, but it got cut off for some reason.
Yeah, it got cut.
But Stephen Bauer, he's right. RoboCop 1, awesome. The original 1987 joint.
Yeah, great. It's an all-time great movie. It's timeless. I mean, it holds up today. Even the message holds up today. All of it. It might even be more relevant today in a lot of ways. And I was talking to Jack today when we were texting back and forth today about the movie he hasn't seen, They Live with Roddy Piper. Mm-hmm. You have to see that movie, Jack.
I love wrestling, so I'm sure I'll watch it.
I am amazed you haven't seen that movie because it's right up your alley.
Never heard of it. No, I don't think I've ever heard of it.
John Carpenter, who's the director of the original Halloween.
Oh, yeah. I love the original. The original Halloween's greatest horror movies ever.
All right. You know what other? Escape from New York.
Never seen that. No.
Oh my God, you have to watch that one too.
I'm a big Kurt Russell fan, though. I am a big Kurt Russell fan.
Kurt Russell. But that's another John Carpenter.
Well, let's tell you what. Let's go. Have you ever seen Tango and Cash?
Yes.
Okay, that is a great movie.
But I'm just saying, for the stuff that we're talking about with relative to today, the messaging in They Live. I mean, it's you will be blown away. You're talking about people like being asleep, not awake, right? That's right up your alley.
Well, The Matrix is really the top movie for that.
Just watch this movie, Jack. They Live. It's also a fun movie. You'll enjoy it.
I'll check it out. But now, honestly, when I get off here, I got to go watch RoboCop 1 again. That is just, my God, what a great movie.
Yeah, could watch it every time. Could watch it every time it's on.
Have you ever watched the full version where they actually show his arm being blown off and bleeding really bad?
Oh, yeah.
Because in the regular version, they don't show that part. Now, they show his arm being blown off, but I'm talking about his hand. When
he shoots his hand off. Clarence
Yeah.
Boddicker. Clarence Boddicker.
Yeah, Clarence Boddicker, and you can see it bleeding when he stands up. They don't show that in the actual movie, but in the unedited, like the rated RRR version, they show such a good movie, man. God Almighty,
and it's brutal too. I mean, a lot of it,
brutal.
a lot of it is it's brutal, but it's there for a reason. It's not gore for the sake of gore.
It's got great messaging too. Great messaging.
Yeah, I mean, how about when the guy gets hit? Goes when what's his face goes into the toxic waste.
Oh my God. When you see him come out of there, when the first time I watched that movie, I was a child. When I saw him come out of there and his skin was melted and he was screaming, "Help me." Oh my God.
It's traumatizing.
That freaked me out. Dude.
It's traumatizing as a kid.
Yes,
when that movie came out, I was probably like 13. Okay.
Yeah.
But watching this, but the best part about that scene is when he walks up to the guy and the guy's like, "Oh, get away from me."
Yeah.
That guy, the reason why that was so real is he didn't know.
I read that also. He didn't know that was going to happen.
Yeah.
He didn't know he was going to. He looked scared to death, man.
He was literally really scared to death. Like, that's
I
why
would
it was
be
so
too,
real.
man.
Yeah.
I don't know what that dude has. His skin is literally melting off of his body. That was the special effects in that movie that movie came out in 1987.
Yeah.
The special effects for that movie are would beat today's special effects.
Oh, better, because it's not
Not the fake CGI bullshit.
Right, all the nonsense. Oh, it was called not CGI. The Ed 209 was it called stop action or something like that? It's not CGI. It was another name for it. Stop action or something.
That sounds close to right, actually.
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Man,
it's so much better than the CGI stuff. The amount of creativity, the amount of time that they put
just
into
like the
it.
original Jurassic Park. No CGI. That's why it looks so real compared to today's Jurassic Parks.
Did they actually in the first Jurassic Park? Did they actually use like huge dinosaurs?
Yes, they had real telemetronics. Those animatronic dinosaurs. They built massive animatronic dinosaurs to use. That's why it was so real. But see, it's not cost effective. Even though that movie ended up making billions of dollars, they want to do the CGI now because it's much easier. But it doesn't look as good. It looks like shit.
I listen, 1993 Jurassic Park came out. I saw it in the movies.
It wasn't 94?
I think
I thought Jurassic Park came out with this big wave of great movies like Forrest Gump,
94.
Jurassic Park.
Forrest Gump 94.
Yeah, it came out with Forrest Gump, Jurassic Park. It was like a big wave. 94 was the greatest year for movies.
Pulp Fiction.
What else came out in 94? Greatest year for movies ever made.
The 90s in general. Well, a lot
I'm
of
going to look
movies.
and see what came out in 1994.
Yeah.
It came out
all
in
right.
1994.
So Pulp Fiction,
Yeah.
Forrest Gump. I don't know if Jurassic Park was 93 or 94. I think it was 93.
I thought it was 90. Oh my God. No, it's not Jurassic Park. But listen to this.
Am I right about Jurassic Park in 93? Go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, it was 93. But the greatest movie of all time came out in 1994. Can you guess what it is? I'm talking the greatest movie ever made.
Greatest movie ever made, 1994. Give me a hint.
The top. Okay, I'll give you a hint. Let me think. Because they watch Neo.
Oh, it's a Shawshank Redemption.
The Shawshank Redemption.
Was that 94 or 95? It's 94?
No, it was 94. Check it out.
Great movie.
Here's what came out in 94. The Shawshank Redemption, Pulp Fiction, Forrest Gump, The Lion King, True Lies, Speed. I mean, it was the greatest year for movies I've ever seen.
I saw Speed in the movies.
Dumb and Dumber came out that year. The Mask, the Santa Claus, the Flintstones. My God.
Oh, the 80s and the 90s were great times for movies. And now it's just complete garbage. It was during that time, it was like you couldn't wait for the summer because of the lineup, like the movies that were going to come out. You couldn't wait.
Oh,
and
no,
now
back then it was the time. I mean,
now I haven't heard, Jack, I haven't heard of any of these movies that come out now.
No, I did go see Michael in IMAX. That was awesome, man. Michael in IMAX.
I don't know what that is.
Michael Jackson is the new Michael Jackson movie.
I didn't see it.
Great freaking movie, dude. Great.
I've seen some clips.
Seen Michael on IMAX. Oh my God.
I've seen some clips, and the guy that played him seems like he did a pretty good job.
He looked just like him. It was incredible, man.
It's kind of like the Elvis movie. I like the Elvis movie from a couple of years ago. I thought that was good.
Oh, there's another movie that just came out that's great. It's a guy that plays a Neil Diamond cover band. It's called Sing Sung Blue. That was a great movie. It has Hugh Jackman and Kate Hudson. Excellent freaking movie, man. Excellent. I know we got off on a tangent for movies.
That's all right. Listen, Jack, I'll talk about movies all day.
Me too. I mean, people like listening to about. All right, here's what came out in 1993. Some more great movies. Jurassic Park. Actually, hang on. Here's what came out in 1993. Jurassic Park, Mrs. Doubtfire, The Fugitive, The Firm, Sleepless in Seattle, The Pelican Brief, Schindler's List, Cliffhanger. I mean, my goodness, man.
A few of those I saw in the movies. 1992, Unforgiven. My favorite Western of all time. Saw that in the movies.
No, my favorite Western of all the time is not even a Western, but it's Back to the Future 3. Oh my God, those movies are awesome. Dude, when I was a kid, I went to Universal Studios and I got to ride in the Back to the Future car.
Oh, I hated that ride.
It was awesome.
I hate it.
Fly around. Oh,
I know. For some reason, and I love roller coasters.
Mm-hmm.
For some reason, that ride, it didn't make me vomit, but it just made me nauseous for some reason.
Yeah, it was, you were riding like in the Grand Canyon and all that. It was great.
Yeah. But, yeah, those rides where you're in the thing and it's kind of moving you all around, but you're not actually going anywhere.
It was
those
cool,
can tend to mess you up.
It felt like you were going.
Yeah, they mess you up worse than a roller coaster. Like the last time I was at Disney, I went on the one.
Thank you.
It might have been like Avatar. It was Avatar.
I'm sorry, conservative MAGA, Sandlot, 1994. That is I'm going to tell you right now, Sandlot, the greatest nostalgia movie you will ever see. Have you ever seen Sandlot, Jay?
Yes.
The greatest, 1993 said. It said, whoops, you mean Sandlot, 1993. The greatest nostalgia movie you will ever see. If you like sports, if you like nostalgic feeling of the past, Sandlot, greatest nostalgic movie you'll ever see.
Kind of like a movie like for an older generation, Stand By Me, similar to that.
Yeah,
kinda.
Yeah, definitely similar. But I mean, if you guys have never seen RoboCop 1, we got off of that one. But if you've ever seen RoboCop 1, you got to see it right now. Go watch it right after the show. I promise you will love every second of it. I mean, it starts with the action. You know, it's such a great movie. And then also, we talked about the Back to the Futures. Those are two movies, franchises that should never have been remade. Back to the Future hasn't been remade, but they should have never fucked with RoboCop, man. That was so stupid.
I love Back to the Future. I remember it came out. I was very young when that came out, even younger than RoboCop. It was a couple years before. But you want to talk about a huge, huge movie? My God.
Oh yeah. Well, another one of the greatest. I'll tell you, Shawshank Redemption is the #1 greatest movie. But you know what number 2 is? I saw it at Universal Studios in the theaters in 3D. The #2 greatest movie of all time is Terminator 2 Judgment Day.
Great movie.
Okay.
Saw it in the movies. Absolutely
Yeah,
best.
if you saw it in 3D, remember when the guy smashed his head through the helicopter and he came in as a metal?
Yeah,
when
Get
you
Out.
watched it in 3D at Universal Studios, when he smashes his head in, it looks like he's coming right at you. So cool, man.
Yeah,
so
that's when
freaking cool.
He had the line "Get Out," like the first one when Arnold went into the rig. Get out.
Like in RoboCop, the best line was "Bitches leave."
Oh, great movie. That's great line. Bitches leave.
You guys gotta see. You gotta see RoboCop.
Must be the champagne.
Must be. I love that shit. God, what a great movie. Okay. All right. Sorry, we got off on the movie tangents, but it's fun talking about that stuff sometimes. Brings you down memory lane. And if you guys have never seen any of these, RoboCop 1, Terminator 2, Back to the Futures, watch them in that order. You will love every second of it. We promise. Shawshank Redemption, #1 greatest movie of all time. Terminator 2, #2. RoboCop, I would say, is in the top 10. You know, I would just check them out. Just check them out. All right, guys. Make sure you check out maxassociates.etsy.com. They are the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. And guys, you don't want to miss out on this deal before Father's Day and before the 250th anniversary of the United States. You need to order as soon as possible. Free shipping anywhere in the United States. Doesn't matter where you live in the U.S., you will get it for free. And you'll get 20% off. maxassociates.etsy.com. Also, make sure you guys follow us on X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, and Instagram. Our screen name on every single one of those is Secret America TV. We are live every weekday, Monday through Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern. And Jay is on TikTok at APinionsVary. That's APinionsVary with an A. Make sure you guys check that out. Jay, before we go, you got anything you want to tell what your favorite couple of movies are? Your top 3, maybe?
I mean, it's so hard to do, but I mean, Shawshank Redemption, obviously, it's top 5 easily for everybody.
Incredible.
It's a phenomenal movie. If you haven't seen that, and I don't know who hasn't, but if you haven't, check it out. I won't even. But Jack, here's what I'll say real quick. I saw Jaws 2 in the movies in
The Jaws movies
1978.
are, they're good.
All right, Jaws 1 and 2 are okay. Jaws is great. Jaws 2 is okay. The rest of them, I saw Jaws 3 in 3D in the movies. I don't recommend it.
You need to see the new Deep Water movie that's in theaters right now. It's called Deep Water.
Okay. And one other movie before we get out of here. I was taken to the movie to see Saturday Night Fever in 1977 in the movies. I fell asleep very early in, but I'll tell you that story another day. Why my parents would take me to see that movie when I was 4 years old. I'll tell you that story, but yes.
Yeah, he'll tell us that definitely. Yeah. But there are so many great movies. We could list 1,000. But guys, if you're going to watch any movie over the next week, make sure it's the original RoboCop, 1987. You'll see what we were talking about with you'll see the special effects, the RoboCop looks. I mean, it's incredibly real. I mean, you would not imagine. It's just it's what you would hope a robot would be like. You know, with the cyborg in the face and stuff. So just make sure you guys check that out. For Jay Gatling, I am Jack Danger. Thank you for watching Secret America.
You've been listening to Secret America.